In the outskirts of Konoha village, the paths crisscrossed. A golden-haired youth, with both hands grasping a colossal water bucket, had just completed the irrigation of the final acre of farmland. Finally finished today's task, he removed his forehead protector and wiped the sweat from his brow. Thank you. Au, here is your reward. The villager beside him produced 5 banknotes, each worth 200 ryo. Accepting the hard-earned money, Au smiled. Thank you, uncle. Call me for any task next time. Of course. Who in the village does not know of your capabilities? Bidding farewell with a wave, Au strode toward Konoha village. He had just accomplished a drank mission, irrigating 50 acres of farmland for a remuneration of 1,200 ryo, with Konoha taking a 200 ryo cut. Keep it up. I'm almost at 100,000 ryo, he encouraged himself as he walked along the path leading to the village. His relentless dedication to completing tasks was solely to accumulate enough money as swiftly as possible. Half a year ago, he had linked himself to a system essential for traversers. With a monetary investment, he could partake in a lottery, with a chance to obtain formidable jutsu. Furthermore, the jutsu acquired through the lottery bore no requirements for aptitude, allowing him to grasp them instantaneously. Amassing a total of 100,000 ryo would grant him a tenfold draw. This goal was of paramount importance to him, as he was merely a low-ranking ninja, possessing feeble strength. Since his graduation from the Ninja Academy, he had spent the past 4 years without ascending to the rank of Chunin. With mediocre talent, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would likely remain a genin for life. Fortunately, the positive energy lottery system provided him with a chance for resurgence. Yet, the system had its pitfalls. Desiring powerful jutsu, you must invest. Indeed, it was not as he had envisioned, where performing virtuous deeds would yield lottery opportunities. Instead, the source of his funds had to align with the principles of positive energy. For instance, earning money through diligent task completion, others willingly lending him money without accruing interest. After all, could one truly call the act of lending money for interest a display of positive energy? The crux of the positive energy system lay in the willingness of others to part with their funds. Of course, finding unclaimed money was also acceptable, as it was a gift from nature. Another form of positive energy involved acquiring funds from the narrative's antagonists, Orochimaru, Danzo Shimura, the Akatsuki leader. In confronting villains, the system was rather generous, requiring no adherence to mundane tasks. However, Au was currently incapable of such endeavors. Regardless of the method employed, earning money to partake in the lottery was fraught with difficulty. Alas, Au's identity as a traverser had him raised in the Konoha orphanage. After graduating from the Ninja Academy, lacking parental support, he even had to rent his living quarters. If not for becoming a ninja, he would have to toil daily for survival, let alone swiftly saving up 100,000 ryo. Nonetheless, he was indefatigable. For the past 6 months, he had fervently taken on tasks, finally nearing his target. Konoha's drank missions were of 2 varieties. Point 1 offered rewards ranging from 500 to 10,000 ryo. Such tasks were often favored by teams, making it challenging for individual genin to acquire them. The teams accepting missions typically comprised freshly graduated ninjas, guided by their instructors. Following the unfortunate demise of Au's leading instructor during a mission, the team disbanded, and with his lackluster talent and feeble strength, he was unable to join other teams and ultimately resorted to working alone. The tasks he accepted yielded rewards between 500 and 2,000 ryo, as they primarily involved assisting Konoha villagers or residents of the Land of Fire with ordinary, yet arduous, tasks. Naturally, the prices were not substantial. Tasks with higher rewards were tantamount to courting death for someone of his abilities. To ensure safety, he refrained from pursuing rapid success. Check the panel. Oh, silently commanded. Soon enough, an invisible, translucent screen materialized before him. Personal panel name: Natsume Aoba. Balance: 98,200 ryo. Skill points: 0 chakra level. Crank Chunin Taijutsu, Basic Jinjutsu, Basic Ninjutsu, Substitution Jutsu. Proficient, Transformation Jutsu Proficient, Shadow Clone Jutsu Proficient. Items: none. An unspectacular panel, where only the balance was worthy of admiration, the rest was disheartening. Au withdrew a single banknote as living expenses. With a mere thought, the other 4 notes vanished into thin air. His balance promptly shifted from 98,200 Rio to 99,000 Rio. Just 1,000 Rio short, one more task tomorrow will suffice. He clenched his fists, filled with exhilaration. The translucent screen transitioned to the lottery panel of the system. Within the prize pool lay numerous jutsu. Fireball jutsu, water dragon bullet jutsu, earth style wall. Additionally, there were various other rewards. Soldier pills, medical kits, shurikens, kunai. Yet, Ayu's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the three principal jutsu in the center of the prize pool. Rasengan, Flying Thunder God Technique, and Explosive Tag Multiplication. Rasengan, conceived by the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, required no introduction. A ranked jutsu with considerable potency. Moreover, the Rasengan could be upgraded. Big Ball Rasengan, Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken. The Flying Thunder God Technique and Strength Spacetime Ninjutsu was what allowed Minato to be dubbed the Yellow Flash of Konoha. As for the Explosive Tag Multiplication, it was the signature technique of the second Hokage. By summoning explosive tags through other explosive tags, it achieved nearly infinite detonation. However, this technique was prone to self-harm, making it a risky endeavor for ordinary ninjas that a single misstep could be catastrophic. Furthermore, explosive tags were exceedingly costly. Ayu shook his head repeatedly. I can't afford it, I truly cannot. The transparent screen delineated the lottery rules. 0.10,000 Rio buys a bag of soldier pills, granting one lottery chance. 100,000 Rio buys 10 bags of soldier pills, granting a tenfold lottery opportunity with a guaranteed brank jutsu. As the saying goes, single draws can yield miracles, but the risks are substantial. Should luck be unkind, one could end up with a complete set of worthless items. The advantage of the tenfold draw, however, lay in the guarantee. The worst outcome would still yield a moderately powerful jutsu. This was precisely why he chose to exercise patience and accumulate 100,000 Rio before entering the lottery. Once he secured the guaranteed brank jutsu, his strength would experience a significant enhancement. At that point, he would be able to join a ninja team and undertake more challenging crank missions. The pace of earning would accelerate, and opportunities for drawing would multiply. Thus, a virtuous cycle would ensue, bringing him closer to becoming a top-tier master. Before long, Ayu arrived at the Konoha market, known among the villagers as Konoha Street. Lined with a plethora of food stalls, barbecue shops, sushi houses, dumpling stands, crepe shops. Ayu's favorite was undoubtedly the affordable Ichiraku ramen. He entered the establishment and took a seat. Uncle Ichiraku, one bowl of pork miso, chashu ramen. Please, coming right up. Uncle Ichiraku nodded with squinted eyes. Pork miso chashu ramen priced at 90 Rio. With 200 Rio in his pocket, Ayu could indulge in 2 bowls. Ayu, are you here for Ichiraku ramen too? While waiting, a girl entered the shop that it was Hinata, the heiress of the Hyuga clan. Ayu turned to her. You too? Hinata shyly nodded. Yes. Her fingers fidgeted incessantly. As she could hardly muster the courage to meet the gaze of the boy beside her, the girl appeared somewhat anxious. Whenever she encountered Ayu, an involuntary nervousness enveloped her, despite being able to maintain her composure around others. This is so embarrassing, Hinata thought to herself. Ayu smiled and patted the seat beside him. Sit down first. He then called out to Uncle Ichiraku. Another bowl of pork miso chashu ramen. Please. Sure thing. Their relationship was quite familiar, and Ayu was well aware that Hinata always ordered the same dish as he did. The tale of their acquaintance harks back several years. They first crossed paths on a day blanketed by heavy snowfall. At that time, Hinata was but a small child who stumbled and fell on the nighttime road. Fortunately, she was helped up by the passing Aoyuki, who kindly escorted her home. In the days that followed, Hinata often sought him out to confide her worries and troubles. Aoyuki consistently encouraged and guided the young girl, assisting her in overcoming her despair. As time flowed by, their bond deepened, and they became quite familiar with one another. In Hinata's heart, Aoyuki stood apart from the rest. He was the luminous beacon in her life. Summoning her courage, she turned to the boy beside her and said, Aoyuki, I have something I wish to share with you. Chapter 2. In the ninja world, information is paramount at this moment. Uncle Ichiraku brought 2 bowls of fragrant pork miso ramen to the table. The steaming broth wafted enticing aromas, garnished with green onions, bamboo shoots, and marinated eggs. Large chunks of char siu neatly encircled the bowl, complemented by slices of fish cake and seaweed. The bowl of noodles exuded sincerity. Upon seeing this, Aoyuki's appetite stirred. I shall begin. He noticed Hinata hesitating beside him and asked, "What were you about to say?" It's nothing," Hinata replied, her thoughts interrupted by the sudden exchange. The courage she had mustered dissipated in an instant. Let us eat while it's hot," Aoyuki said, lifting a piece of char siu with his chopsticks and savoring it. The meat was tender and flavorful, and seeing him relish the meal ignited Hinata's appetite. No longer conflicted, she picked up her chopsticks and joined in. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the warm glow illuminated the small Ichiraku ramen shop. The owner, with a squinting smile, awaited customers, while the young couple enjoyed their meal, leaning close together. Time seemed to freeze in this moment. After finishing the last sip of the delicious broth, Aoyuki stood up to leave. "I'm heading off now, see you later." He bid farewell to Hinata. Aoyuki, I can't help but mention." Her face flushed with embarrassment, fearing others would notice. With Aoyuki's gaze upon her, the nervous girl bolstered her resolve. "It's just a small matter, really, isn't it?" Clenching her small fist, she felt a surge of determination. Gathering her courage once more, she asked, "Aoyuki, have you signed up for the Chunin Exam in 3 days?" Having just graduated from the Ninja Academy and recently completed her first missions, Hinata's team leader, Kurenai Yuhi, had registered their squad for the exam. Knowing Aoyuki had participated in last year's exam, she was eager to ask. If he registered this year too, they could take the exam together. However, she had struggled to voice her desire. Aoyuki had been a genin for 4 years and had failed to pass the Chunin exams thrice. Hinata was concerned that if she asked, Aoyuki might not take it well. Yet, she truly wished to participate together. After much internal deliberation, she finally found the courage to speak. The Chunin exam? Aoyuki pondered, recalling the previous attempts. He had breezed through the first part of each exam, but faltered in the second, unable to advance to the individual combat rounds. With the exam just 3 days away, he planned to accumulate enough points to secure a powerful jutsu through the lottery. Originally, he should have been capable of passing the exam. However, this year was particularly unusual. The emergence of the Konoha 12 would mark a significant year, as Orochimaru's plan to sabotage Konoha would disrupt the Chunin exam. Except for Shikamaru, who excelled and was granted Chunin status, others would have to wait until next year. "Of course, I signed up a few days ago," Aoyuki replied, knowing the exam would be lively and lucrative, making it an opportunity he wouldn't miss. "How wonderful. I've signed up for the Chunin exam too," Hinata exclaimed, nearly bursting with excitement. The only regret was that they could not form a team together. As a graduate of the Ninja Academy, she had her own squad, while he was a lone wolf without any teammates. Even if they were to team up, he would need to find others. "Then I look forward to seeing your outstanding performance in the Chunin exam," Aoyuki encouraged, patting Hinata on the shoulder before departing. Watching him leave, Hinata nodded resolutely. "I will." She was determined to perform well, knowing Aoyuki would be watching. On his way back, Aoyuki encountered a familiar face, Mrs. Takeda from Konoha. The Takeda family was affluent, often seeking him for simple tasks. "Aoyuki, sorry to bother you again," the woman greeted warmly, raising her hand in a wave. Pausing, Aoyuki returned the greeting. Mrs. Takeda, do you have a task for me?" Mrs. Takeda nodded. "I hope you can ensure the safety of my son, Shota, and his 2 friends for half a day. As for the reward, it's 2,000 ryo. I'll post the task shortly for you to accept." Hearing the amount, Aoyuki felt tempted. Typically, tasks he accepted paid around 1,000 ryo, and higher-paying jobs were seldom offered to him. However, he didn't immediately agree. "I'd like to know the specifics of the task. If it's dangerous, I'll have to decline," he stated. With only a short time left to accumulate his points, he didn't want to invite trouble. Here's the situation," Mrs. Takeda explained. Her son, Shota, and his friends were planning to explore the nearby forest. As the foremost of the 5 great shinobi villages, Konoha's surrounding forests were generally safe, with little risk of encountering rogue ninjas. However, they needed a ninja and oppos as protection against sudden wild animals, especially as the children were only 5 or 6 years old. This type of task was not particularly high in rank, making it suitable for a low-ranking genin. Given their familiarity, Mrs. Takeda believed Aoyuki was the best candidate for the job. "You know how children are. They can be quite reckless," she sighed, exasperated. "All right, I'll take the task." Aoyuki agreed readily after understanding the situation. Thank you, I appreciate it, she replied gratefully. Upon returning home, Aoyuki began contemplating how to make a profit during the Chunin Exam. The participating ninja villages primarily consisted of Konoha and Sunagakure, along with smaller villages such as Amigakure, Kusagakure, and Otogakure. These lesser-known ninja villages were impoverished and offered little value. Sunagakure was also quite poor. Aoyuki furrowed his brow. Making money during the Chunin Exam would not be easy. An idea struck him. He could leverage the impending attack by Orochimaru on Konoha. Selling information about the death of the fourth Kazekage and the impending assault could prove lucrative. What is most crucial in the ninja world? Information. Uchiha Madara had fallen victim to misinformation, believing Black Zetsu was his will, ultimately leading to his downfall. However, Aoyuki quickly dismissed the thought. Too conspicuous. He was still weak. Merely a genin. Even if he were to obtain powerful jutsu from tomorrow's lottery, he would not reach the level of a jonin. Weaker individuals who possess critical information rarely fare well. The Dream Master Du and the medic ninja Nono were perfect examples. Having known too much and ultimately falling victim to assassination missions arranged by Shimura Danzo. Unless he could acquire the S-rank space-time jutsu, Flying Thunder God, from the prize pool, he would do well to refrain from such thoughts. Taking things one step at a time, Aoyuki decided to set aside his worries for now. A sleepless night passed. The next day dawned anew as the sun rose once more, marking the start of a fresh day. Aoyuki set out early, heading straight for Mrs. Takeda's home. As long as he accomplishes today's task, he will be able to perform 10 consecutive draws. Chapter 3. Encounter with the S-rank rogue ninja. The weather today is splendid, sunny with a gentle breeze. As it is a summer morning, the chill of the night has dissipated. Qingyu arrives at the Takeda residence, where Mrs. Takeda has long been waiting. Beside her are 3 children, 2 boys and a girl. You're here. Mrs. Takeda greets with a smile. I'll leave Shoyuta and the others in your care. You need not worry. Qingyu nods. Hello, big brother. I am Kai-chan, the little girl beams. Greetings, Kai-chan. Qingyu replies with a smile. I am Mei, the second child introduces herself. Hello, Mei, Qingyu responds. Big brother Qingyu, let's hurry, Shoyuta exclaims. As he receives 5 notes of 200 ryo each from Mrs. Takeda, urging him to embark on their adventure. The children are brimming with excitement for their exploration of the forest. Then let us set off. Qingyu leads the way toward the village exit, with the 3 children bouncing along in his wake. Along the journey, the children engage in lively chatter, reminiscing about catching a frog yesterday and folding paper cranes. Eventually, the topic shifts to ninjas. Shoyuta, bursting with pride, declares, my dad said that in 2 months, I will attend ninja school. Wow, you can actually become a ninja. How amazing. The other 2 children marvel. Will you still play with us after that? Of course. Even if I become a ninja, I won't forget you. Shoyuta promises earnestly. Yay. Kai-chan rejoices. Mei, however, looks a bit disheartened. My dad won't let me attend ninja school. Otherwise, I could become a ninja with you. There's nothing I can do about that, Shoyuta replies, feeling helpless. As the children chat merrily, Qingyu interjects casually. Why do you want to become ninjas? The world of ninjas is not as glamorous as it appears. Most children who graduate from ninja school may only become low-ranking ninjas. If fortunate, they might achieve the rank of Chunin. Being an ordinary genin is tolerable, but without encountering wars or emergencies, one could lead a mundane and safe life. If one becomes a Chunin, they would delve into the darker aspects of the ninja world, facing perilous missions where the risk of becoming cannon fodder is substantial. As for becoming a jonin, for an ordinary person lacking a powerful lineage, it is an arduous journey. Without the system, Qingyu might have given up after failing the Chunin exams thrice. My dream is to become Hokage, Shoyuta states earnestly. Of course, I must first become a ninja to achieve that. Wow, Shoyuta, your dream is so grand. The other 2 kids exclaim, eyes wide with admiration. Qingyu reflects, indeed. Many in the ninja world aspire to become Hokage, while he remains more pragmatic, simply wishing to accumulate wealth. Gazing at the Hokage rock in the distance, he inquires, do you particularly admire the first Hokage? Yes. Kai-chan and Mei nod vigorously. The first Hokage is the greatest person in the village. However, Shoyuta has a different opinion. No? I admire the 4th Hokage. My dad saw him fight in the past. He was known as the Yellow Flash of Konoha. So cool. Upon hearing this, Qingyu understands. It seems Shuta's father, Mr. Takeda, is a fan of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. As they chat, They swiftly leave the confines of Konoha and reach their destination. The morning forest exudes a refreshing coolness, with the chirping of birds adding to the atmosphere. The three children immediately engage in a game they call exploration. Shoyuta firmly asserts that it is not a game, but a trial before becoming a ninja. Qingyu leaps up a tall tree, keenly observing his surroundings. Everything appears normal and secure. Ensuring that the children remain within his sight, he takes out a copy of Ica Paradise and occasionally flips through its pages. His interest in the book is not one of obsession, but rather a scholarly curiosity towards bestsellers. As one of the legendary three, Jiraiya's work is often praised by Kakashi, piquing Qingyu's curiosity about its contents. In truth, upon reading it, he finds it quite unremarkable. The plot is cliché, lacking originality. However, Jiraiya's extensive experience allows for meticulous observations and detailed descriptions, making it a decent introductory read, suitable for a casual perusal when bored. Thus, the morning passes quietly. The children remain safe, unencumbered by any ferocious beasts. How wonderful! Qingyu relishes such relaxed tasks. No danger, no strenuous labor, and a reward easily within reach. Now it is noon, and it is time for them to return. He leaps down from the nearly 10-meter-high tree, efficiently interrupting the children's playful antics. Naturally reluctant to stop their fun, the children display expressions of discontent, yet they obediently follow. I'll treat you all to a feast when we return, Shoyuta declares grandly, waving the 5 notes of cash, before carefully folding them and tucking them into his pocket. Seeing this, Qingyu muses, indeed, wealth allows one to thrive in any world, even in the realm of ninjas. Yet, even ordinary ninjas must toil for their income. After walking for about 10 minutes, Qingyu notices 2 indistinct figures in the distance. Both are facing away from him, but their attire and the distinctive, snake-like purple belts they wear reveal them to be ninjas from the Sound Village. One figure seems somewhat familiar. Given the manner of their departure into the ground, it is undoubtedly Orochimaru. Leave it to me, Orochimaru-sama. You may proceed. One of the Sound Ninjas bows, watching Orochimaru depart. Oh no. Qingyu instantly senses trouble. After an entire morning without incident, complications arise just as they near the village. Orochimaru is an S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha. He is not supposed to make an appearance until the Chunin Exams in 2 days. If outsiders catch sight of him today, he will undoubtedly resort to eliminating witnesses. The 3 children remain blissfully unaware, still laughing and chatting. Qingyu gestures for them to be quiet and skillfully leads them into a nearby thicket. Only after Orochimaru's figure has completely vanished does he exhale a sigh of relief. If a shadow-level powerhouse had set their sights on him, he would likely meet a grim fate. Such an outcome would be disastrous. At this moment, Qingyu begins to observe the remaining Sound Ninja. His features are strikingly distinct, with 6 arms, setting him apart from ordinary individuals. Qingyu's mind races with information about him. This is Gitangmaru, one of the elite members of the Sound Village, with strength at least on par with a special jonin. The disparity in strength among ninjas is stark. Discounting various advantages and bloodline enhancements, there are jonin, chunin, and genin. The differences in rank correspond to significant gaps in strength. An ordinary chunin could easily overpower a common genin. A special jonin lies between a chunin and a jonin, possessing abilities that enhance combat strength beyond the standard level. As an elite subordinate of Orochimaru, Gitangmaru undoubtedly possesses cursed seals, making his strength formidable. He must not be discovered. Qingyu's heart races with caution. He covers the startled Mei and Kai-chan, who have become anxious due to the sudden turn of events. Shoyuta, however, remains a source of reassurance. Truly, the child of a ninja, at merely 6 years of age, possesses the remarkable ability to maintain a profound silence. Despite the palpable fear coursing through him, he valiantly suppresses his inner trepidation. What a predicament! Kayatomo lightly tapped his forehead, nonchalantly retreating in the opposite direction. His pace was neither hurried nor leisurely. Seemingly oblivious to the presence of others as he gradually distanced himself, Aoi held her breath, fully concentrated, unwilling to relax her vigilance. Suddenly, a shuriken adorned with an explosive tag shot forth from Kayatomo's hand, aimed directly at Aoi and her companions. Chapter 4. The Art of Flying Thunder God. With nerves taut, Kiyu dared not relax even for a moment. As the shuriken whizzed toward him, he swiftly hurled Mei and Sai-chan into the distant thicket, one in each hand. As for Shoyuta, apologies, but he lacked the hands to spare. Kiyu delivered a swift kick, sending him flying. Though it stung, preserving life was paramount. However, The shuriken's velocity was alarmingly swift. Escape was no longer an option. Boom. Dust billowed as a massive crater formed in the grass. Within it lay a solitary piece of wood. A substitution technique, perhaps. Kyotomaru moved with remarkable agility. His explosive tagged shuriken was merely a prelude. In the next instant, he expelled a web from his mouth, targeting Kyu, who had just relocated nearby using the substitution technique. This is bad, Kyu thought, realizing the peril he faced. Kyotomaru's web possessed incredible stickiness and resilience. If ensnared, even two elephants could not break free. He had managed to evade the explosive tag due to prior preparation. But the disparity in strength between them was too great. Dodging the web attack would prove exceedingly difficult. If captured, his life would surely end here. Should I draw the lottery in advance? He pondered, initially intending to accumulate 100,000 Rio for a tenfold draw. Yet, confronted with the current crisis, he could think of nothing else. Gentle fist. Just as the web was about to ensnare him, a girl clad in a white coat intervened, severing the strands in midair. It was Hinata. Kyu was astonished by her timely appearance. Yet, the girl was no match for Kyotomaru. Despite the gentle fist and Byakugan providing some measure of restraint against his abilities, they could not compensate for the substantial gap in their strengths. At that moment, Hinata turned back, urging, Kyu, you must flee. I and Appos, LL hold him off. Without hesitation, she charged toward Kyotomaru. Another to meet their demise. Kyotomaru dismissed the girl with contempt. However, to expedite the resolution of this nuisance, he activated his cursed seal state. Black lines swiftly spread across his skin. The cursed seal, a technique developed by Orochimaru, would inject one with an unnameable substance upon a bite, manifesting as the cursed mark. The cursed seal exists in two states. With the first state activated, Kyotomaru's power was sufficient to overpower even elite Chunin. I shall not flee. Kyu gazed at a stack of bills that had fallen when Shoyudo was kicked away. 5 bills totaling 1,000 Rio lay on the ground. He picked them up, the currency vanishing into his palm. His personal panel now displayed a balance of 100,000 Rio. Swiftly switching to the lottery interface, he thought, purchased 10 bags of soldier pills for a tenfold draw. His balance was instantly depleted, and his inventory now boasted 10 bags of soldier pills. The lottery screen began to spin. First came the ordinary rewards. He received Transformation Technique, Soldier Pills X4, Substitution Technique, and Medical Kits X2. Then, Useful Ninjutsu appeared. Congratulations, the host's luck is extraordinary, and they have obtained Earth Release. Earth Flow Wall, B rank Ninjutsu. Just before the 10th lottery result appeared, Kyu sensed a momentary lag in the interface. A dazzling golden light flickered at the center of the screen. Congratulations. The host's luck is phenomenal, and they have obtained S-rank Space-Time Ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God Technique, including 3 specially crafted tagged shuriken. Flying Thunder God, the finest reward in the entire prize pool. The drawn ninjutsu required confirmation to be automatically learned. The Flying Thunder God Technique transformed into a golden orb, hovering silently. Kyu gently tapped the orb, which transformed into a streak of light that entered his body. The Flying Thunder God Technique has reached the beginner level. Comprehending the Flying Thunder God mark, the proficiency of the ninjutsu upgraded, unlocking new capabilities. Unwanted ninjutsu could be decomposed for upgrade skill points. He quickly skimmed through the explanatory text on the interface. To elevate the Flying Thunder God from beginner to proficient required 50 skill points. Each subsequent level of proficiency would demand 10-fold skill points. As for decomposing ninjutsu, E-rank techniques like Substitution Technique and Transformation Technique yielded only 5 skill points, while Earth Flow Wall, being B-rank, provided 100 skill points. He resolved to decompose all 3 ninjutsu, garnering 110 skill points, upgrading the Flying Thunder God Technique. With a mere thought, he elevated its proficiency. The Flying Thunder God Technique has reached proficiency, comprehending the Flying Thunder God slash. Satisfied, Kyu closed the interface. Excellent. He now possessed the power to fight. Looking back at the battlefield, he saw that in a brief moment, Hinata was already embroiled in a fierce battle with Kyotomaru. The girl was clearly at a disadvantage. The Hyuga clan excelled in the gentle fist, favoring close combat, whereas Kyotomaru and Appos' abilities seemed akin to a spider, specializing in ranged attacks. Consequently, Hinata could only adopt a defensive stance, unable to find an opportunity to counterattack. Kyotomaru occasionally hurled shuriken made of hardened spider silk, a special material as hard as metal. He appeared to relish the thrill of tormenting his prey, akin to a spider toying with its catch. Gradually, Hinata bore more wounds. Yet, the girl chose not to flee, resolutely enduring the onslaught. Her unwavering spirit filled her heart with strength. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 specially crafted shuriken were hurled from Kiyu's hand. His aim, however, seemed lacking. One struck just beside Kyotomaru's left foot, another fell behind him. Only one made direct contact, but was effortlessly deflected. With 6 arms, Kyotomaru found it trivial to block ranged attacks. Hinata, you've done well. Now, allow me to handle him. Kiyu stepped in front of Hinata. Gazing at his towering figure, the girl felt a profound sense of safety. She gave no thought to why the boy had not heeded her advice to leave, nor did she question how Kiyu, a mere genin, could contend with an opponent of special jonin caliber. In that moment, all Hinata sensed was warmth. All right. Without further ado, she chose to trust the boy before her. Regardless of the outcome, she would remain by his side. Kiyu was unhesitant, wielding a standard shuriken as he charged toward Kyotomaru. Seeking death. Kyotomaru struggled to comprehend his actions. A mere genin, armed with a shuriken, dared to declare an intention to confront him? Such folly, arrogance, and ignorance. He swiftly conjured a massive bow and arrow from spider silk and sticky gold. Drawing the bowstring, he released it with precision. The arrow sped forth with astonishing velocity, hurtling toward Kiyu. This was not a speed a genin could evade. A twisted joy flickered in Kyotomaru's eyes. He eagerly anticipated the moment when his prey's head would burst. However, Kiyu had no intention of fulfilling his wish. Just then, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique. The boy vanished from his spot, leaving behind a flash of golden light. Puff! Kyotomaru's triumphant expression faded as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. In disbelief, he gazed at his chest. There, a standard shuriken had pierced through his body. Blood gushed violently from his heart. Chapter 5. The Death of Kyotomaru. How swift the body flicker technique is. Ugh! Kyotomaru's body slumped to the ground, lifeless. He felt an overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction. Clearly, he had yet to unleash his stronger cursed seal's second state and had many abilities left untapped. Yet now, there was no opportunity to do so. Even when hunting a rabbit, one must exert full effort. He regretted it deeply. He regretted underestimating his foe, even if that foe was merely a lowly genin. But alas, it was too late. Everything was far too late. He could only perish with bitterness and remorse. Witnessing Kyotomaru's demise, Aoi remained uneasy. As a ninja, constant vigilance is paramount. One must never underestimate any adversary. After a thorough examination, he confirmed that Kyotomaru was irrevocably dead, allowing him to finally breathe a sigh of relief. After retrieving 3 specially crafted shuriken, he approached Hinata and Appo's side. Following the battle and sustaining injuries, Hinata appeared extremely weak, on the verge of collapsing. Aoi quickly rushed to her side, supporting the young girl by her shoulder. He reached into his ninja tool pouch, feigning to retrieve an item, while quietly extracting a medical kit from the system. Utilizing the bandages and potions within the kit, he hastily tended to Hinata's wounds. I am not a medical ninja. Once we return to the village, I will take you to the Konoha hospital. Hinata, with a shy expression, replied, It's all right. I'm not seriously hurt. Though she had sustained minor injuries and felt pain, the fact that Aoi personally bandaged her wounds and showed such considerate care filled her heart with joy, giving her a strange sense of having gained immensely despite her injuries. Still, we should visit the hospital. You got hurt because of me. Aoi, sincerity etched upon his face, expressed, Thank you, Hinata. In that critical moment, you risked yourself to step forward. I truly felt that sentiment, and it will remain etched in my heart, never to be forgotten. And no need to mention it. Hinata's cheeks flushed crimson. Reflecting on the earlier events, she felt inadequate. Without her, Aoi's strength would have easily vanquished the enemy. She realized just how formidable the boy she had admired since childhood truly was, capable of instantaneously defeating an adversary of special jonin caliber. Having grown accustomed to the ordinary genin Aoi, witnessing the golden flash of Aoi now astonished her even more. The little voice within her sparkled with delight. Unbeknownst to her, Aoi had narrowly avoided disaster earlier. Had it not been for Hinata's assistance, he would have been forced to perform 9 consecutive summons without guarantee of success. It was unlikely he would have acquired the Flying Thunder God technique. With a stroke of bad luck, he might not have even drawn a guaranteed B-rank jutsu, leaving him to wallow in despair. Wow, Big Brother is so cool. Aoi, why are you a genin when you're so powerful? You must be a hidden master of the ninja world. The three children, having recovered from their earlier fright, gazed at Aoi with profound admiration. Shota, in particular, suddenly exclaimed. Aoi fought that bad guy with speed as swift as the fourth Hokage's golden flash. Hearing this, Aoi felt a sense of exasperation. He had only utilized the Flying Thunder God once, yet a child had recognized him. Nevertheless, it was not a significant issue. He already had a plan to silence the children. Now was not the time to reveal the Flying Thunder God. He had envisioned a grand use for this technique. At that moment, he and Hinata unintentionally locked eyes. Her clear gaze, tinged with vulnerability from her injuries, evoked a tender sense of compassion, as if they had silently agreed. They both spoke simultaneously. What was that jutsu you just used? How did you come to be here? Hinata's shyness deepened, her cheeks flushing further. She awkwardly explained. It was just a coincidence. The girl was utterly incapable of lying. Her expression had already revealed the truth. Aoi, understanding her unspoken words, began to explain her inquiry. What I just used was actually, no need to say it. I suddenly don't want to know. Hinata interjected promptly. She was satisfied simply having witnessed it. There was no need for an explanation. Aoi, who usually kept a low profile, certainly had his reasons. Asking too much might prove unwise. All right, let us keep it as our little secret. Aoi refrained from further explanation. With Hinata not pressing for answers, he felt a sense of ease. Okay, I will keep it a secret, Hinata earnestly promised, her heart brimming with happiness. She cherished the fact that she and Aoi shared a secret known only to them. Such unspoken understanding felt wonderful. I trust you. Aoi smiled. His mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique was not an unspeakable secret. It was merely that. Given his current weakness, he found it difficult to explain the origins of his jutsu. The existence of the system was something he could not reveal to anyone. He certainly could not say he had peeked at Konoha's advanced jutsu scrolls, for as a mere genin, he lacked access to such confidential areas. Moreover, he had aspirations of profiting from the Flying Thunder God. Orochimaru's attack on the village was both a crisis for Konoha and an opportunity for him. Once successful, reaping a fortune of 1,000,000 ryo would be effortless. As the money continued to accumulate, the jutsu he could draw would flow abundantly. At that point, should his strength grow formidable, even if others discovered his use of the Flying Thunder God, they would only regard him with respect and fear, never daring to question him. Ultimately, he was still too weak. Even with the mastery of the Flying Thunder God, his overall capabilities fell short of a Jonin-S. To prevail, he would need to rely on the element of surprise that space-time ninjutsu afforded him. In the world of ninjas, intelligence is crucial. As long as no one knew he possessed the Flying Thunder God, he would have a high probability of successfully ambushing a Jonin. However, should word leak out, his advantage would diminish significantly. When faced with a middle-level elite who knew him well, he might struggle to secure a victory and risk failure. Currently, Aoi needed to remain inconspicuous. His earlier actions had been entirely out of necessity. Given the chance to flee, he would never seek the limelight. Fortunately, Hinata's close relationship with him fostered a bond of trust, allowing them to rely on each other's backs. What about those children? Hinata suddenly recalled the spectators. The boy named Shota had certainly heard of Konoha's golden flash. No worries. I have a clever trick. Aoi waved dismissively. He then directed his gaze at Shota and the others, initiating a Jinjutsu, a low-level illusion that could not ensnare a ninja but was highly effective on the impressionable minds of children. Within the illusion, Aoi reenacted the battle against Kidomaru countless times. In the children's dreamscape, he displayed his might, unleashing a barrage of powerful jutsu, Susanoo, dust release, original world-stripping technique, almighty push, all in succession. Kidomaru was subjected to a display of excessive brutality. Thus, everything was settled. He no longer needed to worry about the children leaking any information. Should others hear Shota and the others, they would simply assume they had been misled, perhaps even chastising Aoi for using Jinjutsu on children. After dealing with Kidomaru's remains, the group returned to Konoha. Aoi first escorted Hinata to the Konoha hospital, earnestly advising her to rest well for the next few days before departing. He then safely entrusted Shota and the others to Mrs. Takeda. Upon learning they had encountered danger in the forest, Mrs. Takeda insisted on rewarding them with 5,000 ryo as mission compensation. Having completed the task, Aoi returned to his residence. He then began preparing for the Chunin selection exam. This year's exam was no ordinary affair, with formidable figures like Orochimaru and Kabuto set to appear, initiating a plan to bring Konoha to ruin. Xingyu contemplated the demise of Kidomaru, and her desire to enhance her strength grew ever more fervent. One cannot be too cautious. The possibility of unforeseen circumstances looms large. Orochimaru is likely to uncover her actions, and she must fortify herself to confront the impending threats. Chapter 6. Chunin Selection Exam. As one of the Sound Four, Kintanmaru possesses the formidable strength of a special J-nin, distinguishing him from the other inconsequential ninjas of the Sound Village. The loss of such a capable subordinate raises the question of whether Orochimaru will seek retribution. However, the answer remains shrouded in uncertainty. It is unwise to place one's hopes upon the chance that an adversary will refrain from action. One must eschew the folly of wishful thinking. The immediate priority is to strategize on how to amass wealth to bolster strength through the lottery system. It must be noted that in the world of ninjas, the pursuit of wealth presents both simplicity and complexity. The legitimate route entails the continuous enhancement of one's ninja rank, allowing for the acceptance of higher-level missions. An S-rank mission, for instance, can yield rewards in the hundreds of thousands. Yet, the pace of ninja advancement is painfully slow, often requiring several years for any significant progression. Even with the exceptional use of the Flying Thunder God technique, which had garnered acclaim during the Chunin Exam, Xingyu could only hope for an exceptional promotion to Special J-nin, alongside a myriad of complications, to genuinely ascend to the rank of J-nin. He currently lacks the requisite strength. Alternatively, one might consider the underground exchange for missions. However, this necessitates having a contact outside the village to provide timely intelligence on bounties. Relying solely on Xingyu would lead to a wasteful search across the ninja world, rendering the cost-benefit ratio unfavorable. While this path is viable, it requires careful long-term planning to recruit subordinates. Utilizing information from the impending attack on Orochimaru presents itself as the most viable option to generate income. To earn money, one must first identify a target. Two prime candidates emerge. Orochimaru, an S-rank rogue ninja, commands at least 4 research bases. The pursuit of scientific endeavors demands substantial financial resources, attesting to Orochimaru's immense wealth. Selling information regarding the third Hokage's impending demise at the hands of the Shinigami would not be unreasonable for a sum of 1 million ryo. However, Orochimaru's notoriety as a rogue ninja, coupled with his strained relations with Konoha, renders collaboration with him tantamount to declaring war against the village. Hence, this option must be tabled for now. The other potential target, of course, is the third Hokage himself. If Xingyu could manage to rescue him from Orochimaru's 4 purple flames formation, but he quickly dismissed the thought, recognizing that perhaps the third's demise amid Konoha's collapse would be the most dignified outcome. Thus, the focus returns to Orochimaru, albeit with a need for careful consideration. Selling information is not a viable strategy at this juncture. With a month remaining until Orochimaru's assault, Xingyu must meticulously plan to ensure absolute success. This way, not only would he earn the desired wealth, but he would also remain incognito. With a determined thought, Xingyu accessed his personal panel, retaining 1,000 ryo for living expenses. He deposited the remaining 4,000 ryo into his balance. At that moment, a notification appeared on the interface, indicating that the host had completed a 10 consecutive draw, unlocking a more luxurious advanced prize pool. Upon switching to the lottery interface, he was greeted with an array of enticing options. Advanced prize pool, 1,000. 000 ryo for a bag of elite military food pills, which includes a complimentary opportunity for a 10 consecutive advanced draw, with selectable guarantees. The prizes were nothing short of dazzling. The Sharingan, upgradable only with the Sharingan. Wind Release. Raisin Shuriken requires prior knowledge of the Rasengan. Tailed Beast Power, from 1 to 9 tails. Sage Mode, 8 gates. Each ability possessed the potential to elevate one to a Kaga-level strength. However, with his current lack of funds, Xingyu could only gaze longingly at the offerings. For the sake of his mental and physical well-being, he exited the lottery interface and returned to his personal panel. Upon inspection, he noted he still had 60 skill points available for skill upgrades. His chakra level was classified as C rank, merely sufficient among ninjas, as utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique left him breathless. Elevating to B rank would require 1,000 skill points, an unattainable goal at present. turning his attention to taijutsu and jinjutsu. Both were at a foundational level. Advancement to intermediate status required 100 skill points each, still beyond his means. As for the Flying Thunder God technique, mastery demanded 500 skill points. Ultimately, he spent a total of 30 skill points to upgrade 3 E-rank ninjutsu. His current profile read: personal panel name, Natsume Aoba balance, 4,000 Rio skill points, 30 chakra level, C rank, CH Nin, Taijutsu, basic Jinjutsu, basic Ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, proficient, body flicker technique, mastered, items, special mark Kanai X3, military rations pills X14, medical kit X1. Gazing at his refreshed personal panel, Qingyu was struck by a profound realization. He was still in dire need of funds. Without money, he could not participate in the lottery, which would prevent him from acquiring powerful ninjutsu or gaining skill points through decomposition. His overall strength remained woefully inadequate. At this juncture, what he desperately required was the ability to generate wealth. With less than 3 days until the Chunin Exam, Qingyu remained resolute and did not succumb to despair. He accepted 2 additional missions, earning a total of 2,000 Rio, and made ample preparations for his forthcoming endeavors. By mastering the Flying Thunder God mark, he could place marks on anyone or anything. Once marked, the Flying Thunder God mark would never fade. With sufficient marks, Konoha would effectively become his personal garden. He spent the entirety of his 2,000 Rio on several kunai, each inscribed with the Flying Thunder God mark. Now, he awaited the commencement of the exam. Only as a participant could he freely access the arena. As a mere genin, Qingyu could not traverse the village's significant locations without raising suspicions. After all, Orochimaru had battled the third Hokage atop the arena's roof, summoning the sound for to ensnare him within the 4 purple flames formation. However, with Kintamaru already dispatched by Qingyu, he found himself curious about Orochimaru's next move. Yet, given Orochimaru's capabilities, he doubted it would pose a considerable challenge. In the days leading up to the exam, Qingyu seized the opportunity to visit Hinata. Due to her minor injuries, the young woman had returned to the Hyuga clan that very day, thereby limiting Qingyu's visits. Participation in the Chunin exam necessitated team registration. On the eve of the exam, he met with his 2 teammates, the Akaji brothers, who had graduated from the Ninja Academy alongside him. Subsequently, they were assigned to a small team, carrying out missions under the guidance of a Chunin instructor. Following the untimely demise of their instructor, the brothers swiftly joined another team, leaving Qingyu bewildered at the time. Nevertheless, they remained genin, their talents evidently mediocre. Qingyu, you claim to have information about the exam. You wouldn't be deceiving us, would you? The Chunin exam is notoriously stringent. Can we trust your intel? The brothers' relationship with Qingyu had been strained since their earlier disagreement, leading them to approach him with skepticism. Had they known that this year's exam was a lost cause, Qingyu would not have chosen to lead them on. When have I ever deceived you? He replied, his expression darkening. Akaji scoffed. We only chose to register for the Chunin exam after hearing you mention a method to pass it. Yaki added, otherwise, we wouldn't have bothered this year. The brothers held an inexplicable confidence in their abilities, believing that their failure to become Chunin was merely a result of poor luck during past exams. As long as they could reach the 3rd round, they were certain of securing a Chunin title. As genin, their standing in the village was less than desirable, with their missions limited to D and C ranks. Coupled with their tendency to spend extravagantly, their circumstances were somewhat dire. Thus, upon hearing of a potential method to succeed in the Chunin exam, they were eager to give it a shot. I can only guarantee you passage through the first 2 rounds. As for the 3rd, that's beyond my capabilities, Qingyu stated, feigning reluctance. That's all we need. The 2 individuals held a commendable understanding of Qingyu's character, reassured by his unwavering promises that he would never deceive them. With the certainty that neither would betray the other, Qingyu awaited the arrival of the following day with a tranquil heart. As night enveloped the forest on the outskirts of Konoha, Orochimaru extracted a fragment of cellular tissue from a cultivation liquid, utilizing a living sacrifice to invoke a forbidden jutsu, the technique of impure world reincarnation. Amidst the sacrificial struggles, the visage of Kidamaru began to materialize. Orochimaru-sama. The impure body of Kidamaru respectfully knelt on the ground, casting a fleeting glance at him. Orochimaru's raspy voice was laced with a chilling mirth. Hee, now you may reveal to me who was responsible for this. Chapter 7. The Leaf Village and Appos. Xiangling exam. As the night passed, the day of the Xiangling selection exam arrived. Inside the examination hall for the first test, Au reunited with the two brothers, Kamiki and Yumiki. Before entering the examination room, Au repeatedly emphasized, no matter what the questions are, you must remain calm and not voluntarily abandon the test. If it's a written exam, I will pass you the answers 10 minutes before it ends. Knowing the plot, he said this to prevent the brothers from jeopardizing his plans. If they were to panic and abandon the exam upon facing the 10th question posed by Morinayabiki, it would ruin his opportunity to profit. As for passing answers, it was certainly unnecessary. Just like Naruto, one could pass by submitting a blank paper. Got it. Do you still doubt us? The brothers' unwarranted confidence left Au speechless, prompting him to step into the examination hall. At that moment, the room was filled with numerous people, the lively chatter echoing throughout. Au and I. In the crowd, Hinata, wearing a beige coat, shyly waved at Au. Beside her stood two teammates, the reticent oil woman Shino, clad in a dark green trench coat and sunglasses, and Inuzuka Kiba, sporting a wild hairstyle, camouflaged face paint, and his white puppy, Akamaru, resting atop his head. Au approached the young girl and gently patted her shoulder, saying, Hinata, let us all do our best in today's exam. Upon hearing Au's encouragement, Hinata's excitement surged, and she clenched her small fists. Blushing, she nodded, why yes, thank you. I will do my best. The fact that Au had cheered her on fueled her determination to perform well. If she could become a Nin alongside Au, it would be splendid. The prospect of potentially working together on missions solidified her resolve to succeed. Au had met oil woman Shino and Inuzuka Kiba a few times, and they casually discussed topics related to the Nin exam. Shino, often overlooked, felt a surge of excitement at being acknowledged, momentarily adjusting his sunglasses with satisfaction. During their conversation, Team 7's Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura entered the examination hall. Wow, they're so impressive, Naruto exclaimed, taken aback by the array of ninjas with flamboyant hairstyles. After a few moments of adjustment, he began to scan the room and soon spotted Au. Is that you? He exclaimed, eagerly rushing over and completely disregarding Hinata's presence. Hinata, in turn, showed no reaction to Naruto's arrival. The light of her life, who had always inspired her to persevere, was Au, leaving no room in her heart for anyone else. Thus, under Au's unintentional influence, Naruto and Hinata remained oblivious to each other. Oh, Naruto. Long time no see. Au greeted with a smile. He had known Naruto for quite some time, and their relationship had always been amicable. As a traveler from another world, how could he not foster a good rapport with another protagonist blessed with extraordinary abilities? Au did not overly indulge Naruto, only occasionally treating him to a special gourmet ramen meal at Ichiraku Ramen, crafted by the skilled noodle master. Overly conspicuous gestures might draw the attention of the Umbu or Danzo, and that would spell trouble. Naruto, being a person starved of affection, felt deeply moved by Au's kindness, shedding tears as he repeatedly called out, Nii. Their camaraderie blossomed, and it could be said that in Naruto's heart, aside from Iruka and the third Hokage, Au held a significant place. Not to mention, his best friend Sasuke was equally important. The complex love-hate relationship between the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra was something Au preferred to avoid. Of course, after acquiring the lottery system, he had no intention of clinging to anyone's coattails. How fortuitous it is to participate in the Nin exam alongside Nii. Naruto, naturally sociable, continued to chatter animatedly. Eventually, he noticed Hinata standing nearby. Oh, right, who are you? What an Appos, is your name? This is Hinata Hyuga, if I recall correctly. You should be classmates from the Ninja Academy, Au introduced. Haha, of course I know her. Just suddenly forgot her name. Naruto chuckled, his forgetfulness evident even regarding a classmate's name. Hello, Naruto-kun, Hinata greeted shyly in Au's presence, her natural demeanor becoming less fluid when speaking to others. Observing her glances toward Au, Naruto's realization struck. Hinata-chan, could it be that you have feelings for Nii and wish to become my sister-in-law? He teased, sporting a mischievous grin. His cleverness had led him to discern Hinata's feelings. If only Sakura could understand my feelings as well, he mused internally. A rather lewd smile reminiscent of their teacher Jiraiya creeping onto his face. Naruto's voice was too loud, attracting the attention of those around them. Hinata, flustered, quickly waved her hands, and no. Overcome with shyness, her mind became as blank as her pale eyes. Noticing her embarrassment, Au intervened. Enough of that. Naruto, the most important thing right now is the Chunin exam. If you fail this time, who knows when you'll get another chance to become a Chunin. With bad luck, you might remain a genin for life. Au was not exaggerating. He understood the narrative well. Naruto yearning to shed the title of genin would prove to be a challenging endeavor. Unfazed by Au's subtle hint about his long-standing genin status, Naruto remained undeterred by the prospect of failure, declaring, "I'm going to be Hokage. I will definitely pass the Chunin exam." His spirit soared, brimming with enthusiasm as if he were ready to commence the exam immediately. "My apologies for causing trouble, Senior." Naruto's teammates soon joined them, with Sakura politely offering her apologies. Sasuke maintained his aloof demeanor, hands in pockets, merely nodding as a form of greeting. Accompanying them was Yakushi Kabuto, wearing glasses and exuding a gentle aura. "Hello, Au Natsume. I am Yakushi Kabuto. It is a pleasure to meet you." "Not at all, not at all. Kabuto-senpai is far superior to me," Au replied. Aware of Kabuto's true nature as a capable subordinate of Orochimaru, serving as a spy within Konoha, his participation in the Chunin exam was aimed at gathering intelligence regarding Sasuke. Au recalled that just days prior, Kabuto had eliminated Gantomaru and preferred to avoid entanglements with him now. He resolved to tactically divert the conversation while embarking on his money-making venture. Gaining strength meant no longer needing to live in fear. The path to power lay in the lottery system. Soon, he set his sights on his target, a group of Suna ninjas who appeared rather dim-witted. Chapter 8. Participating in the Chunin exam is for profit. As the center of conversation dissipated, Qingyu approached a group of seemingly inexperienced genin. Judging by the forehead protectors they were all shinobi from Sunagakure. Given that Sunagakure was collaborating with Orochimaru to execute the Leaf Village collapse plan during this Chunin exam, Qingyu felt no pressure in deceiving them. The arrival of a stranger raised their vigilance. Being a shinobi is a profession that demands bravery and caution. One must never let their guard down. "Hey, who are you?" someone questioned rudely. Qingyu paid little heed to the person's demeanor. He was here for business, not to engage in combat. With a smile, he softly inquired, "Would you be interested in information regarding the first round of the Chunin exam?" A smile can disarm hostility, especially when he mentioned something they cared about. "You're lying. The Chunin exam is hosted by your Konoha's Hokage. How could the exam details possibly leak out beforehand? As a Konoha shinobi, would you genuinely share information with us?" They expressed their skepticism, deeming his proposition too implausible. Qingyu remained unperturbed, calmly stating, "My information is certainly not free. It simply requires a small investment from you, ensuring exceptional value in return." "What kind of investment?" The group, curious, seemed intrigued. It was indeed a first to see someone selling information before the exam had even commenced. "Looking at you all, you must have some experience as genin. The first round of Konoha's Chunin exam is typically a written test, and I suspect this time will be no different. For many shinobi who focus solely on combat, tackling written questions can be quite daunting." Qingyu's final remark hit the mark. "I can provide you with answers during the exam, ensuring you will not be caught cheating." His actions were somewhat perilous. It was unlikely anyone would anticipate that the first challenge would test their information-gathering abilities. Should a discerning individual notice and report him to the village's higher-ups, he might find himself summoned by the Umbu. Yet, in pursuit of profit, he had to resort to such desperate measures. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Fearing every little thing would only squander time and lead to failure. Soon, Konoha would discover Orochimaru's presence, likely rendering them indifferent to this minor character. Upon hearing Qingyu's words, the group began to waver. The shinobi world had limited exposure, far from the myriad of experiences he had encountered in his past life. They were all average performers academically and lacked combat prowess as genin. The probability of easily passing the first round and becoming Chunin would significantly increase. Qingyu understood they were merely there to fill the ranks, yet they did not share that sentiment. Which genin would attend the Chunin exam without the desire to become a Chunin? No one aspired to be a mere background character, or they wouldn't have registered in the first place. Among them, someone with keen insight suddenly awoke to the reality, exclaiming, "You're just talking. Who can guarantee that what you say is true?" Remaining composed, Qingyu replied, "As for right or wrong, you will naturally know during the exam." He was well aware that as long as they did not voluntarily forfeit, even submitting a blank paper would suffice to pass, hence his assurance. He then kindly advertised his offer. Each team only needs to invest 30,000 Ryo, guaranteeing passage through the first round, with answers delivered 10 minutes before the exam ends. If the first round does not involve a written test, you'll receive a double refund. Should you fail, you'll also get a double refund, though voluntary forfeiture is non-refundable. Am I, a mere Konoha genin, someone you should fear being swindled by? Qingyu took pride in being a genin, using Konoha's name as a guarantee. Following that, he unleashed a storm of persuasion. Spending a little money for a guarantee was truly a bargain. Initial investments would yield returns exceeding tenfold, and returning as Chunin would earn them the village's esteem. His extravagant claims left them utterly captivated. Qingyu, a single genin, was not one to default on his debts. If matters escalated, it would become a diplomatic issue for Konoha. Sunagakure, one of the 5 great shinobi villages, would never tolerate the bullying of its shinobi by a mere Konoha genin. As long as the youth delivered on his promises, it was indeed a lucrative deal. For a genin, 30,000 ryo could be scraped together with some effort. The benefits of becoming a Chunin seemed a trivial cost in comparison. One shinobi team of 3 gritted their teeth and made a decision. 30,000 ryo, right? We'll buy the information. Pleasure doing business. Qingyu joyfully accepted a stack of banknotes. The thrill of profit was delightful. Don't think about playing us. You'll surely regret it. After paying, the 3 still felt a bit uneasy and issued a warning. Rest assured, I am Konoha Genin Xia Mu Qingyu. You can find me anytime. With the money in hand, Qingyu felt elated. With less than 70,000 ryo left, he could attempt another 10 draws. Having secured his first victim, the surrounding Sunagakure shinobi were stirred. In just a few minutes, Qingyu earned another 90,000 ryo. Silently funneling the funds into the system, his balance soared to 124,000 ryo. However, no one else was willing to pay. Most were not so easily persuaded. Mere words wouldn't suffice to earn their trust. His actions also incited discontent among some. Just as he decided to seek new clients, 3 rain shinobi blocked his path. In the land of rain, where it rained all year round, rain shinobi were accustomed to carrying several umbrellas. However, these were not ordinary umbrellas. They served as ninja tools in the hands of shinobi. The leader bore a face marred by scars, one eye seemingly blind, exuding an aura of menace. The other 2 wore straw hats adorned with forehead protectors, appearing quite ordinary. What piqued curiosity was the apparatus resembling oxygen tanks strapped to their backs, undoubtedly auxiliary ninja tools. You're insulting the Chunin Exam, aren't you? The leader's piercing gaze bore into Qingyu, seemingly ready to strike at any moment. I don't understand what you mean. Qingyu sighed, sensing that his plan to earn money was encountering some trouble. Such shallow tricks are beneath the shinobi. Your actions insult those of us who traveled far to participate in the exam. The man spoke with righteous indignation, leaving Qingyu momentarily perplexed. Was he merely selling information? Why the outrage? While his methods might have negative implications, he was here to profit from the Chunin Exam. Upon reflection, he understood. Each shinobi village portrayed their warriors as noble figures. In Konoha, children oblivious to the harsh realities of being a shinobi fantasized about becoming great ninjas, aspiring to be Hokage as adults. His selling of Chunin Exam information, coupled with exaggerated advertising, likely instilled a false impression that one could easily pass the exam through unscrupulous means. This probably provoked the pride of the 3 rain shinobi, prompting them to confront him. All right, you're right. I'll take my leave. Qingyu was disinclined to argue with them. Having already secured a chance for another 10 draws, he saw no need for conflict. He was more concerned about the potential fallout from selling exam information, which might attract the attention of the Umbu, leading to undesirable consequences. Yet, while he sought to avoid trouble, the 3 rain shinobi had no intention of letting the matter rest. Chapter 9. Why should one withdraw money earned through skill? The scar-faced rain ninja, Yurun, once again intercepted Qingyu. Planning to leave? A ninja like you is unworthy of participating in the Chunin exams. Get out of the arena, you trash. Laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd. Such is the world of ninjas, where strength speaks louder than words. Being labeled as weak invites relentless bullying. Despite Qingyu and Appo's good temperament, he would not tolerate such humiliation. Who do you think you are? A mere cannon fodder meddling in affairs beyond your reach. He recognized the identities of the 3 rain ninjas before him. In the original story, these 3 were easily crushed by Gaara in the Forest of Death. Speaking to such soon-to-be-destroyed cannon fodder felt like a waste of his time. What did you say? It seems our rain ninjas are underestimated. The scar-faced ninja sneered, suddenly launching a series of taijutsu attacks at Qin Yu. Hey, that's not how martial ethics work. Qin Yu narrowly dodged the ambush, countering with his own taijutsu. His skills were not particularly refined, currently only at the level of a genin. Fortunately, the scar-faced ninja was also not exceptionally skilled in taijutsu, slightly stronger, but not significantly so. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged blows several times, and Qin Yu quickly found himself at a disadvantage. After the initial 10 strikes, his foundational ninja abilities had not improved. He remained at the genin level. He had drawn the Flying Thunder God technique, but could not use it recklessly. If he did, trouble would surely follow. Surviving in Konoha was the best option. It was wise to avoid revealing his trump cards too early. How dare you ambush my brother Qin Yu? That's outrageous. Filled with a sense of justice, Naruto immediately rushed to assist Qin Yu. Wait, I'll handle this myself. Qin Yu refused Naruto's help. Dealing with a mere cannon fodder did not require external assistance. While engaging in combat, he opened the lottery panel, ready to draw. System, I wish to purchase 10 bags of military rations for a tenfold draw. His balance instantly dropped from 124,000 Rio to 24,000 Rio, and the lottery screen began to spin. He obtained military rations X3, medical kits X1, Shuriken X2, standard kunai X1, chakra blade X1. Congratulations, host. You have struck a stroke of luck and acquired water release. Water dragon bullet technique, B rank ninjutsu. Congratulations, host. You have struck a stroke of luck and acquired shadow clone technique, B rank ninjutsu. The simultaneous appearance of 2 B rank ninjutsu messages left Qin Yu quite satisfied. While he did not achieve a perfect draw, 2 B rank ninjutsu far exceeded the minimum expectation. Among these techniques, the shadow clone technique was particularly remarkable, commonly known throughout Konoha. Using it during the Chunin exams would raise no suspicions, unlike other B rank ninjutsu, which, if used indiscriminately, would surely provoke questions about their origins. In addition to the 2 B rank ninjutsu, he also received valuable ordinary items. Shuriken and kunai were always welcome additions. The chakra blade, with its unique properties, could rival B rank ninjutsu in value. Ordinary weapons could not sever the chakra threads of a puppet master, but the chakra blade, containing rare metals, possessed excellent chakra conduction properties, easily severing the connection between the puppet master and their puppets. Truly a divine tool against puppet masters. With resources from the 10 draws, Qin Yu prepared to strengthen himself significantly. The water dragon bullet technique was rather lackluster. Relying on it to defeat foes was too cumbersome, especially with its 44 hand seals. Break it down immediately. Decomposing the B rank ninjutsu yielded 100 skill points, adding to his original 60 points for a total of 160. Without hesitation, Qin Yu spent 100 skill points to elevate his taijutsu to an intermediate level and 20 skill points to advance his shadow clone technique from novice to proficient. His current strength profile was as follows. Personal panel name, Natsume Qin Yu balance, 24,000 Rio skill points, 40 chakra level, C rank, CH Nin, Taijutsu, Intermediate Jinjutsu, Basic Ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God Technique, Proficient, Shadow Clone Technique, Proficient. Body Flicker Technique, Mastered. Items, Chakra Blade X1, Special Mark Kunai X3, Standard Kunai X1, Shuriken X2, Medical Kits X2, Military Rations X27. Gazing at the transformed panel, Qin Yu felt a surge of strength. Intermediate level taijutsu was now sufficient to face the Chunin exams. With his enhanced taijutsu, he began to deftly counter the scar-faced Rain Ninja's attacks. His newfound prowess even suggested a tendency to overpower his opponent. The scar-faced ninja immediately sensed the shift. He was puzzled. How has your taijutsu suddenly grown stronger? Were you toying with me just now? What had once seemed a clear victory was now a struggle for dominance. The onlooking ninjas felt the peculiar tension, and Do produced a ninja identification card to compare notes on Qin Yu's abilities. He adjusted his glasses, musing. It seems my intelligence gathering skills are not flawless after all. Originally, he intended to orchestrate a scene where he was injured by a sound ninja, but his focus had shifted. Naruto shouted in encouragement. Way to go, brother Qin Yu. Only Hinata remained composed. Having witnessed Qin Yu utilize the Flying Thunder God, she knew he was holding back. Otherwise, he could have easily dispatched his opponent with a single strike. Observing the clash between Qin Yu and the Rain Ninja, those who had purchased intel on Qin Yu felt a sense of relief. A ninja of decent strength, with potential to become a CH Nin. had no need to deceive them. A few C-rank missions would effortlessly earn them tens of thousands of Ryo. That infuriating brat. I will get serious now. After being struck multiple times by Qing-Yu's taijutsu, the scar-faced ninja's anger flared. He unsheathed the umbrella from his back, preparing to unleash a deadly technique. You can't be serious. This is an examination venue. Don't go too far. Qing-Yu quickly retreated to create distance. He was not foolish. Engaging in petty skirmishes during the Chunin exam was one thing, but instigating a serious conflict would be courting disaster. Boom. Just then, enveloped in a cloud of smoke, the examiners for the first round of the Chunin exam made their grand entrance. Leading the charge, Marino Ibiki delivered a powerful kick that sent the scar-faced ninja flying. Fool. Private fights are prohibited in the examination area. With the examiners stepping in, the battle was abruptly halted. Qing-Yu was indifferent. Continuing the fight offered him no advantages. If a battle were to take place, it would be better to settle it in the forest of death. Noticing the scar-faced ninja's furious glare, he paid it no mind. Soon, the three Ray ninjas would meet their demise at the hands of Gaara. He had no desire to engage with the dead. Following this, Marino Ibiki began to announce the exam rules. When he received the exam paper, Qing-Yu felt a spark of interest. He believed that, based on his previous problem-solving skills, answering a majority of the questions would pose no issue. However, upon closer inspection of the questions, he realized his initial conclusion was somewhat hasty. Whether it was that he had forgotten all he had learned or that the difficulty of the Chunin exam was simply too high, he ultimately decided to submit a blank paper. Though the first exam tested one's intelligence-gathering abilities, it could potentially factor into their promotion to Chunin. However, this year's Chunin exam was unique. Nothing mattered in the end. As the true rules of the competition became apparent, many ninjas began to showcase their exceptional cheating techniques. Naturally, some lacked the necessary skills, and their inept cheating methods resulted in disqualification after 5 failures. At this moment, the most anxious individuals were the 4 teams that had purchased Qing-Yu's intel. They were not oblivious to the exam's focus on cheating, specifically the ability to gather information. Yet, they lacked the strength to succeed. Otherwise, they would not have resorted to buying answers as a shortcut. Having paid their dues, they could only wait until 10 minutes before the exam's conclusion. Next came Marino Ibiki's classic 10th question. Answer correctly to pass. Answer incorrectly and be condemned for a lifetime. Thus, some began to forfeit, and even a team that had purchased intelligence from Qing-Yu could not resist abandoning the examination. Then came Naruto's indomitable and classic impassioned speech. A smile emerged on the face of Marino Ibiki, whose visage resembled that of a living llama. Congratulations, all of you have passed. Qing-Yu, feeling rather bored, nearly dozed off, his heart unperturbed, already aware of the unfolding plot. The first 9 questions assessed the ninja's ability to gather intelligence, while the 10th examined their willingness to risk everything for a mission. Those who forfeited effectively relinquished their tasks for safety, rendering them unfit to become qualified Chunin. After the candidates were taken away by the Proctor Mitarashi Anko for the second examination, Marino Ibiki began to collect the papers. Upon seeing Naruto's blank sheet, he chuckled. It was truly a first in many years to witness someone pass with a blank exam under his supervision. However, when he laid eyes on Qing-Yu's blank paper, he felt a twinge of unease. It appeared that this year's examination questions had overlooked the loophole of passing with a blank submission. Subsequently, as he continued to encounter more and more blank sheets, his entire demeanor turned pallid. There is absolutely nothing wrong with my questions, he muttered to himself, his expression darkening. In that moment, his confidence as the head of the interrogation unit wavered. As Qing-Yu made his way to the second examination venue, the Forest of Death, he was intercepted by 2 ninja teams. The interceptors were none other than the lower ninjas who had purchased his intelligence. Gentlemen, my second exam is imminent. What purpose do you serve in obstructing my path? From the very first glance at them, an ominous premonition stirred within Qing-Yu. They wanted a refund. Yet, all the money had been funneled into the system. There was no money left now. A refund was utterly impossible. Never would it be feasible in this lifetime. He had earned that money through his own merit. Ah, no. Why should he refund money he earned through his own abilities? Nevertheless, recalling that these individuals seemed easily swayed and not particularly astute, Qing-Yu promptly regained his composure. He regarded the group before him with calmness, eager to hear what they had to say. Chapter 10. Targeted by the Serpent Ant? Natsume Aoba, are you playing tricks on us? You did nothing yet earned us 30,000 Ryo. How can you justify this? Refund us at once." A group pointed accusingly at the youth, their expressions filled with anguish. The trio who voluntarily forfeited had heard rumors of others passing by submitting blank papers, and their unease grew. They hastily intercepted candidates participating in the second round. And upon discussion, it seemed they had been duped. "Your actions are unjust. In a transaction of goods for money, how can one simply demand a refund?" Aoi naturally refused their demands. He was not only devoid of funds, but had also deposited everything into the system. "Is it reasonable for you to claim our money when you've done nothing? This is absurd." The group, brimming with indignation, appeared ready to resort to violence. "So, are you qualified then?" Aoi glanced again at the trio who had forfeited. Their forfeiture fees would certainly not be refunded. "You cannot extort me. I am a ninja of Konoha, protected by the village's regulations." The group had never encountered such shamelessness, leaving them momentarily speechless. As their fervor waned, Aoi earnestly advised them. "Reflect carefully. Does what I say not hold merit? Before the exam, I informed you of the rules. As ninjas, violating them is a grave taboo. I adhere to the rules, yet you seek to undermine them. Who, then, is truly playing tricks?" The lower-ranking ninjas calmed down, realizing Aoi's words bore truth. If they had not forfeited, they would all have passed. Regardless of the process, the outcome aligned with their initial agreement. Yet, why did they continue to feel swindled? Seizing the opportunity, Aoi pressed on. "The forfeit trio should have nothing more to say, correct?" The three dumbly shook their heads in agreement. "Then be on your way. We must proceed to the second exam, and we cannot afford to waste time." He gestured toward the village streets. "Ah, very well." Unable to out-argue him, and unwilling to provoke Konoha, they reluctantly nodded and departed. Observing the remaining three, Aoi hatched a lucrative scheme for the second exam. "Would you care to purchase a guaranteed pass package? Each team need only pay 100,000 ryo, ensuring a flawless victory." Meanwhile, the candidates, led by Yuzuki Anko, arrived at the periphery of the Forest of Death. It was evident that the second exam would be perilous, with the potential for grave consequences. Initially skeptical, the trio found themselves tempted upon hearing the offer. The practical exam would not be as safe as the previous matches. The allure of an effortless victory was enticing. "You little brat, I've tolerated you long enough." Anko, the guide, turned with a fierce glare that sent the prospective payers scurrying into hiding. She weighed her kunai eagerly, seemingly searching for the right angle to throw, aiming to intimidate the lower-ranking ninjas in her capacity as examiner. Aoi waved his hands in haste. "Anko, please. Do not act impulsively. I was merely jesting." He expressed his exhaustion. Why was the path to profit so fraught with obstacles? "Are you in dire need of money, brat?" Anko, taken aback by Aoi's audacity to conduct business during the Chunin exams, raised an eyebrow. "Indeed, I am quite impoverished. Could you lend me 1 million ryo? If not, 50,000 would suffice. I would not be picky." Aoi candidly expressed his financial woes, even contemplating borrowing. 1 million? Have you lost your mind? Abandon that thought." Anko firmly rejected him. Just as Aoi was about to plead for funds again, he suddenly sensed a chilling gaze fixated upon him. "Oh no, I forgot that Orochimaru is here too." He silently chastised himself for his oversight. In the original narrative, to assess Sasuke's mastery of the Sharingan, Orochimaru had disguised himself as an ordinary grass ninja. Of course, having long since used the reanimation jutsu to exchange bodies, it was more accurate to refer to him as Serpent Ant now. Currently, Orochimaru was in peak form, undoubtedly among the elite of the shinobi world. The fourth Kazekage may have been impressive, but Orochimaru was not one to be trifled with. Soon, Raza's skin would be flayed from his bones. Aoi felt a surge of anxiety, having eliminated Orochimaru's subordinate, Jinnu. He had concealed the evidence, yet the possibility of discovery loomed ominously. What kind of person is Orochimaru? A figure often associated with human experimentation, and following his defection, a ruthless killer within the shinobi realm. In the original storyline, after being sealed and incapacitated by Yuya's techniques, he coldly executed the doctor who urged him to take his medication. His summoning beast, Manda, was equally terrifying, consuming hundreds or even thousands at each appearance. Should he learn of Jinnu's demise, the consequences would be dire. Aoi wished to avoid conflict with Orochimaru unless absolutely necessary. His current strength was insufficient. The Flying Thunder God technique could at best preserve his life, but could not contend with the Serpent Ant. For now, it was prudent to remain low-key and cultivate his abilities in secrecy. "How intriguing. If I provide you with funds, could you assist me in passing the second exam?" With a flick of his serpent-like tongue, the disguised Orochimaru appeared at Aoi's side, his dangerous gaze betraying a hint of curiosity. Quickly evading Orochimaru's tongue, Aoi resolutely shook his head in refusal. After the enlightening discourse from Examiner Anko, I have come to realize that such actions are indeed wrong. You should rely on your own merits to succeed in the exam. He was tense, holding his breath tightly. He had been discovered, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Aoi felt an immense pressure descend upon him. He understood that the incident involving Jinnu had been uncovered. It was a sobering thought. Orochimaru was a top-tier powerhouse, and Aoi's meager tactics would hardly escape his notice. Such a pity. I was looking forward to seeing how you would navigate the trials of the Forest of Death. Though Orochimaru claimed to be curious about how Aoi would facilitate others' success in the second exam, only Aoi understood the true interest lay in how he had dispatched Jinnu. Jinnu was no weakling, possessing considerable strength firmly within the special Jonin ranks. Orochimaru simply could not fathom how a mere mid-rank ninja could achieve such a feat. I was merely boasting. Do you believe me? Aoi opted to feign ignorance. Orochimaru appeared disinterested in pursuing the matter further. I merely thought you seemed familiar. It seems we shall meet again soon. Having grown weary of this encounter, he ceased the conversation. As Orochimaru departed, Aoi finally relaxed his tense posture. At present, it seemed unlikely that Orochimaru would reveal his identity before probing Sasuke's capabilities. Subsequently, Anko commenced explaining the rules of the second exam. After signing a life-and-death contract, each ninja team swiftly surged into the exam arena. Chapter 11. Hinata is indeed a little wealthy lady. Upon entering the Forest of Death, Qingyu remained on high alert. Observing his anxious demeanor, teammate Kamuki inquired, "What troubles you?" "Nothing much, just concerned about the abundance of monsters among this year's candidates," he replied, though his true worry lay not there, but rather in the potential for Orochimaru to cause trouble. Having lost a capable subordinate, it was unlikely that Orochimaru would let the matter rest easily. Orochimaru was a man who measured others by their worth. He was indifferent to the demise of those he deemed worthless, yet he possessed a keen insight into valuable assets, which endeared his subordinates to him. Although Kidomaru was not exceptionally talented, the chances of Orochimaru seeking retribution from Qingyu were only about 50-50. Kamuki accepted this explanation and shifted his focus to passing the exam. We currently have the Heaven Scroll. We need to acquire the Earth Scroll and then proceed to the Central Tower. We have 5 days in this second round, so we have plenty of opportunities. We can take our time. With unwavering confidence, Yuki chimed in. However, Qingyu's mind was preoccupied not with the examination but with the looming threat of Orochimaru. He contemplated the possibility of having to reveal his Flying Thunder God technique should he encounter Orochimaru. Given his current strength, he doubted he could survive an encounter with a shadow-level adversary without exerting every ounce of his power. Suddenly, a cloud of dust billowed in the distance, sending nearby birds scattering. "What is happening over there?" Yuki asked, curiosity piqued. Kamuki echoed his interest. "Let us go see." The two leaped through the trees, compelling Qingyu to follow suit. He felt weary from their reckless desire to witness the commotion. Fortunately, they were still genin, and their tasks had mostly been devoid of danger. Otherwise, they might have found themselves in dire straits. The trio soon arrived at their destination, where they encountered Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro from Sunagakure. Their opponents were the 3 Rain Ninjas with whom Qingyu had previously clashed. It was evident that the latter were on the brink of death. Knowing the story, Qingyu concluded the fate that awaited the Rain Ninjas. At this point, Gaara's prowess as a genin was extraordinarily formidable. The presence of individuals with at least Jounin-level strength participating in the Chunin Exam was indeed a source of exasperation. "Which 3? Kamuki asked Qingyu. "Are you referring to the ones with the gourd or the ones with the umbrellas?" "You'll see soon enough," Qingyu replied dismissively. Gaara swiftly resolved the conflict, employing his sand manipulation to execute the sand-binding coffin technique, eliminating the scar-faced ninja first, followed by the other 2 Rain Ninjas in mere moments. Blood splattered across the forest floor. Witnessing such a horrifying scene, Kamuki and Yuki were understandably shaken. They murmured, "Is this truly the Chunin Exam? If we encounter that guy, we might just be killed." The overly confident brothers finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Gaara's methods of killing were particularly brutal, leaving a lasting impression of dread. Noticing the presence of others, Gaara turned his gaze toward a concealed location, startling those hiding there. Among them were not only Qingyu's team, but also several other squads nearby. Upon being spotted by Gaara, Hinata's team trembled in fear, their faces paling. At that moment, Qingyu approached the young girl. "Do not fear. I am here," he reassured her, gently embracing Hinata and softly patting her back to soothe her anxiety. "Qingyu-kun," Hinata whispered, initially tense but now filled with relief and joy upon seeing him. In that warm embrace, she momentarily forgot the dangers that surrounded them. Feeling her tremors cease, Qingyu released her and noticed just how petite she was, likely due to insufficient nourishment. He knew Hinata was a big eater, able to consume dozens of bowls of ramen in one sitting. As a member of the prominent Hyuga clan, she surely would not lack for food. He speculated that perhaps Hinata was simply too shy to eat her fill, which explained her small stature. The group remained vigilant, wary of the three from Sunagakure, prepared for any sudden assault. Although Gaara craved bloodshed, he was dissuaded from further violence by Temari and Kankuro. Once they had retreated, everyone exhaled a collective sigh of relief. In truth, Qingyu felt little fear. While Gaara was powerful, he could not match the speed of the Flying Thunder God technique. However, he preferred not to reveal his space-time ninjutsu just yet. Discretion was advisable. Qingyu-kun, this is for you." Out of the blue, Hinata presented him with a piece of paper, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she avoided his gaze. "What is this?" Qingyu asked, somewhat taken aback. Gathering her courage, Hinata looked up at him. "You mentioned needing money. I don't have much, just 300,000 Rio. If you don't mind, please accept it." Receiving the 3 bills of 100,000 Rio each from her hands, Qingyu recognized the generosity that lay behind her offering. Truly, she was the heiress of the Hyuga clan, a little wealthy lady indeed. After some contemplation, he replied earnestly, "I do have a need for this money, and I will consider it a loan that I will repay soon." Hinata's voluntary gift represented her heartfelt intention, which he could not refuse. With this financial support, he could afford 3 sets of 10 draws, alleviating his concerns significantly. However, Qingyu felt he should not accept such generosity without reciprocating in some manner. "All right, Qingyu-kun." Hinata nodded happily, relieved that he accepted her help. Then, Qingyu feigned putting the money in his pocket, but in reality, he deposited it into the system. The lottery panel emerged before him, signaling the beginning of his draws. First round, purchasing 10 bags of soldier pills, drawing. The panel's balance decreased by 100,000, and the wheel began to spin. Results: fire release, great fireball technique, escape technique, explosive tags X2, shuriken X2, soldier pills X2, medical kit X1. Congratulations to the host for an exceptional stroke of luck, acquiring Earth Release, Rockfall, B rank ninjutsu. The initial 10 draws yielded average results. The guaranteed B rank ninjutsu had been used by the Rock Ninja during the Third Great Ninja War against Kakashi's team. This technique could cause cave-ins, boasting considerable power. However, Qingyu found it somewhat lacking. Rockfall was situational and not particularly useful for him. With a thought, he chose to dismantle it. Skill points 100. Continue purchasing 10 bags of soldier pills. Qingyu remained calm. The first 10 draws may not have yielded the desired results, but he was undeterred. As the wheel spun again, the next set of results appeared. Results: illusion, hell viewing technique, concealment technique, smoke bomb X1, standard kunai X1, soldier pills X4, medical kit X1. Congratulations to the host for an extraordinary stroke of luck, acquiring Earth Release, Earth Spear, B rank ninjutsu. While many might not recognize the name of the Earth Spear technique, its origin as the most potent defensive ninjutsu employed by Akatsuki member Kakuzu underscored its exceptional value. Chapter 12, Recruiting Subordinates. The pitiful one of the Uzumaki clan, the second wave of the lottery, proved to be satisfactory. The Earth Spear is a technique once wielded by Kakuzu, a member of the Akatsuki, and is exceedingly rare in a world where offense generally outweighs defense. Qingyu couldn't help but scoff at the name of this jutsu. While it is referred to as an Earth Spear, evoking the image of a long spear imbued with earth attributes, its true nature involves the hardening of one's skin, merging offense and defense into a single technique. The strength of the Earth Spear is indisputable. It allows for both attack and defense, liberating him from the sole reliance on the Flying Thunder God technique for mobility. Having spent the requisite 20 skill points for the first upgrade of a B-rank technique, he elevated his proficiency with the Earth Spear to mastery. With one more opportunity for a tenfold draw remaining, he decided to wait before proceeding. Having already reached the minimum guarantee in 2 consecutive draws, it was time to nurture his luck. Hinata's team had successfully acquired both the Heaven and Earth Scrolls. After a brief exchange, They pressed onward towards the central tower without delay. Qingyu and his companions continued their quest to secure the Earth Scroll. Before long, they parted ways and encountered familiar faces, a Sand Ninja team, fortuitously the same group that had previously delivered funds to him. With the paths crossed, both parties held different scrolls, leaving them with no choice but to engage in battle. Take care of the scroll. Jiamu tossed the Heaven Scroll to Qingyu. The brothers were well aware of who among them was the strongest. Upon receiving the scroll, Qingyu immediately charged forward. The Sand Ninja team displayed average strength, and neither side excelled in ninjutsu, leading to a fierce battle of physical combat. In truth, this was the reality for most ninjas. The difficulty of mastering B-rank ninjutsu is typically reserved for elite genin, making it arduous for ordinary genin and chunin to acquire powerful techniques. In comparison to the might of D-rank and C-rank ninjutsu, taijutsu often proves more practical and conserves chakra more effectively. The fight escalated fiercely, until the only sounds remaining in the forest were the clashing of shurikens. Jia Mu and Yi Mu, lacking in strength, found themselves steadily retreating against the inexperienced Sand Ninjas. Seizing the opportunity, Qingyu pulled one of the enemies away from the fray. Intentional diversion? What are you planning? The Sand Ninja, after exchanging a few shuriken with Qingyu, began to speculate his motives. Do you find me entertaining? Against a mere Chunin, Qingyu felt he could effortlessly dominate without resorting to complex tactics. His demeanor was too overt, enraging the Sand Ninja. You underestimate me. Just as the Sand Ninja prepared to strike again, a plume of white smoke erupted at his feet, revealing another Qingyu. A shadow clone disguised as a shuriken. Amidst the Sand Ninja's cries, Qingyu successfully knocked him unconscious. Regrettably, he did not uncover the Earth Scroll from the defeated foe. With no one else around, Qingyu felt a newfound freedom. His earlier departure from the team was for this moment. Let me see. Where could Kagaya be? Perched on a sturdy branch, he scanned his surroundings meticulously for traces of his target. Kagaya, a member of the Uzumaki clan, was distinguished by her iconic fiery red hair. At this moment, her demeanor was not as formidable as it would be 3 years hence. She appeared as a timid and pitiful girl, enduring a rather miserable existence. The Uzumaki clan, descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, naturally possessed immense abilities. Following the fall of the Land of Whirlpools, the remaining Uzumaki wandered the ninja world, facing various forms of persecution. In this context, Kagaya's mother arrived at the Grass Ninja Village, in a bid to sustain their livelihood and avoid expulsion from the village. Kagaya's mother revealed her unique ability, the restorative qualities of her blood. A bite from her could allow a ninja to rapidly heal injuries and recover chakra in a short time. Thus began the harrowing existence for Kagaya and her mother. Qingyu recalled from the original story that Kagaya participated in the ongoing Chunin Exams. He needed to locate her to enlist her assistance. As a Konoha ninja, he enjoyed certain conveniences, but also sacrificed a degree of freedom. To grow stronger, he required funds for the lottery. With someone to assist him outside of Konoha, he could swiftly resolve his financial issues. Kagaya was his chosen subordinate. Her background was unblemished, her character commendable, and she was trustworthy. The pressing matter was to find her. Missing this opportunity would mean no chance for a second encounter. After some time, a massive gray bear came into view. Noticing the bear collapsed on the ground, Qingyu surmised that Kagaya was likely nearby. After a brief search, he indeed spotted a solitary figure and approached swiftly. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of a stranger, Kagaya instinctively considered fleeing. Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. Qingyu gently reassured the trembling girl. Possessing the Kekkei Genkai of the Kagaya clan, she sensed no malice from the boy before her, emboldening her. Who are you? She inquired, clutching the Earth Scroll with curiosity. I am merely an unremarkable genin, Qingyu replied with a smile. Introducing himself, greetings, I am Natsume Qingyu. Despite Kagaya's efforts to recall any familiarity with him, she realized they were meeting for the first time. I am Kagaya. What is it that you seek from me? The girl, having experienced the harshness of life early on, was not naive enough to believe their meeting was purely coincidental. I am aware of your past. Having wandered into the Grass Ninja Village, you have endured relentless bullying from the villagers, and your mother even perished as a result. Rather than revealing his intentions immediately, Qingyu began recounting Kagaya's history. His knowledge was derived from the anime he had watched in his previous life, and he felt confident in its accuracy. You have investigated me? Kagaya regarded the boy, adorned with the Konoha headband, with suspicion, pondering what about her warranted such attention. Did they know of her unique abilities? Was this a ploy to capture her? Do as you wish. It matters not to me, she replied with a sullen expression, devoid of any joy. It seemed merely a transition from one hell to another. Perceiving her thoughts, Qingyu patiently clarified, do not misconstrue my intentions. I am not a representative of Konoha, nor am I interested in your abilities. I merely wish to offer you an opportunity to escape the Grass Ninja Village. Would you be interested? Escape the Grass Ninja Village? Kagaya's expression shifted to one of surprise, followed by a bitter smile. Where could I go? My mother had nowhere to turn, which is why we entered the Grass Ninja Village, and the result. Though the ninja world is vast, it offered no sanctuary for her and her mother. I will provide you with protection, enabling you to lead a life akin to that of an ordinary person. Qingyu earnestly assured her, you may dwell in a spacious home, free from the elements. You will have an abundance of food, no longer facing hunger, and you can savor the finest cuisine in the land of fire. You may forge friendships freely, without fear of judgment. Most importantly, no one will ever bully you again. His words shone like warm sunlight, penetrating the depths of her heart. Each statement resonated with her deepest longings. Can I truly trust you? Kagaya's eyes brimmed with tears. I have no grand expectations. I merely wish to be regarded as a companion rather than a mere tool. That alone would suffice. Chapter 13. Encounter with Orochimaru. She did not dare to hope for too much. She simply wished to live as a person of dignity. I promise you, everything will get better, Qingyu vowed earnestly. The endeavor to recruit Xiangling proceeded unexpectedly smoothly, despite the fact that he had not even demonstrated his own strength. The girl held no doubt whatsoever. Xiangling was not naive. She did not take everything at face value. She merely sensed the boy's chakra, which was as refreshing as a spring breeze, devoid of any malice. She trusted her intuition. What must I do to follow you? She inquired. Supporting her chin with her hand, Qingyu pondered for a moment. Primarily, you will be gathering intelligence, with the goal of swiftly acquiring funds. Once the second examination concludes, I will seek you out after you leave Konoha. With that, he handed Xiangling a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God seal. This kunai possesses space-time ninjutsu. Find a secluded spot, activate the seal with your chakra, and I will sense your call. I understand. Xiangling nodded, accepting the weighty kunai and curiously toying with it. She was unfamiliar with space-time ninjutsu. She would simply follow Qingyu's instructions. By the way, take this. I believe you might find it useful. Xiangling handed Qingyu a scroll of earth. Thank you, I happen to need it. Qingyu responded, casting a worried glance at the girl. If I take the scroll, how will you explain it to your companions when you return? It was not a difficult task for him to pass the second round of the exam. However, acquiring the scroll while recruiting personnel was a delightful bonus. Yet, he did not wish for Xiangling to suffer harm over a mere scroll. You mentioned that once we leave Konoha, you could help me escape from the Grass Ninja Village. I see no need to continue currying favor with them. Xiangling harbored no fondness for the Grass Ninja Village. Only countless sorrowful memories resided within her. Her gaze suddenly sharpened. They are not my companions. I and Appos am relieved to hear you say that. Having arranged matters with his subordinates, Qingyu did not linger, setting off to pursue Jia Mu and Yi Mu. Through the marks left by the two, he quickly located them. At that moment, the two brothers appeared in a woeful state. Their clothes were tattered, scarcely better than the beggars outside. Their bodies were marred with injuries, and they looked utterly disheveled. What happened to you? Qingyu inquired with curiosity. The enemy was formidable, and the fight was exceedingly intense. Yet we triumphed, driving them to flee in disarray, haha. The brothers explained, boasting despite their condition. And the enemy scroll? Qingyu pressed further. Cough, cough. We did not obtain it, but it's not that we lacked strength. We simply had no interest in the scroll. Indeed, there is still ample time. We are in no rush. The two projected an air of expertise, as though the injuries were not their own. Then how do you explain this? Qingyu withdrew a shuriken lodged in their bodies, which promptly sprayed blood. I merely nicked myself. Ah, it hurts. Hiss, we are not deceiving you. It was truly an accident. Jia Mu and Yi Mu were as unyielding as diamonds. Admitting defeat was harder for them than death. Disinclined to expose their lies, Qingyu tossed them a medical kit produced by the system. It contains bandages and hemostatic medicine. Tend to your wounds yourselves. Then, he produced the Earth Scroll. The combination of the Earth and Heaven Scrolls would allow them to clear the challenge upon reaching the central tower. Qingyu, as expected of you. I always knew you had great potential, and now you have proven me right. The brothers' eyes gleamed at the sight of the scroll. Their meaningless flattery did not concern Qingyu. He was solely focused on reaching the central tower as swiftly as possible. The days spent in the forest of death were far from pleasant. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the three of them navigated swiftly through the forest. The once tranquil woods suddenly erupted with noise. "Be careful, its wind released ninjutsu," Qingyu urgently warned. Boom. A fierce gust of wind battered a swath of trees, raising clouds of dust as it surged toward the trio. The prepared individuals, though not entirely escaping the range of the wind release, managed to withstand the impact of the jutsu, shielding themselves with their arms against the gale. Qingyu squinted and vaguely discerned a figure in the distance. Clad in a long beige robe, adorned with the Sound Ninja forehead protector, and accentuated by a purple belt. The figure's face bore the marks of severe disfigurement. The identity of the newcomer was unmistakable. "Indeed, it is you, Orochimaru." With the enemy revealed, Qingyu shed any pretense of ignorance. Being targeted by Orochimaru had long been within his expectations, yet the reality of the encounter still stirred a sense of trepidation within him. The adversary before him was a powerhouse of the highest caliber. He did not believe he stood a chance, for their strengths were not on the same level. "Oh, a mere genin from Konoha recognizes me." Orochimaru's tongue, long and serpentine, flicked across his lips, revealing a hint of surprise. "Is it so strange that I would be recognized by one of the legendary three ninjas?" Qingyu couldn't help but internally scoff. That trademark action of extending the tongue was something even ashes would recognize. Meanwhile, he shouted to his teammates, "Everyone scatter and flee. We are no match for him." Though Jia Mu and Imu boasted bravado, they were acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Realizing that the enemy was the S-rank rogue ninja, Orochimaru left them in utter shock. The current predicament was clear. To remain would be to meet their doom. Without hesitation, the three dashed in separate directions, not daring to linger for even a moment. How amusing. There has never been a precedent for my prey to escape. Orochimaru couldn't resist licking his lips once more before instantly pursuing the direction Qingyu had fled. In mere moments, they crossed paths again. Observing the young man standing atop a tree, coldly regarding him, Orochimaru suddenly comprehended. Had the earlier feigned retreat been a ploy to buy time for his companions? How intriguing. Many had dared to challenge him without knowing his name, yet this was the first time he encountered someone who would confront him head-on after recognizing his identity. Qingyu's nerves were taut, and he did not exhibit the calmness he outwardly projected. He understood all too well that losing composure against a top-tier opponent would only hasten his demise. Of course, his greatest source of confidence lay in the Flying Thunder God technique. While he knew he could not match him in combat, possessing a means of escape at any moment alleviated his fear considerably. At the critical juncture of their standoff, Qingyu did not remain idle. "System, grant me a tenfold draw," he commanded internally, and the interface of the lottery materialized faintly, the wheel spinning rapidly. Acquisition, Explosive Tags 3, Smoke Bombs 2, Body Flicker Technique, Food Pills 2. Congratulations to the host for exceptional luck, acquiring the Sealing Technique, a rank ninjutsu. Congratulations to the host for fortuitous insight, obtaining the Sharingan, 3 Tomo. Chapter 14. Qingyu vs. Orochimaru. A series of 3 lottery prompts caused Qingyu's expression to shift. He had finally struck gold. Among the rewards, the most coveted was undoubtedly the Sharingan. It is said that once a ninja from the Uchiha clan awakens the 3 Tomo Sharingan, their strength ascends to that of a Jonin. Thus, the 3 Tomo Sharingan stands as a symbol of power. He could feel an increase in the chakra within him. His personal panel indicated that his chakra level had reached C. Compared to the typical Uchiha who awakens the 3 Tomo, the increase in chakra was considerably less. Qingyu speculated that his method of awakening differed from that of ordinary Uchihas. While others required intense stimulation to evolve their eyes, he had directly awakened with the 3 Tomos, which was a reasonable distinction. However, the Sharingan was unique to the Uchiha clan, and Qingyu could not recklessly wield it before he attained the rank of a shadow-level warrior. He feared that Danzo would discover this and force him into human experimentation. The A-rank ninjutsu, the sealing technique, seemed of little use to him. Although the training difficulty of the sealing technique was high, its effectiveness could only be described as mediocre. Without hesitation, he dismantled the sealing technique and gained 500 skill points. Next came the enhancement phase. Currently, he had a total of 620 skill points. To elevate his physical prowess or chakra level to that of a Jonin, each would require 1,000 skill points. Unable to enhance his foundational strength, he opted to upgrade his ninjutsu, the B-rank Doton. Earth Spear, proficiency upgraded to mastery, costing 200 points. The D-rank body flicker technique, costing 5 points to reach proficiency and another 50 to attain mastery, and upgrading his illusion technique to intermediate, costing 100 skill points. His personal information now read as follows. Personal panel name, Natsume Aoba balance, 24,000 Ryo skill points, 265 chakra level. C. Chunin, bloodline, Sharingan, 3 Tomo, Taijutsu, intermediate Jinjutsu, intermediate Ninjutsu, flying thunder god technique, proficient. Shadow clone technique, proficient. Doton, earth spear, mastery. Katon, beginner. Great fireball technique, beginner. Body flicker technique, mastery. Illusion, netherworld technique, beginner. 3 body technique, mastery. Escape technique, beginner. Concealment technique, beginner. Collapse, items. Chakra blade X1, special mark Kunai X3, standard Kunai X2, shuriken X4, explosive tags X5, smoke bombs X3, medical kits X3, soldier pills X65, collapse. Qingyu noticed that his personal panel had acquired a new bloodline attribute. He also discovered that at the end of the ninjutsu and item attributes, the term collapse had appeared. By clicking collapse, the panel instantly became more streamlined. Although it seemed that his operations had taken a long time, in reality, only a few breaths had passed. During this interval, Orochimaru did not launch an attack. Qingyu understood that his opponent regarded him with disdain. And this was precisely the opportunity he sought. It was time to act. With his hands forming seals, Qingyu quickly produced 2 shadow clones. The shadow clones were tangible, impervious to detection, and perfectly suited to create an escape route. Under the mastery of the body flicker technique, both his main body and shadow clones reached an untraceable speed, leaving behind fleeting afterimages in the air. Observing this, Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, his raspy voice breaking the silence. The speed of a Jonin-level body flicker technique. No wonder you were able to slay my subordinates. He had already uncovered the identity of the killer behind Gaitomaru's death. Back when Qingyu was merely a genin, his methods of erasing evidence were too naive. Disguising himself in the forest of death, verifying the reincarnation vessel, Sasuke, was Orochimaru's primary objective. In his spare time, he intended to confront the brat who had slain Gaitomaru. It was hard to imagine that a dark horse would emerge in the Chunin exams. With no trace of prior ninja experience, Orochimaru had always exhibited considerable patience toward geniuses, which was why he afforded Qingyu the opportunity to act. Of course, if the genius lacked sufficient talent, he would show no mercy. Meanwhile, Qingyu's 2 shadow clones swiftly approached Orochimaru, seeking an opening to attack. They were fast, but not fast enough. With a casual hand chop, Orochimaru dispatched both shadow clones in an instant. As the clones were obliterated, Qingyu did not remain idle. He retrieved a smoke bomb from his inventory and hurled it into the space between them, obscuring their line of sight. Whoosh, 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 amidst the white smoke. For kunai whistled through the air. Orochimaru intended to evade using his body flicker technique, but upon noticing the explosive tags strapped to each kunai, he resorted to ninjutsu in response. Serpent Shadow. From his right sleeve, 4 serpents emerged, hissing and lunging at the flying kunai. They each took a kunai in their jaws. And after slithering a short distance away, they unleashed a deafening explosion. In an instant, the forest of death was engulfed in flames and debris. Seeing his attack fail, Qingyu prepared to strike again. However, this time, Orochimaru did not afford him the chance. Compared to Qingyu's body flicker technique, Orochimaru's was flawless, reaching a speed that ordinary ninjas could scarcely perceive. The two engaged in a rapid exchange, and with merely one strike, Qingyu, whose taijutsu prowess was only at the Chunin level, was hit by Orochimaru. After enduring a relentless combo, he was kicked several meters away, crashing violently into a large tree. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Qingyu wiped the corner of his mouth. He had to admit that the gap between them was too vast. Orochimaru's speed was so overwhelming that he barely had time to defend. Although Sasuke managed to match Orochimaru during his time as a Chunin, it seemed as if the gap between them was negligible. It was merely because Orochimaru had not been earnest. Even now, in his battle with Qingyu, Orochimaru still had not fully exerted himself. But Qingyu was not Sasuke. He would not benefit from such leniency. Struggling to swallow the lingering taste of blood in his throat, Qingyu quickly entered a state of vigilance. The reason was simple. Orochimaru's killing move was upon him. Kunai Shadow Clone. A single kunai was thrown from Orochimaru's hand, which, under his hand seals, instantaneously multiplied into dozens of kunai. With a moment to react, Qingyu remained calm, forming seals to counter with ninjutsu. Doton, Earth Spear. His skin rapidly transformed, forming a sturdy defense of dark gray. Simultaneously, he threw another smoke bomb, perfectly concealing his figure. Clang, 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 clang. Amidst the sounds of kunai being deflected, Qingyu emerged unscathed. Experiencing the power of the Earth Spear firsthand, he couldn't help but display a look of astonishment. Although it was a B-rank ninjutsu, it consumed relatively little chakra. In terms of defense, he could freely choose the amount of chakra injected when releasing the ninjutsu. Faced with kunai, which inflicted low damage, the chakra consumed by the Earth Spear for defense was even less than many C-rank ninjutsu. You were able to withstand even my kunai shadow clone. Are you truly just a genin participating in the Chunin exams? Orochimaru's raspy voice brimmed with curiosity. Yet, the youth before him was not of the Uchiha clan, lacking their distinctive eyes. Otherwise, he would have been tempted to consider him as a new reincarnation vessel. Alas, without the Sharingan, your potential is forever constrained. While Orochimaru could not restrain his curiosity, Qingyu had no mind for conversation. Seizing the opportunity while the smoke lingered, he swiftly produced several clones and utilized the body flicker technique to scatter and escape. He had had his fun, it was time to withdraw. Chapter 15. The collapse of Kankuro's mentality. The figure of Aoi Natsume completely vanished from sight. Initially, Orochimaru remained unfazed. How could such a trivial tactic allow anyone to escape from his grasp? However, as moments passed, disbelief etched itself on his face. She had disappeared entirely, her presence undetectable. How intriguing, truly fascinating. Aoi Natsume, was it? I shall remember you. After standing still for a brief moment, Orochimaru could not resist licking his lips. His silhouette gradually sank into the ground, disappearing in an instant. In a different part of the forest of death, Aoi crouched down, gasping for breath. Exhausted from the excessive use of chakra, he felt too fatigued to move. The only reason he had managed to escape was due to his remaining chakra, which he used to perform the Flying Thunder God technique. Long before entering the forest of death, he had discreetly placed a mark for the technique to avoid encountering Orochimaru. And now it had proven fortuitous. After erasing the mark, he retrieved a pouch of military rations from his system backpack. Ripping open the packaging revealed 5 black pellets inside. Grabbing one, he bit down and gradually began to regain his strength. It must be said that the quality of the military rations produced by the system was exceptional, far surpassing that of Konoha and Appo's. After resting for half an hour, he resolved not to squander any more time and set forth towards the central tower. Along the way, he encountered the brothers Kamiki and Tamiki. The two, ever cunning, had concealed themselves in a corner not far from the tower, vigilantly avoiding other ninjas. Upon seeing Aoi still alive, they were immensely excited. Wonderful. Aoi, you are indeed alive. We almost thought you had perished, considering it was the legendary 3 Sannin. After a brief explanation, Aoi falsely claimed that Orochimaru had not pursued him. He could hardly admit the truth of having escaped from Orochimaru's clutches, for even if he did, the two would likely not believe him. After all, he was speaking of one of the 3 Sannin, a formidable figure of immense renown. Even elite Jonin could not guarantee a full retreat against Orochimaru. Who would believe that a mere Chunin possessed such capability? While Aoi lacked that level of combat prowess, he did possess the Flying Thunder God technique, a detail he deemed unnecessary to disclose. Once the second round of the examination concluded, all successful candidates were ushered into an indoor training arena. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, appeared to deliver a speech elucidating the significance of the Chunin exams. Subsequently, under the supervision of the frail and coughing Moonlight Breeze, the elimination matches commenced. The formal third round of the exam would attract numerous nobles as spectators. To expedite the process, it was ultimately decided that only 8 contenders would remain, due to Aoi's butterfly wings. A total of 24 candidates had successfully navigated the forest of death. Among them, Kabuto Yakushi, having no interest in continuing the ninja games, readily forfeited with a lackadaisical excuse. Soon enough, it was Aoi's turn to compete. His opponent was Kankuro of Sunagakure. Setting down the puppet wrapped in white bandages, Kankuro confidently declared, "Let us make this a swift victory." "That is precisely my intention," Aoi replied with a nod and a smile. He feigned rummaging through his ninja tool pouch, while surreptitiously retrieving a chakra blade from his system backpack. Facing a puppeteer was indeed fortunate. He recalled Kankuro and Appo's information clearly, and from the very outset, the battle had lost any sense of suspense. Under Kankuro's facade of confidence, which was merely a ruse to entice his opponent into attacking, Aoi took a quick step forward and unleashed a flurry of strikes into the air. This action left Kankuro utterly dumbfounded. How could this be? My strategy has been seen through. The figure standing before Aoi was not Kankuro's true self. His actual body had swapped positions with the puppet from the very beginning, hiding within the bandages on the ground, manipulating the puppet from the shadows. Had Aoi chosen to attack the puppet, Kankuro would have skillfully employed it to exchange injuries. Yet, Kankuro had never anticipated that Aoi would defy convention. His relentless strikes severed all of Kankuro's chakra threads. In an instant, the puppet, now revealed as a crow, collapsed to the ground. Without the puppeteer's control, a puppet was merely an empty shell. Seizing the opportunity while Kankuro remained in shock, Aoi surged forward, executing a series of taijutsu strikes, harmonizing them with the chakra blade for a devastating onslaught. When confronting a puppeteer, one must always target the true body. Just as victory seemed imminent, Aoi quickly sensed something amiss. Fine grains of sand began to ooze from Kankuro's body, ultimately transforming him into a puddle of sand. It became evident that he had prepared a sand clone in advance. Aoi recognized his opponent's ninjutsu, and one could not help but acknowledge Kankuro's cunning. First, his true body had remained hidden, using puppets to deceive his foe. After his ruse was unveiled, he promptly utilized the sand clone to escape. From a distance, Kankuro's form materialized. Without hesitation, he produced a scroll. Upon unfurling it, he summoned another puppet, the Black Ant. Unlike Crow's offensive capabilities, Black Ant's primary function was to ensnare enemies. The moment Aoi laid eyes on this puppet, he discerned Kankuro's forthcoming strategy. Given Black Ant's lack of offensive power, Kankuro could not rely on it to vanquish his opponent. The only possibility lay in ensnaring Aoi with Black Ant, thereby regaining control over Crow. Together, they could execute the secret technique, one shot, one kill. However, now aware of Kankuro's intentions, Aoi would not permit him to succeed. Forming hand seals, he created a shadow clone, while his true body charged towards Black Ant. Meanwhile, his shadow clone veered towards the puppet Crow. A detonation tag was affixed to Crow's chest. Fortunately, during his confrontation with Orochimaru, he had utilized only 4 detonation tags, leaving him with 1. Otherwise, destroying the puppet would have proven challenging. Detonation tags were costly consumables, and Aoi rarely afforded to purchase them, relying instead on lottery winnings to obtain them sparingly. Witnessing his puppet on the verge of explosion, Kankuro was rendered speechless. Impossible. He has once again seen through my strategy. With all intentions laid bare, this battle is unwinnable. Kankuro's entire arsenal of offensive tactics hinged upon the puppet Crow. Without it, he resembled a toothless tiger, unable to exert any threat. In battles between ninjas, information often proved invaluable, especially when the combatant strengths were closely matched. Discovering an opponent's weakness through intelligence could significantly sway the outcome. From the stands, Kakashi could not help but comment, "What astute insight. It rivals even my own." Kabuto Yakushi squinted his eyes, scrutinizing the young man in the training arena. No wonder he so effortlessly escaped from Lord Orochimaru. Even I could not gather precise information about this enigmatic ninja. Kabuto had received word from Orochimaru regarding Aoi's confrontation. Initially, he found it hard to believe. The once flawless information-gathering ability had faltered due to Aoi's presence. Unlike the others observing quietly, Hinata felt a rush of admiration for Aoi's earnest demeanor. "Go for it, Aoi," she whispered, fist clenched in support. In the training arena, the clash between the two continued. The disparity between their strengths had become glaringly apparent, and Aoi prepared to deliver the final, decisive blow to conclude the contest. Chapter 16. Hinata is injured as Qingyu extracted the explosive tag. In a bid to safeguard his puppet from destruction, Kanjuro was compelled to summon a new puppet, the Salamander. This defensive puppet was robust enough to withstand the onslaught of most formidable jutsu. While the loss of other puppets was regrettable, the thought of losing the Crow left him bereft of alternatives for victory. The young boy before him was no ordinary genin. His prowess had already surpassed that of many nin. Kanjuro commanded the Salamander to consume the component affixed with the explosive tag, resulting in a violent explosion within. The salamander opened its jaws wide, expelling a cloud of murky smoke. Only one component was obliterated, and the crow was spared. The remaining parts of the salamander, its head and limbs, could still be maneuvered separately by the puppet master, thus maintaining its combat effectiveness. However, Kanjiro had squandered too much time and focus. During this interval, Qingyu had already closed the distance. Utilizing the basic disruption effect of the shadow clone technique, Qingyu launched an effective assault on the distracted Kanjiro. A flurry of taijutsu strikes left Kanjiro battered and bruised. A final, elegant flying kick sealed his fate. Victory was declared. Kanjiro had lost. Upon returning to the spectator stands, Qingyu bit into a soldier pill. The recent battle had significantly drained his stamina. To conceal his origins, he could only employ basic jutsu such as the shadow clone technique. At this juncture, there was no need for him to exert his full strength in the Chunin exams. Brother Qingyu, you're amazing. No wonder you are my brother, Naruto exclaimed, utterly in awe of Qingyu's performance. Sasuke, on the other hand, was visibly envious. His insight is exceptional, surpassing even my Sharingan. Noticing the admiration from his two students, Kakashi couldn't help but remark, Natsume Qingyu, a truly outstanding junior. The most astonished were the brothers, Kamiki and Yuki. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Qingyu, when did you become so powerful? While we were all slacking off, you secretly grew stronger. Are we still teammates? Qingyu rolled his eyes. I used to be, but not anymore. After the fall of the Chunin, he had been working solo on missions. His participation in the Chunin exams was merely a last-minute decision to form a team. Now that he had passed the second test, only individual battles remained, naturally dissolving their camaraderie. Congratulations, Brother Qingyu. Hinata approached, jogging to offer her congratulations. Hinata, you must strive hard too. Qingyu replied with a smile, though he sensed that Hinata was likely to be eliminated. Her opponent was Neji, the prodigy of the Hyuga branch family. The disparity in their talents was not something that mere effort could bridge. Both were members of the Hyuga clan. The difference lay in one being from the main family and the other from the branch. As a genius of the branch family, Neji harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the main family due to his father's sacrifice for Hinata's father. The caged bird seal on his forehead served as a constant reminder of the unchangeable fates of the main and branch families. Thus, when confronted with Hinata, the heiress of the main family, Neji showed no mercy. As the two engaged, they both activated their Byakugan and unleashed a barrage of gentle fist strikes. Hinata's ninja talent was merely average. Despite her daily rigorous training, the gap between her and Neji only widened. Within just a few exchanges, she was unable to withstand the onslaught and was struck in a vital point. The gentle fist technique disrupts the chakra flow of its target by infusing chakra into their chakra points, causing damage to their vulnerable organs. As the battle raged on, the initial discomfort escalated until Hinata coughed up blood. Her internal organs had been injured. Is this all the strength of the main family? Neji sneered, delivering a powerful blow that sent Hinata crashing to the ground. Yield. Yet, how could Hinata give up? She aspired to pass the Chunin exams alongside Qingyu. To become a Chunin, to undertake missions together, she could not abandon that dream here. Resolutely, she rose from the ground and charged at Neji once more. However, in a ninja confrontation, relying solely on unwavering determination could not alter the outcome. Time and again, Hinata was knocked down, only to rise and charge again, only to be defeated yet again. Qingyu, witnessing this from the stands, found it increasingly difficult to watch. Even knowing the story's progression, he felt the girl was fighting too hard. Yet, he could not interfere with Hinata's resolve and was left to observe the contest. After being knocked down multiple times, Hinata and Appo's words about the branch and main family and Appo's fate enraged Neji. In a fit of rage, he charged at the girl, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Consumed by resentment stemming from his father's death, he had completely lost his composure. At the critical moment, as several Chunin prepared to intervene, Qingyu's reflexes surpassed theirs, and he swiftly positioned himself in front of Neji. He had anticipated this scene, maintaining vigilant observation of the battle, allowing him to react faster than the Chunin. Get out of the way, Neji shouted, showing no intention of halting. Had it been a Chunin obstructing him, he might have hesitated. Yet, since they were both merely genin and his strength had already eclipsed that of an average Chunin, how could he take anyone seriously? Without any desire to engage Neji, Qingyu gently lifted Hinata in his arms and teleported to the awaiting medical ninja. Quickly, take her for treatment. At this moment, Hinata's safety was clearly of paramount importance. The medical ninja wasted no time, promptly raising a stretcher to transport the injured girl. Konoha's medical system was robust. Although Hinata was seriously injured, she would receive proper care upon entering the emergency room. Brother Qingyu, am I useless? The injured Hinata gazed at him, feeling self-doubt. She felt she was too weak. No. You are a competent ninja, Qingyu reassured her. As the medical personnel disappeared from view, he turned to face Neji. Hinata has always referred to you as Brother Neji. How could you bear to strike her down with lethal intent? Having read the original story, he understood Neji's mindset. Nonetheless, after witnessing Hinata's injury, anger bubbled within him. Are you attempting to defend her? Neji's expression turned taunting. Let me give you a piece of advice. The chasm between civilian ninjas and clan ninjas is insurmountable. You cannot defeat me. This is fate. In response, Qingyu chuckled. Your notions of fate are juvenile. The reason you cannot alter your destiny is not that it is immutable, but rather because you are too weak. The weak cannot change fate. Only the strong can dictate it. Qingyu's words pierced Neji's heart. Hinata merely spoke the painful truth of his predicament between the branch and main families, igniting his wrath. Moreover, Qingyu had hit upon the essence of Neji and Appo's entrapment by fate. Ultimately, the title of genius that Neji bore was a misnomer. While he might measure up against ordinary ninjas, the ninja world was replete with prodigies. Without the strength to reach the level of a Kage, he could never contend against his clan. If Hyuga Neji possessed Kage-level strength, even if he remained unable to break the caged bird seal, the main family would have to treat him with respect. As a prominent clan in Konoha, the Hyuga family was shamelessly self-proclaimed as Konoha's foremost clan after the Uchiha clan's downfall. Yet within the entire clan, there was not a single Kage-level powerhouse. It was no wonder that they had lost favor among Konoha's higher-ups. In the ninja world, strength was the ultimate truth. With power, many times, altering one's fate was as effortless as breathing. Am I weak? Then let me see just how strong you really are. Neji, once again losing his composure, charged at Qingyu with fierce intent. Chapter 17. The concerns of 3 generations. Qingyu, unwilling to be outdone, quickly engaged in a flurry of exchanges with his opponent. The gentle fist technique was indeed formidable. Without resorting to earth spear or those inexplicable ninjutsu, Qingyu found himself at a disadvantage. His arsenal of techniques was limited to shadow clone and body flicker jutsu. Neither provided a solution against the gentle fist. While the shadow clone could disrupt the Byakugan and Appo's perception, it was fragile, shattering upon impact. The body flicker jutsu allowed him to outpace Neji, yet upon close proximity, he was easily susceptible to the gentle fist. As the two were locked in a stalemate, the referee, Moonlight Gale, appeared on the training ground. This match is concluded. All unrelated personnel, please exit promptly, he announced, clearing his throat. The two immediately ceased their sparring. Neji, brimming with fighting spirit, remarked, in the 3rd round of the Chunin exams next month. I hope you haven't been eliminated before you face me. He was determined to defeat this boastful adversary, making it clear that fate was predetermined and unchangeable. I will avenge Hinata. I shall teach you a harsh lesson. Qingyu, however, held little interest in the so-called breaking of fate. Only Neji, obsessed with the destiny of the Hyuga branch family, clung to such thoughts. Mere words cannot alter reality. Neji dismissed Qingyu's bravado, convinced that he was merely putting on a brave front, a type he had encountered many times before. The outcome was always the same. His gentle fist would bring them to their knees. Under the renewed urging of Moonlight Gale, the two soon departed the training ground. Lacking interest in the ensuing matches, Qingyu chose to leave early and return home. As the sun set, Senju Ibiki, Mitarashi Anko, and Moonlight Gale entered the Hokage's office to report on the exam proceedings. Have the candidates for the 3rd round been selected? Asked the 3rd Hokage. Moonlight Gale promptly replied. Yes, Lord Hokage. The final 8 candidates are our Konoha's Natsume Qingyu, Hyuga Neji, Nara Shikamaru, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Aburame Shino, alongside Tsunagekyu's Kazekage's children, Gaara and Temari. Cough, cough, cough. Having spoken too much at once, the ailing Moonlight Gale coughed lightly. Yuan Fei Risen took out his pipe and savored a deep puff. Naruto has passed as well. Among all the candidates, he had been most concerned about Naruto. After all, Naruto was not only the orphan of the 4th Hokage, but also the Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails, the greatest asset of Konoha in these times of dwindling talent. Furthermore, Placing Sasuke and Naruto in the same team was indeed a prudent choice. The memory of the Nine Tails rampage and the ability of the Sharingan to control it lingered in the minds of many. Yuan Fei deliberately assigned Sasuke and Naruto to Team 7, anticipating that should the Nine Tails ever go out of control, the Sharingan could suppress the beast. He was not surprised that the ninjas from Konoha and the children of the 4th Kazekage had successfully passed the selection. However, his attention was soon drawn to a name that was unfamiliar to him. Natsume. What is his background? Senju Ibiki handed over the candidate's information dossier. Lord 3rd. Please review. Upon receiving the documents and finding Qingyu's name, Yuan Fei furrowed his brow. Natsume Qingyu, orphaned at a young age, had shown mediocre talent throughout his time at the Ninja Academy. After graduating, he became a genin and remained unremarkable for several years. Such information hardly suggested that he possessed the strength to advance through the first 2 rounds of the Chunin exams. Please elaborate on his performance during the exams. Yuan Fei understood that 1's transformation could not occur without notice. Senju Ibiki reported the incident of the first round, where the group had submitted blank papers. It was said that Qingyu had engaged in information trading prior to the exam, leading to this unusual circumstance. As he recounted this, Senju Ibiki felt immense embarrassment. As the head of the intelligence division, such an occurrence under his watch was a disgrace, regardless of the reasons behind it. Mitarashi Anko's report was straightforward. Many surveillance devices in the Forest of Death were damaged during the battles, and I did not witness any footage of Natsume Qingyu's fights. At this moment, the cursed seal on her neck still throbbed faintly. After encountering her former teacher, now adversary, Orochimaru, she had little inclination to concern herself with others. Moonlight Gale had observed Qingyu's battle against Kanjuro and his confrontation with Hyuga Neji. After detailing the combat specifics, he remarked, Natsume Qingyu possesses remarkable insight, earning praise even from Kakashi-sensei. His skill is equally impressive, mastering B-rank Shadow Clone Jutsu and J-Nin level Body Flicker Jutsu, indicating a comprehensive strength that aligns with that of an elite Nin, which contradicts the candidate profile. After a moment of silence, Yuan Fei took another puff from his pipe before speaking with a smile. The current generation indeed harbors ambitions, haha. Based on the reports, aside from concealing his strength, there are no other issues with Qingyu. Senju Ibiki affirmed that the information regarding the Chunin exams could not have leaked, and the alleged information trading was merely coincidental. Let the Umbu keep a watchful eye on Natsume Qingyu. If no anomalies are found, we shall consider having him join the Umbu after the Chunin exams. Konoha's circumstances were not particularly favorable. Since the suicide of Konoha White Fang, the village had been on a downward trajectory. The Third Great Ninja War had depleted the village and Appo's resources, and the subsequent Nine Tails Night had claimed many of its core forces. The death of Minato, who Yuan Fei had envisioned as his successor, was an especially heavy blow. Following that, the defection of Orochimaru and the Uchiha clan's massacre had left Konoha in dire need of capable individuals. Discovering a promising talent like Qingyu was something he certainly wished to nurture. Such a potential asset, originating from a commoner background without ties to any ninja clan, was precisely what Yuan Fei desired. Yes, Lord 3rd. An Umbu operative appeared silently and soon left the Hokage office. Unbeknownst to Qingyu, he was under the scrutiny of the 3rd Hokage. Upon returning home, he began to await the summons from Kaguya. With the trials in the Forest of Death concluded, the eliminated candidates from other ninja villages had begun to depart from Konoha. Meanwhile, within a grove of the Land of Fire, 3 ninjas from Kusagakure ambled along, grumbling incessantly. Damn it, we failed the Chunin exams and have disappointed the higher-ups. It's going to be disastrous when we return. I wonder how the village will deal with us. The 2 Kusagakure ninjas appeared somewhat dejected. It's all Kaguya's fault. We entrusted her with the scroll, and it got stolen. Otherwise, we might have had a chance. They quickly shifted the blame for their exam failure entirely onto Kaguya, hoping that by placing the fault on someone else, their punishments would be mitigated upon returning. As for Kaguya's fate upon her return, they were indifferent. She was merely a tool taken in by Kusagakure. Who would care about the feelings of a tool? Clearly, it's your lack of strength. Even if the scroll hadn't been entrusted to me, the outcome wouldn't have changed. Kaguya, who typically remained silent, retorted at this moment. After deciding to follow Qingyu, her mindset had shifted. She was no longer without support and felt no need to bow to anyone. If it was not her fault, she would not allow others to bully her. How dare you talk back? You've grown wings, But don't forget, without the village, you'd be dead by now. Chapter 18. In the ninja world, money is essential for progress. Two grass ninjas were taken aback by Xiangling's unusual demeanor. Yet their anger intensified. The usually bullied, insignificant girl had begun to resist. This was intolerable. Xiangling, with conviction and rationale, countered. Indeed, the village hidden in the grass sheltered me. But my mother paid a heavy price for it. She perished because of you. After her death, I even used my own blood to heal many grass ninjas. I owe you nothing. Upon uttering these words, a wave of relief washed over her. She had longed to express these sentiments. Years of pent-up frustration had finally found an outlet, leaving her feeling invigorated. Yes, she owed the grass village nothing. The suffering she had endured and the sacrifices she had made had long since repaid any trivial debts of gratitude. The fact that she did not harbor hatred in return was her greatest virtue. With a sudden slap, one of the grass ninjas struck Xiangling across the face, leaving a crimson mark on her fair skin. What gave you the audacity to resist? Kneel and apologize now, and we may overlook your insolence. The two clenched their fists, preparing to teach the girl a stern lesson. I refuse. Xiangling retreated while drawing the flying thunder god kunai given to her by Qingyu. Activating the seal on the kunai, her eyes radiated determination. Seeking death, the two grass ninjas swung their fists mercilessly, eager to vent their frustrations from the Chunin exams on her. They believed that injuring her would pose no consequences, as the Uzumaki clan was known for their robust vitality. By the time they returned to the village, she would likely have recovered, and the higher-ups would not blame them. Just as their fists were about to connect with her, a figure appeared out of nowhere, delivering a swift kick that sent them sprawling. Phew, I made it in time. Qingyu exhaled, turning to Xiangling. I apologize for causing you distress. He had intended to rush to her aid as soon as she activated the spatial seal, but he inadvertently encountered the umbu, leading to a slight delay. I'm fine. Upon seeing the young man, Xiangling felt completely at ease. The two grass ninjas rose from the ground, their expressions grave as they regarded Qingyu. Who are you? This is an internal matter of the village hidden in the grass. A leaf ninja like you should not meddle. Ignoring their accusations and threats, Qingyu focused on the slap mark on Xiangling and Appo's face. Did they hurt you? His gaze towards the grass ninjas turned icy. Xiangling, how do you wish to deal with them? After finally recruiting a dependable subordinate, Qingyu was naturally inclined to seek retribution. I don't know. Xiangling hesitated momentarily. Until today, she had been a pitiable victim, never contemplating revenge or inflicting harm on others. However, the two grass ninjas could no longer contain themselves. Xiangling, you have colluded with a leaf ninja. This is an act of betrayal. Once we report this to the higher-ups, you will pay dearly. One of the grass ninjas summoned a carrier pigeon summoning beast, intending to relay their situation. Xiangling's recovery abilities were vital to the grass village, to the extent that her identity as an Uzumaki was kept a strict secret by the higher-ups. Now that she had allied with a leaf ninja, this secret was likely to be exposed. Regardless, the grass village would undoubtedly seek to silence her. Before the summoning beast could take flight, a shuriken flew forth, striking its target with precision, causing it to dissipate into smoke. Illusion technique, Naruto vision. A pair of crimson three-tomo Sharingan appeared as Qingyu used genjutsu to subdue the two. The Naruto vision was a basic illusion, but activating the Sharingan enhanced its potency. Once he had immobilized them, Qingyu activated the earth spear technique, hardening his skin. He swiftly approached the two with body flicker technique, delivering a series of taijutsu strikes while they were caught off guard. With the enhancement of the earth release, earth spear, the physical damage was devastating. In less than half a minute, the two were left on the ground, spitting blood and writhing in agony. They had been thoroughly incapacitated. In this life-or-death confrontation, Qingyu, having revealed his identity, could not allow them to leave alive. Realizing they could not escape, the two grass ninjas remained defiant. If you wish to kill us, you shall accompany us to the grave. With that, they ignited several explosive tags they had on hand. Boom. The explosion illuminated a corner of the forest. As the smoke cleared, Qingyu and Xiangling stood at a distance, unharmed. With mastery over the flying thunder god technique, Qingyu was not susceptible to such trivial ploys. Just before the explosion, he had thrown a kunai marked with the flying thunder god seal. Then, using the technique, he effortlessly evaded the blast's effects. At the explosion's epicenter, a massive crater remained. The two grass ninjas had been obliterated, leaving no trace behind. Lord Qingyu, do you have a mission for me? Having just recovered from the loss of her former teammates, Xiangling looked eagerly at Qingyu. Indeed, there is a task for you. And it will not be easy, Qingyu nodded. Feeling in his pocket, he realized he had neglected a crucial detail. He needed funds to initiate Xiangling's intelligence-gathering mission. In the ninja world, one cannot advance without money. If he failed to provide her with the necessary funds and expected her to work for free, he would be no different from a blood-sucking capitalist. After some contemplation, Qingyu retrieved a chakra blade from his system pouch. This weapon, infused with chakra metal, was worth approximately 100,000 ryo. Take this and sell it as your startup capital for the mission. As he handed the chakra blade to Xiangling, he also produced 50 packets of military rations, placing them alongside the blade. These military rations are of excellent quality. Selling them at a low price will yield a considerable sum. Qingyu had grown accustomed to the chakra blade. If not for his pressing financial situation, he would have been reluctant to part with it. One must sacrifice to gain. With the assistance of an intelligence operative, earning money would become much easier in the future. Retrieving a sealing scroll, Xiangling sealed all the items Qingyu had given her within. In the ninja world, storage tools existed, created using sealing techniques. However, the space within sealing scrolls was not particularly stable and could not store items long-term. Prolonged use would lead to gradual deterioration. Moreover, typical sealing scrolls had limited space and were not inexpensive, making them a poor value proposition. Next, Qingyu began outlining the mission. The first task for Xiangling was to keep an eye on the bounties in the underground black market. The underground black market spanned the 5 great nations and various smaller countries, giving rise to the profession of bounty hunters. Almost anyone could accept contracts there, even Asuma Sarutobi. The son of the 3rd Hokage was listed among the targets with a bounty of 35 million ryo, though this occurred after the 3rd's demise. For now, Qingyu instructed Xiangling to focus on targets whose strength did not exceed that of special jounin. If the target was of jounin caliber, Qingyu knew it would be challenging to handle them. He was acutely aware of his own abilities, whether in taijutsu, jinjutsu, or chakra reserves. He currently stood at the level of a chunin. Although he possessed some formidable ninjutsu, they could only be executed in short bursts. Against a jounin, if the opponent delayed him, Qingyu would have no choice but to retreat using the Flying Thunder God technique. Xiangling and Appo's task was to sift through the bounty list in the black market for suitable targets and utilize her powerful Kagura heart eye to sense and lock onto them. Then, patiently await the arrival of Qingyu to reap the rewards. As for the second task, I hope you can locate the Sound Ninja Village and gather as much intelligence about that village as possible. Chapter 19, Demonic Illusion, Tree Binding Death. Of course, I don't need you to delve too deeply, Aoba carefully instructed. Just gather intelligence from afar, inquire about any clues from ordinary people, and avoid contact with unfamiliar ninjas. The Sound Village, is that the small ninja village that participated in the Chunin exams? Karen asked curiously. Aoba nodded. Indeed. The Sound Village is located in the Land of Rice Fields, ostensibly established by the Land of Rice Fields daimyo, but in reality, it was created by Orochimaru, a S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha and one of the legendary Sannin. Upon hearing this revelation, Karen suddenly realized that her new superior was quite remarkable. At least during her time in Kusagakure and Konoha, she had never heard of the Sound Village's internal affairs. If Konoha were to discover this, they would likely not tolerate the Sound Village's participation in the Chunin exams. Could someone who knows such a clandestine secret be an ordinary ninja? Furthermore, Karen had learned that Aoba's Flying Thunder God technique was the same ninjutsu used by the Yellow Flash, Konoha's 4th Hokage. From all indications, Aoba was anything but simple. However, Karen had no interest in exploring Aoba's secrets. She now felt as if she had found her purpose in life, and she only wanted to complete the tasks assigned to her by the young man. All right, I will gather intelligence on the Sound Village for you as soon as possible. Karen accepted the task without hesitation. And then there's the final task, Aoba said as he retrieved 2 scrolls from his bosom and handed them to the girl. You need to learn the ninjutsu on these scrolls. They will greatly enhance your strength. With Karen's current strength, she would be considered a burden even in a Chunin selection exam by the mediocre ninjas of Kusagakure. From this, it was evident how weak she was. Gathering intelligence was no easy task, and Aoba couldn't guarantee that he could intervene in time every time. Improving one's own strength was the most effective way to ensure survival. After all, the ninja world was a world that valued strength above all else. Opening one of the scrolls, Karen saw the 3 large characters Rasengan. Karen was slightly surprised. This ninjutsu was clearly no ordinary technique. The Rasengan is an A-rank, seal-less ninjutsu invented by the 4th Hokage, and it is very suitable for members of the Uzumaki clan to use. At the same time, Aoba secretly muttered to himself, "Isn't that right? Naruto Uzumaki has taken this ninjutsu to the extreme." Regarding the Rasengan, Aoba himself had not yet mastered it. Don't ask. It's just that his ninjutsu talent wasn't quite up to par. But he had read the original work and knew the training method for the Rasengan. First, one had to practice with balloons. Once one could control the rotation of chakra and burst the balloon, one could start practicing with water-filled balloons. Bursting the water balloon would allow one to practice with a rubber ball. Practicing to the end would give one a chance to master the Rasengan. Thank you, Master. I will practice hard. Carefully storing the Rasengan scroll, Karen opened the other scroll. The ninjutsu recorded on it was none other than the shadow clone technique. At the same time, Aoba explained, the Uzumaki clan has an abundance of chakra, so you can use that to your advantage and use a large number of shadow clones to help you train. The results are guaranteed to be exceptionally good. Once you have learned the shadow clone technique, learning the Rasengan will be more than twice as effective. Karen nodded solemnly. She hadn't expected her new superior to value her so much. The insignificant person who had always been ignored was now entrusted with an important task, filling her with motivation. She secretly vowed to pledge her life to Aoba, and she carefully stored the 2 ninjutsu scrolls. Very good, the tasks have been assigned. You can rest for a few days before you start doing the tasks. Aoba didn't forget to specifically instruct her before leaving. If you encounter an enemy you can't defeat, escape or activate the Flying Thunder God seal to summon me. It doesn't matter if you fail a few times. Protecting yourself is the most important thing. With that, Aoba disappeared in a flash of light. Back in his room in Konoha, Aoba's days returned to their usual tranquility. There was still a month until the 3rd round of the Chunin exams, and during this time, he planned to take on some more D-rank missions. Every little bit counts. And he couldn't become complacent just because he had become stronger. In nearly a month, Aoba had earned 5,000 Ryo from D-rank missions, excluding expenses. D-rank missions weren't available every day, so earning this much was already the result of his hard work. In addition to missions, Aoba had killed 2 black market bounty targets through Karen outside the village, one with the strength of a Chunin and one roughly equivalent to a special Jonin. The total bounty for the 2 was around 500,000 Ryo. He gave 100,000 Ryo to Karen as a salary and returned 300,000 Ryo to Hinata. In the end, Aoba bitterly realized that after all the hard work, he was left with just over 100,000 Ryo. He deposited 100,000 Ryo into the system and used the remainder for living expenses. After a month, Aoba was about to start drawing prizes again. The prize pool hologram appeared, and Aoba noticed that the regular prize pool had been updated. The S-rank ninjutsu had become the Reaper Death Seal, and the 2 powerful A-rank ninjutsu had become the Chidori and the Mystical Palm technique. Of course, it wasn't that he could only draw the A-rank ninjutsu listed in the prize pool, but the other A-rank ninjutsu he drew would definitely be trash. Like the evil sealing method he had drawn last time. Without hesitation, Aoba immediately commanded in his mind, System, 10 draws. The prize pool spun for a while, and the final results appeared. Acquired, Summoning Technique, Shuriken 2, Medical Kit 1, Soldier Pills 4. Congratulations to the host for a burst of luck. Acquiring Demonic Illusion, Tree Binding Death, B-rank ninjutsu. Congratulations to the host for getting what you wished for, acquiring the Kubikirabocho of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen. Not bad. In addition to the guaranteed prize, I also got a powerful weapon. Taking out the Samahata that had just appeared in the system inventory, Aoba was still pleasantly surprised. He had just sold his chakra blade not long ago, and he had actually drawn an even better ninja sword. Moreover, Samahata's special ability was very useful. It could absorb the enemy's chakra in battle. Chakra was precisely Aoba's current weakness. With the Kubikirabocho, his endurance would be improved. It's just that the Kubikirabocho's appearance was too obvious, so he couldn't just take it out and use it casually for the time being. Samahata was an extremely special ninja sword because it was alive. Rather than a ninja sword, it was more like a living creature. At this moment, the Samahata in Aoba's hand moved. It turned its blade and rubbed affectionately against Aoba's arm. Seeing this, Aoba had the illusion of raising a pet. After swinging it a few times to test the feel, he put the Samahata back into the system inventory. After a period of experimentation, Aoba had gained some understanding of the system inventory's functions. Items produced by the system could be taken out of the inventory at any time and put back in at any time. However, items native to the ninja world could not be placed in the system inventory. This result was within his expectations, so he wasn't very surprised. The guaranteed B-rank ninjutsu that he had drawn was also very useful to Aoba. This jinjutsu, combined with the Sharingan, could unleash super powerful effects. It was simply a natural counter to Orochimaru. In pursuit of immortality, Orochimaru had invented the living corpse reincarnation, which allowed him to devour the souls of others and seize their bodies. The consequence of this was that his soul power would weaken after each reincarnation. He remembered that when Orochimaru was in the Akatsuki organization, he was killed instantly by Itachi Uchiha with a single glance using the body flicker technique. Demonic illusion, tree-binding death was a B-rank jinjutsu, so its power should be stronger than the body flicker technique. Of course, the power of a jinjutsu mainly depended on the caster's strength. Aoba's eye power was inferior to Itachi's. One was an ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan, and the other was a Mangekyo Sharingan. It was impossible to kill Orochimaru instantly, but he still had a good chance of controlling him for a few seconds when he was weak. After spending 20 skill points to raise Demonic Illusion, Tree-Binding Death to Proficient, and then spending 200 skill points to raise it to Expert, Aoba closed the panel with satisfaction. Time flew by, and on the night before the Chunin exams, Karen sent intelligence about the Sound Village. Chapter 20. Infiltrating the Sound Ninja Village utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, Qingyu found himself beside Xiangling, as they lay in ambush at a secluded settlement outside the Sound Ninja Village. According to intelligence reports, every so often, Sound Ninjas would emerge to replenish their supplies, and today happened to be one of those days. This settlement served as a crucial waypoint for resupplying. "My lord, why must we confront the Sound Ninjas?" Xiangling inquired softly. Her curiosity piqued during their concealment. This question led to a recounting of the origins related to Orochimaru's underground bases. Gazing skyward, Qingyu began, Orochimaru, once the favored disciple of the third Hokage, was discovered conducting human experiments, leading to his defection from the village. After betraying Konoha, he roamed far and wide, amassing wealth to continue his inhumane research. In the realm of ninjutsu, the pursuit of scientific advancement is both peculiar and paradoxical. While it may seem archaic, with devices such as cameras and trains emerging in the land of snow, the essence of the ninja world still revolves around the age-old practice of shuriken combat. In such an environment, the acquisition of research equipment becomes imperative. Computers, microscopes, and cell culture dishes can indeed be procured, yet the exorbitant costs are staggering, far beyond Qingyu's expectations. Thus, establishing a research facility demands an astronomical investment. Orochimaru not only succeeded in this endeavor, but established multiple bases, even founding the Sound Ninja Village itself, a testament to his immense wealth. Our current mission is to secure funding, and the Sound Ninja Village possesses considerable financial resources. You understand the implications of this. To gather funds, Qingyu has exerted every effort. Tomorrow marks the day of Orochimaru and Appo's plan to dismantle Konoha, leaving the Sound Ninja Village vulnerable. Seizing this opportunity could lead to substantial wealth. In contrast to other ninja villages, Qingyu felt emboldened to act. The reasons were twofold: the inability to confront them directly and the potential for unavoidable repercussions. Taking on an entire village single-handedly is an insurmountable task. However, the Sound Ninja Village is an exception. Its leader is an S-rank rogue ninja, rendering any moral justification for retaliation tenuous. Moreover, following tomorrow's events, Orochimaru will be incapacitated, alleviating immediate fears of retribution. In the future, as Qingyu grows stronger, he will have the opportunity to confront Orochimaru without fear of provocation. Additionally, given the animosity stemming from the ambush in the Forest of Death, Qingyu bears no moral burden in betraying Orochimaru. "I see now, my lord, your foresight is indeed profound." Xiangling nodded earnestly. After lying in wait for what felt like an eternity, they finally spotted a ninja's silhouette, confirming the emblem of the Sound Ninja Village. Qingyu swiftly activated his technique to launch a surprise attack. The Sound Ninja, possessing only the strength of a Nin, stood no chance and was easily captured. "Who are you?" the Sound Ninja exclaimed, struggling in vain. "Reveal all that you know regarding the Sound Ninja Village, and I may consider sparing your life. Do not compel me to resort to more forceful measures." Ignoring the ninja's protest, Qingyu commenced his interrogation. It was clear that he lacked experience in this domain. as the captured ninja showed no willingness to cooperate. I'm not telling you anything. You're merely a spy from another village. In this encounter, Qingyu wore a fox mask, concealing his identity. Thus, the Sound Ninja had no way of discerning which village he hailed from. Why not choose to live? Qingyu implored. Your leader is preparing to flee, and continuing to serve him is hardly worthwhile. The Sound Ninja, clearly distrustful, dismissed Qingyu's words, convinced they were mere fabrications. Impossible. That lord would never abandon us. You are attempting to sow discord, thinking I would fall for your trickery? In comparing their loyalty to Orochimaru, who had built the Sound Ninja village and provided them with a semblance of stability, it was evident whom the Sound Ninjas would trust. Furthermore, Orochimaru was adept at winning the hearts of his subordinates, ensuring their unwavering allegiance, to the point where they would rather die than betray him. Believe it or not, I speak no falsehoods, Qingyu replied, shrugging in resignation. Once the plan to dismantle Konoha is exposed, the Sound Ninja village will undoubtedly face repercussions and will have to flee. Humph, your arguments are riddled with inconsistencies, the Sound Ninja scoffed. With your level of skill, you think you can pry the truth from me? Dream on. With that, he resolutely prepared to bite down on his own tongue in a desperate act of defiance. As the Sound Ninja moved to commit suicide, Qingyu's eyes transformed into a vivid crimson with 3 tomo. A mere glance ensnared the ninja within an illusionary realm. Truly, the Sharingan's enhancement of Genjutsu surpassed all expectations. Now under the influence of the illusion, the Sound Ninja's demeanor shifted to one of dazed compliance, responding to every inquiry. In a short span, Qingyu acquired the intelligence he sought. The layout of the Sound Ninja village differed from that of other villages. Only a portion was constructed above ground. Rather than a traditional village, it resembled a vast subterranean serpent S-layer with a more extensive base. The intricate internal structure posed a challenge for anyone unfamiliar with the layout, making it difficult to locate the entrance. Fortunately, with the information obtained, Qingyu could venture forth under the cover of night. Leaving Xiangling to guard the exterior, Qingyu stealthily infiltrated the Sound Ninja village alone. The village's defenses were not particularly stringent, likely due to Orochimaru hastily reallocating personnel in anticipation of the impending plan against Konoha. The elite quartet of Sound Ninjas, or rather, now a trio, had already infiltrated Konoha. Orochimaru himself was masquerading as the 4th Kazekage, enjoying the status of an esteemed guest in Konoha. However, to avoid the risk of a counterattack, Qingyu refrained from acting tonight. The optimal moment to strike would be during the chaos of the 3rd round of the Chunin Exam scheduled for the following day. Within the Sound Ninja village, there was also a frail individual named Kimimaro, whose strength was formidable, likely at the level of a potential Kage. The exact extent of his power remained uncertain without direct confrontation, but Qingyu was confident he did not reach the level of a true Kage. As long as he exercised caution, he could explore the Sound Ninja village without alerting Kimimaro. Skillfully evading patrols, Qingyu successfully entered the core area. His first stop was a storage room filled with numerous scrolls. Flipping through a few, he discovered they contained either ordinary ninjutsu or trivial items of no significance. These artifacts bore little value to Qingyu, particularly as they could not be exchanged for money. Thus, he left them untouched. The vault and laboratory of the Sound Ninja village were his true objectives. He deliberately avoided disturbing other items to prevent raising any alarms. The vault undoubtedly contained wealth or valuable goods, making it highly appealing to Qingyu. As for the laboratory, he had no intention of conducting experiments. He lacked the necessary aptitude for such endeavors. However, he was keen on acquiring valuable equipment from the lab, which he could effortlessly sell for a handsome sum. Cautiously, Qingyu placed a flying thunder god mark in a concealed corner, ensuring he could return effortlessly the following day. Continuing his exploration, he soon discovered a location that stood out amidst the surroundings. Chapter 21. Qingyu vs. Junmaru. A guard was stationed at the entrance, indicating that this location was of utmost importance. Qingyu surmised that it was highly likely to be Orochimaru's laboratory. After all, Orochimaru's establishment of the Sound Ninja village was not genuinely aimed at aiding the land of rice. His true intention was likely to find a secure place to conduct his experiments. Ever since he defected from the Akatsuki, he had been relentlessly pursued by its members, leading to frequent destruction of his laboratories, which he could hardly withstand. Particularly, within the Akatsuki, there was the Scorpion, who was entirely at odds with him. Even Kabuto Yakushi was a spy placed by Scorpion beside Orochimaru. Of course, Orochimaru was exceptionally persuasive, with strong brainwashing techniques, which had caused Kabuto to defect long ago. In the original storyline, Scorpion remained oblivious to this, still hoping to use Kabuto to eliminate Orochimaru. The guards at the entrance posed a slight challenge, but Xingyu exhibited remarkable patience. At last, as the guards changed shifts, he swiftly entered the premises. Finding a concealed spot, he proceeded to set up a flying thunder god seal before beginning his search of the room. Initially expecting to find a laboratory, he was taken aback to discover it was merely an ordinary room. Something felt amiss. If it were just a regular room, why would it require dedicated guards? Thus, he meticulously examined every corner and item within the room. After a while, his gaze fixated on a large scroll. It appeared to be something of great significance. Without hesitation, Xingyu unfurled the scroll. In an instant, the room was engulfed in white smoke. As the smoke dissipated, countless enormous snakes erupted from the scroll, their gaping mouths lunging towards Xingyu. Caught in a trap, without a moment's hesitation, Xingyu activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Returning to the location where he had previously set the seal, he had not anticipated that Orochimaru had laid a trap in that seemingly mundane room. A plain room with only a conspicuous scroll would lead anyone to assume the scroll was of great importance. However, once one succumbed to the temptation of opening it, they would fall into Orochimaru and Appo's snare, becoming prey to the multitude of serpents. Fortunately, Xingyu possessed the Flying Thunder God technique. Otherwise, he might have truly perished. Nevertheless, the more he pondered, the more he felt that room was extraordinary. He had an 80% certainty that it was likely the entrance to Orochimaru's laboratory. However, having already been exposed today, he decided to retreat for now. Having identified his target, there was no longer any necessity for him to remain in the Sound Ninja Village. Just as he prepared to depart using the Flying Thunder God technique, he heard the voice of a youth questioning him. "Intruder, who are you?" The speaker was none other than Junmaru, the second in command of the Sound Ninja Village. Halting his technique, Xingyu regarded Junmaru in silence. Observing his lack of response, Junmaru's expression hardened. "Are you a spy from another ninja village, or an enemy of the master?" Xingyu remained mute, provoking Junmaru's ire. "I advise you to surrender immediately, or else you shall die." "You cannot stop me," Xingyu shook his head. At this moment, Junmaru felt belittled. As one of Orochimaru's most capable subordinates, he could not tolerate being underestimated, especially by an adversary infiltrating the Sound Ninja Village. "Very well, you must remain here today, whether alive or as a corpse." As his words fell, Junmaru activated his cursed seal state and drew a long bone from his shoulder. At this moment, he appeared drastically transformed, his body adorned with black markings resembling veins. Two new mouths emerged on the left side of his face, creating an unsettling visage. Dance of the Willows. Junmaru charged towards Xingyu. The exclusive taijutsu of the bloodline limit, Dance of the Willows, possessed formidable power, far surpassing ordinary martial arts. Xingyu did not dare to be careless. Swiftly drawing his great blade, Samahata, to defend himself. As they engaged, Samahata silently absorbed Junmaru and Appo's chakra. Although it seemed that Xingyu was at a disadvantage, he neither depleted his energy nor showed signs of fatigue. Even when Junmaru unleashed the taijutsu, Dance of the Camellia, he still could not defeat Xingyu. The reason Xingyu maneuvered with ease was not due to the superiority of his martial arts, but rather Junmaru and Appo's overconfidence. Unfamiliar with the capabilities of Samahata and expending excessive chakra, Junmaru inadvertently created an opportunity for Xingyu to gain the upper hand. Of course, it was not easy for Samahata to absorb Junmaru's chakra. It could only do so at the moment of chakra release. Coincidentally, as Junmaru entered his cursed seal state, he released a significant amount of chakra, providing Xingyu with an opening. However, the chakra infused with natural energy seemed difficult to absorb, causing Samahata to experience some digestive issues. After several minutes of combat, Junmaru finally noticed something was amiss. "Your ninja blade is peculiar. It can actually absorb my chakra," he exclaimed in disbelief. In response, Xingyu proudly introduced, "This great blade, Samahata, is one of the 7 ninja swords of the mist. Have you heard of the 7 ninja swordsmen?" "So, you are a spy from the mist?" Junmaru inquired. Xingyu, not intending to clarify, casually replied, "If you say so." Considering that he would be returning to the Sound Ninja Village tomorrow, Junmaru figured he would still be present. Unable to avoid confrontation, Xingyu decided to probe Junmaru's strength tonight. Dance of the Pines. Upon recognizing the properties of Samahata, Junmaru decisively activated his bloodline ability. In mere moments, his body sprouted numerous bone spikes, enveloping him like a hedgehog. Now your weapon should be incapable of absorbing my chakra. These bones are solid and not chakra-formed substances. Observing Junmaru confidently advancing, Qingyu realized that Samahata indeed could not absorb chakra any longer. With the bones blocking the way, Qingyu's chakra began to deplete rapidly. To evade Junmaru's attacks, he had to intermittently utilize the body flicker technique. Though it was a D-rank ninjutsu, it consumed a considerable amount of chakra. Unable to break the stalemate, Qingyu temporarily increased the distance between himself and Junmaru. The two were evenly matched in speed, and with Qingyu focusing solely on defense, Junmaru found himself at an impasse. Damn it, will you only scurry around like a mouse? Junmaru mocked coldly, just as he became distracted. Qingyu promptly spent 10 skill points to upgrade his fire release, great fireball technique to proficiency. Finding an opportune moment, he unleashed his soul-mastered fire release ninjutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. Blazing flames erupted from Qingyu's mouth, surging towards the advancing Junmaru. In an instant, he was completely consumed. The flames illuminated Qingyu's face as he murmured, "Have I done it?" He then shook his head gently, realizing it couldn't be that simple. Junmaru was no ordinary ninja, and he had overestimated the situation. As expected, when the flames dissipated, Junmaru stood unharmed in his original position. Chapter 22. Preparing to surprise Uncle Snake, Qingyu noticed that Junmaru had erected a shield made of bone in front of him. Coupled with his calcium-coated exterior, it completely absorbed the damage from the fire release ninjutsu. "Your ninjutsu is rather feeble," Junmaru remarked with an earnest expression. In their previous encounter, he had assumed Qingyu was formidable due to the advantage of his great sword, Samahata. However, after witnessing this mere Chunin-level technique, Junmaru found himself perplexed about his opponent's true strength. Of course, he was unaware that Qingyu was not particularly adept at fire release. Influenced by the original narrative where fire techniques failed to inflict fatal damage, Qingyu was reluctant to squander too many skill points on the great fireball technique. This was his first attempt, and as anticipated, a single fire technique left his adversary completely unscathed. That 10 skill points had been wasted. With a casual remark, Qingyu advanced rather than retreating. In a surprising instant, he propelled himself forward, catching Junmaru completely off guard. Stowing away Samahata, Qingyu activated Earth Spear, hardening his entire body. He then unleashed his physical techniques, engaging Junmaru in a brutal exchange of blows. Unlike their previous skirmish, where he had fought while retreating, Qingyu and Appo's hardened skin significantly elevated the threat level of his physical prowess. Even though his techniques were merely Chunin level, he was able to press Junmaru back. After all, while Junmaru's bone armor was exceedingly tough, Qingyu's entire body had no apparent weaknesses. After delivering a powerful punch that sent Junmaru flying, Qingyu remarked, "Your bones are not as solid as I imagined." At that moment, the bone weapon in Junmaru's hands had shattered. Rising to his feet, he was unable to conceal his astonishment. "Your body is even harder than my bones." Despite continuously utilizing Earth Spear, Qingyu and Appo's chakra consumption was rapid. Yet Junmaru remained in good condition. The recent exchange had not inflicted significant damage upon him. Conversely, the eruption of his bloodline disease had caused him to cough up blood several times. "Cough. I cannot waste any more time. I must eliminate this enemy swiftly." Weakly wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Junmaru immediately entered his cursed seal second state. His body transformed once more, becoming a dark gray hue, and even sprouting a long tail. In this cursed seal second state, Junmaru's overall strength surged. Both his speed and explosiveness exceeded his previous capabilities. Witnessing this, Qingyu adopted a more serious demeanor. If the earlier Junmaru had merely possessed the strength of an elite jonin, upon activation of the cursed seal second state, his combat prowess approached that of a Kage. A moment's carelessness could potentially lead to defeat. Yet, Qingyu's heart remained as steady as ever. Having previously faced Orochimaru in the Forest of Death, his mindset had evolved from that of an inexperienced novice. Although Orochimaru had not been serious at the time, Qingyu now had more cards up his sleeve. He had not even utilized the Flying Thunder God technique or his Sharingan. His reluctance to use the Flying Thunder God stemmed from a fear that Orochimaru might notice. Orochimaru, a disciple of the third Hokage, had once conspired with Danzo, and he had likely perused the jutsus contained within the sealed texts of Konoha. If Qingyu carelessly employed the Flying Thunder God, and Orochimaru caught wind of it, What would happen if he needed to make an urgent retreat? How would he procure supplies in the Sound Ninja village the following day? As for not using the Sharingan, it was primarily because he intended to surprise Uncle Snake the next day. He would not easily relinquish the grudge from the Forest of Death. Once Konoha's collapse plan failed, Orochimaru's strength would diminish once more. More importantly, his soul would be sealed within the Shiki Fujin, significantly weakening his spiritual power. Qingyu contemplated that if he encountered Orochimaru the next day, he would surely employ the Sharingan's Jinjutsu to ensnare him. Although his ocular prowess paled in comparison to Uchiha Itachi's, Tomaro and Appo's Orochimaru would be a historically weakened version. A single Jinjutsu would ensure Uncle Snake was immobilized. Engaging with Junmaru in his cursed seal second state proved to be quite disadvantageous for Qingyu. Fortunately, the formidable defense of Earth Spear allowed him to endure several consecutive strikes without serious harm. However, this also led to a rapid depletion of his chakra. After a few minutes of stalemate, reinforcements from the Sound Ninja finally arrived. Those are the invading enemies. Everyone, support Lord Junmaru. Damn invaders, perish. A horde of inexperienced Sound Ninjas erupted, hurling countless shuriken and kunai, even deploying explosive tags. Qingyu, unwilling to confront them head-on, swiftly maneuvered into a concealed position. Vanishing from sight, Junmaru, following closely behind, was bewildered to find no trace of him. The aura was right here. How could he simply vanish? After several thorough searches and confirming the absence of any enemies, Junmaru ultimately conceded. Shortly thereafter, upon returning to his quarters, he unrolled a scroll. As white smoke billowed forth, a small white snake slithered out. Gradually, the white snake grew larger, transforming into a human form. Orochimaru. In a raspy voice, Orochimaru spoke, "You activated my clone, Junmaru. Have you encountered something intriguing?" "Yes, Lord Orochimaru. An invader appeared within the village, and my incompetence allowed them to escape." Junmaru bowed his head in self-reproach. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru was taken aback. He was well aware of Junmaru's capabilities. Even if he had not reached the level of a Kage, he was not far off. The fact that someone could evade Junmaru's attack indicated that the intruder was no ordinary Jonin. "Oh, you mentioned the enemy wielded a ninja blade. Claiming to be one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, using the great sword Samahata?" Listening intently to the report, Orochimaru seemed to have an epiphany. Based on the intelligence he possessed, it appeared that a member of the Akatsuki organization utilized Samahata. This was a rogue ninja from the mist, Kisame Hashigaki, who had been recruited after Orochimaru and Appo's defection from the Akatsuki. If there was only one Samahata in existence, the identity of the invader was clear. Of course, Orochimaru would never suspect that Qingyu had drawn a brand new Samahata. Kisame could hardly escape culpability. If it were that organization's member, it would not be surprising for them to slip away from your grasp. Orochimaru was exceptionally familiar with the Akatsuki. The organization boasted numerous powerful members. United, they posed a threat to any ninja village. Even the cannon fodder within that organization were elite Jonin-level fighters. It seems this base has been discovered by the Akatsuki. "We will need to relocate in a few days," Orochimaru declared. "Why don't we relocate immediately?" Junmaru inquired. "Well, I have my own plans. You will oversee the village's defenses in the coming days." Under normal circumstances, had the enemy been discovered, Orochimaru would have promptly decided to relocate. However, tomorrow marked the day of his long-prepared Konoha collapse plan, and he had a grand performance to enact with his beloved teacher Yuanfei. That was the priority. The safety of the Sound Ninja village took a back seat. "Yes, Lord Orochimaru." Junmaru nodded earnestly. "If I encounter today and Appo's enemy again, I will certainly bring back his corpse." At this declaration, Orochimaru smiled. "Very good. However, you are the one I value most, the most precious asset of the entire Sound Ninja village. Do take care of yourself." Though he spoke these words, he had already resolved to abandon Junmaru. Chapter 23. Aoi vs. Neji. What a splendid child, yet tragically afflicted with an incurable ailment. For years, Orochimaru has pondered numerous methods, but has remained powerless against the bloodline disease of the corpse-bone path. Ultimately, he set his sights on Uchiha Sasuke and Appo's body. As for Kimimaro, he had already lost his value. Of course, Kimimaro was oblivious to this fact. He had yet to meet Sasuke and remained unaware that he had been abandoned, still fantasizing about becoming Orochimaru and Appo's vessel. After departing from the Sound Ninja village, Aoyu gasped for breath as he reunited with Karen. During today's battle, he realized the severe inadequacy of his chakra. The chakra volume of a Chunin was simply insufficient for high-intensity jutsu usage, although his innate abilities granted him the capability to contend with formidable opponents. The lack of chakra severely curtailed his explosive potential. Despite having only sparred with Kimimaro for a few minutes, the latter showed almost no signs of fatigue, leaving Aoyu at risk of being overwhelmed due to his chakra depletion. Fortunately, with the aid of the Flying Thunder God technique, he managed to escape unscathed. From this perspective, the Flying Thunder God serves as an unparalleled trump card for evasion rather than offense. Unlike Minato Namikaze, Aoyu would have the opportunity to acquire numerous powerful jutsu in the future, rendering a sole focus on the Flying Thunder God unnecessary. He began to devise a plan for his future skill points, intending to dismantle any jutsu deemed less useful. Once he accumulated 1,000 skill points, he would specifically enhance his chakra level. With the chakra capacity of a Jonin, his strength would experience a significant augmentation once again. "Are you all right, my lord?" Karen inquired with concern upon seeing Aoyu's feeble demeanor. "I'm fine," Aoyu replied dismissively, shaking his head. "Your task for today and tomorrow is to keep a close watch on the Sound Ninja Village. Immediately inform me if you detect any intentions of relocation." Although Orochimaru had no plans to move in the next few days, Aoyu remained unaware of this. To be cautious, he entrusted Karen, who possessed the Kagaya Byakugan, with the responsibility of vigilant observation. Should she detect any signs of the Sound Ninja relocating, he would hasten to create chaos. After detailing a few more instructions, Aoyu utilized the Flying Thunder God once more and returned to his room in Konoha. Following a restful night, a new day dawned, marking the commencement of the third round of the Chunin selection exam. Upon entering the exam venue, Aoyu found the elevated platforms already brimming with spectators, including the daimyo and nobles of the Land of Fire, as well as Konoha's ninjas and villagers. The Konoha faction regarded today's exam with utmost importance. A month prior, traces of Orochimaru's presence had already been detected. The death of Tsukuyomi Hate further underscored the undercurrents at play. Nevertheless, the Hokage, Yuan Fei, resolved to proceed with the third round of the exam, for in times of peace, the Chunin exams serve as a stage to showcase the strength of the ninja village. Through this examination, the prowess of Konoha's ninjas would be highlighted, instilling confidence in the daimyo and nobles of the Land of Fire, thus securing more missions. Ninjas, by nature, are not engaged in productive labor. Only through missions can they thrive, allowing the village to acquire more resources to nurture the next generation. After a few remarks from Yuan Fei, the new proctor, Nara Shikaku, presented the matchups before the 8 participants. And so, the first match is between Hyuga Neji and Nara Aoyu, announced Shikaku, holding a kunai in his mouth. Upon hearing that his opponent was Neji, Aoyu felt as though fate had conspired against him. Surely, word of his duel with Neji had reached Yuan Fei, resulting in their fortuitous encounter in the first match. "You seem quite confident, yet you appear so nonchalant before our bout," Neji remarked, sensing that he was being underestimated. "What is there to discuss?" Aoyu replied nonchalantly. For him, winning against Neji posed little challenge. The real difficulty lay in his inability to employ certain powerful jutsu. Even if the third Hokage were to pass away today, what if the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, decided to investigate? Presently, Aoyu's strength did not rank among the elite in the ninja world. He had yet to attain the level of a Kage, thus maintaining a low profile was prudent. He must remain inconspicuous, even if he intended to revel. He ought to don a disguise. With a mask, he could present himself as a mysterious, formidable figure in the ninja world. Without it, he was merely an unremarkable genin from Konoha. Aoyu's response incited Neji's ire. He chose not to exchange further pleasantries and assumed a stance to charge at his opponent. As Neji advanced to attack, Aoyu swiftly conjured 2 shadow clones. In the absence of powerful jutsu, the shadow clone technique was indeed the most effective strategy. One of his clones distanced itself to prepare for ranged harassment, while the other concealed itself, seeking an opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Meanwhile, Aoyu himself dashed towards Neji. Attempting a sneak attack? That is futile before the eyes of the Hyuga clan. Byakugan, activate. In an instant, veins protruded on Neji's forehead as he activated the Byakugan. To him, every direction was laid bare. Nothing could escape his vision. However, Aoyu had anticipated this. He was well aware of the Byakugan's capabilities and would not make such a foolish error. While the eyes may possess strength, human attention is inherently limited. In the original storyline, Naruto had successfully used shadow clones to dig underground and ultimately surprise Neji. Thus, as long as he could divert the Byakugan user's focus, successfully executing a surprise attack would not pose a significant challenge. Before long, the two engaged in battle. In close combat, Aoyu struggled against Neji's gentle fist technique. In the ninja world, where high offense often accompanies low defense, battling the Hyuga clan's gentle fist before achieving Kaga-level strength was indeed a disadvantage. Of course, if one were a ranged combat specialist, the pressure would be considerably lessened. It seems your strength does not match your boasts, Neji scoffed after exchanging a dozen blows. Initially, he had believed Aoyu to be strong, having diligently practiced the gentle fist for the past month. However, he now perceived Aoyu's taijutsu as merely Chunin level, leaving him feeling duped. You need not concern yourself with my abilities. Today, you are destined to lose, mark my words. Aoyu retorted coldly, still harboring resentment for Hinata's injuries. As the battle progressed, Neji began to grasp the nefarious intentions behind Aoyu's shadow clones. Whenever he attempted to utilize the gentle fist to strike, a shuriken would soar from a distance, perfectly interrupting his actions. Consequently, Neji's gentle fist technique became increasingly constrained. After nearly 100 exchanges, Neji had yet to land a single hit on Aoyu. Is this all you have? Relying solely on shadow clones? Chapter 24. The initiation of the Konoha collapse plan. Faced with Neji's tactical mockery, Aoyu remained silent, as his shadow clone had already provided the answer. A shuriken was launched towards Neji, but its aim appeared lackluster, missing him entirely and instead soaring above his head. As the shuriken reached its apex, a puff of white smoke revealed Aoyu's shadow clone. Futile, Neji scoffed, his Byakugan granting him a comprehensive field of vision, causing him to refrain from raising a hand. Instead, he lifted his right hand and executed a palm strike towards the sky. The gentle fist, 8 trigrams empty palm, was the Hyuga clan and Appo's sole long-range technique. Its power was moderate, making it difficult to inflict substantial damage upon formidable opponents. However, Neji believed that striking a mere shadow clone would pose no challenge. To his astonishment, the impacted clone instantaneously transformed into a block of wood, crashing heavily to the ground with a resounding thud. So, the shadow clone had preemptively set up a substitution technique. Neji was momentarily taken aback. In that instant of distraction, Aoyu's true form and another shadow clone seized the opportunity, armed with kunai, charging at him from 2 directions with blinding speed. Seeing this, Neji was compelled to employ the strongest defensive technique of the gentle fist, 8 trigrams, revolving heaven. A protective shield formed rapidly around him, composed of blue chakra. Both Aoyu's true form and his shadow clone were violently repelled upon colliding with revolving heaven. Bang! The shadow clone, possessing low defensive capability, was obliterated immediately. Meanwhile, Aoyu's true form was forcefully hurled to the ground at a distance. With a flourish, Neji assumed a victorious posture, his expression one of arrogant triumph. You have lost. I told you before, fate cannot be altered. Neji was acutely aware of revolving heaven's might. It was inconceivable for a Chunin to withstand such an onslaught and remain unscathed. No, you are mistaken. Fate can indeed be altered, and I shall demonstrate it to you now. Aoyu, who had been knocked down, effortlessly rose to his feet, nonchalantly brushing the dust from his attire. Fortunately, he had discreetly activated Earth Spear at the critical moment, hardening the areas impacted by the attack, thus mitigating the damage he sustained. Otherwise, an ordinary ninja caught off guard by revolving heaven would likely suffer severe injuries and lose their combat capability. Neji was taken aback to see Aoyu stand again. You withstood my revolving heaven and still possess the strength to fight? Nothing of great consequence. I suppose it is due to my superior physical resilience, Aoyu replied, evading a direct answer. Neji smirked coldly. It is of no use. Even if you were to endure several more blows, you would inevitably fall to me. Even if your physique is extraordinary, enduring consecutive attacks will ultimately lead to your defeat. With that, he resumed the initial stance of the gentle fist, preparing to strike. However, Aoyu shook his head, declaring, You will have no opportunity, for from this moment forth, your defeat is assured. Your so-called fate has already been altered by me. Delusional. Neji dismissed his words, unyielding in his belief. Just as he prepared to advance, a sharp pain pierced the back of his neck. A sudden realization struck him. This is impossible. His eyes closed, and he collapsed onto the ground. The outcome was decided in an instant, leaving countless spectators bewildered. They deemed Neji and Appo's loss utterly inexplicable. Ninjas in the stands exchanged murmurs. Is it not said that Byakugan has no blind spots? How could he be ambushed so easily? Others familiar with the Hyuga clan elucidated. It is rumored that the Byakugan of the branch family, being caged birds, possesses a blind spot in its vision. Ayu's shadow clone, having utilized the substitution technique, had transformed into another kunai wielded by a separate shadow clone. Before Neji launched Revolving Heaven, the shadow clone had tossed the kunai into his blind spot, culminating in a lethal conclusion. Upon hearing this explanation, the audience grasped the intricacies of the battle. One ninja commented, "It seems that with Ayu's prowess and combat experience, he can be regarded as a competent Chunin." Returning to the stands, Ayu consumed a soldier pill to restore his stamina. In the recent skirmish, he had indeed capitalized on his intelligence advantage. The prior shadow clones had repeatedly thrown shuriken, not merely to disrupt Neji's use of the gentle fist, but also to identify the blind spots in the Byakugan of the branch family. Additionally, the existence of the shadow clones, which were indistinguishable from reality, made them ideal for ambush tactics, resulting in Neji suffering a significant setback. Furthermore, when struck by Revolving Heaven, Ayu's Earth Release, Earth Spear had provided formidable defense. Without effective defensive ninjutsu, defeating Neji would have been exceedingly challenging. Unless utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique or the Manjiki Sharingan, a guaranteed victory could not be assured. Next, Ayu observed the other matches. Narashikamaru faced Temari, ultimately conceding with his charming surrender technique. Naruto and Appo's opponent had transformed into Yamanaka Ino. In the face of the extreme parasitic insects, he appeared somewhat flustered. At that moment, Naruto could only employ the shadow clone technique, lacking any other powerful means. Many believed he stood no chance of victory. However, to everyone's surprise, Naruto ultimately triumphed over Ino. The reason being simple. The excessive chakra within him rendered the parasites incapable of fully consuming him. The fourth match, of course, featured Sasuke against Gaara. Ayu was acutely aware that the Konoha collapse plan was about to commence in earnest. As anticipated, amidst the fervent clash between Sasuke and Gaara, as Gaara began to lose control, the lurking Orochimaru unleashed a wide-ranging Jinjutsu, Rebirth of Nirvana. A flurry of white feathers descended slowly, casting an eerie atmosphere over the Chunin Exam venue. Those who beheld the feathers, including ordinary folk and even some lesser ninjas, fell victim to the Jinjutsu, collapsing to the ground. With his Manjiki Sharingan, Ayu possessed a robust resistance to Jinjutsu and was naturally immune to such illusions. Seizing the moment of distraction, he stealthily exited the exam site. Before leaving, he glimpsed Orochimaru, disguised as the fourth Kazekage, seizing YN phase life before leaping to the rooftop. He recognized that his opportunity had arrived. Upon returning to his quarters, he donned a pre-prepared black hooded cloak, affixing a cat mask over his face, revealing only his crimson three-tomo Sharingan. Through the window, he observed the formation of the four purple flames barrier at the Chunin Exam. It seemed that Kid Maru had been slain, likely due to the disarray within the Sound Ninja Quartet, which had barely managed to execute this technique. However, such matters were of no concern to him now. He was solely focused on exploiting Orochimaru's distraction to procure supplies from the Sound Village. Activating the Flying Thunder God technique, Ayu and Appo's figure vanished in an instant. Sound Village, here I come. Chapter 25, A Swift Defeat of Orochimaru. Within a clandestine chamber of the Sound Ninja Village, a brilliant flash illuminated the space as Qingyu's figure materialized. This was the very location where he had unsealed a scroll the previous day, falling prey to the ambush of countless gigantic serpents. He was certain this was the entrance to Orochimaru's experiments. As it was an entrance, the mechanism must lie beneath the floor. After probing beneath the bed and inspecting the cabinet's base, Qingyu scoured the area. At last, he discovered something unusual on the mat at the room's entrance. Lifting the mat, he noticed a gap in the floorboards. No wonder he had sensed something amiss with the ground when he entered yesterday. It was hidden here. Without hesitation, he activated the entrance, revealing a direct passageway leading underground. Entering the staircase, Qingyu cautiously advanced, his pace slow as he remained uncertain of potential traps. He dared not hasten. Encountering a mechanism could lead to dire consequences. To mitigate risks, he activated the Earth Release, Earth Spear technique, shielding his vital areas. After a minute of careful exploration, he found himself in a spacious area. Unlike the dim corridor, The actual underground space was brightly lit, illuminating the entire room. Numerous experimental devices were displayed, and Xingyu even spotted several experimental subjects, all encased within sealed nutrient apparatuses, with numerous tubes affixed to them. Indifferent to the subjects, Xingyu's gaze fixated on the instruments. There were microscopes, computers, centrifuges, incubators. Each scientific apparatus was worth a fortune in the ninja world, with even the least valuable fetching hundreds of thousands of ryo. To Xingyu, these were not mere devices. They represented a significant sum of money. Without a moment's pause, he extracted several sealing scrolls and fervently began to stow the instruments within. It was only at this juncture that he regretted not bringing enough sealing scrolls. The total value of the laboratory's equipment was undoubtedly nearing 10 million ryo. Yet his scrolls could scarcely accommodate half of the instruments. With no other option, Xingyu resolved to take what he could. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, he instantly appeared at a concealed location outside the Sound Ninja Village, where Xiangling awaited him. Master Xingyu. Xiangling greeted him with a smile. Having anticipated his arrival after learning of his plans the previous day, I will keep an eye on these instruments while you return to the Sound Ninja Village. Xingyu wasted no words as he retrieved the instruments from the scrolls before re-entering the laboratory. After 3 trips, he finally secured the last of the experimental instruments into the sealing scroll, feeling a sense of satisfaction. He had left no apparatus behind for Orochimaru, aside from those containing the experimental subjects. As a ninja village, the Sound Ninja Village undoubtedly possessed savings, though its vault's location remained a mystery. Despite his substantial haul, Xingyu felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Acquiring more funds would enable him to accelerate his growth through lotteries. Primarily, he lacked commercial acumen, unlike some transmigrators who, having arrived with nothing, transformed into business prodigies. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sought to exploit the Sound Ninja Village. Thus, Xingyu exited the laboratory, continuing his search within the Sound Ninja Village. To avert any disturbances from Kimimaro, he dispatched a shadow clone to create chaos, diverting attention while he cautiously explored. Before long, the distant shadow clone engaged in combat with Kimimaro. To delay the enemy, Xingyu instructed his clone to evade rather than confront directly, allowing his real self to buy more time. Although the Sound Ninja Village was relatively small, it was still significantly larger than an ordinary village. Approximately half an hour later, Xingyu finally discovered the vault of the Sound Ninja Village, only to find it completely emptied. Clearly, Orochimaru had anticipated the potential repercussions following the collapse of Konoha and had preemptively relocated the funds, leaving Xingyu with nothing. It appears my gains for today have reached their limit. Although slightly disheartened by the lack of new acquisitions, Xingyu remained unperturbed. The instruments he had secured, even at depreciated value, would still command at least 8 to 9 million ryo, sufficient for his current enhancement needs. Just as he prepared to depart, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure. "Who are you?" Orochimaru rasped, disbelief etched on his face as he beheld the masked man before him. His arms hung limply, evidently sealed by the life-for-life price exacted by Yuan Fury. "You returned so swiftly." "I am surprised," Xingyu remarked, feigning ignorance and employing a hoarse tone to conceal his identity. "But judging by your appearance, it seems you have suffered considerable losses in Konoha? Who exactly are you? How do you know my movements?" Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, a sense of déjà vu washing over him. He was certain he had encountered this individual before, yet could not recall where. After all, Xingyu had taken extensive precautions, concealing his identity beneath layers of clothing, leaving only his eyes exposed. Simultaneously, Xingyu's eyes began to whirl, revealing the striking crimson of his Sharingan with its 3 tomo. "You are a member of the Uchiha clan?" Upon witnessing those coveted Sharingan, Orochimaru could hardly believe his eyes. He was certain that this figure was not Itachi Uchiha. The only remaining suspect was the masked man who had appeared during the Ninetales disturbance. Both donned masks and dark cloaks. Unbeknownst to him, Xingyu had cast the blame onto Obito. Even the previous encounter with Kisame had shown that the Akatsuki organization was adept at deflecting suspicion. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that now that we have met, allow me to surprise you." With that, Xingyu activated his Sharingan, casting a Jinjutsu. Illusion, tree binding death. In the blink of an eye, Orochimaru found the scenery around him transformed. A colossal tree materialized behind him, ensnaring him tightly. In the illusion, a shadowy figure emerged, wielding a kunai to sever his head. In reality, Xingyu effortlessly beheaded Orochimaru. To his astonishment, the task was alarmingly simple. Evidently, Orochimaru had suffered greatly in Konoha. However, Qingyu remained vigilant regarding Orochimaru's potential escape mechanisms. Next, he formed hand seals and unleashed the fire release, great fireball technique, incinerating Orochimaru's corpse entirely. Now, let us see how you survive. Despite his bravado, Qingyu felt a twinge of uncertainty. He could not discount the possibility that Orochimaru had other resurrection strategies hidden away. Just as Qingyu relaxed, a small white snake stealthily slithered away from the ashes of the burnt corpse. Indeed, Orochimaru was not so easily vanquished. As the little white snake made its escape, Qingyu swiftly hurled a kunai, just as it was about to strike what was effectively Orochimaru's true form. The kunai was suddenly intercepted. Then, right before Qingyu's eyes, Orochimaru vanished completely. Chapter 26. The Death of Kimimaro. It is you, Kagaya Kimimaro. Upon encountering the young man whose body was grotesquely adorned with protruding bone spikes, deflecting the shuriken, Aoi furrowed his brow. It appeared that his shadow clone had failed to detain the enemy, resulting in the loss of the prime opportunity to eliminate Orochimaru. As long as I am here, you shall not lay a finger on Lord Orochimaru. Kimimaro, in his current state, was gravely ill. Originally, he was to partake in the plan to bring Konoha to ruin, tasked with the assassination of the third Hokage. Unfortunately, a month prior, he had succumbed to a bloodline disease, his physical condition deteriorating rapidly, forcing him to withdraw from the mission. He was nearing death. Orochimaru has escaped, and you have been abandoned. Why do you continue to serve him? Aoi questioned, perplexed. While reading the original work, he had always found Kimimaro to be the most incomprehensible character, despite Orochimaru's ulterior motives in drawing close to him. Intending to mold the youth into a vessel for reincarnation, all the training and attention were merely a guise for his own gain. Now that Kimimaro had outlived his usefulness, Orochimaru had fled without a second thought, devoid of any sentiment. Coughing violently, Kimimaro spat out a mouthful of blood and declared, "You will never understand me. Only Lord Orochimaru truly comprehends my existence. For that, I am willing to sacrifice my life." In his final moments, the thought of contributing to Orochimaru's cause brought him solace. With no desire for further conversation, the two ceased their exchange. In an instant, Kimimaro transformed into a monstrous state, activating his formidable abilities. Bone techniques, dance of the iron threads, line. He extended his hand behind his back, forcefully extracting a bone whip several meters long. With a fierce swing, he ensnared Aoi's body. Subsequently, his left hand morphed, bones protruding from his palm, rapidly enveloping his entire arm, transforming into a colossal bone drill. Bone techniques, dance of the iron threads, flower. Raising the bone drill, Kimimaro charged directly at the ensnared Aoi. Useless, your final struggle cannot bind me. As Kimimaro's assault approached, Aoi swiftly activated the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing at a pre-established mark nearby, behind Kimimaro. How can this be? A bewildered Kimimaro exclaimed, having clearly ensnared his target, yet his attack had missed. Without granting him a moment to react, Aoi unleashed Earth Release, Earth Spear, launching a relentless barrage at Kimimaro and Appo's back. Countless strikes, powerful as steel, further deteriorated Kimimaro and Appo's already fragile state. He coughed up more blood, his body swaying precariously, evidently nearing the end. Realizing Kimimaro was on the brink of death, Aoi murmured, "If I pursue Orochimaru now, there may still be a chance to find him." Now adversaries, he naturally wished to eradicate the threat entirely. As a scientist of the shinobi world, Orochimaru's vitality and cunning were unparalleled. A moment and Appo's negligence could lead to unforeseen peril. Fortunately, Uncle Snake remained unaware of Aoi and Appo's true identity. Otherwise, he would hardly sleep soundly. Upon hearing Aoi's words, Kimimaro's eyes flared with determination. Like a flicker of light before extinguishment, he launched a final attack. "To stop you, let me wield my life one last time." Dance of the Early Dawn. In an instant, the ground trembled, and a multitude of fearsome white bone spears erupted from the earth. Within moments, a vast expanse of the Sound Village was engulfed, transformed into a hellish forest of bones. As Kimimaro weaved through the skeletal formations, he discovered that Aoi had vanished. Damn it, where did he go? Is it a space-time ninjutsu? With that thought, Kimimaro and Appo's body slumped against the bone spears. Blood continued to seep from the corners of his mouth, dripping onto the wilted flowers below. Kimimaro was dead. This was the final scene Aoi witnessed as he departed using the Flying Thunder God. Upon his arrival in the shinobi world, he had once contemplated altering Kimimaro's fate. Alas, he had arrived too late, with Orochimaru having already seized the opportunity. The two were destined to become foes. However, in light of today and Appo's gains, any lingering regret seemed trivial. Returning to a concealed location outside the Sound Village, Aoi surveyed the scattered scientific instruments on the ground, a smile of bountiful harvest gracing his face. Karen, these instruments are entrusted to you. I hope you can convert them into assets swiftly. Once the funds were secured, he would conduct a lottery, significantly enhancing his strength. By then, he would be capable of confronting even the strongest of shinobi head-on. Understood, my lord. I will expedite the process. Karen diligently began to account for the instruments. Holding a price list, it was evident she had done her homework. As estimated, the total value of these instruments exceeds 10 million ryo, but since we are reselling them, there will be some depreciation. We should net around 8 million ryo. Adjusting her glasses, Karen reported earnestly. This figure aligns closely with my expectations. I appreciate your efforts. Rest assured, my lord, I will ensure your satisfaction. Having entrusted the instruments to Karen, Aoi nonchalantly returned to Konoha with a Flying Thunder God technique. Given that he had left the village without permission, he could not afford to linger too long in plain sight. Konoha remained in a state of chaos, with remnants of Sunagakure still needing to be addressed. Thus no one paid heed to a mere inconspicuous figure like him. Only the Konoha ninjas, particularly the 12 young ninjas, who had participated in the Chunin exams, engaged him in casual conversation. The one most concerned about Aoi was Hinata. Upon seeing him, she excitedly dashed into his embrace. Steadying her, Aoi asked with concern, "What's wrong?" "Aoi-kun, I'm so relieved you're safe. I was worried sick when I couldn't find you," she exclaimed, her cheeks flushing with shyness. Quickly extricating herself from his arms, she stammered, "I'm sorry for being so emotional." Just now her fingers fidgeted nervously, her face a deep crimson. "I'm fine. You are aware of my capabilities," Aoi reassured her with a smile. Deep down, he felt touched by her concern. His decision to remain in the village and develop his strength stemmed from the bonds he had formed in Konoha. "I was just too worried." That's why Hinata averted her gaze, bashfully lowering her head. Although she had faith in Aoi's strength, her anxiety stemmed from a deeper place, one that was often independent of another and Appo's abilities. Hinata's deep care for him had caused her to panic momentarily. After all, many had perished in today's turmoil, including several jonin. No one could guarantee their safety amidst the conflicts of the shinobi world. Her worry was entirely understandable. After a brief conversation, the two quickly immersed themselves in their rescue efforts, aiding villagers affected by the battle. Due to various factors, the noblemen and dignitaries observing the Chunin exams emerged largely unscathed, with only a few suffering minor injuries from the Nirvana Temple technique, while the casualties among the Konoha ninjas and villagers were significant. It was indeed ironic. After an entire night of relentless efforts, Aoi finally found a moment of reprieve. With the dawn of a new day, the wilted stems of Konoha faded away, and the great trees were poised to embrace new life. After 2 days of tranquility, he was approached by a masked individual claiming to be a Root ninja. Chapter 27. The refusal of Root's invitation. "Lord Danzo requests your presence. Please accompany me." The ninja from Root stood at the door, his expression vacant and his tone as frigid as a machine. "Danzo is looking for me?" A slight surprise flickered in Aoi's mind. Had the old man taken notice of him simply for a slightly impressive performance in the Chunin selection exam? One must not be disrespectful to Lord Danzo. The ninja's irritation was evident at Aoi's casual dismissal of the name. "I know nothing of this route. Konoha has only the umbu. I have never even heard of this so-called Lord Danzo. I shall not go." Aoi was resolute in his refusal to visit Root, showing no regard for appearances. He harbored no fondness for Danzo. Even in his dealings with enemies like Orochimaru and Kimimaro, he had not displayed such disdain. But Danzo was different, a true menace. As long as he lived, Konoha would never know peace. Perhaps in his early days, Danzo's actions were for the good of Konoha. Yet, as the position of Hokage seemed ever more distant, his ambition began to fester. In his quest for power, Danzo shifted his tactics, turning the very methods used against rival ninja villages upon his own. Should any Navi's soul unwittingly join Root, they would be molded into a mere executioner of orders. Devoid of will, what could possibly be appealing about such a place? Summer Aoi, mind your words. Root is merely a training ground for the umbu. Under the leadership of Lord Danzo, disciple of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, the root ninja's cold gaze bore down on Aoi as he continued. Furthermore, I am here to inform you, not to seek your consent. Regrettably, I cannot comply, Aoi declared, making to shut the door, his intent to dismiss clear. Not going. That decision is not yours to make. The ninja's hand gripped the door, preventing Aoi from closing it. With a swift motion, he drew his ninja blade. Seeing the impending confrontation, Aoi was not one to back down. You wish to fight? Very well. Quietly, he activated his Earth Release, Earth Spear. His body began to harden, a grayish hue creeping across his skin. Stop. This is Konoha. What do you intend to do here? What are you plotting, Danzo? Just as the situation threatened to escalate into violence, Jiraiya's powerful voice intervened. He had returned to the village in search of Naruto and to gather inspiration for his writings at the hot springs. Upon witnessing a root ninja threatening a Konoha genin, he stepped in without hesitation. Seeing Jiraiya's intervention, Aoi discreetly dispelled his jutsu, the gray skin fading back to normal. Thank you, Lord Jiraiya. Without your intervention, things could have escalated beyond control. Aoi expressed his gratitude. With a casual smile, Jiraiya dismissed the thanks. No need to thank me. I simply cannot abide by Danzo's methods. Konoha should be a place of mutual respect. Coercing comrades is a dark act. To Aoi, a mere shadow in the grand scheme, Jiraiya offered no further attention. A brief exchange, and he departed. As Aoi closed the door, silence enveloped him. He had calculated many things, yet he never anticipated being targeted by the shadowy Danzo. Those who caught Danzo and Appos SI fell into one of two categories. Either they led a wretched existence or possessed a strength that he could not afford to offend. Aoi chose the latter, bolstered by his recent gains from the Sound Village, granting him ample opportunities to draw upon. Once he became stronger, who would fear whom? However, the instruments he had acquired were not easily liquidated. He hoped that Karui could provide assistance in promptly disposing of them. Meanwhile, at the root base, the same Umbu who had sought Aoi now knelt before Danzo, reporting the events. You say this summer Aoi dared to refuse my invitation? Danzo scoffed disdainfully, though a frown creased his brow. Yet, Jiraiya truly poses a complication. In Danzo's eyes, Aoi was but a minor player, hardly deserving of his attention. Under normal circumstances, he would have made an example of such insolence. Few dared to reject him in Konoha. However, with Jiraiya intervening, he had to reconsider. He was confident that within Konoha, few could threaten him, but Jiraiya was among them. Without absolute certainty, he was unwilling to provoke a powerful figure like one of the legendary Sannin over a mere genin's defiance. Rumor had it that Jiraiya would soon seek Tsunade to promote her as the fifth Hokage, proving he could not discern who might truly restore Konoha's greatness. Frustrated, Danzo slammed his hand on the table. As a disciple of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, he was the most qualified candidate for the Hokage position after the death of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Yet, he lacked the support of his fellow advisors, Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado. His path to the Hokage seat was obstructed by two formidable figures, Jiraiya and Tsunade. Unfortunately, as members of the Sannin, their strength could rival his own. Facing two opponents alone, he deemed it prudent to bide his time. I shall endure for a while longer. My time will surely come. After a moment of self-reassurance, Danzo resumed his dark demeanor. Lord Danzo, here is the gathered intelligence on Summer Aoi for your perusal. A root operative placed a dossier on the desk. Very well. You may leave. Danzo waved dismissively, showing little interest in the documents. What was the significance of a mere genin's profile? He was merely cannon fodder, likely to possess the strength of a Chunin at best. His interest in Aoi stemmed from the boy's potential and the secrets he harbored. A once unremarkable genin suddenly rising to prominence must surely have something hidden beneath the surface. Attempting to recruit him into root seemed a gamble worth taking. To his dismay, before he could even make the overture, he had been rebuffed. Scowling at the dossier, he decided to skim through it. Flipping to the first page, he disdainfully noted, 3 years as a genin, consistently undertaking D-rank missions. Does such a person truly merit inclusion in root? Turning a few more pages, Aoi's experiences were equally unimpressive. Even the clerical Chunin from the Konoha Academy had more commendable histories. It seems only the information from the Chunin selection exam warrants attention. With that thought, Danzo skipped several pages. Upon reaching the section detailing Aoi's performance in the Forest of Death, his expression grew grave. Someone witnessed his encounter with Orochimaru, disguised as a grass ninja. Chapter 28. acquiring the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. The door to the office swung open, and the root ninja Ding appeared once again before Danzo. He knelt respectfully and inquired, "Lord Danzo, do you have any further orders?" Discarding the documents in his hand onto the table, Danzo irritably asked, "Why did you not report to me separately regarding the intelligence on Natsume Aoba and Orochimaru's confrontation? Because the information has not been fully verified, it is merely suspected," Ding explained nonchalantly. "Moreover, I interrogated the two Konoha genin who were teamed up with Natsume Aoba. They merely encountered an ambush by Orochimaru, but afterward, they scattered and did not witness the battle firsthand." "Oh, is that so?" Danzo pressed his fingers against his forehead. It was unfortunate that Orochimaru had recently gone dark, otherwise, he could have inquired directly. After being reduced to a small white snake by Aoi's great fireball, Orochimaru had begun to lie low. Until he regained a new body, he would surely refrain from making any public appearances. After contemplating, Danzo issued a command. "Continue to monitor Natsume Aoba, Ding." Yes, Aoba was not surprised to be under Danzo's continuous scrutiny. The root ninjas lurking around him each possessed the strength of Nin. If not for his heightened vigilance, it would have been quite challenging to detect them. After dutifully engaging in D-rank missions for several days, he finally sensed the call from Kaguya. Upon returning to his dwelling, he secured the doors and windows. He sent out a shadow clone to divert the root ninja's attention while his main body utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to depart. Upon reaching Kaguya's side, Aoba discovered they were in a secret chamber. Beside the young woman was a portable safe. "Lord Aoba, all the funds from the sale of the equipment are contained within." Kaguya hurriedly pushed the safe toward him upon seeing him. Well done." Aoba nodded in satisfaction and eagerly opened the safe. Inside, stacks of paper bills, all valued at 1,000 Ryo, were piled high. Picking up a bundle, he embarked on the exhilarating task of counting the cash. After a rough tally, he found a total of 8,560,000 Ryo. This was sufficient for him to partake in 8 rounds of luxurious tenfold draws from the system's prize pool. Currently, the system's lottery panel featured 2 pools, the regular one he had been drawing from, which offered little chance of obtaining S-rank jutsu, mostly yielding B-rank techniques, and the advanced luxurious pool, which required 1 million Ryo for a tenfold draw, though the costs were higher and the returns fewer. The probability of obtaining exceptional items significantly increased, including the potential acquisition of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan and Sage Mode. Either of these abilities would undoubtedly propel him to the level of a Kage. At present, the ordinary prize pool served Aoba primarily to accrue skill points, as his chakra, taijutsu, and jinjutsu all required substantial investment in skill points to enhance his foundational ninja prowess. He funneled the 8 million Ryo into the system, leaving the remaining 560,000 Ryo to Kaguya as compensation and operational funds for the organization. Upon utilizing the Flying Thunder God to return to Konoha, Aoba prepared to indulge in a tenfold draw to test his luck. System commenced with 10 draws from the regular prize pool. Amidst a flurry of notification alerts, he became nearly dizzy. Rather than examining each reward individually, he began tallying his spoils after all 10 rounds concluded. The total rewards were A-rank Jutsu 1, B-rank Jutsu 9, Soldier Pills 38, Medical Kits 12, Shurikens 23, Standard Kunai 10, D-rank Jutsu 3, C-rank Jutsu 2, E-rank Jutsu 2. Among them, the A-rank Jutsu was Chidori, currently the most powerful technique Aoba had acquired. Previously, he had struggled in combat due to a lack of potent offensive jutsu, making it difficult to secure a decisive blow. With Chidori now in his arsenal, it perfectly complemented his Sharingan. He retained 1 B-rank jutsu, the Great Fire Annihilation, and decomposed the remaining 8, garnering a total of 800 skill points. In the original narrative, the scene where Uchiha Madara employed the Great Fire Annihilation was profoundly striking, though this was due to the skill of the user rather than the technique itself. The 2 C-rank jutsu included Earth Release, Underground Submarine, and Water Prison technique. The 3 D-rank jutsu were Leaf Whirlwind, Leaf Gale, and Mist Shadow technique. Leaf Whirlwind and Leaf Gale were technically taijutsu. It seemed the system categorized all techniques under ninjutsu. The 2 E-rank jutsu, both classic and related to Naruto, were the Sexy technique and the 1,000 Years of Death. Aoba surmised that he would likely never have the opportunity to utilize these techniques. However, aside from the 8 B-rank jutsu, he refrained from decomposing the other jutsu of lower rank. The primary reason being that their low levels would yield minimal skill points upon decomposition. so it was wiser to retain them for potential future use. Next, Aoi's gaze turned to the luxurious prize pool. System. I wish to purchase a bag of Supreme Soldier Pills for 1 million Ryo. Initiate the draw. Without hesitation, he opted for a tenfold draw. Before the roulette began to spin, there was an opportunity to select a jutsu. This was a privilege of the advanced luxurious pool, allowing him to choose one powerful jutsu guaranteed to be obtained. The options were between Chidori Blade and Rasengan. Without hesitation, Aoi selected Chidori Blade. Now possessing Chidori, he could utilize this derivative technique for more versatile tactics. Once the selection was made, the roulette began to rotate slowly. Soon, the notification sounded in his ears. Acquired, Chidori Blade, B rank, Explosive Tags 2, Standard Kunai 3, Shurikens 4. The results of this round of draws nearly caused Aoi to spit blood. It felt as if 1 million Ryo had been tossed into a pond, only to make a splash. Yet, he did not feel disheartened. He still had 6 million Ryo remaining, and he was not anxious. Continue the draws. Another 100,000 Ryo vanished, and he selected the Lightning Release Chakra mode before the roulette began to spin again. Acquired, Lightning Release Chakra mode, B rank, Decapitating Blade, Explosive Tags 3, Standard Kunai 1, Shurikens 4. Once again, another disappointing draw ensued, though it wasn't entirely fruitless. At least he had obtained a Decapitating Blade. Aoi thought that if he continued down this path, he might eventually gather all 7 ninja swords of the mist. However, he was not particularly accustomed to wielding a weapon like the Decapitating Blade, as it did not synergize well with his speed-oriented Flying Thunder God and Lightning Release techniques. Only the guaranteed Lightning Release Chakra mode was indeed potent. The 4th Reikage had utilized this technique, and when mastered, it could integrate attack, defense, and speed, which reassured him it was not a total loss. The 2 unsuccessful draws led Aoi to question the advanced luxurious prize pool. Why did it feel more like a trap than the ordinary pool? One final attempt. If I do not succeed this time, I shall refrain from the advanced prize pool for the time being. After an internal struggle, Aoi gritted his teeth and resolved to take one last gamble. System. Let us proceed with another tenfold draw from the advanced prize pool. Selecting the A-rank Chidori Flow, the roulette began to spin once more. Acquired, Chidori Flow, A-rank. Chakra Blade 1, Explosive Tags 2, Standard Kunai 2, Shurikens 3. Congratulations, host. You have experienced a reversal of fortune and obtained the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Chapter 29. The abilities of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan at long last. I have drawn it. A crimson orb of light gradually fused with Qingyu's eyes, and he instantly realized that his gaze had transformed. As he closed and then opened his eyes, they had morphed into the intricate patterns of a Kaleidoscope Sharingan. The scarlet hue of his eyes was bewitchingly enigmatic, suffused with immense ocular power. Standing before the bathroom mirror, Qingyu beheld the distinctive shape of his kaleidoscope, an elaborate design formed by the interconnection of 3 checkmarks. Simultaneously, Qingyu discerned the capabilities granted by his newly acquired eyes. The left eye possessed a passive ability named Takamagara, which rendered him immune to illusions. The right eye and Oppo's power, dubbed Fudanong, enhanced his Susanoo. These abilities were not without purpose. The emergence of Shimura Danzo had instilled a sense of peril within Qingyu. The most formidable aspect of Danzo was his own Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Originating from Uchiha Shursui, the unparalleled Jinjutsu, Kodo Amitsukami, could manipulate the target and amp Oppo's thoughts silently and without notice. Such an illusionary prowess, despite its steep cost, posed a significant threat. Under the influence of this looming crisis, Qingyu's left eye acquired the ability to resist Jinjutsu. However, he held only a modicum of confidence in Takamagara's efficacy against Kodo Amitsukami. After all, without direct confrontation, the outcome remained uncertain. The right eye's power stemmed from Qingyu's desire for steady growth. Susanoo was already the pinnacle of Kaleidoscope Sharingan's might. And now, with the augmentation of its capabilities, it was as if he had gained wings. Upon activating his eyes, Qingyu's chakra reserves also expanded. Yet, akin to the initial awakening of his 3-tomo Sharingan, the increase was modest due to the lack of any stimuli. After concealing the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Qingyu continued to partake in the lottery. However, he had no immediate intentions of engaging with the advanced prize pool. Although the advanced pool offered the chance to draw shadow-level abilities, the probability was exceedingly disheartening. Moreover, with the Kaleidoscope Sharingan already in his possession, he did not find himself in dire need of high-end abilities. Instead of squandering his drawing opportunities on a particularly unpromising advanced pool, he opted to accumulate more skill points from the regular pool to bolster his foundational strength. Currently, he possessed only 835 skill points, still over 100 points shy of enhancing his chakra capacity. Without hesitation, he executed 30 consecutive draws from the regular prize pool, reaping a wealth of ninjutsu and items. The total rewards included 2 A-rank ninjutsu, 29 B-rank ninjutsu, 7 ninja swords, long sword needle, 9 smoke bombs, 23 standard kunai, 80 shurikens, 12 explosive tags, 122 military rations, and 22 medical kits. Qingyu now found himself in no shortage of ninjutsu. All the ninjutsu he acquired were rather commonplace, lacking uniqueness, and provided no significant enhancement to his capabilities. Thus, he proceeded to dismantle these techniques, yielding a total of 900 skill points. Adding this to his original 835 points brought his total to 735 skill points. With such an abundance of skill points at his disposal, the next logical step was to invest in upgrades. First, Qingyu allocated 1,000 skill points, totaling 3,000 points, to elevate both his taijutsu and jinjutsu abilities to an advanced level, while also enhancing his chakra capacity to B rank. The upgrade in taijutsu allowed him to engage in close-quarters combat with elite J-nin without relying on ninjutsu. The enhancement of his jinjutsu, in conjunction with the ocular prowess of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, rendered his strength beyond imagination. Comparatively, he likely stood on par with Uchiha Itachi. As for the increase in chakra capacity, its significance was profound. With chakra levels equivalent to that of an elite J-nin, Qingyu could now confidently utilize numerous ninjutsu in battle, free from concerns regarding chakra deficiency. With 735 skill points remaining, he expended 500 points to master the Flying Thunder God technique. A notification chimed. Flying Thunder God technique has reached mastery, comprehending the second stage of Flying Thunder God. Subsequently, he began investing the requisite skill points for A-rank ninjutsu, totaling 300 points, to elevate Chidori flow from novice to proficient, and then to mastery. He then spent 200 points, the cost for B-rank ninjutsu, to advance lightning release, chakra mode from novice to proficient, and then to mastery. The rationale behind upgrading these two ninjutsu lay in their significant impact on Qingyu's combat prowess. As an A-rank lightning release technique, Chidori flow enveloped the user in crackling electricity, wielding formidable power. Its effect was akin to Earth Release, Earth Spear, serving as a powerful ninjutsu that synergized offense and defense. Armed with these two techniques, Qingyu's prowess in close combat became nearly unrivaled. Opponents stronger than his taijutsu could not breach his defenses, while those weaker dared not confront him in hand-to-hand combat. The only drawback was the elemental conflict between lightning release and earth release, which could have otherwise enhanced his defensive capabilities. As for lightning release, chakra mode, it was the signature technique of the fourth Raikage, capable of stimulating physical cells with lightning to attain extraordinary speed and enhance physical strength. Although this technique was only B rank, its prior training posed significant risks to the user's body, making it a rare pursuit among ninjas. However, for Qingyu, acquiring the technique meant he had already learned it. He merely needed to enhance his proficiency. Thus, while others shied away from its training, he faced no such issues. Of course, without achieving perfection in lightning release, chakra mode, Qingyu and Appo's speed was somewhat slower than that of the fourth Raikage. Nevertheless, he had the Flying Thunder God as a trump card, allowing for a less stringent requirement on speed. Being faster than most ninjas sufficed. Lastly, with his remaining skill points, Qingyu elevated A-rank Chidori to proficiency and B-rank Great Fire Annihilation and Chidori Blade to mastery. After a prolonged absence, he opened his personal panel, revealing his strength information. Personal panel name, Natsume Qingyu Balance, 1,024. 000 Rio skill points, 245 chakra level, B rank, Elite J-nin, Bloodline, Kaleidoscope Sharingan Taijutsu, Advanced Jinjutsu, Advanced Ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God Technique, Mastery, Chidori Flow, Mastery, Chidori, Proficient. Earth Release, Earth Spear, Mastery, Lightning Release, Chakra Mode, Mastery, Chidori Blade, Mastery, Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation, Mastery, Magical, Tree Binding Kill, Mastery, Shadow Clone Technique, Proficient. Expand items. Great Sword Samahata, Decapitation Blade, Long Sword Needle, Special Military Rations, X3. Expand, gazing contentedly at the data on his personal panel. Qingyu felt an immense sense of satisfaction. His strength had significantly increased, far surpassing that of an ordinary J-nin, and he had likely reached the threshold of a quasi-shadow level. Coupled with the kaleidoscope Sharingan, the Flying Thunder God, and those formidable ninjutsu, he felt confident even in encounters with shadow-level adversaries. Closing his personal panel, he retrieved the Decapitation Blade and Long Sword Needle. The Long Sword Needle, being excessively slender and demanding in finesse, lacked substantial power, leading him to favor the Decapitation Blade instead. He decided to melt down the blade of the Decapitation Blade and forge a new ninja sword. After all, this particular blade possessed the unique characteristic of regenerating as long as it absorbed blood, even if it was severed. Stowing away both ninja blades, he opted to wield the Great Sword Samahata for the time being. With 1,000,000 ryo still in his possession, he resolved to refrain from further lottery draws for now. His current strength sufficed, and he would address any future needs as they arose. Quietly utilizing the Flying Thunder God, Qingyu materialized within a wooded area. After ensuring that the surroundings were clear of any presence, he prepared to thoroughly experience the capabilities of his kaleidoscope Sharingan. Chapter 30. An Uninvited Guest. Before testing the capabilities of the kaleidoscope, Aoyuki first assessed the power of other ninjutsu techniques. With a swift combination of hand signs, ugly, rabbit, monkey, he unleashed the lightning release, Chidori. A frenzy of blue lightning erupted in his hands, accompanied by a cacophony akin to the chaotic chirping of countless birds. No wonder this jutsu was named Chidori. The sound was indeed quite grating. Aoyuki couldn't help but mutter. Clutching Chidori, he activated his 3-tomo Sharingan. The Chidori technique was formidable, its difficulty nearing that of an S-rank ninjutsu. However, it had a notable drawback. It required a sprint to launch an attack. To successfully strike an opponent, one needed exceptional dynamic vision to lock onto the target. Thus, it was advisable for ordinary ninjas to pair Chidori with the dynamic vision provided by the Sharingan. Charging toward a massive boulder, a resounding explosion echoed as the stone shattered into countless fragments. Such a powerful jutsu would yield disastrous consequences if it struck a person. Subsequently, Aoyuki drew forth a newly acquired chakra blade and attempted to initiate Chidori Blade. A surge of blue lightning enveloped the chakra blade in a rapid embrace. The Chidori Blade, designed to be used in conjunction with a ninja knife, could paralyze the entire body of the struck target, making it an excellent control technique. Next, he created a shadow clone and continued to experiment with the Chidori Flow. The main body utilized Chidori Flow, instantly enveloped in crackling lightning, while the shadow clone employed Earth Release, Earth Spear for defense. As the main body launched an attack towards the Earth Spear shadow clone, after a fierce stalemate, Chidori Flow ultimately broke through the hardened defense of the Earth Spear. Bang! The struck shadow clone dissipated swiftly. It appeared that the Chidori Flow possessed considerable offensive power, capable of breaching the defenses of Earth Release under attribute constraints. In the ninja world, chakra is classified by elemental attributes: lightning, fire, wind, water, earth, along with yin and yang release. Yin release pertains to spiritual power, while yang release relates to vitality. Among these, the relationship of earth release being countered by lightning release is particularly pronounced. In the original narrative, Deidara, a member of the Akatsuki organization, was resurrected during the Fourth Great Ninja War by Kabuto using impure world reincarnation. His clay bombs were easily countered by lightning release, to the extent that even the electricity emitted from a battery could suppress him. This was also the reason why Aoyuki, after acquiring Earth Spear for defense, felt the need to upgrade Chidori Flow. With 2 defensive ninjutsu techniques, his defenses would be deemed perfect. Ninjas typically possess high offensive capabilities, but low defenses. He had no desire to embody such a flaw. After experiencing the ninjutsu, Aoyuki's eyes underwent another transformation. The 3-tomo within his Sharingan spun incessantly, ultimately morphing into a complex kaleidoscope pattern. Subsequently, his form became enveloped in golden chakra ribs. With the enhancement of his potent ocular power, the chakra's skeletal structure expanded, swiftly transforming into a gigantic half-skeleton. Countless muscles formed from chakra began to spread and grow upon the skeleton, quickly enveloping it entirely. In the right hand of the golden giant, a chakra-formed spear materialized. The left hand of Susanoo, propelled by Aoyuki's will, manifested a sphere of blue lightning. As the two hands converged, the blue lightning fused with the spear, instantaneously transforming into a lance enveloped in electricity. Susanoo, Chidori spear. However, the spectacle did not end there. Bolstered by the kaleidoscope's potent abilities, Susanoo sprouted legs. As the legs lifted from the ground, the earth trembled incessantly. Gazing at the golden giant that enveloped him, Aoyuki was astonished to discover that this form of Susanoo resembled that of Uchiha Madara, both having sprouted legs before achieving their complete form. Wielding the lightning spear, he tore through the forest, creating a rift. Yellow dust billowed forth, green leaves scattered, and countless creatures fled in terror. Just as Aoyuki reveled in the might of Susanoo, a sudden sting pierced his eyes. Almost immediately, blood trickled from his eye sockets, leaving 2 trails of crimson on his face. Covering his eyes with his hands, Aoyuki's Susanoo dissipated in an instant. The pain was intense. He had assumed that the kaleidoscope obtained from the system would be different, but it turned out to be merely a half-finished product. In a daze, he sensed a slight decline in his vision. However, having used the kaleidoscope's power only once, the issue was not particularly grave. Exiting the Sharingan state, Aoyuki retrieved a tissue to wipe the blood from his face. It appeared that to wield the kaleidoscope and Appo's powers at will, he would need to acquire the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. Alternatively, obtaining a second pair of kaleidoscopes to merge into the eternal eye. Currently, the system offered no guidance, but he was certain of these 2 possibilities. After a brief respite, sensing an improvement in his eyesight, Aoyuki did not linger any longer and utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Konoha village. That night, an uninvited guest arrived at Aoyuki's doorstep. Upon opening the door, Aoyuki immediately recognized the identity of the visitor. 2 root guards, Aburame Shino and Yamanaka Ino, flanked a figure whose right face was wrapped in bandages. Without a doubt, it was Shimura Danzo. "May I ask?" Before Aoyuki could finish his inquiry, Danzo interjected. "Aoyuki Natsume. I am Shimura Danzo, the leader of the route. I have come to extend a special invitation for you to join us in safeguarding Konoha." His left hand leaned on a cane, while his right arm, concealed beneath his robe, harbored a collection of Sharingan eyes as resurrection tokens. The unexpected visit from Danzo left Aoyuki utterly astounded. His current status was merely that of a low-ranking ninja in Konoha. How could someone of Danzo's stature, a core figure in Konoha's hierarchy, concern himself with someone so inconsequential? Was it possible that his true identity had been revealed? "Apologies, Lord Danzo, but I lack the qualifications to join the route. My heart is not dark enough to engage in underhanded dealings." Aoyuki averted his gaze from Danzo's eyes, resolutely declining. He was aware that the old man's right eye was Uchiha Shirsue's kaleidoscope Sharingan, capable of casting the Jinjutsu Kodoha Mitsukami even through the bandages. To avoid any mishaps, Aoyuki chose not to meet his gaze. If he were careless, his immunity to the Jinjutsu of Takamagara might falter against Kodoha Mitsukami, leading to an extremely awkward situation. "You insult the sacrifices made by the root for Konoha. We are the shadows that walk in darkness, aiming to protect those seedlings basking in the sunlight, an act of profound justice." At that moment, Danzo was visibly enraged, as Aoyuki's words seemed to undermine his contributions to Konoha. "Do you comprehend?" Taking a deep breath, Danzo began to expound on his philosophy. "You cannot fathom how vital the root is to Konoha. During the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars, without the sacrifices of the root, Konoha would have long since lost the war, trampled underfoot by the other great nation's ninja villages. It is due to the guardianship of the root that the village remains strong and resilient." Danzo's words were imbued with emotion, and Aoyuki believed that if he were to create a PowerPoint presentation for the man, he would undoubtedly deliver an even more compelling argument. For those unfamiliar with him, it would be easy to find some merit in his rhetoric. Yet Aoyuki was acutely aware of the narrative's direction and Danzo's unsavory deeds, rendering him impervious to such manipulation. He had incited discord between the Rain Village and the Akatsuki, leading Hanzo the Salamander to orchestrate the demise of Akatsuki's leader, Yahiko, thereby giving rise to a terrifying organization filled with S-rank renegades. He had stealthily seized Uchiha Shirsue's kaleidoscope Sharingan, indirectly resulting in the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. He had slain the director of Konoha's orphanage, Yakushi Nanoko, thereby introducing a later-stage boss, Orochimaru, into the ninja world. Each of these actions had caused significant harm, not only to others, but also nearly to Konoha itself. Are you jesting, Lord Danzo? I am but an ordinary low-ranking ninja. Joining the route would serve no purpose. It would be more fitting for me to engage in D-rank missions each day. In the face of Danzo's solicitation, Qingyu chose to feign ignorance. Upon discerning his intention, Danzo and Appo's expression darkened suddenly. You are merely a lowly genin? I am well aware of every action you took in the Forest of Death. To engage in battle with the legendary Orochimaru and emerge unscathed, even if he was not fully serious, is a feat unattainable by an ordinary genin. Chapter 31. Assassination from the Roots. As expected, the news of my encounter with Orochimaru in the Death Forest has been exposed. It was hardly surprising. I quickly regained my composure. During the confrontation with Orochimaru, I made no effort to conceal my identity, so it was only a matter of time before someone discovered the truth. Since the facade has been shattered, there is no need to continue the charade. Danzo, I have no time to waste on your roots. You would be wise to seek more capable allies. With my strength having significantly increased, I no longer feel the need to bide my time and develop slowly as I once did. If someone wishes to play their cards openly, I have no desire to pretend. Indeed, it was you. Originally, Danzo had merely intended to probe. While he had a high probability of confirmation, he lacked definitive intelligence. Now that he has received the answer, he is even more eager to utilize me for his own ends. However, Danzo is not foolish. Upon realizing my stance, he understands that attempting to recruit me is futile. The atmosphere between us quickly turned frigid, with the wind of the mountains and the hand of the oil woman resting on the hilt of their blades, poised to strike at a moment's notice. Humph. You presumptuous fool, one day you shall regret your refusal of my proposition. After a brief standoff, Danzo uttered a menacing remark and vanished into the night with his two subordinates. Having occupied a position of power for so long, he prefers to manipulate politics rather than engage in battle. His reasoning is simple. No matter how formidable a ninja may be, they cannot surpass a ninja army. After all, I am a leaf ninja, and my standing within the village is still quite low. He has ample means to have me eliminated. Following Danzo's departure, I ultimately refrained from taking action. My current strength is formidable, and I am more than capable of engaging in combat. For now, I have no intention of betraying the village. Attacking Danzo would be unwise. Had Yuan Fei Raizen still been alive, the two old geezers could have played their respective parts, one as the villain and the other as the hero. In such a case, I would have genuinely considered leaving the Leaf Village to forge my own path. But with the third Hokage fallen, the political climate in Konoha has improved dramatically. Under the leadership of the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, the village is thriving, with only Danzo lingering in the shadows. With no motive to defect from Konoha, I have resolved to remain. As for eliminating Danzo, opportunities will undoubtedly present themselves in the future. The moment he dares to leave the village, I shall not hesitate to act. It would be ideal to force the old lantern to reveal his Kotoame Tsukumi. At that point, I could strike with absolute certainty. Upon returning to the root base, Danzo's agitation grew. Despite Yuan Fei Raizen's demise, he believed he was the most qualified to assume the Hokage position. Yet, neither Kurama Shikaku nor Mito Minyan supported him. All of them, being disciples of the second Hokage, had their elbows pointed outward, wishing to see Jiraiya as Hokage. Jiraiya, unwilling to take on the role, even proposed Tsunade, who had long abandoned the village and spent her days in gambling dens, as the fifth Hokage, while they would not endorse Danzo. Now, even a mere genin dares to defy him. Unstable elements that cannot be controlled must be eradicated. With a flash of anger in his eyes, Danzo dispatched a root ninja codenamed Ding to assassinate me. Perhaps in terms of raw strength, Ding was only an average J-nin. However, in terms of assassination prowess, he had successfully ambushed elite J-nin on multiple occasions. Danzo felt assured sending Ding to confront me. He had also prepared a backup plan. Should Ding fail in his assassination attempt, he would hire the Akatsuki to eliminate me. Unexpectedly, the Akatsuki had seemingly resurfaced, but using them as a tool to exhaust those who defy him was a rather clever idea. Danzo's long-standing position in Konoha afforded him a certain level of immunity. Despite his numerous misdeeds, no one could touch him. The only individual to be wary of, Yuan Fei Raizen, was no more. He merely needed to bide his time, and eventually, he would take center stage. On the other hand, I heightened my vigilance in all aspects. I am acutely aware of Danzo's character. Matters would not simply conclude here. However, with my newfound strength, I am emboldened and unafraid of his underhanded tactics. In the world of ninjas, strength is the ultimate truth. Of course, I would not allow myself to become blindly arrogant. I will remain cautious where caution is warranted. In the dead of night, I had fallen into slumber. Shadows flitted around my room, moving like specters. The root ninja Ding stealthily infiltrated my quarters, and Appos, Natsume Aoba. Only Lord Danzo can restore greatness to Konoha. So you must die, and Appos. With this thought in mind, Ding thrust his dagger fiercely towards my heart. Bang! The moment he struck, I vanished into thin air. A miscalculation, it was a shadow clone. As the assassination attempt failed, Ding immediately sought to flee. The bedroom lights suddenly illuminated, revealing me standing directly opposite him. My crimson eyes coldly fixed on the intruder. Sharingan. In an instant, Ding was ensnared within an illusion. I had not anticipated that my contingency plan would indeed prove effective. One could only marvel at how impatient Danzo had become. Not even a day had passed before he initiated retaliation. Under the scrutiny of my Jinjutsu, Ding revealed that he had acted under Danzo's orders. In that moment, my intent to kill surged forth. I had done nothing to provoke Danzo, yet I found myself being treated as an easy target. I must find the opportunity to eliminate that old lantern. The feasibility of striking within Konoha is minimal. Firstly, Danzo's status is significant. Even if Jiraiya and Tsunade hold him in contempt, they would never permit anyone to attack a high-ranking official within the village. Secondly, Danzo himself is not weak. He is undeniably of Hokage caliber. With a Manjiki Sharingan possessing the formidable Kodo Amatsukami, I am uncertain I could guarantee success against him. Lastly, Danzo possesses the Uchiha clan's forbidden technique, Izanagi, granting him considerable chances of resurrection. To eliminate him, I must plan my approach carefully. Of course, I will not remain idle. If I cannot confront the mastermind behind the scenes, I can still deal with the other root ninjas. Any opportunity to cause Danzo distress is of great interest to me. After dispatching Ding with a kunai and utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to transport him outside the village, I thoroughly obliterated all traces of his existence and commenced my counteroffensive. In the ensuing period, Danzo found himself plagued by difficulties. Numerous root ninjas departing the village encountered attacks. Given the already limited manpower of the roots, the losses forced him to reduce missions. Even necessary tasks were conducted with greater secrecy, making it increasingly difficult for me to find an opportunity to strike. During this covert rivalry, one of the legendary three, Tsunade, returned to Konoha and announced her appointment as the fifth Hokage. "Hokage-sama, you summoned me?" I inquired as I pushed open the door to the Hokage's office. This was my first time in the Hokage building, and I was uncertain why Tsunade sought my presence. At the same time, I noticed Nara Shikamaru seated nearby. "Natsume Aoba, Jinin, Nara Shikamaru, Jinin, I have called you both here today to share some good news." Chapter 32, A Recommendation from Danzo? Becoming AJ Nin Team Leader. "What good news?" Ayu inquired. Tsunade clapped her hands, and her assistant Shizun entered the office, holding a Konoha J-Nin vest. "From now on, both of you are officially J-Nin." "How dull," Shikamaru muttered quietly, nonchalantly accepting the J-Nin vest. Ayu, however, was quite surprised. He had initially thought that only Shikamaru would attain the rank of J-Nin in this examination. To his astonishment, he too had been promoted. Although the green J-Nin vest was somewhat unappealing, it nonetheless served as a symbol of their status. When engaged in combat, wearing the J-Nin vest would provide greater mobility and better defense compared to regular clothing. However, Ayu had no intention of donning this green vest, as it made him feel quite uneasy. Konoha had never enforced a strict dress code for ninjas. As long as they wore their forehead protectors, their identity was established. "Very well, Nara Shikamaru, you may leave." "Ayu, stay?" Tsunade waved her hand, signaling Shikamaru to exit. Ayu was even more surprised by this turn of events. Logically, the Nara clan, being a prominent family in Konoha with many strategists, should have garnered more favor from the Hokage. Why dismiss Shikamaru and keep him? "Does the fifth Hokage have something to discuss with me?" Ayu inquired. Understanding Tsunade's character, he knew she was quite forthright and not one to engage in political maneuvering like the third Hokage. If there was a question, she would ask directly. "Ayu, Natsume, are you connected to Danzo?" Tsunade countered without answering. Immediately shaking his head, Ayu clarified, "I am not well acquainted with Advisor Danzo. He previously invited me to join the route, but I declined. Even if they had any relation, it was one of animosity." "That is quite peculiar," Tsunade remarked suddenly. "Since you became a genin, you have not completed a single C-rank mission in the past 3 years. I initially intended for you to undergo more training before promoting you to J-Nin, but due to Danzo's strong recommendation, it was expedited. Upon hearing Tsunade's explanation, Au sensed that Danzo might be plotting something. He could not possibly trust someone who had previously attempted to assassinate him to have any good intentions. Sure enough, Tsunade's subsequent words confirmed his suspicions. Now that you are a J-Nin, you are required to lead a team in executing missions. Here are several tasks suitable for you. Choose one. With that, Tsunade laid out a series of mission scrolls. As Au examined them closely, he discovered a mix of C-rank and B-rank missions. At this moment, he fully grasped Danzo's intentions. It would be unwise for him to act against Danzo within the village, and Danzo could not continuously send assassins after him. The best course of action would be to draw him out of the village. At that time, the old man would undoubtedly employ even more sinister tactics. I'll take this task, Au declared, selecting a B-rank mission to eliminate bandits. The reasoning was simple. The reward for this mission was quite substantial, a total of 150,000 Rio. As the team leader, he would at least receive half of that amount. Even though Au was no longer in need of petty cash, earning something was always welcome. Even the smallest sum adds up over time. I actually advise against taking on a B-rank mission for your first time leading a team. C-rank missions are generally safer, Tsunade commented out of concern. No need, 5th Hokage. I can handle this task, Au replied, shaking his head in refusal. Seeing that further persuasion was futile, Tsunade nodded. Here is the list of your team members. I have already informed them. They will meet you at the entrance of Konoha tomorrow. Taking the list, Au asked, 5th Hokage, do you have any knowledge about my 3 teammates? How could I? You must understand that I have just returned to Konoha and was away for quite some time. I have yet to catch up on even the information regarding many of our J-Nin, let alone the numerous Genin. I see, Au nodded thoughtfully. This meant there was a possibility that one of the 3 could be a spy planted by Danzo. Enough questions, kid. I'm about to collapse from my workload, Tsunade exclaimed, pulling out a flask and taking a leisurely sip. Only Shizune, as the Hokage's assistant, was busily handling a mountain of paperwork. Indeed, it was a hectic time. Observing this, Au decided to exit the Hokage's office. The next day, at the entrance of Konoha, Au met his team members. There were 3 in total, all youths. One appeared rather dull, another had a bright smile, and the last looked quite ordinary. Excellent, you're all here. Now that everyone has arrived, Au began to introduce himself. I am Au Natsume, your team leader for this mission. After his introduction, each of the 3 team members shared their names. I am Ozaki Misumi. My dream is to become an exceptional ninja. I enjoy dumplings and despise ramen. The seemingly ordinary Genin spoke first. My turn. I'm Kosugi Natsuki, and of course, my dream is to become Hokage. As for my favorite foods, there are many: sushi, tempura, takoyaki. In short, I have many favorites and no dislikes. I'm not picky. The sunniest of the boys spoke exuberantly, nearly overwhelming Au's ears. Then, everyone turned to the last member. I am Okamoto Yuru. The seemingly dull boy stated. What is your dream? Kosugi Natsuki eagerly inquired. The taciturn boy Okamoto Yuru coldly replied, I have no dreams. And I am not particularly interested in food. I just need something to fill my stomach. How boring. Kosugi Natsuki scoffed, pouting his lips in disdain. It was indeed challenging to discern who among the 3 might be Danzo and Appo's informant. At present, the dull Okamoto Yuru seemed the most suspicious. Root ninjas typically left an impression of being aloof and unyielding. Yet, the seemingly ordinary Ozaki Misumi also held a degree of suspicion. It was said that those who appeared most unremarkable often had the greatest potential to become spies. Lastly, there was Kosugi Natsuki. On the surface, he seemed fine, but one could not completely rule out suspicion. In summary, each of the 3 could potentially be Danzo's informant. After some contemplation, Au resolved to remain vigilant. As for which of the 3 was the spy, their true colors would gradually reveal themselves. Putting aside these thoughts, he addressed the 3. All right, since everyone has introduced themselves, let us immediately commence our mission. With that, Au relayed the detailed contents of the task to the trio. In a mountain within the Land of Fire, a band of bandits had recently been causing trouble. Due to the involvement of rogue ninjas, the local villagers had sought assistance from Konoha. The rogue ninjas among the bandits were preliminarily assessed to be Genin, though the potential for J-Nin among them could not be dismissed, and their numbers were not insignificant. Thus, the mission had been rated as B rank. Upon completing the mission briefing, the quartet departed from Konoha, hastening toward the task location. Simultaneously, in another part of the Land of Fire, two men clad in dark attire adorned with red clouds strolled leisurely. One of them bore a fearsome-looking wrapped weapon slung over his shoulder, while the other had deep lines etched into his face, exuding a serious demeanor. These two were, of course, members of the Akatsuki organization, S-rank rogue ninjas Kisame Hoshigaki and Itachi Uchiha. Unable to endure the silence, Kisame spoke first. Itachi, after our failed mission to capture the Ninetales, I didn't expect the leader would assign us a new task. Indeed, it is peculiar to be tasked with eliminating Konoha Nin Au Natsume, Itachi replied, perplexed as to why the organization was taking on such mundane missions. Is the prestige of S-rank rogue ninjas starting to diminish? It has come to my attention that the employer is rather generous, offering a substantial sum, which the leader would naturally not decline. Kisame evidently seeks to uncover more information. Itachi nodded slightly. It seems that Natsume Aoba has offended a significant figure. According to the information I have received, this influential individual is actually a high-ranking member of Konoha. It is indeed ironic that they would hire a rogue ninja to confront the shinobi of their own village. Kisame displayed a look of disdain, as this mission brought back unpleasant memories from his past. A high-ranking official from Konoha, you say? Itachi's eyes narrowed slightly. I can surmise who it might be. Chapter 33. Encountering the Akatsuki. Who could argue otherwise? Hoshigaki Kisame laughed heartily, confident that his employer believed his operatives had executed their tasks flawlessly. Yet, with that individual present, no information remained concealed. It is indeed quite ironic, Itachi commented, his expression as inscrutable as a still pond. Danzo, that jester, fancied he manipulated everything, while in truth, he was merely being utilized by us. Kisame scoffed dismissively. Itachi rarely displayed a hint of amusement, yet he reminded him, Kisame, we must maintain a cordial demeanor towards our employer. Mr. Itachi speaks wisely. The two continued their leisurely stroll, their destination conspicuously aligned with that of Team Aoi. Meanwhile, Team Aoi took a moment to rest during their journey, still several hours away from their mission site. They began to replenish their strength. I will fetch some water. Ozaki Misumi volunteered, disappearing from sight with several bamboo buckets. Aware that Danzo intended to undermine him, Aoi remained vigilant. He utilized sealing scrolls to store ample water and food, wary of consuming anything offered by others for fear of poisoning. After a full half hour, Ozaki Misumi returned, apologizing. I'm sorry, Captain Aoi. I mistakenly sought the wrong water source and took longer than expected. His expression of sincerity and wholesome smile made it difficult to suspect any ulterior motives. Not detecting any flaws, Aoi merely nodded. No need to apologize. We still have time to rest. Let us continue after another half hour. After the allotted time, the team resumed their journey. There were no unforeseen complications, and they successfully reached their destination by evening. The task of eliminating the bandits was straightforward, posing no challenge for Aoi, who possessed the strength to contend with shadows. However, he refrained from intervening, allowing his three teammates to engage in battle while he stood guard against any unforeseen incidents. Soon, the trio cleared the ranks of ordinary bandits, finally drawing out the rogue ninjas. The enemy consisted of three, perfectly matching the number of Aoi's teammates. As they clashed, Aoi observed his comrades. Ozaki Misumi displayed mediocre skills, utilizing the substitution technique only once, his taijutsu lacking any remarkable flair. In stark contrast, Okamoto Yoru exhibited considerable prowess. His weapon of choice was a ninja sword, and his swordsmanship bore the hallmark of expert training. The rogue ninjas, inherently weaker than those of the great ninja villages, faltered under Yoru's assault and were swiftly dispatched. Meanwhile, the situation for Kosugi Saka was dire. His use of the shadow clone technique was subpar, barely reaching acceptable levels, and he struggled with throwing shuriken and kunai, his taijutsu completely overpowered by the enemy. As a rogue ninja and amp, Appo's sword approached, he cried out in fear, Captain Aoi, save me. Seeing this, Aoi reluctantly threw a kunai, forcing the rogue ninja to block, granting Kosugi a moment to breathe. Thank you, Captain. However, before he could finish his gratitude, the rogue ninja struck him with a blade across the thigh. Help. Exasperated by Kosugi's lack of skill, Aoi had no choice but to intervene, swiftly eliminating the enemy. Noticing that Kosugi had only sustained a minor injury, Aoi tossed him a medical pack. Tend to your wound. Thank you, Captain. I'm fortunate to have you here. Kosugi adeptly bandaged his injury with the medical pack. Meanwhile, with Yoru's assistance, Ozaki Misumi also managed to defeat his opponent. After dispatching all the bandits, the group began to recuperate. During this time, Ozaki Misumi sought another excuse to leave for a while. Curious about his activities, Aoi decided to utilize a shadow clone to investigate. "You are Natsume Aoba?" Suddenly, two men clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds strolled leisurely out from the nearby forest. Such impressive stealth. Aoi recognized them instantly. The one wielding the great sword Samehada was Hoshigaki Kisame, and the man with deep-set lines on his face was Uchiha Itachi. Discarding the photograph he held, Kisame brandished Samehada. "It seems I have not mistaken you. What is your purpose?" As he posed the question, Aoi had already surmised the answer. He could scarcely recall any conflicts with the Akatsuki, leading him to suspect Danzo and Appo's interference. Regardless of the circumstances, he was certain that attributing any blame to Danzo would be prudent. "We merely seek to acquire an item from you," Kisame replied with a disconcertingly sincere smile. The audacity of Danzo in employing members of the Akatsuki was astounding. Yet, Aoi remained unfazed. If they sought his life, it would depend on their capability to claim it. The enemy lacked space-time ninjutsu, and as long as he avoided a lethal strike, escaping would be a challenge. Particularly, Aoi was well-versed in the intelligence surrounding Kisame and Itachi. Only Itachi and Appo's Tokatsukin posed a significant threat, but he was an actor at heart. Even after joining the Akatsuki, his ties to Konoha remained strong. As a ninja from the Leaf, Aoi speculated that Itachi might refrain from delivering a fatal blow. Thus, the true confrontation would lie with Hoshigaki Kisame. "What shall we do now, Captain? The enemies do not seem friendly," Yoru inquired. "Make haste. Run in the direction that Ozaki departed," Aoi instructed. Despite the possibility of a spy among the three, until their identities were revealed, they remained his subordinates. Engaging with members of the Akatsuki was perilous, and Aoi wished to avoid any mishaps befalling them. "But, Captain, what about you?" Kosugi hesitated. "Quickly, do not hinder the captain," Yoru urged, pulling him away. With the two departing, Aoi exhaled a sigh of relief. "Which of you two shall face me first?" He coldly regarded his adversaries, or perhaps, would they confront him together? Itachi was about to make a move, but Kisame interjected, "Mr. Itachi, allow me to handle this foe." "Be careful," Itachi replied, not insisting further. With a casual flourish of Samehada, Kisame's eyes ignited with battle fervor. "I've heard you've clashed with Orochimaru, yet you are merely a nin from Konoha. How intriguing." Seeing Kisame's Samehada, Aoi retrieved his own from the system's inventory. At last, it can emerge. The deep purple Samehada gaped wide, taunting Kisame. Kisame's Samehada, provoked, also broke free from its bindings. The two Samehadas screeched and howled, as if engaged in a fierce argument. This spectacle left Kisame utterly astonished. "What? You possess a Samehada as well? This is impossible." It was common knowledge that the 7 ninja swords were each unique, unlike the mass-produced Kuzunaji. Yet, what was unfolding before him? A second Samehada that was alive. "Why can't I have a Samehada?" Aoi dismissed the need for an explanation. They were enemies, and he felt no obligation to provide excuses. This is inconsequential. Without further ado, the earnest Kisame charged forward with Samehada in hand. Aoi activated Earth Release, Earth Spear, hardening the skin in vital areas. Both swung their same Hadas, the mighty blades clashing violently against one another. Chapter 34, Qingyu vs. Kisame Hoshigaki. The two wielders of the shark skin engaged in a fierce contest, each striving to absorb the other and Appo's chakra, their opposing forces pulling back and forth. Kisame's shark skin sought to siphon away Qingyu's Earth Release, Earth Spear chakra, while Qingyu's shark skin countered, reclaiming the chakra that had been drawn away. This back and forth yielded little effect aside from the energy expended in the transfer. Indeed, the authenticity of the second shark skin was no longer in question for Kisame. The primary characteristic of the great sword shark skin was its ability to absorb an opponent's chakra, and now Qingyu's shark skin demonstrated the same capability. The veracity of the ninja tools was of little importance at this juncture. After a brief exchange, the two parted ways, unwilling to squander time. Qingyu activated his lightning release chakra mode and unleashed the Chidori technique. Brilliant arcs of lightning flickered around him, as if he were a deity wielding the power of thunder. In this moment, Qingyu's speed, defense, and offense reached terrifying heights. His strikes became increasingly fierce and elusive, overwhelming Kisame, who was less adept in physical combat. As Qingyu darted about with ghostly speed, Kisame found himself struggling to keep pace. The two collided repeatedly, with Qingyu's formidable defenses leaving him unscathed, while Kisame's defenses faltered under the strain. Noticing Kisame's waning strength, Itachi Uchiha inquired, "Do you need assistance?" "Not necessary," Kisame responded, seeking an opportunity to create distance. "Mr. Itachi, I can handle him." As he spoke, his hands flew through a series of rapid hand seals. Tiger, ox, dragon, rooster, dragon, tiger, ox, dragon, rabbit, rooster, snake, goat. Water release, water shark bullet technique. At that moment, Qingyu surged forward, closing the distance between them. A pool of clear water materialized on the ground, swiftly morphing into a shark-like form that lunged at Qingyu with its jaws agape. Truly, as a tailless beast, Kisame effortlessly executed water release in the open space. Qingyu could not help but envy Kisame's reservoir of chakra. Nevertheless, he pressed on, charging towards Kisame without hesitation. When the water shark bullet collided with Qingyu's body, bolstered by both lightning and earth release enhancements, his physique withstood the impact of the water technique. Enduring the assault of the water shark bullet, he retaliated with a powerful punch directed at Kisame. With a decisive blow, he sent Kisame hurtling away, crashing through several trees. Yet, Qingyu's assault did not cease. Seizing the opportunity while Kisame was momentarily vulnerable, he unleashed lightning release, Chidori, racing towards the fallen Kisame. Given that his target was incapacitated, Qingyu refrained from activating his Sharingan. Attacking a stationary target rendered the absence of the Sharingan's enhanced vision inconsequential. Amaterasu. Just as Qingyu's Chidori was about to hit Kisame, a sphere of black flames shot forth at an incredible speed. Qingyu was well aware of Amaterasu's formidable power. The legendary flames that would not extinguish until their target was utterly incinerated, a truly troublesome ordeal. He instantly evaded the flames, ensuring Kisame's survival in the process. Coughing up blood, Kisame finally rose to his feet. "Thank you, Mr. Itachi." His fingers flew through hand seals once more. "I underestimated the enemy. I nearly faced defeat. This is why I am called the tailless beast." Water release. Great exploding water colliding wave. Instantly, a torrent of water, reminiscent of an ocean, erupted from his mouth. The deluge surged forth, rapidly engulfing the terrain. In mere moments, the entire forest transformed into a lake, and the water coalesced into a colossal sphere, enveloping both Qingyu and Kisame within. The entire sequence transpired with astonishing rapidity, catching Qingyu off guard. Gulping down a mouthful of water, he recalled Kisame utilizing this technique during his battle with Killer Bee in the original narrative. Yet, he had not anticipated the seriousness with which Kisame would approach him. Seizing the moment while Qingyu floundered in the water, Kisame melded with his shark skin. The great sword shark skin not only absorbed chakra but also fused seamlessly with a highly compatible host. Upon successful fusion, the host transformed into a humanoid creature resembling a shark. At this moment, Kisame's skin turned gray, dorsal fins sprouted from his back, and a thick tail emerged from his vertebrae, his entire head morphing into the visage of a shark. In this form, Kisame thrived in the aquatic environment. Water release. 1,000-feeding sharks. Without hesitation, Kisame rapidly executed his most potent area of effect technique. The massive sphere of water trembled, and countless sharks formed from the liquid, all targeting a singular objective, the enemy before them. The sharks surged forward relentlessly, offering Qingyu no opportunity for escape. Observing this, Qingyu's gaze sharpened. Just as he was about to be engulfed by the swarm of sharks, a flash of golden light materialized instantaneously. Qingyu, wielding a chakra blade, appeared behind Kisame. How infuriating! When did he? Kisame was utterly unprepared for Qingyu's sudden emergence. In such an environment, even the swiftest teleportation would struggle to evade detection, let alone manifest silently behind him. Though not foolish, Kisame deduced the use of space-time ninjutsu in an instant, yet he had no chance to react. With a glimmer of cold light, Qingyu's chakra blade slashed toward Kisame's throat. Boom! Suddenly, a massive crimson hand descended, striking where Qingyu stood. It was Itachi, activating his Susanoo. Seizing the opportunity, just before being struck by the Susanoo's colossal hand, Qingyu shifted to a less vulnerable angle. He redirected his chakra blade, delivering a forceful blow to Kisame's arm. A splash of crimson mingled with the water as Kisame's left arm was severed. In another flash of gold, Xingyu evaded the torrent of water unleashed by the great exploding water colliding wave and reappeared before Itachi. Having seen the two engage earlier, Xingyu had discreetly affixed a flying thunder god seal. Though his power had increased, his adversaries were no trifling foes, but rather renowned members of the Akatsuki. In the face of such opponents, even a slight lapse in judgment could lead to death. Thus, while clashing with Kisame, he had stealthily left the flying thunder god seal on Kisame's shark skin, creating an opportunity for a lethal strike. Regrettably, a prime opportunity had been thwarted by Itachi. Now, any attempt at a surprise attack was rendered futile. Kisame was no weakling, and now that he was on guard, Xingyu's attempt to use the flying thunder god for a sneak attack would surely fail. He was not the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, capable of such instantaneous reflexes. Moreover, facing members of the Akatsuki, S-rank rogue ninjas, even the fourth would struggle to prevail easily. Xingyu's ability to exert dominance stemmed from his advantage in intelligence. On one hand, he possessed knowledge of each Akatsuki member's capabilities. On the other, the Akatsuki had no understanding of his own strengths. However, after their exchanges, his information had likely been significantly compromised. Genjutsu. In the fleeting moment their eyes met, Itachi activated his preferred illusion through his crimson Manjiki Sharingan. Yet, he soon discovered that Xingyu exhibited no signs of succumbing to the Genjutsu. Under the influence of the Manjiki's ability, Amaterasu, Itachi's illusion was rendered ineffective. Genjutsu holds no power over me. Uchiha Itachi, Xingyu declared with a smile, swiftly enveloping his ninja tool in crackling electricity. Chidori Blade, Chakra Blade. Is that so? Then let us witness a more extraordinary illusion. As the azure feathers rush towards him, Itachi once again unleashes his Genjutsu. Tsukuyomi. Chapter 35. Your illusion is ineffective against me. Before the two individuals, the world swiftly transformed, ultimately plunging them into the illusionary realm conjured by Tsukuyomi. Within this domain, I wield absolute control over time, space, and even matter. In the illusionary world, Itachi, wielding his ninja blade, slowly advanced towards Aoi's body. Over the ensuing 72 hours, you shall endure the torment of relentless knife wounds, yet in reality, it will transpire in the mere blink of an eye. Unperturbed, Aoi calmly fixed his gaze upon him. Itachi, why not take a closer look? Upon hearing this, Itachi was momentarily taken aback. He then discerned a pair of crimson kaleidoscopic Sharingan manifesting above the temporal and spatial plane of Tsukuyomi. What? His previously impassive demeanor began to falter. You are of the Uchiha clan. Furrowing his brow, Itachi found this notion hard to believe. The Uchiha massacre had been executed by him and the masked man. So how could there be any survivors apart from Sasuke? Contemplating further, he speculated that perhaps there were remnants of his clan scattered elsewhere. After all, Aoi's Sharingan was the most compelling evidence. The Sharingan's bloodline limit differs notably from other ocular abilities. While other dojutsu can be freely transplanted, otherwise, the Hyuga clan would not have developed specialized defenses for their Byakugan. However, the Sharingan is distinct. Outsiders can only transplant a single eye, anymore, and the host would be unable to endure it. Moreover, foreign users of the Sharingan can only maintain its activation, unable to deactivate it. Kakashi Hitaki, often short on chakra, serves as a prime example. At this moment, a flicker of relief washed over Itachi, as if a burden of guilt regarding the Uchiha massacre had been momentarily alleviated. I apologize, but your illusion is ineffective against me. Even the kaleidoscopic Genjutsu is rendered meaningless before my eyes. Effortlessly breaking free from the constraints of Tsukuyomi, Aoi returned to reality. At that instant, his chakra blade was but a hair's breadth from Itachi's body. Just as the blade was about to pierce Itachi, red Susanoo skeletal structures began to materialize around him, blocking the strike. With the attack thwarted, Aoi quickly distanced himself, retreating for the time being. Shutting his Sharingan, Aoi took a few deep breaths. The preceding series of maneuvers, though seemingly powerful, had exhausted a significant portion of his chakra. Even with the chakra reserves of A.J. Nin, he could not afford to squander it. He hesitated, contemplating whether to continue the fight. If his chakra were to deplete without securing victory, it would be a futile endeavor. Meanwhile, Itachi, having barely repelled Aoi, felt his condition deteriorate rapidly. His physical state had already been compromised, and the repeated use of his kaleidoscopic abilities had taken a toll. Now, blood tears streamed from his eyes, rendering him even weaker. Come on, Kisame, we need to retreat. he urged his companion. Understood, Itachi-san, replied Kisame, who had been preoccupied with tending to his severed arm and had not witnessed the exchange between the two Sharingan users. He picked up his dismembered limb, tossed a smoke bomb, and the two vanished from sight. Seeing them escape, Aoi had no intention of pursuing. Do not chase a cornered foe, he thought. His own condition was far from optimal, with over half of his chakra expended. If he pressed on and pushed them to desperation, he might not emerge unscathed. The true mastermind behind it all was Danzo. Without Danzo's machinations, he would never have confronted the Akatsuki. Danzo, I will settle this score sooner or later. As the battle concluded, Aoi retrieved a bag of elite military rations purchased from the high-tier reward pool. Ripping open the packaging, he took a bite of a ration pill. Indeed, these elite military rations lived up to their name. Just one bite restored a substantial amount of chakra, their efficacy surpassing that of ordinary rations tenfold. After resting for a brief 3 minutes, he promptly set off in the direction of his team members. Approximately half an hour later, he successfully reunited with his squad. Seeing Aoi unscathed, the three expressed their concern. That's wonderful, Captain. You're all right, exclaimed Kosher Natsume, his face alight with joy. As long as you're fine, haha, chuckled Ozaki Misumi with a simple smile. Only Okamoto Yuru regarded Aoi with a penetrating gaze. Captain, your strength seems formidable, far exceeding that of a mere Chunin. Just luck. The enemy did not pursue, Aoi replied, concealing the truth, as he still did not fully trust his subordinates. At that moment, Ozaki Misumi suddenly spoke. Captain, I have crucial intelligence to relay to you. He produced a scroll and slowly approached Aoi. Seeing his approach, Aoi's expression hardened, suspecting a possible ambush. Among the trio, Misumi had a penchant for disappearing, having evaded his sight twice already. If they intended to strike while he was vulnerable, it was indeed plausible. However, after consuming the elite ration, Aoi's chakra had nearly been replenished, and he felt no fear. Nonetheless, he discreetly activated Earth Spear, hardening the skin on vital areas of his body for protection against any unforeseen circumstances. Yet, despite his meticulous preparations, he had miscalculated. Okamoto Yoru suddenly appeared behind him, gripping a ninja blade, and swung fiercely at his back. Clang! It was as though he had struck stone. Aoi's back remained unscathed, save for a tear in his clothing. Through the rip, the grayish-black hardened skin was barely visible. Damn it, I failed. Seeing his ambush thwarted, Yoru acted without hesitation, attempting to strike again. But Aoi would not grant him another opportunity. Activating his lightning release chakra mode, he instantaneously materialized behind Okamoto Yoru, thrusting his chakra blade into the vicinity of his heart. Arc! Yoru had no time for any counteraction before collapsing to the ground. Gazing at his lifeless form, Aoi shook his head in regret. Indeed, you were one of Danzo's operatives. Ozaki Misumi and Kosher Natsume were taken aback by the scene before them. They could hardly fathom that their comrade Okamoto Yuru was, in fact, an enemy. Why did he betray us? Kosher Natsume was left in stunned silence. Indeed, harming a comrade equates to betraying the village, the most unforgivable of crimes. Ozaki Misumi lamented. Fortunately, the captain is exceptionally strong. He prevented Yoru from succeeding. Kosher Natsuke's sighed in relief. Noticing their endless chatter, Aoi waved his hand. All right, let us return to the village swiftly. I will report Yoru's actions to the 5th Hokage without fail. After all, he was a pawn of Danzo. His demise is inconsequential. Little did he anticipate that a prominent root elite, acting as an undercover agent, would exhibit such glaring flaws. It was truly a case of form not matching substance. Ostensibly an ordinary genin, he possessed formidable swordsmanship skills. Was he not blatantly revealing that his identity was anything but simple? Without further delay, the group resumed their journey after regaining their composure. Unbeknownst to Aoi, behind him, Ozaki Misumi wore a peculiar smile. Chapter 36, Another Undercover Agent. On the journey, Qingyu casually examined the scroll that Ozaki Misumi had given him. Upon opening it, he found documents detailing the exchanges between the Wave Ninja and the Cloud Hidden Village. This was sufficient evidence to prove that the ninjas from the Cloud Hidden Village were implicated, supporting the Wave Ninja's influence. However, Qingyu was not particularly interested in the underlying conspiracy. He intended to hand it over to Tsunade upon his return and let her deal with the complications. He was merely a detached ninja, tasked solely with executing missions. Throughout the return journey, Qingyu remained vigilant. He did not believe that the root operatives would simply let things go. Sure enough, As he traversed a valley, a multitude of explosive tags erupted, filling the air with a deafening roar. Flames soared into the sky, momentarily engulfing the entire valley. Prepared in advance, Qingyu swiftly used the Flying Thunder God technique to distance himself from the explosion. Upon returning, he emerged unscathed. Unfortunately, his companion, Kosugi Sora, was not as fortunate. Although Sora had been positioned further away, he was still caught at the edge of the blast and sustained serious injuries, one leg bloodied and emitting anguished cries. Ozaki Misumi appeared fortunate, untouched by the explosion's aftermath. He coldly observed Qingyu from a branch above. "Captain, it is rather unfortunate that you emerged unscathed. I never expected you to be a pawn of Danzo." Qingyu's anger flared. He had harbored suspicions about Ozaki Misumi, but had clung to a shred of hope. As a first-time team leader, he had intended to cultivate his own trusted subordinates. Konoha was a vast whirlpool. To thrive in the village, one needed to develop loyal allies. However, Danzo's ruthlessness was evident. Among his 3 subordinates, he had planted 2 moles. "Based on the intelligence gathered along the way, I noticed your defenses are formidable. The ambush by B was a failure, and even the explosive tags could not harm you. It seems conventional methods will not suffice in eliminating you." Ozaki Misumi, revealing his true identity as a root ninja, spoke with an air of confidence, seemingly dismissing Qingyu's strength. Or perhaps, Qingyu fixed his gaze on his adversary. "Do you truly believe you can defeat me? Ozaki, we are comrades. How can you act against a fellow ninja, just like Yuru?" At that moment, Kosugi Sora, filled with rage, struggled to comprehend the betrayal of 2 comrades in quick succession. "Sora, you are nothing but a fool. There are some things you will never understand." Ignoring the bewildered youth, Ozaki Misumi turned his attention back to Qingyu, declaring him an enemy that must be eliminated. With that, he activated the body flicker technique, swiftly closing the distance between them. Once they were near, Ozaki Misumi, confident in his victory, unleashed his final move, sealing technique, 4 symbols seal. From his body, ink-like seals began to spray forth, rapidly expanding to cover Qingyu and Appo's location. "You are already within the range of this technique. No matter how swift you are, escape is impossible." Ozaki Misumi bellowed, "Be consumed by the underworld with me." In an instant, a circular vacuum formed in the area, devouring all, trees, earth, everything, was obliterated. "Captain," Kosugi Sora cried out in despair, "it's over, we're all dead. How will I explain this to Lord Hokage upon returning to the village?" The injured boy, with a leg wounded, slumped helplessly to the ground. His predicament was dire. Without encountering Konoha's ninjas, how could he return? In the world of ninjas, despite their superhuman physical prowess, enduring severe injuries remained a formidable challenge. "Do not worry, I am unharmed." Qingyu's voice suddenly rang out. When Sora turned to look, he found Qingyu completely intact. "Captain, if you're safe, I can breathe easy." Kosugi Sora exclaimed, "I almost thought you had perished. I too almost believed I would meet my end. Had it not been for the Flying Thunder God technique, escaping in that situation would have been exceedingly difficult." Qingyu reflected, realizing that his unfamiliarity with Ozaki Misumi's capabilities left him vulnerable. At such a close range, evading the 4-symbol seal would have been nearly impossible. Fortunately, his space-time ninjutsu had allowed him to escape unscathed. Indeed, in the ninja world, the ability to preserve one's life is paramount. Otherwise, no matter how powerful one is, they remain susceptible to treachery. Uchiha Madara, whose heart was extracted by Kaguya, serves as a prime example of this. Why did Ozaki and Yoru have to resort to such actions? Kosugi Sora's mood began to darken. "They were targeting me," Qingyu succinctly explained, then inquired, "Can you still walk?" After attempting to rise, Kosugi Sora grimaced in pain. "It seems I cannot, Captain. Could you assist me?" "Very well, I shall carry you," Qingyu replied with resignation. "Haha. I truly appreciate your help, Captain." Kosugi Sora grinned sincerely. Just then, as Qingyu approached him, he suddenly halted, gazing at him with unyielding calm. "What is it?" Kosugi Sora looked up in confusion. "Actually, you are also from Root, are you not?" Qingyu questioned pointedly. "Captain, do not jest. What is Root, anyway?" Kosugi Sora exclaimed, feigning innocence. In that moment, Qingyu seemed to grasp the entire truth. The flaws in Okamoto Yoru and Ozaki Misumi's ruse were glaringly obvious, making it hard not to be on guard. As a member of Root, both Danzo and his subordinates were seasoned schemers. Qingyu could not believe that a man who had manipulated intricacies for decades would make such a fundamental error. Eliminating all other possibilities, the remaining answer, no matter how implausible, had to be the truth. Okamoto Yoru and Ozaki Misumi's ambush was merely a facade, aimed at gaining my trust and creating an opportunity for close contact. Drawing a kunai, Qingyu continued, only when I was truly unguarded would Root enact its final strike, and that strike is you. The individual he had slain in Konoha bore the code name D. The three individuals on this mission were likely A, B, and C. Okamoto Yoru was B, while Ozaki Misumi and Kosugi Sora were either A or C, Captain. This is unjust. I am merely an ordinary genin. How could I possibly be associated with Root? Kosugi Sora protested vehemently. How can you prove that? Qingyu remained skeptical. Look, this is my ninja ID. Kosugi Sora produced his identification as a Konoha ninja. Everything about my past is verifiable. Upon returning to Konoha, you can confirm it. It cannot be fabricated. Hearing this, Qingyu maintained his composure, showing no signs of belief. Noticing his skepticism, Kosugi Sora added, if you do not trust me, could you use a shadow clone to carry me back to Konoha? That way, even if something goes awry, you would not suffer any loss. His demeanor was humble, genuinely concerned for Qingyu's safety, making it hard to envision him as an undercover operative from Root. It does seem there are no apparent issues. Qingyu muttered to himself. He possessed no definitive evidence, which is why he had been testing the waters. Yet, the results of his probing had not revealed any anomalies in Kosugi Sora. Could it be that he truly is not a pawn of Danzo? With that thought, Qingyu activated his Sharingan. Chapter 37. The Revelation of Aoi Yu's Intelligence. Upon witnessing the sudden opening of his eyes, which had transformed into a striking crimson hue, Kosugi Sora was left utterly speechless. Captain, what has happened to your eyes? Could they possibly be the legendary Sharingan of the Uchiha clan? As he continued to play his role, Aoi Yu spoke with a hint of indifference. Are you an enemy? The answer will soon be revealed. With that, he activated his Sharingan techniques. Empowered by his formidable ocular prowess, an unprepared Kosugi Sora fell victim instantly. Within the realm of illusion, Aoi Yu extracted vital intelligence. Indeed, you are one of the Root. Piercing a kunai into Kosugi Sora's heart, he sighed heavily as he gazed at the lifeless body that collapsed before him. With 3 subordinates brought along for the mission, he returned with none. Even more infuriating was the fact that all 3 were undercover agents. Without a trace of nostalgia, Aoi Yu vanished in a flash using the Flying Thunder God technique. In a cave somewhere in the Land of Fire, Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame retrieved rings inscribed with the characters for Vermilion and South. They converted their chakra into waves of thought and projected it through the rings. Soon, ethereal projections of various members of the Akatsuki organization appeared throughout the cave. Suzaku, Nandu, have you completed your mission? The figure known as Pain, who held the codename Zero, immediately directed his gaze towards the 2. The honest Kisame replied earnestly, Leader, we have failed. The strength of Ayum Kasumi exceeds the information provided by our employer. I see. Pain responded with a faint nod. Currently, our primary task within Akatsuki remains the continued fundraising efforts, preparing for future conflicts among the great nations. I hope everyone can persist in their endeavors. Observing the nods from the Akatsuki members, Pain continued, to secure more missions, we must enhance our task completion rate. Therefore, I will personally deal with Ayum Kasumi. Upon hearing this, Kisame immediately interjected, Leader, please grant me another chance. It was merely a lack of information before, and I assure you I will not falter again. Having been bested by Ayum, he was unwilling to accept defeat and longed for a rematch. Huh, Kisame, your severed arm was sewn back on by Kakuzu. Weaklings should not make excuses. Haiden mocked from the side, showing no mercy. Frustrated, Kisame, being the honest man he was, found himself lacking the spirit to retort. Let me handle that fellow. Lord Jashin is already yearning for the blood of strong warriors. As Kisame fell silent, Haiden eagerly expressed his own agenda. Enough. Nandu, Santai, the organization's tasks are not something you can treat lightly. I will handle it myself. Pain dismissed Haiden's suggestion, still intent on taking matters into his own hands. If we are to confront Ayum Kasumi, I possess detailed intelligence. Just then, the white half of the member Zetsu spoke up. His black half remained silent, devoid of any desire to engage in conversation. Go on, Pain commanded, his tone frigid. The cheerful Zetsu replied, Ayum Kasumi is quite peculiar. Before the Chunin exams, he was merely an inconspicuous genin with no remarkable traits. However, from the onset of the exams, His strength surged inexplicably. Enough with the filler, Setsu. Get to the point. Haydn impatiently urged. His proposal having been rejected, his mood soured. Do not rush. This is a particularly challenging adversary. Current intelligence indicates that Ayumi Kasumi possesses a hardening technique akin to Kakuzu's, wields the Samahata blade, like Kisame, and has a lightning chakra mode reminiscent of the fourth Reikage. He has also mastered the Chidori of Kakashi Hitaki and the Flying Thunder God technique created by the second Hokage. The gathered Akatsuki members, even those with extensive experience, could not help but gasp at the formidable nature of the information. Such a troublesome opponent. It seems he will indeed be difficult to confront, commented Sasori, his tone icy. Damn it. When did he learn my Earth Spear technique? Kakuzu grumbled, visibly displeased. The Earth Release. Earth Spear was his exclusive technique, and its replication by another was unacceptable. Yet, he couldn't recall ever having taught it to anyone. It appears his strength is formidable. I wonder how it compares to my art. Deidara, being relatively inexperienced among the group, expressed a lack of interest, preferring to leave troublesome matters to his seniors while pursuing the art of explosions. He is indeed powerful, otherwise. With the combined strength of Itachi and myself, we could not have been repelled. As the members finally acknowledged the might of Ayumi, Kisame felt a sense of relief. It was not his lack of strength or effort. Rather, the enemy was simply too formidable. Among them all, however, Itachi bore the greatest shock. He understood that Ayumi's abilities extended even further, possessing a pair of Mangeki Sharingan. Yet, he chose to keep this intelligence to himself, not even confiding in his teammate Kisame. As a fellow Uchiha, Itachi had relinquished his former murderous intent. He wished for Ayumi to live well, hoping he would not repeat the tragic fate of their clan. Nonetheless, a new anxiety surfaced within him. Would such a powerful Ayumi seek vengeance upon Konoha upon discovering the truth behind the clan's massacre? With this thought, his resolve to conceal Ayumi's Mangeki information began to waver. What is your perspective, Pain? At that moment, Conan, codenamed White Tiger, turned to Pain. The enemy's strength is considerable. Yet before the divine, all is but an illusion. Pain's tone radiated confidence. Although the puppet could not display expressions, one could easily deduce that the true Nagato bore an air of condescension. Understanding his stance, Conan realized further persuasion was futile and chose to acquiesce. Very well. It is settled then. This meeting is adjourned. Swiftly, the technique of the ethereal projections was dispelled, and the members' apparitions faded away. In the secret base of the Akatsuki located in the Land of Rain, Pain stood at the exit, preparing to depart for the Land of Fire. At that moment, the space before him warped and twisted. Gradually, a figure clad in an Akatsuki cloak and donning a spiral mask emerged. Upon their encounter, the masked man bluntly inquired, Nagato, are you going to Konoha alone? I am Pain. Do not refer to this body as Nagato. Obito, Pain replied coolly, casting a sidelong glance at him. Very well, Pain. Obito, known as Uchiha Madara, did not waste time arguing over trivialities. Ayumi Kasumi has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Your attempt to confront him may yield no results. Allow me to engage him instead. Chapter 38. You are slandering my innocence. As the mastermind behind the scenes, Obito wished for Pain not to appear in public prematurely. The power of the Rinnegan should be utilized to capture tailed beasts, rather than squandered on trivial matters. In the world of ninjas, information is of utmost importance. Should the intelligence be discovered too early, Pain, as the leader of the Akatsuki, would lose his mystique and could easily have his weaknesses exposed. After a moment of contemplation, the Deva Path ultimately nodded, hoping not to be disappointed. Without excessive hesitation, he readily acquiesced to Obito's request. Wait for my good news. Obito's form began to twist and rotate before utilizing his space-time abilities to depart. After bidding farewell to the masked man, Nagato and Appo's original body gasped for breath. Appearing somewhat weakened, Nagato, your condition is deteriorating. Conan appeared beside him, her expression filled with concern. It's nothing serious. Nagato forced a smile. Once Yahiko's dream is realized, everything will gradually improve. Conan nodded, determined to stand by Nagato's side, supporting whatever he chose to do. After a brief silence, she suddenly inquired, were you testing that man who claims to be Madara? After all, he is Madara. It's prudent to be cautious. Nagato acknowledged this. Since Obito willingly desired to take action, he would not obstruct him. Even if he believed the possibility of the masked man being the legendary Uchiha Madara was slim, he would not let his guard down. Meanwhile, Black Zetsu appeared beside Obito. Oh, Obito, it seems Nagato does not trust you much. White Zetsu teased with a grin. Casting a cold glance at it, Obito's expression remained unperturbed beneath his mask. After all, as mere pawns being exploited, trust is not something we can expect. Hearing this, Black Zetsu's half-visible eyes glimmered with intrigue as he queried, "Why do you wish to intervene personally?" "Because Kisame reported to me that Itachi inadvertently mentioned his genjutsu is ineffective against Shumi Aoi." Obito slowly revealed his true intention. "Therefore, I wish to meet him. Perhaps he can be of use to me." To think someone could resist Uchiha Itachi's genjutsu. Black Zetsu expressed astonishment. It is well known that Uchiha Itachi's genjutsu is unparalleled in the current ninja world. Even Obito must remain vigilant in his presence. Only those with similar eyes can counter the Manjiki Sharingan, Obito concluded. "So that is the case. No wonder you intend to take action personally," Black Zetsu mused, frowning. "However, Itachi seems to have intentionally conveyed this information to us. What could his motives be?" "That is of little consequence," Obito instructed Zetsu. "Keep an eye on Shumi Aoi. I will find time to meet him." "Understood," Black Zetsu acknowledged before sinking into the earth. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, Aoi arrived at a grove not far from the Hidden Leaf village. Without hesitation, he swiftly returned to the village. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade occupied the main seat, while Danzo and the other three advisors sat on the sofa. The focus of everyone's attention was Aoi, who was reporting intelligence. "Slander. It is all slander." Upon hearing Aoi's words, Danzo immediately vehemently denied. "You claim I sent someone to assassinate you? This is nothing short of a frame-up. It was you who murdered your comrades. Fearing your misdeeds would be uncovered, hence you slander my innocence." Nevertheless, Tsunade, knowing Danzo's character all too well as the Hokage, did not believe his words and instead found Aoi's account more credible. "Let us set this matter aside for now. I will send someone to investigate later." However, with Jiraiya out of the village, Tsunade decided to keep the peace in the absence of support. Whether or not Danzo's subordinates were responsible for harming fellow villagers, she currently had no means to convict anyone. This cannot stand. Shumi Aoi has committed such heinous acts. How can we simply let it go? Danzo, aware of the intricacies, was reluctant to let the matter slide. Observing this, both Tintin and Mito couldn't stand idly by. While they often made questionable decisions, they understood that Danzo's stance might not hold water. However, as disciples of the second Hokage, their allegiance leaned towards Danzo. This unspoken understanding among the three created significant obstacles for the newly appointed fifth Hokage in managing village affairs. As Hokage, the village was her inheritance, a legacy from her grandfather, Hashirama Senju. She genuinely aspired to develop Konoha into a better place. Some bold reform ideas would inevitably infringe upon the interests of others. As representatives of Konoha and Appo's old guard, Danzo and his companions were unwilling to sacrifice their own interests and would frequently oppose her on various political matters. Fifth Hokage. Shumi Aoi has no evidence. It is certainly wrong to casually accuse Danzo, Mito remarked. Tintin chimed in. Indeed, let him apologize to Danzo, and we can let this matter pass. What do you think? Previously, Aoi had briefly recounted his encounter with the Akatsuki during his mission report, which left the others quite astonished. At such a young age, being able to confront rogue ninjas from the Akatsuki spoke volumes about his strength. Of course, Aoi did not divulge much of his intelligence, merely mentioning a few details about the confrontation. After all, Danzo had already assessed his strength. Continuing to feign the status of an ordinary Nin would seem absurd. Seeing the three reach a consensus, Aoi coldly addressed them. It seems you have not considered my opinion. Apologize to Danzo. Dream on. Had Aoi still possessed only the strength of a mere genin, he would never have dared to confront Danzo so openly. Yet he had now grown stronger. The powerful need not explain themselves to the weak. Perhaps Danzo was not lacking in strength, but after decades of manipulating Konoha's politics from the shadows, he had become an absolute weakling in terms of combat spirit. Were it not for the deterrent of Shursui and Appo's eyes, Aoi would not regard him as a significant figure at all. What is your opinion? Tintin inquired. It should be Danzo who apologizes to me and offers a sincere apology. I might consider forgiving him this once. This statement was a direct challenge to Danzo's authority as a senior advisor of Konoha. He scoffed disdainfully. Do you truly believe that just because you possess some strength, you can run rampant in the ninja world? At that moment, Danzo contemplated using Koto Amatsukami against Aoi. Such an unstable element, if not controlled, posed far too many variables. By the looks of it, do you intend to use Konoha Tsukimi on me? Chapter 39. Undertaking an S-rank mission. Having discerned Danzo and Appo's intentions, Aoi boldly revealed the truth. He harbored no desire to keep secrets for the old lantern. Upon hearing this, Danzo was particularly astonished, while Tika and Mito also found it hard to believe. The term Konoha Tsukimi was unfamiliar to Tsunade, who had been away from the village for too long. According to the intelligence I acquired, before the Uchiha clan was annihilated, there existed a prodigy named Uchiha Shursui. He successfully awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, and his ocular technique was the most formidable jinjutsu capable of altering the will of others, Konoha Tsukimi. To kindly enlighten Tsunade, Aoi deliberately avoided Danzo's gaze. As long as he did not meet the old man's eyes, he felt safe from harm. Whether or not his high heavenly origin could resist Konoha Tsukimi, he preferred not to take unnecessary risks. With his intentions exposed, Danzo was compelled to abandon his plans to employ Konoha Tsukimi. The success rate of casting Jinjutsu would diminish under vigilance. You are slandering me, Danzo seethed, gritting his teeth. Tsunade, the suspicion against Aoi remains unresolved. I suggest revoking his privileges to leave the village. Surprisingly, even after dispatching 3 capable subordinates and sending an S-rank bounty ninja from the Akatsuki organization to ambush him, Aoi effortlessly turned the situation around. Now, he regarded the young man before him with considerable apprehension, hesitant to act rashly. If only I could reach Orochimaru, he silently mused. Enough. Unable to tolerate Danzo's attempts to obfuscate and cast aspersions on Aoi, Tsunade slammed her hand on the desk, asserting her authority as the Hokage. This matter regarding the mission ends here. No one is permitted to delve further. Do not forget, I am the Hokage. Recognizing that she could not topple Danzo at this moment, she decided it was prudent to protect the young man before her. Upon hearing Tsunade's resolute declaration, Danzo felt a lump in his throat. Those words sounded eerily familiar. They were a favorite saying of the late Yen Fei. However, considering Jiraiya's presence, Danzo begrudgingly swallowed his indignation. Humph, Tsunade, you will inevitably bring ruin to the village. With that, Danzo forcefully yanked open the office door and stormed out in a fit of rage. Observing the unfolding scene, Tika and Mito also felt compelled to leave the Hokage building. Once the 3 elders had departed, Tsunade regarded Aoi with admiration. You handled the pressure from the 3 advisors remarkably well. It seems your strength is far beyond my initial assumptions. Aoi candidly replied. I merely had good fortune and access to other secret channels for enhancing my abilities. His implication was clear. His strength was substantiated, yet he chose not to elaborate. Tsunade discerned his meaning. You prefer to keep it to yourself. I will not pry. As long as you harbor no ill will towards Konoha, that suffices. Her demeanor was open-minded. As long as he was not an enemy, a few secrets posed no harm. As long as the village is not utilized against me, I shall remain its protector. With strength as his foundation, Aoi now spoke with newfound confidence. Nodding, Tsunade refrained from pursuing the topic further. With your current strength, becoming a Nin should be more than manageable, correct? Indeed, Aoi confirmed. In that case, participate in the Nin exams and become one as soon as possible. With a resigned gesture, Tsunade's expression appeared weary. The number of available ninjas in the village is quite limited, so I must rely on your capabilities. As the 5th Hokage, her prestige was unquestionable. However, having been away from Konoha for an extended period, her political influence was insufficient to mobilize many of the village's elite. Only the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, as allies of the Hokage, could be relied upon. As for other ninjas, aside from a few like Kakashi and Might Guy, no one could be trusted to not be a pawn of the 3 advisors. While many talented individuals existed, she was reluctant to employ them lightly. Discovering Aoi, who had a tenuous relationship with the 3 advisors, naturally sparked her desire to support him. My qualifications seem somewhat lacking. Aoi was keen to accept the opportunity to become a Nin and receive better treatment. However, he understood that without adequate mission experience, it would not be an easy feat. Thus, you must complete at least one S-rank mission to garner respect. Producing a scroll, Tsunade unfurled it across the desk and began to write swiftly. The mission's objective was to serve as one of Konoha's emissaries to visit Hanzo of the Salamander in the Land of Rain, to discuss collaborative efforts regarding intelligence gathering related to the Akatsuki organization. Following the previous attack on the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki by an Akatsuki member in the intelligence reported by Aoi, Tsunade sought to establish cooperation with Hanzo. However, this did not seem wise. Danzo had already implanted spies within my team, and I feared he would continue employing underhanded tactics. Ideally, Aoi would prefer to undertake the mission alone. As for the Rain Village potentially being the Akatsuki stronghold, he felt little concern. After all, with Flying Thunder God, he could escape if he found himself outmatched. Moreover, regarding Hanzo's demise, two narratives existed within the original plot, and only upon arrival would the truth be revealed. Rest assured, the personnel I have arranged for you this time are absolutely trustworthy. As she spoke, Tsunade presented two sets of ninja profiles. Upon examining the photographs, Aoi recognized both individuals. One was none other than Konoha's elite J-Nin, Kakashi Hitaki. The other was Yamato, known for his proficiency in wood-release techniques. Aoi expressed his confidence in them. Both were iconic protagonists in the original story and were undoubtedly reliable. Certainly, if it is them, I have no objections. Weighing his options, Aoi acquiesced to Tsunade's mission request. Moreover, undertaking an S-rank mission would yield a reward of 1 million Ryo. Even if divided among three, he would still receive over 300,000 Ryo. This was certainly a profitable venture. Since you have no objections, we shall depart in 3 days. During this 3-day period, an event of great significance transpired in Konoha. The last surviving member of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke Uchiha, left the village. Naturally, Naruto, as his close friend, felt compelled to pursue him. Consequently, Tsunade issued an S-rank mission for Naruto and his companions to retrieve him. However, none of this concerned Aoi. In those 3 days, he earned a total of 500,000 Ryo in the black market, coupled with the 15,000 Ryo from a previous B-rank mission, which he claimed entirely due to the annihilation of his 3 subordinates. He experienced a considerable financial windfall. During this time, he also heard about a high-paying mission to capture the rogue ninja Wai Gao from the Mist Village and turn him over to the Mist Zumbu. The reward was a staggering 30 million Ryo. It appeared that the Mist Village was currently chaotic, even outsourcing the task of apprehending Jinchuriki. Feeling intrigued, Aoi instructed Karui to gather intelligence on Wai Gao, as he prepared to seek an opportunity for substantial profit. Before he knew it, the 3 days had passed, and it was time for Aoi to embark on the S-rank mission. Kakashi was appointed as the team leader. Upon meeting, the three introduced themselves briefly. You may call me Yamato. I look forward to working with you. Kakashi, it's a pleasure. I am Natsume Aoba. Kakashi-senpai, Yamato-senpai. It is an honor to work with you. This was Aoi's first close encounter with Kakashi and Yamato, both of whom possessed pleasant dispositions and welcomed their new teammate without any reservations, allowing them to quickly bond. They then exited Konoha and swiftly made their way towards the Land of Rain. Outside the village, after traveling a considerable distance, a white Zetsu slowly emerged from the ground, silently observing their retreating figures. Chapter 40. The death of Hans. The Land of Rain lies nestled between the three great nations of wind, fire, and earth. After several days of swift travel, Qingyu and his companions finally reached the border of the Land of Rain. Night had fallen, and a gentle drizzle began to descend from the heavens. They decided to set up camp for the night, planning to continue their journey in the morning. Wood release, 4 pillars house technique. Yama performed the hand seals, and soon, wood sprouted from the ground, swiftly forming a wooden cabin. Impressive, Yama. Qingyu praised him enthusiastically. The wood release technique truly was a remarkable asset, essential for both home and travel, leaving Qingyu envious. If only he could obtain the wood release, he would venture into real estate development, surely earning a fortune. Kakashi maintained a stoic expression, evidently familiar with Yama's skills, having long since lost the sense of novelty. The trio entered the wooden cabin, sitting on the floor to replenish their food and water supplies. Qingyu produced homemade rice balls filled with seaweed and meat floss, and they chatted as they ate. This mission seems to involve the Akatsuki. What is that organization? Yama inquired curiously. I've heard it's a group of rogue ninjas acting as mercenaries, but their ultimate goals remain unclear, Kakashi casually explained. As Qingyu took a bite of his rice ball, he said, Actually, I have some information regarding the Akatsuki, if you'd like to hear it. Please, do share. Yama's eyes brightened with interest. After a moment of contemplation, Qingyu divulged some details about the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki is composed of rogue ninjas from various villages, whose aim is to balance the power among the 5 great nations to maintain peace. Yama looked puzzled. Based on what you're saying, It seems the Akatsuki is a peace-loving organization? Kakashi held a differing viewpoint. A group of rogue ninjas attempting to meddle in the affairs of the 5 great nations would never be accepted by the leaders of the ninja villages. Indeed, Kakashi-senpai makes a valid point. Shinyu swallowed his rice ball and continued. Moreover, the methods by which the Akatsuki seeks peace are dubious. Currently, they are merely gathering funds, so their immediate threat is not evident. However, their true objective is the tailed beasts. The revelation left both Kakashi and Yama astonished. Is that true? The tailed beasts are strategic weapons for each village. How could a rogue ninja organization aspire to control them? Any ninja hearing such claims would naturally be skeptical. Even Kakashi maintained his doubts. Does the Akatsuki truly possess the strength to confront the great ninja villages? That is a pertinent question, Kakashi-senpai, and indeed, the Akatsuki possesses that strength. After finishing his rice ball, Shinyu began to clarify their uncertainties. All members of the Akatsuki are S-rank rogue ninjas. Even Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, was once a member, and not just at a low level. At this, both Kakashi and Yama were taken aback. The name Orochimaru carried significant weight. He had gained fame early in the Second Ninja War, possessing strength comparable to that of a Kage, and had been involved in the destruction of Konoha, slaying the man hailed as the strongest Hokage, YN favorite Sukin. Although the claim of the third Hokage being the strongest might be exaggerated, he undoubtedly ranked among the top 3 in strength among the current Kage of the 5 great ninja villages. Terrifying. It appears the Akatsuki's foundation runs deep. Yama expressed disbelief. At that moment, Kakashi identified a flaw in their reasoning. Shinyu, considering you have such extensive intelligence, why are we still in the land of rain seeking Han's cooperation? Kakashi-senpai raised a clever question. Shinyu retrieved another rice ball, this time filled with seaweed and shrimp. In truth, the village's higher-ups are already aware of the Akatsuki's goal of collecting the tailed beasts. More importantly, if I were to report this intelligence ahead of time, wouldn't that jeopardize this S-rank mission? This mission is crucial for my promotion to Jonin. To avoid complications, I preferred to keep the information to myself. It seems you have a separate source of intelligence, Kakashi noted keenly, quickly grasping the crux of the situation. Subsequently, Shinyu shared additional intelligence about the Akatsuki, primarily concerning Itachi and Kisame. A few days ago, I encountered Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame. Itachi seems to wield a Manjiki Sharingan technique called Susanoo, and his Genjutsu is formidable. As for Kisame, his chakra volume rivals that of a tailed beast. However, he was countered by my speed. You would certainly find him troublesome to deal with. The reason he shared this information was to express his impatience with their slow progress. In the original narrative, it took Konoha 3 years to take the Akatsuki seriously. It was until Gaara was kidnapped, Asuma Sarutobi perished, and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee went missing that the 5 Kage summit was convened. Had Obito not declared war, the 5 great ninja villages might never have united. Such inefficiency was frustrating for Shinyu at this juncture. If the intelligence is accurate, then the Akatsuki truly poses a significant challenge, Yama murmured, expressing his concern for the future of the ninja world. The Akatsuki's interest in the tailed beasts is a compelling reason. Kakashi even felt it was a given. A gathering of S-rank rogue ninjas in the ninja world cannot merely be for profit, can it? No seasoned ninja would take such a notion seriously. The trio continued to discuss the Akatsuki while replenishing their energy with food. During this time, Shinyu was intrigued by Kakashi's demeanor. Though he had seen it in the anime, his memory was poor, and he had forgotten. He was astonished to see Kakashi's meticulousness even while eating. It was hard to imagine someone lifting their mask to shove a rice ball into their mouth, and then quickly pulling it back down. The entire process took less than half a second. With Chinyu's keen eyesight, it was nearly impossible to discern unless one activated the Sharingan. Seeing Chinyu's astonishment, Yama chuckled, "You needn't be surprised. That was merely Kakashi-senpai's trademark move. I've grown accustomed to it." After finishing his rice ball, Shinyu took a large gulp from a bamboo tube. He replied slowly, "Actually, I'm more curious about how many times Kakashi-senpai has read Ika Ika Paradise. It's just a thin book, yet he seems to read it daily without growing tired of it." After pondering for a moment, Shinyu suddenly realized that perhaps one could never truly tire of such a work. Kakashi, with a deadpan expression, responded, "I merely admire the work of Jiraiya-sama. This book is a piece of art, deserving of endless appreciation." A dreamless night passed, and the next day they rose early to officially enter the land of rain. Meanwhile, in Amigakure, countless bodies of rain ninjas lay strewn about, and Hans of the Salamander lay sprawled on the ground in disarray. Bloodied and staring in disbelief at the scene before him, 6 figures clad in Akatsuki cloaks stood in a row, perfectly aligned. Disappear, Hans. The leader, Pain, raised his hand. Shinra Tensei. A powerful repulsive force surged forth, erasing Hans from the ninja world entirely. Chapter 41. Acquiring the Kusanagi Sword. After vanquishing Hans, Pain coldly remarked, "One down. Another to go. Danzo is still at large. Pain, the envoy from Konoha, is nearing the Rain Village." Suddenly, a white anomaly protruded from the wall. It was White Zetsu delivering news. Konoha had dispatched Kakashi Hitaki, a would-release ninja, along with Aoi Surname. Aoi Surname. When did Madara decide to take action? Pain inquired. Madara intends to wait until they have left the Land of Rain. White Zetsu replied with a smile. To avoid exposing the Akatsuki and Appo's headquarters, I presume? Pain's gaze shifted back to Hans' corpse, contemplating the necessity of transforming him into a Pain. Soon, under the operations of the Hell Realm Pain, Hans' body was transformed into the Pain of Beasts. As he opened his eyes, the aged voice of Pain Hans resonated. Let us utilize this body to deal with Konoha's envoy. After the other Pains vanished, White Zetsu suddenly spoke. Lord Hans. There appears to be a small insect 30 meters away. Oh. Pain Hans directed his gaze toward the indicated direction and sensed the chakra fluctuations of a ninja. Then, a ninja wearing an animal mask emerged. Do not misunderstand. I am a subordinate of Lord Danzo. Come to the Rain Village solely to discuss matters of cooperation with Lord Hans. The root ninja was drenched in sweat. It seemed he had arrived at an inopportune moment. The numerous corpses of Rain ninjas hinted at significant events that had transpired here. Danzo, you say? Pain Hans' tone momentarily faltered, but he swiftly regained his composure. Do not worry. I merely dealt with a group of traitors. Surely, I did not frighten you? Not at all. The root ninja hastily shook his head, then promptly outlined the proposal. Lord Danzo wishes for you to collaborate in eliminating a certain individual. Who is to be eliminated? Pain Hans inquired. The target is always your name. The root ninja presented the intelligence on Aoi, embellishing the proposal with promises of generous rewards from Lord Danzo upon success. How typical of Danzo. Accepting the information on Aoi's surname, Pain Hans was taken aback. It was indeed ironic that a high-ranking ninja from one village sought to undermine a young elite from another. We Rain ninjas will not intervene. Though tempted, Pain Hans ultimately declined the collaboration. His primary focus had to remain on the Rain Village, transforming it into Akatsuki's most formidable base. Until all tailed beasts were captured, he could not afford to disclose too much information. There is no need for you to take action. Merely allow our people to enter the Rain Village and distract Aoi's surname. The Root Ninja made an unreasonable request. You Root are truly audacious. How could we Rain Ninjas invite wolves into our lair? Pain Hans rebuked coldly. The Root Ninja was left speechless. He recognized the request was unreasonable, yet it was Danzo's command, and he had no choice but to comply. However, I have agreed to cooperate with Danzo. Pain Hans shifted his tone, leaving the Root Ninja in shock. You accepted so readily? In the eyes of Pain's true identity, Nagato, the ninjas in the Rain Village were predominantly Hans' followers. Previously, he had only eliminated those who obstructed him, and many adversaries remained unaddressed. Even if the Root Ninjas entered the village and caused some damage, it was merely assisting him in clearing out enemies. As long as there was no significant harm to the infrastructure or ordinary villagers, he had no reason to intervene. Only through suffering could the Rain Village emerge stronger. Meanwhile, upon entering the Land of Rain, Aoi and his companions beheld desolation and ruin. Collapsed structures littered the landscape, eroded by incessant rains, rendering the area a wasteland. The surrounding vicinity was utterly deserted, thwarting Aoi's desire to explore the markets of the Land of Rain. I never imagined that after over a decade, the Land of Rain has yet to recover from the war, Aoi lamented. Such is the sorrow of a small nation. But we need not concern ourselves with the Land of Rain, Kakashi remarked, losing interest in the topic. With turmoil, even within Konoha, they had no leisure to attend to other nations. The trio continued their journey in silence. As boredom set in, Aoi suddenly felt inclined to draw from the lottery. He had won 674,000 Rio remaining in his system account. Of that amount, 1,000,000 Rio was reserved for potential high-tier draws, not to be squandered. The remaining 670,000 Ryo could afford him 6 attempts at the ordinary prize pool. Considering his need for skill points, Aoba wasted no time in initiating a draw system. 10 consecutive draws from the ordinary prize pool. He silently commanded as 100,000 Ryo was deducted from his personal account, and the lottery panel began to spin. Results: Standard Kunai X1, Explosive Tag X1, Shuriken X3, Military Rations Pill X3. Congratulations to the host for an auspicious draw. You have acquired Earth Release, Earth Style Technique. Congratulations to the host for continued good fortune. You have obtained the Bloodline Limit, Byakugan. 3 consecutive alerts indicated Aoi's luck had indeed soared. To his astonishment, his first 10 draws yielded promising rewards. Both the Byakugan and Earth-style technique were exceptional prizes. The Byakugan required no elaboration. Its 360-degree vision was just what Aoi needed for a sensory-type ninjutsu. Moreover, should he hone his physical techniques to perfection, it would synergize powerfully with the Byakugan. Kagaya Otsutsuki possessed a technique known as Rabbit Hair Needle, capable of striking acupoints from a distance. Coupled with the Byakugan to discern human chakra points, it was a formidable combination, far superior to the Hyuga clan's Gentle Fist. However, Aoi surmised that acquiring such a physical technique would present a challenge. Regardless, the acquisition of one of the 3 great ocular techniques, the Byakugan, filled him with delight. Next was the Earth-style technique. This ninjutsu bore significant power as well. Mastered to its zenith, it could even temporarily suppress the 10 tails. Its utility required no further explanation. With renewed determination, Aoi was eager to continue his lottery endeavors. He proceeded with another 10 draws. To his dismay, luck evaded him completely. For consecutive 10 draws yielded nothing worthwhile. The guaranteed B-rank ninjutsu was utterly lackluster, devoid of any merit. With only 1 chance left for 10 draws, it must yield something good. He fervently urged within. Without hesitation, he initiated the final draw. Results: Lightning Release, Earth Walk, C-Rank, Smoke Bomb X1, Shuriken X2, Medical Pack X1, Military Rations Pill X3. Congratulations to the host for an auspicious draw. You have acquired Shadow Snake Hand. Congratulations to the host for a reversal of fortune. You have obtained the Kusanagi Sword, Short Blade. Finally, his last attempt bore fruit, nearly bringing Aoi to tears of gratitude. Thankfully, he had received something worthwhile. Otherwise, he would have lost the motivation to continue his journey. However, the Shadow Snake Hand seemed of little use. To employ this technique, one must master the summoning technique and sign a contract with the Dragon Cave to summon serpentine creatures for battle. Aoi was yet to master the summoning technique and felt the Shadow Snake Hand was not particularly impressive. He contemplated dismantling it altogether. Of course, the true treasure was the Kusanagi Sword. What he obtained was not a lengthy ninja blade, but rather a short blade reminiscent of the one Kakashi wielded in his youth. It is well known that the Kusanagi Sword can be mass-produced in the ninja world. However, each sword possesses unique abilities. The short blade in Aoi's possession bore the remarkable power of self-awareness. Chapter 42. Demigod of the Shinobi World. The moment the Kusanagi Sword was drawn, a surge of information flooded into Aoi's mind. The short blade in his grasp was imbued with the essence of a forgotten soul, enabling it to reflexively counterattack when infused with chakra against any adversary. What a remarkable ability! Aoi mused, immediately recalling the Flying Thunder God technique. Unlike Minato Namikaze, he could not dominate the world with a single technique due to his sluggish reflexes. Now, with the Kusanagi Sword possessing an automatic attack feature, it felt as though it had been tailor-made for him. After sheathing the Kusanagi, he began to dismantle ninjutsu. Among the techniques acquired, he decided to retain only the Earth Style, Mountain Techniques, and the Lightning Release, Body Flicker Technique, while all 5 B-rank ninjutsu would be disassembled. This added another 500 skill points, elevating Aoi and Appo's spirits. After a total of 6 tenfold draws, his loot included 26 soldier pills, 3 medical packs, 6 standard shurikens, 12 shuriken, 3 explosive tags, and 1 smoke bomb. Although he had no immediate need for these items, as his system inventory was ample, he considered amassing more to later sell for profit. Half a day later, the trio successfully arrived at the Rain Village. Is this really the Rain Village? Yamato wondered, gazing at the factory-like structures surrounded by pipes. In a land where it rained incessantly, crops could hardly thrive, leading to an industrial focus. Aoi felt somewhat out of place in this perpetually drenched environment. The relentless rain had left him perpetually moist since entering the Land of Rain. He hoped to complete their mission swiftly and return to Konoha. Suddenly, a rain shinobi, armed and vigilant, approached them. Kakashi promptly stepped forward to clarify their identity. "We are messengers from Konoha, sent by Lord Hokage to request an audience with your village leader, Hanzo of the Salamander." The rain shinobi nodded, assuring them he would report to Hanzo, but sternly advised them to remain in place and not wander off before hastily departing. After a brief wait, they were surrounded by a group of rain shinobi, weapons drawn. What is the meaning of this? Kakashi's expression darkened. Aoi discreetly unsheathed the Kusanagi, bracing for a potential confrontation. Eager to test the blade's prowess, Yamato had already formed hand seals, ready to unleash ninjutsu at a moment's notice. The rain shinobi, however, remained silent, merely encircling the trio. Just as the tension thickened, the earlier rain shinobi returned. "Everyone disperse. Lord Hanzo has agreed to meet with you. Follow me." The rain shinobi quickly scattered, leading Aoi and his companions through the streets of the rain village. Their dissatisfaction with the rain shinobi's demeanor was palpable. "Has something happened in your village? Why such heightened vigilance?" Kakashi inquired, recalling a more hospitable atmosphere from his previous visit. "Even other major villages have treated Konoha envoys with greater respect," Yamato muttered under his breath. Aoi, however, was plagued by an ominous premonition. He was uncertain if Hanzo was still alive, as the timeline of the original story was unpredictable. Some claimed Hanzo was slain by Pain just before the Uchiha massacre, while others suggested he was alive during Naruto's Chunin Exam and later fell to Pain. Aoi was unaware of the precise state of this world and which timeline it would follow, but he knew that maintaining vigilance was wise. "The village has experienced unrest recently, so we are under lockdown. I hope you can understand," the rain shinobi explained in a detached tone, lacking any semblance of courtesy. This left Kakashi and his companions feeling helpless. While the rain shinobi's attitude was indeed disheartening, they had not resorted to violence, leaving the trio with limited recourse. As they proceeded, the rain shinobi continued to caution them against asking questions, looking around, or wandering off. Nodding in feigned compliance, they eventually arrived at Hanzo's residence. The entrance was guarded by a formidable array of sentinels, their expressions forbidding and their gazes fixed on the trio. Only upon the guide's utterance did their eyes shift away. Inside, Aoi glimpsed the legendary demigod of the shinobi world, Hanzo of the Salamander, through the curtain. A figure of immense renown, feared across the ninja realm. He felt a surge of exhilaration, but soon recognized the futility of his fantasies. He had a fair estimation of Hanzo's true capabilities. At best, he was a shadow-level ninja. The most notable aspect of Hanzo was his summoning beast, the Salamander, capable of unleashing toxic mist and wreaking havoc on enemy ranks during the Second Shinobi World War. However, with Tsunade and Chio developing an antidote, the Salamander and Appo's fearsome reputation had significantly diminished. As for Hanzo himself, his prowess in physical combat was formidable, yet it depended on his age. In his prime, he could have been considered a true powerhouse, but now, in his advanced years, it was uncertain whether he could even maintain shadow-level strength. "What brings you three from Konoha to the Rain Village?" Hanzo inquired coldly upon their introduction. Kakashi, as the team leader, swiftly articulated their intent to collaborate. "You seek to investigate the Akatsuki?" Pain, concealed behind the curtain, sneered inwardly. It was fortunate he had eliminated Hanzo. Otherwise, the situation might have become troublesome. Indeed, the Akatsuki has been making troubling moves, amassing a cadre of S-rank rogue ninjas that may pose a threat to the shinobi world. This is why the Hokage has proposed a cooperative investigation. Hanzo's response was unmistakably dismissive. "We are but a small village, ill-equipped to confront such powerful rogue ninjas." However, according to intelligence, the Akatsuki originated from the Land of Rain. "We are merely here to investigate and have no intention of engaging them in conflict," Kakashi countered, having anticipated the negotiations would not proceed smoothly. Aoi, on the other hand, was nearly falling asleep, finding the proceedings tedious as always. The conversation continued, revolving around delineating responsibilities and the benefits of cooperation. After a moment's contemplation, Hanzo's demeanor wavered. "I will require time to consider Konoha's proposal. You may rest in the Rain Village for the night, and I will provide you with an answer by tomorrow." "Thank you, Lord Hanzo," Kakashi replied with a nod. After their departure, Pain revealed a chilling, rigid smile. He had successfully delayed them. Now, the stage was set for Danzo's performance. No sooner had the words left his lips than the bodies of the rain shinobi at the entrance began to twist and contort. Soon, they bore sinister smiles, all transforming into the visage of White Zetsu. Chapter 43. The Surprise Attack of the Rock Ninja. Mutual Explosive Tags. Upon arriving at the designated residence, the three of them settled onto the tatami mats. Just as Yamato was about to pour tea, he was gently halted by Aoi. "What's wrong?" Yamato inquired, his expression one of confusion. "Senpai, it's best if we refrain from drinking this tea," Aoi whispered softly. Kakashi, observing keenly from the side, remarked, "Have you noticed too? What's transpired between you two?" Yamato's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "Senpai, take a look outside." Upon opening the window, Yamato noticed numerous rain ninjas stationed outside. Their positioning was rather precarious, yet their intent to surveil the trio was unmistakable. This is quite peculiar about the rain village. Yamato closed the window, his face etched with bafflement. After a moment's contemplation, Aoi decided to voice his suspicions. "I suspect that the leadership of the rain village has changed." At this revelation, both Kakashi and Yamato were taken aback. Kakashi, being perceptive, accepted this notion readily, sensing the palpable difference in the rain village's atmosphere. Could it be? Yamato expressed disbelief, insisting that the one who had spoken with them moments ago must have been Hanzo. "It's certainly a possibility," Kakashi conceded, "but without conclusive evidence, we must remain vigilant. As envoys of Konoha, our every action in the rain village impacts the diplomatic relations between our two villages. It is imperative that we avoid conflict." Both Aoi and Yamato nodded in understanding. Even if Hanzo had perished, the rain village had become a base for the Akatsuki organization. As long as those individuals refrained from making the first move, Aoi would not seek to confront them directly. After all, without evidence, convincing others would prove challenging. Thus, the trio feigned nonchalance, and before long, the night deepened. As they resided within the Akatsuki stronghold, Aoi found it impossible to sleep. With nothing to occupy his mind, he resolved to experiment with his newly acquired bloodline limit. Having obtained the Byakugan, he had yet to utilize it. He pondered whether the Byakugan would conflict with the Sharingan. With these thoughts in mind, Aoi activated his Sharingan first. His vision remained as sharp as ever, with no signs of mutation. Then, his eyes began to transform. The nerves around his eyes protruded, creating a somewhat alarming appearance. Subsequently, his crimson eyes shifted, gradually becoming a milky white. The Byakugan, now fully awakened, appeared quite formidable. Fortunately, it was nighttime, and no one was present to witness this transformation. Through the Byakugan's perspective, Aoi experienced a sense of omnipresence for the first time. He could perceive all directions, front, back, left, right, above, and below. In this vantage point, he felt as though he were a deity. Of course, this was merely an illusion. Otherwise, the Hyuga clan would not have faltered for so many years. While they indeed boasted an ancestor akin to a god, Otsutsuki Kagaya, it did not alter the fact that the descendants were largely ordinary. Nevertheless, one could argue that the Hyuga clan, despite its shortcomings, was still superior to the annihilated Uchiha clan. Lost in thought, Aoi soon detected something amiss. The exterior walls of their resting place were plastered with explosive tags. He then observed a group of ninjas clad in rock ninja vests, affixed with the hidden rock headbands, continuing to affix more explosive tags. Enraged, Aoi exclaimed, "That old thief Danzo! His malicious intentions persist." He could not possibly believe that these individuals were genuine ninjas from the Hidden Rock Village. Given the current state of the ninja world, veering towards peace, with minor nations embroiled in disputes while major powers recuperated, there had been no significant conflicts between Konoha and the Hidden Rock as of late. Aoi's most compelling reason for suspicion stemmed from his familiarity with the original narrative. Hence, the identity of the instigators was all too clear. Any mischief would undoubtedly lead back to Danzo. "Wake up." Closing the Byakugan, Aoi hastily shook his companions awake, quietly divulging his discovery. Trusting Aoi's words, Kakashi and Yamato quickly accepted the alarming news. "We must vacate this house immediately." Without hesitation, the trio dashed towards the exit. As they burst through the door, they encountered the ninjas who were in the midst of setting up the explosive tags. Upon spotting them, one of the ninjas signaled, and the three witnessed the ignition of the explosive tags. Given their proximity, it was evident that escaping the blast radius was impossible. Earth style, earth flow wall. Kakashi was the first to initiate a defensive technique. A wall, adorned with a canine motif, slowly rose from the ground, shielding the trio from the impending explosion. Yamato, unwilling to lag behind, swiftly formed hand seals. Wood style, wood block wall. Countless wooden structures burst forth from the earth, enveloping the three of them. Aoi, however, was the slowest to activate his technique, as he had invested the necessary 220 skill points to elevate his proficiency in earth style to mastery. In the instant the explosive tags detonated, Aoi completed his hand seals, earth style, mountain earth technique. Two massive boulders ascended, tightly encasing the exploding residence. The cacophony of the explosions reverberated incessantly, a relentless onslaught of sound. After several tense seconds, Kakashi discerned something amiss. The duration of these explosions is far too prolonged. Its mutual explosive tags, Aoi deduced with certainty. This technique, developed by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, was categorized as a forbidden jutsu due to its propensity to harm the user. It was astounding that Aoi and Kakashi had encountered it in the Rain Village. Thus, the identity of the assailants was unequivocal. Such a formidable forbidden technique was not easily accessible. Only the upper echelons of Konoha had the opportunity to engage with it. Regrettably, even with the knowledge that Danzo was behind this treachery, they lacked the evidence to substantiate their claims. The root ninjas employing this technique had perished in the violent explosion, leaving behind no witnesses to testify. The explosions continued unabated, as Aoi's mountain earth technique was thoroughly overwhelmed. Next, the brunt of the blast was borne by the earth flow wall. Yet, under the terrifying might of the mutual explosive tags, Kakashi's earth flow wall crumbled within 3 seconds. Following this, Yamato's wood block wall faced the brunt of the explosion. It was their final line of defense. Boom. The thunderous explosions echoed, and after a few more seconds, the wood block wall began to falter. Just as the wall was breached, Aoi activated his lightning release chakra mode, grasping Kakashi and Yamato by their arms, and in an instant, they vanished from the scene. Gazing at the distant inferno of explosions, the three bore expressions of lingering dread. Thanks to you, Aoi, we were spared from imminent danger. Yamato expressed his relief, grateful that they had escaped unscathed. Kakashi regarded Aoi with newfound admiration. Your speed is remarkable. You were concealing your true abilities during the Chunin exams. Such swiftness was unparalleled among all he had encountered, surpassed only by the fourth Raikage and his own mentor, Minato Namikaze. This is not a time for idle chatter. As he spoke, Aoi unsheathed his Kusanagi sword. Indeed, our adversaries are formidable. Kakashi formed hand seals, a dazzling bolt of lightning materializing in his right hand. Raikiri. The three positioned themselves back to back, each vigilant of a different direction, as a circle of rock ninjas formed around them, effectively sealing their fate. Chapter 44. The Resurgence of the Yellow Flash. The number of enemies was substantial, easily amounting to dozens. This group of assailants wasted no time in idle chatter, promptly beginning their hand seals, embodying a ruthless demeanor. Meanwhile, Qingyu produced a considerable number of kunai. These were not ordinary kunai. They were custom-made, marked with the Flying Thunder God seal. Dividing the kunai in half, Qingyu handed them to Kakashi and Yamato, requesting, "Could you two esteemed seniors assist me by throwing these kunai at those enemies?" Upon hearing this, both were momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend his intent. You don't mean to. Kakashi suddenly realized, instinctively letting go of the Chidori in his hand. He had experienced a similar scenario before. During the Third Great Ninja War, his mentor, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had made a comparable request. Without further contemplation, driven by trust in his comrades, he and Yamato accepted the kunai. Rest assured, leave it to me. Qingyu beamed with confidence. At this moment, the enemies had completed their ninjutsu hand seals and were poised to strike. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One kunai after another was hurled from Yamato and Kakashi's hands, soaring toward the adversaries. Simultaneously, Qingyu's figure flickered with golden light, vanishing from his original position. Armed with the Kusanagi sword, he appeared before each enemy at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. The Kusanagi sword's automatic attack capability unleashed a flurry of strikes in an instant. Golden flashes flickered around, accompanied by the anguished screams of the rock ninjas. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Within just a few blinks, the scene around resembled hell. All the enemies lay defeated, their necks gushing crimson blood. In mere moments, dozens of foes had completely perished, leaving only warm corpses behind. How incredible! Is this the speed achievable by a ninja? Yamato was left dumbfounded, utterly astonished. This is the Flying Thunder God technique. Kakashi was equally bewildered, nearly dropping his mask in disbelief. After a long pause, he murmured, "It resembles my teacher from years past." The fourth Hokage, known as Konoha's Yellow Flash, had gained fame for this space-time ninjutsu, the Flying Thunder God. Yamato was once again struck with shock. Indeed, it was a space-time ninjutsu created by the second Hokage, which his mentor had further developed, Kakashi affirmed. As a disciple of Minato, he had witnessed the Flying Thunder God numerous times. How could he possibly mistake it? Their emotions resembled a roller coaster ride. Even though the enemies had been vanquished, they remained unable to regain their composure. However, how could Xingyu possibly use the Flying Thunder God? Yamato was perplexed. He had not been entirely uninformed about this new teammate. Before undertaking their mission, he had specifically reviewed the ninja's dossier. As a Nin, it was not difficult to access a Nin's record, especially since he was a captain of the Umbu. Yet, no matter how he scrutinized that dossier, it revealed nothing extraordinary about Xingyu's capabilities. The current situation left Yamato utterly baffled. He resolved to inquire further later. Kakashi was internally exhilarated, his outward demeanor betraying none of his excitement. The reappearance of his mentor's ninjutsu stirred a multitude of questions within him. Yet he recognized that the time for inquiries had not yet arrived. With the assailants eliminated, Hanzo's intentions remained unclear. He was a figure revered as a demigod in the ninja world, and Kakashi dared not let his guard down at this moment. The battle on Xingyu's side was being observed meticulously from a distance by Pain Hanzo, who viewed it through his Rinnegan, the Flying Thunder God technique. Its style closely resembled that of Konoha's Yellow Flash. Pain's expression remained neutral, indicating he regarded Xingyu as a formidable adversary. After dispatching all the enemies, Xingyu could not resist stretching his limbs. Although the Kusanagi sword could strike autonomously, it still required his arm's coordination. In just a few blinks, his arm had moved dozens of times, presenting an exhausting experience. Confident that Danzo was behind the chaos, Xingyu's expression darkened. Upon returning to Konoha, he would ensure that the old lantern would regret his actions. Initially, he had no desire to stir up trouble, merely wishing to attend to his own affairs. However, Danzo's audacity had compelled him to retaliate. He could no longer tolerate the situation. All hesitations were cast aside. He would strike first and ask questions later. Even if he could not eliminate Danzo, he would uproot the foundation, ensuring the old man had no pawns left to manipulate. Seeing the three emerge unscathed, and with no further threats from the foundation, Pain Hanzo sneered. As expected, Danzo can only resort to underhanded tricks, incapable of contending with true power. This thought awakened unpleasant memories. Yahiko had fallen victim to Danzo's despicable tactics. While lost in thought, Xingyu and the others approached him, having long since noted his presence. With a glint of cold light in his eyes, Pain Hanzo regained his composure. "Lord Hanzo, it seems you owe us an explanation," Kakashi directly confronted him. As they were assaulted as Konoha's envoys, Kakashi's demeanor was significantly more assertive, even in the face of a demigod. Simultaneously, the trio remained tense, prepared for any potential flashpoint. Kakashi and Yamato were concerned that Hanzo might resort to silencing them, while Xingyu harbored suspicions that the figure before him might merely be a puppet of Nagato. The 6 paths of pain were puppets created from the capabilities of the Rinnegan. The black rods, crafted from yin-yang release, were inserted into corpses, allowing for signal reception and transmission to exert control. However, Hanzo's face was obscured by a gas mask, rendering his features completely concealed. His attire was tightly fitted, leaving no gaps to discern whether black rods were inserted within. "My apologies, everyone. My subordinates should have clarified the situation yesterday. There has been unrest in the village recently," Pain Hanzo began, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. "Thus, the internal defenses of the village are compromised, allowing ninja from other villages to exploit the situation. I am truly powerless in this regard." His claim of powerlessness left the three at a loss for words. They could not afford to react with anger. Escalating the situation would prove detrimental. Diplomacy between ninja villages operated on such principles. When one feared you and sought to gain from you, they would naturally extend warm hospitality. However, should relations sour, no courtesy would remain. Of course, the Rei Ninja Village was merely a minor village, not among the 5 great ninja villages. It was expected that they would not exhibit such an attitude. Once, Hanzo might have possessed that audacity. He had instigated war. aiming to secure the status of the 6th Great Ninja Village, which led to the onset of the Second Great Ninja War. The Salamander Hanzo was formidable, dominating the 3 legendary ninjas during that conflict. Yet, he had still been taught a lesson by the larger ninja villages, ultimately losing his ambition and resigning himself to a life of mediocrity. A figure like him, despite retaining the aura of a demigod, should not dismiss Konoha's pressure so lightly. Suddenly recalling Qingyu's words from the previous day, Kakashi's intuition solidified his suspicions. The leadership of the Rain Ninja Village had indeed changed. Noticing Kakashi's expression momentarily falter, Pain Hanzo's gaze sharpened. Chapter 45, Uchiha Aoi. Do you have any further inquiries, envoy of Konoha? He inquired coldly. Hanzo's demeanor was far from pleasant, and Yamato felt compelled to argue his case. However, he was swiftly halted by both Aoi and Kakashi, who believed that provoking conflict at this juncture was unwise. It would be prudent to return to Konoha and report the situation first. Kakashi offered an official response. I shall convey all that has transpired in your village to the Hokage, and I trust that Lord Hanzo will provide Konoha with a satisfactory explanation when the time comes. Very well, Hanzo replied with indifference, nodding his head. After all, should Konoha or Iwagakure seek trouble, he could simply sacrifice Danzo. He was not Hanzo, who needed to maintain a cooperative relationship with Danzo. Kakashi then inquired about their collaboration. This time, Hanzo was straightforward, agreeing to work with Konoha to investigate the Akatsuki organization. After receiving the documentation confirming their mission's completion, the 3 departed from the Rain Village without a backward glance, eager to return to Konoha. As they neared the borders of the Land of Fire, Aoi felt a sense of relief. He was finally escaping the incessant downpour. Observing the trio's departure, Hanzo murmured to himself, "It is time for Madara to commence his actions." After a swift journey, the 3 finally crossed out of the Rain country and into the Land of Fire's borders, allowing them to exhale in relief. They immediately took a moment to rest. Just as Kakashi and Yamato were about to retrieve their provisions, Aoi presented them with a special-grade soldier pill. Try this. It is excellent for satiating hunger and restoring stamina. Yamato frowned at the pill's dark appearance, questioning, "Isn't this just a regular soldier pill? What makes it special?" Kakashi, equally puzzled, wondered if Aoi had crafted this pill himself and was inviting them to be guinea pigs. He felt a twinge of anxiety. What if it proved to be fatal? This is no ordinary soldier pill. It is a unique special-grade one. You shall see once you consume it. Aoi insisted. Fine. Yamato reluctantly agreed, influenced by his teammates' strong endorsements. The 2 quickly bit into the special-grade pill, and their taste buds were instantly captivated. This flavor surpasses that of Konoha's soldier pills. Yamato praised Aoi with a thumbs up. Moreover, the speed of chakra recovery was several times greater than that of ordinary soldier pills. Kakashi, who had been lacking in chakra, promptly recognized the pill's efficacy. Indeed, it was remarkable. This special-grade pill was truly exceptional. Feeling rejuvenated, Yamato expressed his delight. During their rest, Kakashi could no longer restrain his curiosity. Aoi, could you elaborate on the origin of that jutsu? His gaze was earnest, pleading for a response. Throughout their journey, he had speculated whether Aoi might have a connection to his former sensei. Understanding which jutsu he referred to, Aoi replied directly, I appreciate your excitement. But my Flying Thunder God technique has a different origin and is unrelated to the 4th Hokage. Is that so? Kakashi acknowledged. Fearing disbelief, Aoi formed hand seals and unleashed Chidori. Behold, this ninjutsu is indeed the Chidori, which you created, yet I have managed to learn it as well. The cacophony of what sounded like countless birds snapped Kakashi from his reverie. So that is the case. I truly appreciate your efforts, Aoi. He refrained from further questioning the jutsu's origins, recognizing that Aoi's growth was beneficial for Konoha, and there was no need for further inquiries. Having come to understand Aoi's character over the course of their mission, Kakashi concluded that he was not one with ulterior motives, and he gradually accepted him as a companion alongside Yamato. As comrades, mutual trust sufficed. As they continued their journey, the atmosphere among the 3 lightened. Having departed the oppressive Rain country, their spirits lifted considerably. The Land of Fire was Konoha's domain, significantly reducing the likelihood of encountering danger. Greetings, everyone. It's a pleasure to meet you. Suddenly, a man in an orange mask obstructed their path, his voice sounding rather unhinged. Who are you? Yamato demanded, analyzing the man's attire, which bore the Akatsuki's emblem of black and red clouds. Kakashi promptly assessed the situation. Haha, I'm merely an outer member. I haven't been promoted yet. You can call me Toby, the masked man said, scratching the back of his head with a feigned sense of shyness. Only Aoi recognized the significance of the man before them, Uchiha Obito, Kakashi's former teammate. Officially declared dead during the Third Shinobi World Wars battle at Kanobi Bridge, he was actually saved by the true Madara Uchiha, subsequently becoming Madara's spokesperson. One could say that Obito was the true mastermind behind the Akatsuki organization. Faced with such an adversary, Aoi felt a surge of caution. The power of Obito's Manjiki Sharingan was precisely the same as his space-time ninjutsu. The might of Kimui surpassed even the Flying Thunder God. In a confrontation with Obito, Aoi would not hold the advantage. Regardless of who you are, as a member of the Akatsuki, there is nothing more to discuss. Armed with Raikiri, Kakashi lunged at Obito. To his astonishment, his attack missed entirely. More accurately, his strike passed through the target. Space-time ninjutsu. Kakashi furrowed his brow. Having just witnessed Aoi's Flying Thunder God, he quickly connected the dots. Any technique involving space was notoriously difficult to counter. Ha ha ha, you missed. Obito's playful tone faded, replaced by a low, ominous pressure. It seems you underestimate me. This adversary was formidable. Aoi withdrew his Kusanagi sword, feeling a heightened sense of urgency. Seniors, you should leave first. I will cover your retreat. He had no desire to engage Obito. It would only waste chakra with no benefit. He planned to wait for the two to escape before executing a tactical retreat using the Flying Thunder God. Understood. Kakashi and Yamato wasted no time, decisively retreating from the scene. Both understood that Aoi had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique and could leave at will. Their presence would only serve as a hindrance. Once the two had distanced themselves, Obito's tone shifted entirely, mirroring Madara Uchiha's voice. Aoi Shiyu, I believe we have much to discuss. I don't see what we could possibly discuss, Mr. Toby. Puzzled by his unusual demeanor, Aoi hesitated to depart. Obito's Sharingan, concealed beneath his spiral mask, narrowed slightly as he gestured invitingly. Uchiha Aoi, I would like to extend an invitation for you to join the Akatsuki. Chapter 46, Qingshan vs. Obito. When did I become a Uchiha? Qingshan pondered, perplexed. Although he possessed a pair of Sharingan and could freely control their activation, he was not actually an Uchiha. You seem to have mistaken me for someone else, Mr. Akatsuki. Qingshan firmly declined, adding, our paths do not align. During the third Hokage's reign, with Danzo protected by the Hokage, he might have contemplated temporarily joining Akatsuki for amusement. However, with Tsunade now in power and aided by her support, Danzo's downfall was merely a matter of time. Thus, Qingshan had little interest in joining Akatsuki. Seeing Qingshan's reaction, Obito furrowed his brow. His response is unexpected. Could I have misjudged him? If Natsume Qingshan were truly of the Uchiha clan, he would not exhibit such a lack of vulnerability. Perhaps he is simply hiding it too well, Obito mused, before persisting in his persuasion. You fail to comprehend the greatness of our Akatsuki plan. This world is an illusion. Only by creating a genuine world can we usher in peace. In response, Qingshan casually remarked, oh, I am indifferent. He held no interest in the peace of the ninja world. As long as he grew powerful enough, even if chaos reigned, it would not touch him. When that time came, the ninja world would inevitably maintain peace due to his existence. During the era of Hashirama Senju, which ninja village dared to wage war. Yet, after the death of the god of ninjas, the first shinobi war swiftly erupted. Without an overwhelming presence to suppress all, peace in the ninja world was unattainable. As for Obito's notion of a true world, it was merely a fleeting dream, a complete self-deception. Noticing Qingshan's dismissive attitude, Obito's tone turned ominous. It seems I must demonstrate the cruelty of the ninja world to you. He prepared to forcibly take Qingshan away, intending to persuade him later. Should his recruitment fail, he would resort to elimination. Despite Obito's aggressive stance, Qingshan remained calm within. He was ready to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. At that moment, Obito spoke again. You excel in space-time ninjutsu, and I am adept at it as well. If you attempt to flee now, I can pursue you to Konoha. You wouldn't want innocent lives to be caught in the crossfire, would you? Qingshan's gaze turned icy at his words. Are you threatening me? I merely wish to inform you that it makes no difference where we fight, does it? Obito's eyes sparkled with pride. As long as you do not escape, I shall not harm Konoha. Even with Obito's assurances, Qingshan remained skeptical. Trusting an enemy's words is foolish. He contemplated, it seems I must prepare defensively upon my return. With that, Tension mounted between the two, and combat was imminent. Qingshan tentatively threw a set of shuriken, which were effortlessly nullified by Obito's Kimui ability. Even with prior knowledge, this ability remains quite troublesome. Qingshan recalled information about Obito's Kimui. The intangibility could last for up to 5 minutes, and Obito possessed a normal 3-tomo Sharingan, which could activate Izanagi once, granting him an additional 5 minutes of life. In the ninja world, those with exceptional survival abilities posed the greatest threat. Obito was one, Danzo was another. However, compared to Obito and Appo's capabilities, Danzo and Appo's Izanagi was laughable, lasting merely 1 minute. Yet, Danzo's numerous revival tokens, 10 Sharingan on his right arm, made him no easy target. Of course, Kimui was not without its weaknesses. Whenever Obito attacked, he had to become tangible. When using his intangibility passively, his attacks would also become intangible, rendering them incapable of inflicting harm on their target. Additionally, when attempting to utilize space-time ninjutsu for movement or to pull others into the Kimui space, he too would become tangible. Moreover, Obito was proficient in both fire and wood release. Are you underestimating me? As he effortlessly evaded the shuriken, Obito dashed toward Qingshan, seeking to capture him and absorb him into the Kimui space. Simultaneously, Qingshan charged at Obito, throwing his flying thunder god kunai. Humph! You want to deceive me twice with such tricks? Obito scoffed. The kunai passed through his body, and the two were mere inches apart. Seizing the opportunity, Qingshan activated the second stage of the flying thunder god technique. In the next moment, Qingshan, wielding the Kusanagi blade, appeared behind Obito, aiming to strike his neck. However, Obito was not fooled and maintained his intangibility. The Kusanagi blade passed through him, and they instantly swapped positions. This move was ineffective. Qingshan sighed in resignation. He had intended to replicate Minato Namikaze's strategy to defeat Obito. Regrettably, Obito had learned from his past mistakes and offered no openings. Clearly, to vanquish his foe, Qingshan would need to devise a new tactic. Have you witnessed my battle with Minato Namikaze? Obito inquired, slightly taken aback. At that time, there had been no witnesses. Qingshan did not respond, instead throwing a smoke bomb. The white smoke enveloped them, obscuring Obito's vision. Although the Sharingan could perceive chakra flow, it could not bypass the obstructive haze like the Byakugan. Soon, Qingshan's figure emerged from the smoke, having activated his lightning release chakra mode, holding a ball of lightning in his right hand. This is Chidori. Obito recognized Qingshan's jutsu instantly. It was a technique created by his dear friend Kakashi. How could he forget? Useless, you have no opportunity for an attack against me. He effortlessly evaded Qingshan's strike, brimming with confidence. You used smoke bombs deliberately. If I am not mistaken, this is not your true self, is it? Faced with the shadow clone tactic, Obito felt somewhat vexed. The tangible shadow clones were imperceptible to his Sharingan. You guessed correctly. Suddenly, another Qingshan burst forth from the ground beneath Obito. With lightning speed, his Chidori surged toward Obito. Yet, Obito had anticipated this and denied him any chance. The moment the attack pierced through, Qingshan's arm was seized. Kimui. The air twisted in a spiraling distortion as Qingshan's form was absorbed into the Kimui space. Excellent. It's time to return, Obito remarked contentedly. Hey, don't forget about my presence. Qingshan's shadow clone, armed with the flying thunder god kunai, lunged at Obito. To execute a surprise attack, he had invested 110 skill points to master Earth Release, underground navigation. Unexpectedly, Obito remained composed, refusing to become tangible easily. The outcome is already determined. Do you truly believe a shadow clone can accomplish anything? Obito dismissed the notion, promptly activating his intangibility to evade the strike. The flying thunder god cannot traverse two distinct time spaces. Qingshan's true self was confined within the Kimui space. He had already secured victory. There was no need to continue the battle. Is that so? After the shadow clone pierced Obito's abdomen with the kunai, an unforeseen event unfolded. Poof! Blood gushed forth from Obito's abdomen. Chapter 47, Izanagi. You rascal! Hastily clutching his wound, Obito and Aoi distanced themselves from one another. Then, with a single hand seal, he performed wood release, wood clone. A chunk of wood extricated itself from Obito's body, swiftly transforming into his likeness and racing into the Kimui space. Upon witnessing this, Aoi realized his strategy had been discerned. The entity Obito absorbed earlier was not his true self, but rather a shadow clone. While being ensnared, He had stealthily inscribed a flying thunder god mark upon Obito's abdomen to prevent the shadow clone from collapsing due to the spatial transition. It had activated Earth Spear to bolster its defenses, successfully infiltrating the Kimui space. Aoi then launched another assault, deliberately striking at Obito's abdomen. As he became intangible, the marked portion of his body slipped into the Kimui space, where the shadow clone immediately initiated a surprise attack using the Flying Thunder God technique. This allowed Aoi to inflict injury upon Obito in his ethereal state. However, that was the extent of his success. With Obito's wooden clone now in the Kimui space, any chance for a repeat of the previous tactic was utterly lost. What a pity. Aoi lamented that the spot he had marked was not the heart. Otherwise, he might have secured a fatal blow. Spitting out a mouthful of congealed blood, Obito remarked, "Impressive. A ninja who has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique has managed to wound me. Was it truly difficult?" Aoi inquired, gazing at Obito. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Obito's Crimson Sharingan activated, unleashing a Genjutsu. In the blink of an eye, Aoi's expression became vacant, standing motionless. Was it truly that simple? Obito could hardly believe it. His Genjutsu, bolstered by the kaleidoscope ocular power, was certainly formidable, yet not overwhelmingly so. Otherwise he would employ it more frequently in battle. The ease with which he had ensnared Aoi caused a flicker of unease within him. Could it be an act? Narrowing his eyes, Obito resolved to proceed with caution. Should he be deceived, given his current condition, he would be in grave danger. Thus, Obito executed a series of hand seals and, utilizing Kimui's ability, unleashed a fire release ninjutsu. Fire release, storm dance. A spiraling flame surged forth towards Aoi with incredible speed. Initially, Obito had intended to capture him alive, but upon recognizing the tenacity of his opponent, he swiftly abandoned such Navi aspirations. The instant the flames engulfed the target, Aoi abruptly materialized before Obito, brandishing the Kusanagi sword in a swift strike. How is this possible? Obito was taken aback, as the Aoi he believed to be under Genjutsu still stood there. Could that also be a shadow clone? In the instant of the attack, realization dawned upon him. Due to his continued use of ninjutsu, he was unable to become intangible. Aoi's true self had awaited this precise moment. Even when deploying the smoke bomb, he had dispatched 2 shadow clones, while his real self had escaped using the Flying Thunder God technique. As the second shadow clone was destroyed, it transmitted its memories to him, allowing him to pinpoint Obito's location via the Flying Thunder God mark. Seizing this perfect opportunity, with a swift stroke, Obito's head soared into the air, and a torrent of hot blood gushed from the vacant neck. Had he been eliminated? Aoi shook his head. No, he was not dead yet. Typically, if a foe's head was severed, they would be irretrievably slain. However, when facing Obito, who wielded his Izanagi, such an outcome was not so straightforward. Remaining on high alert, Aoi distanced himself from Obito's body. Indeed, the next moment, a new Obito materialized, his previous form vanishing into oblivion. Who are you, that you possess such familiarity with his Izanagi? At that moment, Obito was increasingly convinced that Aoi was of the Uchiha clan. After all, how could one be so well versed in his Izanagi? Nevertheless, without witnessing those Sharingan with his own eyes, Obito refrained from fixating further on Aoi's identity. His earlier probing was merely a test. Aoi, of course, offered no reply to his inquiries. Subsequently, Obito's body contorted and swiftly vanished from the spot. Seeing him escape, Aoi felt a twinge of regret. To think such an outrageous ninjutsu as Izanagi existed in the world. Surely it was not mere luck? Although he had triumphed over Obito in this encounter, the next time they crossed paths, employing shadow clones for surprise would be exceedingly difficult. Aoi needed to devise a new strategy to contend with Obito's Kimui. He retrieved the last premium soldier ration from its packaging and quickly chewed it down. Once his chakra was replenished to a satisfactory level, he would once again employ the Flying Thunder God technique to reunite with Kakashi and Yamato. Upon spotting Aoi, Yamato, holding a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God mark, inquired with concern, "Why have you only just arrived?" "I had a skirmish with the masked man, which delayed me a bit," Aoi explained with a smile. "I see," Yamato nodded. "You must have emerged victorious." He believed Aoi's prowess was formidable, feeling assured that he would not falter against any adversary. "The enemy is quite powerful?" Kakashi discerned Aoi's fatigue. "Yes, he escaped. His spatial ninjutsu surpasses my own," Aoi replied. Upon hearing this, both Kakashi and Yamato were taken aback. They had witnessed the elusive nature of the flying thunder god firsthand. Discovering that a technique even more potent existed was astonishing, explaining Aoi's inability to counter it. After exchanging a few casual remarks, they hastened their return to Konoha, wary of further unforeseen incidents. Meanwhile, Obito reappeared in the Rain Village. Upon arrival, he seized a white Zetsu clone, extracting a portion of its body to mend the wound on his abdomen. "Afe, you are injured." Black Zetsu expressed his astonishment at Obito's disheveled appearance. Observing the rapid healing of the wound, Obito nodded gravely. "I was careless. Natsume Aoba is a troublesome individual." At that moment, Pain's Deva Path entered the scene. "You actually failed. Allow me to confront him personally." It was bewildering that the enigmatic Uchiha Madara could falter at the hands of a Konoha ninja, further amplifying Deva Path's suspicions. The masked man before him was certainly not the true Madara. "You need not intervene. I will continue to deal with him." Obito declined Deva Path's offer. "How do you plan to proceed?" Deva Path inquired. The immediate priority was for Akatsuki to swiftly gather the tailed beasts. Yet Obito refrained from providing a direct answer regarding his intentions towards Natsume Aoba, indicating that matter could be addressed in due time. Deva Path promptly countered, "Without sufficient funds, we cannot influence the economies of the great nations. The timing for gathering the tailed beasts is not ripe." "I will find a way regarding the financial aspect," Obito said, producing a briefcase from the Kamui space. "These are my possessions. They must hold considerable value." As he opened the briefcase, it revealed dozens of neatly arranged test tubes, each containing a Sharingan. Witnessing this, Deva Path smirked internally, suspecting Obito of hoarding wealth. The Sharingan had fetched astronomical prices on the black market. Even the most common single-tomo Sharingan was worth millions. The collection of Sharingan in Obito's briefcase, including many two-tomo variants, amounted to nearly $1 billion in funds. Presenting this now indicated Obito's urgency. "Very well, I understand your intentions. Akatsuki's operations will commence ahead of schedule." Accepting the briefcase filled with Sharingan, Deva Path replied with an impassive tone. After Deva Path departed, Obito murmured to himself, "Natsume Aoba may pose an obstacle to the tailed beast collection plan. I must devise a means to ensure he does not interfere." His eyes narrowed. Perhaps he could experiment with that technique. Chapter 48. The Prelude to Counterattack. 3 days later, Qingyu and his companions returned to Konohagakure. As the squad leader, Kakashi promptly submitted the mission report. The assembly of high-ranking officials in Konoha was astounded upon hearing that Qingyu had annihilated dozens of IWA ninjas with the Flying Thunder God technique. The fact that Summer Mu Qingyu had mastered the jutsu of his mentor, Tobarama Senju, was utterly inconceivable. How could he have learned the Flying Thunder God without ever having seen the sealing scroll? Tsunade and Mitokaze were both taken aback. As veterans of Konoha, they had witnessed much over the years, recalling the tumultuous days of the Third Shinobi World War. During that time, Konoha faced multiple fronts, with even children as young as 8 or 9 graduating early from the Ninja Academy to join the battlefield. It was the emergence of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, that turned the tide of war. His reputation as the Yellow Flash struck terror into the hearts of the ninja world. They were acutely aware of the terrifying power of the Flying Thunder God technique, and while the technique itself was formidable, it was Minato's genius that allowed him to wield it to perfection. To their astonishment, another prodigy, Summer Mu Qingyu, had emerged, mastering the technique and executing it with the same finesse as the fourth Hokage. At this moment, Tsunade and Mitokaze were engulfed in a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. On one hand, Qingyu was a member of Konoha. His mastery of the Flying Thunder God signified the village's enhancement and strength. Currently, Konoha was in a period of vulnerability, marked by the decline of the third Hokage and the untapped potential of the 12 Guardian Ninja. Talents such as Qingyu, who wielded the Flying Thunder God, were an invaluable and scarce resource. On the other hand, the two elders harbored fears of being overshadowed. Yet, it seemed they had little choice in the matter. Tsunade reassured them, "I will vouch for Qingyu's mastery of the Flying Thunder God. You need not worry about its origins." Tsunade felt a surge of satisfaction. Recently, she had faced pressure from the 3 high-ranking advisors, hindering her ability to implement various policies. Now, Qingyu and Appo's rise provided her with leverage to counter their influence. As for the source of his technique, she was not overly concerned. The fact that Qingyu had mastered the Flying Thunder God was indicative of his considerable abilities. Competent individuals were always in demand, regardless of their circumstances. Tsunade chose not to entertain conspiracy theories, preferring to see the potential in Qingyu's current performance. By vouching for him as Hokage, she demonstrated her trust. Should he falter and turn rogue, she would bear the consequences, potentially jeopardizing her position. Nevertheless, she opted to believe in the young man before her, confident in her judgment. Nara Shikaku, the chief strategist of Konoha and leader of the J-Nin class, was also present. With Qingyu on our side, the strength of Konoha will be significantly bolstered. As an experienced J-Nin who had participated in the Third Shinobi World War alongside Minato, he understood the profound implications of the Flying Thunder God. Qingyu's accomplishments in the Rain Village were undeniable, and the impact of the Flying Thunder God in warfare was immense. With a new user of this technique, Konoha's influence in the ninja world would undoubtedly be felt. At that moment, the high-ranking official's attitudes toward Qingyu subtly shifted. Qingyu, aware that he was now entering the core of Konoha's power, realized that a period of observation would be necessary. Once he made significant contributions to the village, his status would naturally rise. Subsequently, Tsunade waved her hand decisively, announcing the distribution of the mission rewards. This is the one. 2 million Ryo from the S-rank mission. You three can divide it among yourselves. Qingyu received 400,000 Ryo, which he chose to save rather than invest in the system. He had promised to provide a place for Xiangling to settle during his recruitment efforts in the Death Forest. Although the young woman did not care for such matters, he felt compelled to fulfill his promise. A leader who fails to honor commitments to subordinates cannot expect their unwavering loyalty. He planned to save up further and purchase a house for Xiangling in the capital of the Land of Fire, as a benefit for his employee. Qingyu, since you have completed the S-rank mission, there's no time like the present. You should participate in the J-Nin examination tomorrow, Tsunade declared with finality. Although everyone present understood Qingyu's strength far surpassed that of an ordinary J-Nin, the necessary procedures still had to be observed. This was primarily to showcase his abilities before the assembled J-Nin, ensuring their confidence in him. Very well, I have no objections, Qingyu nodded in agreement. Once he became a J-Nin, he would have additional avenues for earning money, taking on higher-level missions that would yield greater rewards than those offered by the black market. However, he intended to focus on solo missions, as that would allow him to retain all the earnings without sharing. Meanwhile, in Awagakure, the short-tempered Inoki, who stood less than 1 meters tall, furiously tossed the newly acquired intelligence onto the ground, stomping on it in frustration. This infuriates me. His white beard quivered with rage. That despicable Danzo dares to disguise himself as one of our IWA ninjas and frame us. I will destroy him eventually. If it weren't for the genuine intentions of Hanzo, the leader of the Rain Village, who had disclosed the truth, Inoki, as the Tsuchikage, would have remained in the dark. Please, calm down, Lord Third, Akatsuchi urged. At your age, getting worked up could be detrimental to your health. Danzo is merely a petty individual. He isn't worth your ire. Inoki quickly regained his composure, yet the Konoha ninja who had mastered the Flying Thunder God was difficult to disregard. Unfortunately, during the Third Shinobi World War, it was IWA ninjas who suffered the most at the hands of Minato Namikaze. If he could have countered the Flying Thunder God, Inoki would have happily sent a dust-release jutsu Minato's way. Now faced with another user of the Flying Thunder God, Qingyu, from Konoha, it was no wonder Inoki's mood was less than pleasant. Indeed, it seems Konoha has grown stronger, Akatsuchi remarked candidly. It's not that you younger generations are inept. If someone could learn dust release, I'd feel more at ease, Inoki sighed, enviously considering Konoha's abundance of talent. We do have our own talents in Awagakure, like Deidara, who is a true genius, Akatsuchi stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, Inoki's expression darkened. Don't mention that brat to me. He's joined some Akatsuki organization, causing nothing but trouble. All right. I won't bring it up. Please don't be angry. Akatsuchi quickly waved his hands. However, upon mentioning the Akatsuki, Inoki's demeanor brightened. I could hire the Akatsuki to probe the depths of that Flying Thunder God user in Konoha. Of course, he was unaware that Qingyu had already encountered the Akatsuki. Meanwhile, Qingyu remained oblivious to Inoki's schemes. As night fell, with the moon shining brightly and stars scattered across the sky, Qingyu donned a black cloak and a raccoon mask, disappearing from his room with the Flying Thunder God. In the next moment, he found himself in the Death Forest. He had not forgotten the nefarious deeds orchestrated by Danzo in the Rain Village. Now, it was time for his counterattack. Chapter 49, Assault on the Root Base. Fortunately, Qingyu's Sharingan had yet to be revealed. Utilizing this pair of eyes against Danzo was indeed a significant advantage. The location of the root base was classified information within Konoha. Apart from the higher-ups and a select few elites, most ninjas were unaware. Nevertheless, Qingyu remained unperturbed as he possessed Byakugan, which would allow him to search methodically. He first arrived at the Forest of Death, believing it to be a likely spot. Without hesitation, he activated his Byakugan. Veins around his eyes bulged, and his pupils turned pure white. His surroundings came into sharp focus, revealing every detail. After a thorough search, he found no signs of activity underground. The Forest of Death was vast, and not finding the target immediately did not surprise him. He quickly accelerated forward, continuously scanning the area with his Byakugan. The visual range of Byakugan varies among individuals. Qingyu could perceive everything within a diameter of 1 kilometer. If he concentrated on a single point, this distance could extend to 10 kilometers. Utilizing the body flicker technique, he spent 10 minutes surveying the Forest of Death but found no trace of the root base. Subsequently, he inspected the vicinity around the Hokage office and residential areas, even searching the outskirts of Konoha, yet still discovered no signs of the root base. The only thing he found was an abandoned laboratory, long since deserted. Impressed by Danzo's ability to conceal himself, Qingyu could not help but exclaim that the man truly excelled in subterfuge. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. There was one location he had yet to investigate. Swiftly, he traversed through the darkness and soon arrived at a dilapidated site. For years prior, a significant event had transpired in Konoha. The Uchiha clan had been exterminated. As the foremost clan in Konoha, the Uchiha had suffered due to the precautionary measures of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, and the resistance of the third Hokage and Danzo, leading to their unfortunate circumstances. Following the Night of the Nine Tails, the Uchiha were forced to relocate to the outskirts of Konoha. The location Qingyu stood in was once the residential area of the Uchiha clan. However, after several years, it had fallen into disrepair, gradually being forgotten. As a concealed base, it seemed an excellent choice. Activating his Byakugan once more, Qingyu immediately sensed the presence of chakra beneath the ground. Danzo was indeed ruthless, having annihilated the Uchiha. He now sought to establish a base on their territory. Casually remarking on this, Qingyu's eyes began to transform. The Byakugan closed, replaced by a pair of crimson eyes. Without hesitation, Qingyu charged toward the entrance of the base. Inside the root base, Danzo was in a foul mood, throwing objects around. Numerous valuable porcelain pieces shattered upon impact. Damn it, that normal eye of mine is turning red. How could Xiamu Qingyu have mastered the Flying Thunder God technique? This infuriates me. Previously, even though Qingyu had clashed with Orochimaru, Danzo had not taken him too seriously, believing that as long as his schemes were executed well, he could easily control the situation. After meticulously arranging plans in the Rain Village, he had assumed victory was assured. Yet now, not only had he received news of a failed operation, but he also learned that Qingyu could use the Flying Thunder God technique. In mere moments, he had eliminated dozens of elite members from the root. This instilled a sense of dread within Danzo. No, I cannot remain passive. He promptly summoned his subordinates. Quickly, find Orochimaru for me. He believed only Orochimaru could assist him, as technology was the key to altering the future. Suddenly, the base shook violently, nearly causing Danzo to stumble. Luckily, he steadied himself with his cane. What is happening? He coldly inquired. Lord Danzo, the base is under attack. A root member reported hastily. Humph, how dare the blind dare to seek death? He discarded his cane and tore away his robe. A golden metallic strip clamped tightly around his right arm, sealing the 10 Sharingan embedded within it. He began to slowly unscrew the first bolt, instructing his 2 guards, Kaze, Toryuni. I need to release the seal on my right hand. You must hold off the intruders outside. Yes, Lord Danzo. Kaze and Yunyu responded in unison. They then vanished, arriving at the entrance of the base. At that moment, the entrance was in chaos, littered with the remnants of exploding tags. Directly ahead, they spotted a figure clad in a black robe, wearing a cat-faced mask. The crimson eyes glimmered ominously in the darkness. Upon seeing them, Qingyu's eyes transformed into a kaleidoscope pattern. Susanoo, a massive golden half-giant materialized around him, wielding an unparalleled spear. Qingyu was fully aware of the capabilities of Danzo's 2 guards. Kaze was a ninja from the Yamanaka clan, adept at sensory and mind transfer techniques. If he were to be controlled by that technique, his consciousness could be temporarily invaded, leaving him vulnerable to manipulation. However, Qingyu would not give them the chance to control him. As for Yunyu, she was considerably more dangerous. The Yunyu clan excelled in insect manipulation, possessing both reconnaissance and chakra absorption abilities. Yunyu Toryuni was particularly formidable with her nano-sized poisonous insects. Once one came into contact with these nano-sized creatures, escape would be nearly impossible. Thus, the moment Qingyu spotted them, he immediately activated Susanoo. Though the two posed a challenge, they were not his match. As the battle erupted at the root base, the sounds of the exploding tags caught the attention of Kakashi and Yamato, who were enjoying barbecue nearby. They hurriedly peered out the window towards the Uchiha district. If I recall correctly, that should be the location of Lord Danzo's root base, Yamato murmured. As a survivor of the wood release experiment, he had been taken by Danzo and brainwashed into becoming a tool. It was only after encountering Kakashi that he gained his freedom through the third Hokage. Indeed, it is the headquarters of the root, Kakashi affirmed with a nod. It seems to be under attack. Should we report this to the fifth Hokage? Yamato hesitated. Perhaps we should wait a little longer, Kakashi replied after a moment of contemplation. The root has yet to call for reinforcements. It would be unwise for us to intervene lightly, lest we provoke that particular individual. Thinking of Danzo's grim and terrifying demeanor, Yamato readily agreed. I will heed your advice, Kakashi-senpai. At the root base, Qingyu had commenced widespread destruction. The immense Susanoo was utterly decimating the ordinary ninjas as if they were mere stalks of wheat. With a single sweep of the spear, at least 2 or 3 elite members of the root were instantaneously slain. In the face of Susanoo, even the rudimentary ninjutsu appeared laughably ineffective. After consecutively slaying several more members of the root, Kaze and Yunyu found themselves unable to withstand the onslaught. They swiftly drew the kunai from their backs, preparing to thwart Qingyu's rampage. Initially, they hurled a few shuriken, which were effortlessly deflected by Susanoo. Kaze began to analyze the situation. That golden giant boasts formidable defenses. We must target the enemy's unprotected ground. To conserve his ocular power, Qingyu had only activated a partial Susanoo. This led the two to believe they had found an opening. Kaze decisively declared, "Then we shall employ strategy C." Yunyu nodded, then removed her gloves, revealing her purple hands. This hue was the manifestation of countless nano-sized poisonous insects that were invisible to the naked eye. Anyone who came into contact with those hands would swiftly be consumed. They commanded a group of expendable root members to withstand Susanoo's assault, while Kaze retreated to a distance, evidently preparing to seize the opportunity to initiate the mind transfer technique. Meanwhile, Yunyu stealthily blended into the crowd, quietly using earth release to enter underground. The ordinary root members predominantly possessed the strength of elite Chunin at best. They were unable to penetrate the defenses of Susanoo, succumbing one by one to the souls beneath the golden spear. Just as Qingyu was in the throes of battle, a pair of hands, entirely violet, suddenly emerged from the ground, lunging fiercely toward his legs. Chapter 50, Au versus Danzo. At a critical moment, Au drew his beheading sword, successfully intercepting the sneak attack from Danzo's hands. The advantage of his system backpack allowed him to summon items at will. The blade of the beheading sword was exceptionally broad, easily capable of blocking fragile arms. The ground began to sink slightly as Yunyu Toryun emerged from beneath, preparing to circumvent the beheading sword for an assault. Aya chuckled at the sight. If his opponent had remained underground, he might have been compelled to activate his kaleidoscope abilities for precaution. However, with Yunyu Toryun revealing himself, he became an easy target. Harnessing the power of his kaleidoscope Sharingan, Au unleashed an illusion. In an instant, Yunyu Toryun fell into a stupor. Au then swung the beheading sword, aiming directly for his head. Toryun, noticing his ally in dire peril, Kamizuka-Kase seized the opportunity and swiftly executed the body flicker technique. Yet, Au, now agile and unrestrained, evaded the control effortlessly. He leaped aside, dodging the technique with ease. Suddenly, Yunyu Toryun, previously ensnared by the illusion, sprang into action, hastily fleeing. A clever stratagem indeed. Au immediately recognized Kamizuka-Kase's plan. It seemed he initially intended to control Au with the body flicker technique, but upon failing, aimed to rescue Yunyu Toryun instead. Regardless of the outcome, such tactics bore no loss. The enemy is formidable, we cannot hold them back. Though Kamizuka-Kase had saved his comrade, his expression bore no joy. He clearly understood the disparity in strength between the two sides. Freed from the illusion, Yunyu Toryun lamented, "But this is Lord Danzo's order. We must carry it out." At that moment, Ea did not grant them the luxury of idle conversation. He immediately commanded Susanoo, wielding the golden spear, to launch an assault on the two. They hastily dodged, but after several clashes, they were ultimately struck by the spear, sending them flying several meters. Grievously wounded, shattering through several large trees, they finally came to a halt, their bodies battered and bloodied. Fortunately, as elite Jonin, their ninja constitution was more resilient than that of ordinary people, sparing them from immediate death. Observing Au preparing to continue his assault, the remaining root ninjas invoked a combined ninjutsu, Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. In an instant, towering walls rose from the ground, erecting barriers several meters high and spanning miles. Faced with these formidable walls capable of withstanding thousands, Au laughed heartily and refined his chakra once more. Suddenly, a dazzling electric light flickered upon Susanoo's left hand. Grasping the spear infused with Chidori, Au plunged it into the earth flow wall. In the blink of an eye, countless bolts of electricity danced upon the wall. The earth flow wall could not endure for long, quickly crumbling under the onslaught. The weakness of earth against lightning was vividly demonstrated in that moment. Witnessing their meticulously constructed defense vanish in an instant, the root ninjas were left in despair. Without a moment's hesitation, Susanoo launched another assault. Just then, a figure appeared, swiftly grasping Kamizukakes and Yunyutorian by the hands, pulling them out of the danger zone. The expendable root ninjas, however, became true fodder under the ravaging electric spear. With piercing eyes fixed on the aged yet agile figure, Ea felt his battle spirit ignite. Danzo, you have finally arrived. Placing the two guards at a distance from the heart of battle for relative safety, Danzo turned back to the fray. The 10 exposed Sharingan on his right arm spun incessantly, exuding a chilling aura. You Uchiha remnants are courting death. He had not anticipated that the assailant against the roots would be an Uchiha. He would never mistake those Sharingan. Is it Itachi? He mused, shaking his head in denial. That fellow would never wreak havoc in Konoha. He holds a deep affection for the village. Since it was not Uchiha Itachi, the identity of the newcomer remained shrouded in mystery. For years prior, aside from Itachi and Sasuke, there had been no other survivors from the Uchiha clan. Unable to fathom this, Danzo resolved to set it aside for the moment. Once the enemy was subdued, all would be revealed. Prepare yourself, Danzo. Being mistaken for Uchiha was precisely the effect Au desired. As long as everyone focused on the Sharingan, no one would suspect him as the attacker. Without further ado, Au's Susanoo launched its offensive. As a shadow-level powerhouse, Danzo effortlessly evaded the spear's trajectory, swiftly closing the distance to Au, thrusting a kunai at him. Clang! A sharp sound echoed as the kunai shattered. Indeed, it was Susanoo. Its defensive capabilities were impeccable. Coolly assessing the situation, Danzo was then struck by a powerful fist from Au's Susanoo, flattening him. Despite easily dispatching the foe, Au remained vigilant. He understood that Danzo possessed resurrection coins. As expected, in the next moment, Danzo re-emerged from a new position, his previous corpse vanishing without a trace. He maintained his calm demeanor, saying, "Your attack possesses decent strength." However, one of the crimson tomo on his right arm slowly closed, leaving no chance of reopening. A low-tier Izanaji. Having witnessed Obito's 5-minute high-grade Izanaji, Au regarded Danzo's technique with disdain. It was a blatant waste of precious Sharingan. Nonetheless, with 10 chances at resurrection, eliminating him posed a significant challenge. The earlier skirmish with the root ninjas had already drained a considerable amount of Au's chakra. Killing Danzo, who still had 9 lives left, seemed nearly impossible. If this dragged on, the Umbu and other powerful figures from Konoha would inevitably arrive. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Without holding a grudge against Au, Danzo initiated a ninjutsu. Soon, a barrage of air bubbles erupted from his mouth, each invisible sphere posing a greater threat than a kunai. Yet, their offensive power proved insufficient, easily blocked by Susanoo. What a troublesome shell. As Au charged in, Danzo formed hand seals once more. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. He unleashed a more formidable gust, its power rivaling that of artillery. A wave of invisible pressure surged forth, yet it remained ineffective against Susanoo. Seizing the opportunity, Au and Appo's Susanoo wielded the electric spear, cleaving Danzo in two. In the next instant, Danzo's body vanished, and he resurrected once again. One more of the crimson Sharingan on his arm closed. The second one, Au murmured, noting the slow progress. He felt a sharp pain in his eyes, blood beginning to seep forth. Is this the side effect of the kaleidoscope Sharingan? Danzo chuckled maliciously. Seizing the moment, he activated the summoning technique, calling forth the Dream Taper. This was a colossal creature, with a trunk as long as that of an elephant, its entire body of vibrant orange. Upon witnessing this, Au comprehended Danzo's intentions. He aimed to utilize the Dream Taper's suction power in conjunction with wind release to tear through Susanu's defenses. Indeed, the Dream Taper began to exert its force, while Danzo simultaneously unleashed ninjutsu, wind release, vacuum continuous waves. Recognizing the familiar scenario, Au imitated a future Sasuke, releasing a great fireball towards the Dream Taper. The resulting conflagration dispelled the summoning, thwarting Danzo's tactics entirely. As Danzo charged towards him, Au once again thrust his spear, sending the old man to his demise. Upon resurrection, yet another Sharingan on Danzo's right arm was extinguished. A formidable adversary indeed. It seemed he would have to employ Itachi's eyes. Chapter 51. The Chunin Examination. Reluctant to squander the precious uses of his Neji, Danzo sought an opportune moment to unleash his Konoha Tsukimi. Should his adversary fall under its influence, victory in battle would be assured. However, at that moment, a group of ninja hastened towards him. It was the reinforcements from Konoha, led by Tsunade and Jiraiya. Accompanied by two advisors, Kakashi, Yamato, and a cadre of elite Umbu. They were merely a kilometer away from the epicenter of the conflict and would soon close the gap. Cursed be their timing. As they approached, Danzo was compelled to abandon his plan to employ Konoha Tsukimi. The eyes of Shursui could not be openly utilized yet. With reinforcements arriving, it would be prudent to let them probe and deplete the remnants of the Uchiha clan. Meanwhile, Aoi's eyes throbbed with increasing pain, blood streaming forth. Even his Susanoo was on the brink of collapse. In a final desperate act, Aoi commanded his Susanoo to violently hurl the spear he held. In the distance, the spear found its mark, piercing through the fleeing figures of Kamizuki and Yamanaka, delivering a fatal blow. They were, after all, Danzo's right-hand men, responsible for numerous misdeeds. Even if the mastermind could not be slain, Aoi harbored no intention of sparing them. Wind, Tarunii. Danzo cried out in anguish upon witnessing the demise of his trusted subordinates. After executing this grim act, Aoi shielded his eyes and activated the body flicker technique to escape the battlefield. With a surge of lightning chakra, his speed was unparalleled, and Danzo could not keep pace. The Uchiha clan's territory lay at the outskirts of Konoha, adjacent to a dense forest, providing him with an unobstructed route for his escape. Soon, he found a concealed spot and vanished using the Flying Thunder God technique. At that moment, Danzo stood alone, bewildered in the wind. The root base had been reduced to ruins, with none surviving but him. They are all dead, all of them, he murmured to himself, despair evident in his eyes. Aside from a few subordinates dispatched on missions, the rest were gone. Moreover, the fallen were all elites, including two of his most trusted jonin. Years of meticulous planning and resource investment had evaporated into thin air. His painstaking efforts. Those efforts had been his stepping stone to the position of Hokage. Just then, Tsunade and her companions arrived. Noticing the crimson eyes on Danzo's arm, she felt a wave of revulsion. Yet, she suppressed her disgust and inquired, Danzo, are you all right? Are you unscathed, Danzo? Kurunai also expressed her concern. It seems you are fine, Mito confirmed after a careful observation, concluding that their old friend had not been injured. Get lost. Although these were words of concern, they pierced Danzo and Appo's heart like daggers. The root base lay in ruins, and all his subordinates had perished. How could he be fine? It appeared that the strength of the earlier adversary had deeply unsettled Danzo. Not wishing to provoke Danzo further, Jiraiya shifted the conversation. At his words, the group recalled the terrifying sight they had just witnessed, a towering golden giant wielding a fearsome spear of lightning, capable of piercing through anything in its path. The sheer might was astounding. Is that truly the level a ninja can reach? Yamato pondered, questioning his own existence. Indeed, ordinary ninjas stood no chance against such a giant. Kakashi concurred, realizing they were on entirely different levels. Among all his abilities, perhaps only the Sharingan gifted by his dear friend held any hope of countering the golden giant. Yet, that ability was still in development and could not be employed at present. Clearly, their enemy was formidable. Upon discovering the destruction of the root base, Tsunade nearly laughed. She had never held the organization in high regard, viewing it solely as Danzo's enforcer, indifferent to the Hokage's orders. The demise of such a department was, in her eyes, a blessing, providing an opportunity to expand the Umbu and enhance her own power. Many within the Umbu who followed her shared a disdain for Danzo. Witnessing the current situation was a cause for celebration for them. In fact, most ninjas in Konoha harbored negative feelings towards Danzo. Otherwise, during the events of the original story, he would not have merely served as acting Hokage while Tsunade was unconscious. Without the trust of the Jonin through voting, he could never attain the title of true Hokage. Meanwhile, Aoi quietly returned to his residence, lying on his bed with eyes closed to recuperate. His recent overexertion had yet to allow for full recovery. It was no wonder that aside from Sasuke, others seldom utilized the Meijiki Sharingan due to the severe strain it placed on the eyes. Wiping the blood from his face with a tissue, Aoi began performing eye exercises. Under normal circumstances, he would not need to rely heavily on the Sharingan's power. With the Flying Thunder God technique, his combat prowess was already formidable. Ordinary opponents, even those at the level of a Kage, found it challenging to suppress him. His aggression against Danzo had merely stemmed from overwhelming frustration. Regrettably, he noted that his chakra reserves were insufficient. Employing high-level ninjutsu consumed an immense amount of chakra. Sustained combat against powerful foes required more chakra than a mere jonin could muster. Sighing, he mused, how splendid it would be to draw on the power of a tailed beast. However, to gain such power required accessing a high-tier prize pool, which Aoi was somewhat apprehensive of. Investing several million without adequate luck might only yield a minimal return. The cost-effectiveness was too low. If he merely sought to augment his chakra reserves, it would be wiser to draw from the ordinary prize pool. Elevating his chakra from B rank to A rank would grant him the strength of an average Kage. Most importantly, the ordinary prize pool offered a stable return, with skill points relatively easy to acquire. After calculating, Aoi determined that to elevate his chakra to A rank would require 10,000 points. If each 10 draw resulted in a B rank guarantee, decomposition would yield 100 points, necessitating 110 draws. That amounted to 1 million, making it a total of 10 million. Of course, it was improbable that every 10 draw would yield such poor results, so he estimated that several million would suffice. Upon reflection, Aoi felt it might be a loss. Drawing from the high-tier prize pool could yield selected A rank ninjutsu, with each decomposition granting 500 skill points. Although the final skill points acquired would be fewer than from the ordinary prize pool for the same investment, there remained the tantalizing chance to obtain powerful jutsu and abilities. No longer dwelling on this dilemma, he swiftly succumbed to slumber, preparing for the Chunin examination the following day. The next morning, a gentle rain began to fall. However, this would not impact Aoi's examination, as it was to be held indoors. Arriving punctually at the training ground, he was greeted by numerous faces, all Jonins from Konoha. Among them were both strangers and familiar figures, Might Guy, Yamato, Yugao, Asuma, and Mitarashi Anko. Noticing Aoi with the great sword Samahata slung across his back, many cast curious glances in his direction. In the face of their scrutiny, Aoi remained composed. After contending with numerous formidable opponents, his demeanor had subtly transformed. After a short while, the examiner appeared. Clad in a mask and with a shock of white hair, he nodded towards Aoi before announcing the rules of the examination. This assessment requires direct confrontation. You must endure my attacks for 5 minutes to qualify. After stating this, he mentally grumbled. The 5th Hokage truly knows how to challenge people. I hope Aoi does not take it too seriously. Upon recognizing that the chief examiner was Kakashi Hatake, anticipation rippled through the gathered crowd. This year's newcomer was rather unfortunate to face the elite Jonin Kakashi as their examiner. Some Jonins shook their heads, believing Aoi would undoubtedly fail the examination. Indeed, Kakashi was a master tactician, and 5 minutes would suffice to defeat an average Jonin. The newcomer, known as Natsume Aoba, had only recently participated in the Chunin selection exam at the beginning of the month. Mitarashi Anko instantly recognized the young boy. The other ninjas present were astounded. Could it be possible for a ninja who had just become a nin less than a month ago to participate in the J-nin examination? Even if he possessed such prowess, he would at best be regarded as a special J-nin, with a significant gap between him and the elite J-nin. It is well known that Kakashi rarely shows leniency. As a guiding J-nin, he has dissuaded several cohorts of Ninja Academy graduates. Only Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura have become his students. A ninja of Kakashi's caliber would never go easy during the J-nin examination. It appears the chances of the newcomer succeeding are exceedingly slim. Asuma, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, wore a bewildered expression. What could have prompted Kakashi to subject newcomers to such rigorous trials in the Chunin examination? Chapter 52. Chin-Yu vs. Kakashi. Recently returned from a mission outside the village, Kakashi, accompanied by Yuhi Kurenai, was observing the Chunin exams. With the passing of the third Hokage, he had gradually distanced himself from the power center of Konoha. Information regarding Chin-Yu had become a classified secret of the village, unbeknownst to most Jonin. The astonishing feat of annihilating dozens of IWA shinobi in the Rain Village was known only to the upper echelons of the various shinobi villages. However, it was only a matter of time before this news spread throughout the shinobi world. Upon hearing Asuma's assessment, Yamato could not help but chuckle. Kakashi bullying a newcomer? They were unaware of the true extent of Chin-Yu's strength. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he might have thought the same, that Kakashi was merely toying with an inexperienced opponent. What are you laughing at, Yamato? Asuma asked, bewildered. Did I say something wrong? It's not you I'm laughing at. I just recalled something amusing, Yamato quickly explained, waving his hands dismissively. Asuma's expression turned skeptical, suspecting Yamato was mocking him. At that moment, in the center of the training ground, Kakashi lowered his mask, revealing his three-tomo Sharingan. In the upcoming battle, I shall give it my all. Very well, Kakashi-senpai. This time, I won't use that technique. Let us engage in a genuine duel. Chin-Yu replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. Kakashi, serving as the examiner for the Chunin exams, had not anticipated this encounter. Nevertheless, it was indeed intriguing to face off against the legendary Hitaki Kakashi. To test his comprehensive abilities, Chin-Yu resolved not to employ the Flying Thunder God technique, opting instead for a combination of taijutsu and other ninjutsu. After all, it was merely an exam, and passing was all that mattered. Observing the two engaged in light-hearted conversation, the Jonin present were particularly curious. It seemed the newcomer had some prior acquaintance with Kakashi-senpai, likely having collaborated on missions together. Yet, some among the observers caught the pivotal essence of their exchange. Judging by Kakashi's tone, this newcomer appeared to be formidable enough to warrant Kakashi's serious efforts. Could it be? Perhaps Kakashi was simply being courteous. After all, his reputation in Konoha was illustrious, and he was well known throughout the shinobi world. His illustrious resume included graduating from the Ninja Academy at the tender age of 5, becoming a Chunin at 6, and at 12, he achieved the distinction of being the youngest Jonin in the village. At such a young age, he had already created the A-rank jutsu, Chidori, and after acquiring the Uchiha Sharingan, he earned the title of copy ninja within the shinobi realm. Although he later became lackadaisical in his training, his latent talent still shone through, placing him at the elite Jonin level. The assembled shinobi could hardly fathom that the youthful Chin-Yu could compel Kakashi to exert himself fully. The only individual unfazed by this notion was Might Guy, who, with tears streaming down his face, clenched his fists. Kakashi is going to get serious. This is the essence of youth. With his enthusiastic exclamation, the exam officially commenced. Kakashi, quick to react, immediately tossed a smoke bomb. The crimson smoke enveloped the training ground, obscuring Chin-Yu's line of sight. Subsequently, Kakashi, armed with kunai, charged forward with remarkable speed. Is that a shadow clone? Chin-Yu assessed inwardly. This tactic was one he was very familiar with, as he favored using smoke bombs in conjunction with shadow clones. Drawing his great sword, Semihata, the two engaged in a fierce exchange of taijutsu. Kakashi proved to be an equal match, with neither side gaining the upper hand. During the skirmish, Chin-Yu discerned a flaw in Kakashi's defense. With a decisive swing of Semihata, he struck Kakashi squarely. In an instant, Kakashi's form flickered and transformed into crackling lightning. A lightning clone? Chin-Yu was not surprised. Unlike ordinary shadow clones, lightning clones infused with lightning chakra could paralyze surrounding foes when destroyed. Simultaneously, Kakashi emerged from the ground wielding Raikiri, launching a swift surprise attack on Chin-Yu. However, Kakashi had overlooked a crucial detail. Chin-Yu was not immobilized by the lightning clone. The lightning chakra dissipated upon contact with Semihata, rapidly absorbed. The absorbed chakra coursed through Semihata and into Chin-Yu's body. What an intriguing sword, Kakashi remarked, a hint of admiration flashing across his features. As he momentarily diverted his attention, Chin-Yu executed a sweeping strike with Semihata. Contrary to expectation, the image of Kakashi being sent flying did not materialize. The great sword passed right through Kakashi's form. A clone technique. Shinyu was taken aback. At that moment, Kakashi's figure re-emerged from the ground behind him. Rasengan. Kakashi shouted, his right hand wielding the Rasengan, aimed swiftly at Shinyu's back shoulder. As it was not a life-or-death struggle, Kakashi refrained from delivering a lethal blow with Raikiri, opting instead to use the Rasengan, a technique taught to him by his mentor, Minato Namikaze. He did not presume his strategy would be infallible. Unfazed by the ambush, Shinyu swiftly activated the Earth Release, Earth Spear, hardening the skin on his back. Earth Release defense. Kakashi's Sharingan detected the flow of chakra. As the Rasengan connected with Shinyu, Kakashi unleashed a torrent of lightning chakra from his left hand to neutralize the Earth Release technique, creating a vacuous space devoid of defense behind Shinyu. However, in the process, he too lost a significant amount of chakra to Samehada. Yet, he believed landing a hit was worth the cost of a minor chakra expenditure. It's over. Kakashi-senpai is indeed formidable. Some jonin concluded that victory had been determined. The newcomer had performed admirably, showcasing skills at least on par with a formal jonin. Yuan Fei, Asuma affirmed with confidence. That sword in his hand must be Samehada. I have seen it wielded by the mist Kisame Hashigaki. Is that so? That is one of the 7 ninja swords. No wonder the newcomer can engage so spectacularly with Kakashi-senpai. An experienced jonin exclaimed. Others speculated that Shinyu's strength lay primarily in his weaponry. The assembled jonin generally believed Kakashi would secure victory, yet he himself held reservations. Boom. As anticipated. Upon having his defense breached by the Rasengan, Shinyu transformed into a cloud of white smoke, leaving only Samehada to clatter to the ground. So, he too used a shadow clone. Kakashi sighed with a wry smile. Both combatants shared a penchant for utilizing shadow clones, making it difficult to discern a clear victor at that moment. Nevertheless, Kakashi was acutely aware of the stakes. Had Shinyu employed the Flying Thunder God, he might have already faced defeat. As Kakashi instinctively reached for Samehada, Shinyu denied him the opportunity. In the instant the shadow clone vanished, he emerged from the earth, brandishing a chakra blade as he charged toward Kakashi. Bang! The chakra blade struck wood, revealing that Kakashi had prepared a substitution technique in advance, quickly creating distance between them. Stowing away the chakra blade, Shinyu retrieved Samehada, now eager to utilize his newly mastered fire release technique. With determination, he swiftly formed hand seals, fire release, great fireball technique. Chapter 53, Danzo's departure from the village. The mastery of the great fire extinguishing technique enveloped half of the training ground in a fierce blaze. As the surging flames approached, Kakashi decisively formed a seal, earth-style, earth flow wall. A wall, hastily erected without the time to carve a dog's head, rose from the ground to shield against the raging inferno. While it could obstruct the flames, it could not prevent the searing heat from scorching. Seizing the moment, Kakashi burrowed underground, escaping the reach of the fire technique. At this juncture, both combatants found their chakra reserves dwindling. Kakashi even donned his mask, opting to abandon the continued use of his Sharingan. Ayu's condition was marginally better. He activated the lightning release chakra mode, integrating offense and defense with enhanced speed. The two soon engaged in a fierce exchange of taijutsu. After a brief skirmish, Kakashi called for a halt. 5 minutes are up. Congratulations, Aya Shernin. The outcome of this assessment left the assembled J-nin in a state of astonishment. Were the newcomers truly this formidable? Am I mistaken? Mitarashi Anko felt as though she were dreaming. Just at the beginning of the month, the youth had been participating in the Nin selection exam. How could it be that in such a short time, he had ascended to the rank of J-nin? Not merely a special J-nin, but a true J-nin. Reflecting on her own status as a special J-nin, she bitterly gnawed at her dango. What a thrilling battle. It has me all fired up. Mato Guy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he extended an invitation to his dear friend, Kakashi. How about we engage in a spirited contest of youth? Kakashi, having exhausted his chakra, made a hasty retreat. Asuma, observing the scene, remarked, it seems I underestimated the newcomers. They can trade blows with Kakashi and may well possess strength comparable to my own. Hearing this, Yamato couldn't help but chuckle. Yamato, are you provoking me? Asuma retorted angrily. He had not instigated anything, so why was he being laughed at inexplicably? Apologies, Asuma-senpai, that was not my intention. Yamato awkwardly apologized. Humph. Asuma ignored Yamato, departing with Yuhi Kurenai. Embarrassed, Yamato scratched his head before heading over to congratulate Ayo. At that moment, Au was greeting the array of Nin. In the great ninja village, Nin represented the true backbone of power, belonging to the upper echelons. With a newcomer possessing such strength, it was only natural that others would seek to foster good relations. Konoha Barbecue Q, a barbecue establishment, found Au and Hinata seated at a grill, preparing slices of meat. This invitation had been proposed by Hinata as a celebration of Au's recent promotion. "Congratulations, Au-kun, on becoming a Nin," the girl said, fidgeting with her fingers. Her cheeks tinged with pink. "Thank you, Hinata. I am truly delighted," Au responded with a smile, serving her a piece of freshly grilled meat before indulging in the delectable fare himself. The aroma of the fresh barbecue wafted enticingly, stirring appetites. However, as they savored the meal, Au noticed that Hinata's spirits seemed somewhat subdued. Though she concealed it well, Au was too familiar with her to miss her distress. "What troubles you?" he inquired. "Honestly, I thought that after this year's Chunin exams, I could become a Chunin alongside Akuen. But I am simply inadequate. You have become a Nin while I remain a Genin. Perhaps I truly lack the talent to be a ninja." Hinata lamented, her eyes filled with sorrow. "Here, take this." Au suddenly offered her a special kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique. "What is this?" Hinata asked softly. "This kunai is unique. As long as you infuse it with chakra to activate the seal, I will be able to appear by your side at any moment through space-time ninjutsu." In the entirety of Konoha, Au held Hinata in the highest regard. Following the recent attack by Obito, he had become acutely aware of the need for vigilance, hence preparing the kunai for her. Yet, he also recognized that Hinata and Appo's concerns were valid. Lacking strength would render even the kunai insufficient for ensuring absolute safety. This was evident from the instances when Minato had been unable to arrive in time to save others. In the ninja world, personal strength was paramount for self-preservation. Au contemplated ways to enhance Hinata's abilities, realizing that conventional methods might prove inadequate. Though he had considered the possibility of the Tensigen, he lacked the means to acquire Otsutsuki Kagai's chakra, making that path currently unfeasible. Ultimately, he resolved to rely on the lottery system. Perhaps fortune might grant him the desired items. He was well acquainted with the lottery mechanics of the dog system. As long as he was willing to spend, the outcomes were seldom disappointing. Au's mind raced through myriad thoughts, though only mere seconds had elapsed in reality. As Hinata accepted the kunai, she treasured it carefully. "I will keep it safe," she vowed with determination. The kunai was to be carried at all times, never to be far from her reach. Au pinched the girl's cheek playfully, assuring her, "Whenever danger arises, I will be there in an instant." He would not emulate the fourth Hokage, always a step behind. In all matters, he would prioritize Hinata's safety. "Understood, Au-kun." Hinata beamed with a sweet smile. "Regarding your strength, we can practice taijutsu together when time allows." While rapid improvement in Hinata's abilities may be unattainable, reinforcing her foundational skills was an admirable start. Though Au did not specialize in the gentle fist technique, he could serve as a training partner for regular taijutsu. After all, the Byakugan was a formidable bloodline limit. With diligent practice of taijutsu, she could very well achieve the status of Nin. Even a slight increase in strength would enhance her self-defense capabilities. Upon hearing this, Hinata felt a surge of motivation. If she could train alongside Au-kun, she would undoubtedly push herself to the limit. As Hinata's mood lifted, the two enjoyed their barbecue in joyful camaraderie. In the days that followed, Au remained on break. Since completing his S-rank mission, he had not taken on new tasks. Instead, he had earned a modest bounty in the black market, amounting to 1 million ryo. He decided against funneling this money into the system for the time being, opting to save it alongside his previous 400,000 ryo. Since his strength had increased, earning money had become less daunting. With newfound power, opportunities for wealth were abundant. Earning 10 million ryo in a month was within reach with some effort. He recalled his weaker days when he felt utterly powerless. There had been a peer of Nin rank who, unable to endure a life of poverty, resorted to robbing a wealthy merchant. Unfortunately, he was injured and forced to flee from the merchant's ninja guards, only to be declared a missing Nin the following day. His fate was grim, ending tragically. Au had been taken aback. The ninja world was indeed a treacherous place. He planned to rest for another couple of days before utilizing the speed of the Flying Thunder God to embark on additional S-rank or A-rank missions. As the end of the month approached, it had nearly been a month since the Chunin exams concluded. August was fast approaching, and the lottery limit would soon refresh. However, just as he was preparing to train with Hinata, Karui provided him with crucial intelligence. Danzo had been spotted outside of Konoha. Chapter 54. The Danzo Elimination Plan. Upon hearing this splendid news, Qingyu's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had been troubled by the limitations imposed by Konoha, yet unexpectedly, Danzo had taken the initiative to court death. He would not hold back. However, a sudden doubt crept in. Was this truly Danzo? After learning of Qingyu's mastery over the Flying Thunder God technique, he dared to venture out of the village. In the original narrative, Danzo had been rather cowardly. During the Konoha collapse plan, he hid in the root base, and during Pain's assault on Konoha, he remained ensconced in the shadows. When confronted by Sasuke, he resorted to abducting Karen in a desperate bid for survival. Such a character had suddenly shed his cowardice. Something was amiss, indeed. Could it be a shadow clone? Qingyu mused. Yet, this was merely a possibility. What if Danzo had truly found the courage to leave the village? Regardless, Qingyu was determined to confront him. Another pressing question lingered. What could Danzo be doing outside the village? As the leader of Root, he often remained within Konoha, and in his advanced age, rarely ventured beyond its borders. This time, it seemed that Root had been significantly weakened by Qingyu, prompting his reckless departure. Was he recruiting allies? No, that was unlikely. Qingyu swiftly dismissed this notion. As a high-ranking official of Konoha, Danzo had two avenues for gathering subordinates. He could either enlist the shinobi of the village or tempt ordinary ninjas to join Root. Alternatively, he could visit the Konoha orphanage and select young orphans to nurture as seedlings for Root. There was no necessity for him to leave the village simply to recruit. Could he be meeting with Orochimaru? The thought of the Snake Sage crossed Qingyu's mind. The long-standing partnership between Orochimaru and Danzo had endured even after the former's defection from Konoha. Perhaps, fearing Qingyu's prowess, Danzo sought to augment his strength through Orochimaru's techniques. This speculation increasingly seemed plausible to Qingyu. Danzo's right hand, infused with wood-release cells, was the result of human experimentation. If he desired to grow stronger, Orochimaru would be his most viable option. If I could uncover evidence of Danzo and Appo's collusion with the S-rank rogue ninja Orochimaru, there would be a genuine opportunity to oust him from his position within Konoha's elite. Without the political leverage of being a high-ranking official, Danzo would be inconsequential. With the third Hokage deceased, no one could shield him. Moreover, with Root in a state of disarray, it was the perfect time to exploit Danzo's weakened influence. Of course, two old men, Mito Gate and TGK Haru, might still support him. To ensure Danzo's downfall, it was imperative to first neutralize those two. If they were absent during Danzo's trial, Tsunade would feel no pressure. Once the Hokage's orders were officially announced, and with Qingyu's backing, those two would have no chance to turn the tide in Danzo's favor. After eliminating Danzo, the two advisors would lack the confidence to meddle in Konoha's affairs, resigned to a quiet retirement. Naturally, if they proved obstinate, Qingyu would not hesitate to deal with them harshly. Konoha was on the brink of a true transformation. After paying next month's rent to his landlord, Qingyu headed straight for the Hokage building. It seemed he not only needed to provide benefits for the staff, but also to consider purchasing a home. On the way, Qingyu reflected. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, he volunteered to monitor Danzo's movements outside the village. Tsunade laughed heartily, exclaiming, "I've been lamenting the lack of capable personnel, and you've arrived just in time. This A-rank mission is yours." If any suspicious activities were detected involving Danzo, the mission would be elevated to S-rank. Although Danzo held a high position within Konoha, Tsunade would not allow herself to be complacent. She was not the third Hokage who had indulged Danzo's whims. She had been seeking someone to shadow Danzo's every move, hoping to unearth something incriminating, and now Qingyu had stepped forward. I suspect the likelihood of Danzo meeting with Orochimaru is quite high. Their collaboration is not a recent development. Tsunade concurred, acknowledging the strong possibility. I will allocate additional personnel to assist you in gathering potential evidence against Danzo. Hesitant, Qingyu pondered the implications of more personnel. With more people involved, his share of the reward would diminish, making the mission less worthwhile. Rest assured, their tasks will be separate, and your reward will remain unaffected. Tsunade added with a smile. Through their interactions, she had recognized the young man's enthusiasm for monetary gain. Truly unexpectedly agreeable. Satisfied with her response, Qingyu readily agreed to fully accomplish the mission. However, he suddenly shifted the conversation, cautioning that if incriminating evidence against Danzo were found, the the two advisors might intervene, necessitating precaution. He decided to inform Tsunade about the arrangements concerning TGK Haru and Mito Gate. With the Hokage's cooperation, many matters would be easier to navigate. Those two are indeed troublesome, Tsunade lamented, her frustration evident. The principal issue with TGK Haru and Mito Gate was their close alliance with Danzo, which had forged an unspoken understanding among them. Their combined pressure made it exceedingly difficult for Tsunade to take decisive actions. If she sought to deal with Danzo, the two would undoubtedly oppose her. As long as the fifth Hokage does not object, I will find a way to ensure those two cannot interfere with Danzo's affairs. Qingyu was confident that Tsunade was not an obstinate individual and would agree to his proposal. Very well, but given that the two advisors have contributed significantly to Konoha, we must ensure their safety. With a resigned sigh, Tsunade acquiesced. If the two did not disrupt matters and treated Danzo's actions fairly, there would be no need for excessive measures. In extraordinary times, extraordinary actions must be taken. Of course, whether Danzo was clandestinely meeting with Orochimaru remained without definitive evidence. However, both Tsunade and Qingyu believed the possibility was substantial. After all, Danzo was no ordinary individual. He would not be idle enough to leave the village without purpose. Even if he were using a shadow clone, the tasks he pursued would undoubtedly be significant and likely nefarious. It was precisely this suspicion that prompted Tsunade's desire to test the waters. She sought to uncover even a sliver of opportunity to eradicate the blight that Danzo represented within Konoha, akin to a rat scurrying through the sewers. Nodding at Tsunade's request, Qingyu assured, of course. The method is straightforward. Impersonate a member of the Uchiha clan, launch an attack on TGK Haru and Mito Gate, and then ensnare them with illusions. Subsequently, we can erase their memories, effectively resolving the matter. Though they were disciples of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, they surely could not rival the likes of Sarutobi Hiruzen or Danzo in strength. Coupled with their age and decline due to lack of combat, their skills were likely diminished, making them easy to handle. Qingyu felt confident in his ability to manage the two. After discussing the details of the mission further, Qingyu departed the Hokage's office and met with 3 Umbu members who would assist in the task. They then left Konoha, hastening towards the location where Danzo had last been sighted. Chapter 55. Orochimaru. Danzo, you truly live up to your reputation. In a secluded forest within the Land of Fire, Danzo found himself beset by anxiety, as misfortune seemed to plague his every endeavor. The emergence of the remnants of the Uchiha clan had nearly obliterated his foundation, leaving only a scant few members deployed elsewhere. Upon their return, he intended for Sai to assume the role of his protector. Without his trusted aides at his side, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. The terrifying presence of the golden Susanoo from that fateful night loomed over him like the sword of Damocles, threatening his very safety. Moreover, he had become an unyielding enemy of the new Leaf Village prodigy, Shikamaru Aoi, the Flying Thunder God technique, a creation of the esteemed Tobirama Sensei. Danzo gritted his teeth in frustration, questioning why he was not the one to master such an elusive space-time ninjutsu. Had he possessed such formidable power, the position of Hokage would have been within his grasp. Alongside his fury, regret coursed through him. Had he foreseen this, he would never have made an enemy of Shikamaru Aoi. Who could have predicted that one who had never even touched the Book of Seals would suddenly wield the Flying Thunder God? No, I am not at fault. Danzo's gaze sharpened, his voice filled with anguish. Everything I have done has been for Konoha. Uncontrollable factors must be eradicated. The past cannot be changed, and remorse is futile. Faced with this dual crisis, he had long contemplated seeking the aid of Orochimaru, the foremost expert in ninja technology. His right hand was a testament to the latter's craftsmanship, and he had become enthralled by the power of the Sharingan. Indeed, in the recent skirmish at the root base, he had suffered the loss of several Sharingan. A painful blow to him. After all, the 3-tomo Sharingan was a precious resource. Each lost, I was irreplaceable. Fortunately, he had some reserves and quickly replenished the void on his right arm. Yet, such matters paled in comparison to the significance of finally locating Orochimaru. The two had communicated through coded messages and confirmed their meeting for that day. Shimura Danzo, I never anticipated you would come in person. Shortly thereafter, at the agreed location, the pale-skinned Orochimaru arrived with Kabuto Yakushi in tow. Orochimaru, your hands appear to be unscathed? Upon seeing Orochimaru's calm demeanor, Danzo felt a flicker of surprise. However, this was for the best. Orochimaru's capacity to utilize ninjutsu would facilitate his experiments on human subjects, granting him even greater strength. Merely some minor tricks, Orochimaru rasped. Without further pleasantries, he inquired, "Speak. What do you require of me? I have encountered a rather troublesome dilemma that necessitates your expertise." In hopes of acquiring the power to resolve it, Danzo stated forthrightly. He understood that Orochimaru was not easily deceived. Excessive embellishment would only lead to his own detriment. "Oh, it is rare to hear of someone causing turmoil in the shadows of the ninja world," Orochimaru quipped, his tone laced with intrigue. Given the seriousness of the matter, Danzo dismissed the jest and directly revealed a name that astonished both Orochimaru and Kabuto. It is Shikamaru Aoi. He has mastered the flying thunder god of the second Hokage and slaughtered dozens of my root members in the Rain Village. His prowess is unfathomable. Shikamaru Aoi? Orochimaru's expression shifted to one of astonishment. If I am not mistaken, he participated in this year's Chunin exams in Konoha? Indeed, that very brat. Danzo nodded vehemently. Confirming the name elicited a look of surprise from Orochimaru. They had crossed paths in the Forest of Death, where Aoi had seemed utterly inconsequential. It was astonishing that mere months later, he had grown to a level that Danzo now feared immensely. I see now, Orochimaru remarked, a knowing smile gracing his lips. No wonder Gekido perished, and no wonder someone could escape his grasp. It appears he has acquired the Flying Thunder God technique, much like Minato Namake's. Unbeknownst to Orochimaru, Aoi had nearly defeated him using the Sharingan. Moreover, there is another issue. The remnants of the Uchiha attacked my root base. Danzo's ire intensified as he spoke. If he had still possessed a significant force, he would not have needed to confront these problems personally. Engaging with Orochimaru was no simple endeavor. He had unwittingly divulged much information by merely being present. I see. It seems that Uchiha possesses eyes akin to Itachi's, Orochimaru mused, his interest in the Uchiha growing. However, since he had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, any ambitions he might have had would be thwarted. During his time with the Akatsuki, he had attempted to confront Itachi, only to be thwarted by the limitations of the impure world reincarnation, which had diminished his spiritual power, rendering him vulnerable to Itachi's Jinjutsu. Consequently, Orochimaru had shifted his focus solely to Sasuke, abandoning his pursuit of Itachi. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The assailant in the Sound Village had also possessed a pair of Sharingan. Perhaps it was that very Uchiha, the one who had nearly cost him his life. How he had evaded capture remained a mystery, for years had passed without a single word. With a series of heavy sighs, Danzo cast the blame onto Itachi. It must have been him, who deliberately spared that Uchiha remnant. At that moment, Orochimaru commented, "So that is the case. Thus, you require my assistance in acquiring greater strength." "Before you, I have nothing to conceal," Danzo replied, nodding. It was not that he wished to hide anything, it was that he could not. Orochimaru was an expert in manipulating minds, and he was not easily swayed. However, Orochimaru's tone turned contemplative. "But why would I assist you? Moreover, research is costly, though I find no shortage of test subjects outside of Konoha." Hearing this, Danzo realized that Orochimaru was beginning to negotiate terms. Rather than feeling discontent, he felt a sense of relief. The fact that negotiations were underway suggested a potential for collaboration. A pair of Sharingan, some confidential techniques developed by Konoha in recent years, and the living subject from the previous wood-release experiment, along with sufficient funding for your research. These I can provide. To persuade Orochimaru, Danzo was willing to make significant sacrifices. Just a pair of Sharingan, however, could not compare to the worth of Uchiha Sasuke. Orochimaru licked his lips with a grin. Noting the ease with which Danzo offered Konoha's secrets, betraying his own comrades, truly, he lived up to his reputation. Yet, he would not refuse the cooperation. His obsession with truth and immortality left him impartial to allegiances. "Everything I do is for Konoha. They will understand my intentions in due time." Staunchly clinging to his beliefs, Danzo continued, "That pair of Sharingan is no ordinary set. It belongs to Uchiha Fugaku, a pair of Manjiki Sharingan. This secret had been concealed from everyone, including the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. To entice Orochimaru to unleash his full potential and provide him with the most advanced technological advancements, he had no choice but to reveal this information." Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with fervor. "So it is a Manjiki Sharingan. Danzo-sama, you are too modest," he said, a rare, sincere smile gracing his face. "You can rest assured regarding our collaboration. Meanwhile, Shikamaru and his companions arrived at the scene just in time to overhear the two conspirators. Upon spotting them, Danzo's fury erupted. "It is you, Shikamaru Aoi." Chapter 56. Silence the witnesses. The Hokage advisor, Shimura Danzo, was caught red-handed colluding with the S-rank rogue ninja Orochimaru, selling vital secrets of Konoha. As he stood there, still reeling from the revelation, Aoyuki did not wait for Danzo to respond before turning to the Umbu beside him. "You have no doubts, do you?" The three Umbu members shook their heads, still in shock. The evidence before them required no further verification. The facts were abundantly clear. Danzo had stealthily left the village, and there was no mistaking it. In the ninja world, none would dare impersonate Orochimaru so brazenly. Furthermore, Danzo had openly acknowledged Orochimaru's identity. Their collusion was as solid as ironclad evidence. However, disbelief lingered. How could Danzo, a high-ranking official of Konoha, betray the village? Providing technical support and research funding to an S-rank rogue ninja while conspiring to harm the village's own shinobi was an unforgivable crime. Especially since Orochimaru was the mastermind behind the plan that led to the demise of the third Hokage. Danzo's actions were tantamount to treason. "You've played your tricks well, Aoyuki." Danzo was not oblivious to the circumstances surrounding him. He realized he had been followed. Tsunade had never trusted him, and with Aoyuki now as his sworn enemy, they had clearly united against him. He had been reckless to overlook such a possibility. "Lord Danzo, please return to Konoha with us and confess to the fifth Hokage," urged one of the Umbu members. I only sought to make the village stronger, even if I had to employ some less than honorable methods. It was all for the sake of protecting the village." Danzo continued to argue defensively. His gaze flickered with murderous intent, contemplating silencing anyone who had witnessed his dealings with Orochimaru. If those who had seen him were to perish, his chances of escaping would increase. He felt no moral qualms about killing fellow villagers. If he could ensure their deaths left no traces, who could hold him accountable? "It seems you are in quite a predicament," Orochimaru observed with interest. "Lord Orochimaru, should we retreat immediately?" Kabuto asked, standing beside him. "Help me, Orochimaru." Danzo's voice dropped ominously. "If something were to happen to me," Uchiha Fugaka's eyes would remain unclaimed. The allure of the Sharingan was tempting for Orochimaru. Even though he already possessed Sasuke's, an additional pair would provide him with another opportunity to experiment. However, he did not immediately agree. Those three Umbu are easily dealt with. But the user of the Flying Thunder God technique will be difficult to apprehend. As a space-time ninjutsu, the Flying Thunder God was instantaneous. Orochimaru doubted his ability to capture Aoyuki. If one wished to escape, there was no way to stop them. "No need. Just eliminate those three Umbu," Danzo replied coldly. If he could erase any evidence by disposing of the three Umbu, he could safeguard his position within Konoha's upper echelons. After all, to convict him would require substantial evidence, and he had left no incriminating traces. He had concealed Uchiha Fugaka's eyes well enough that others would struggle to find them. As for the other benefits he had promised Orochimaru, he had yet to deliver, but if he remained cautious, Tsunade would be powerless to act against him. What remained were the witnesses. With the three Umbu alive, they could testify against him alongside Aoyuki, making it difficult for him to prove his innocence. If they were to die, as long as their bodies remained, Konoha could still extract memories. Only if all three met their demise could Aoyuki's testimony fail to convict him unless he voluntarily allowed the Umbu to read his memories. But that was highly unlikely. Aoyuki had secrets that Danzo could sense. A seemingly ordinary Konoha civilian ninja had suddenly become so formidable, it was hard to believe it was merely a stroke of luck. Yet, Aoyuki had indeed become a powerful figure, possessing the ability of the Flying Thunder God, reaching a level that few dared to offend. It was uncertain whether one could defeat him, and attempting to kill a ninja with space-time ninjutsu was exceedingly challenging. However, no strong individual would willingly accept a memory search. Seeing the two reach an unspoken agreement, Aoyuki quickly instructed the three Umbu, "You must leave. I will hold them off." The witnesses could not die. He had to protect them. Yet, facing Danzo and the legendary ninja Orochimaru alone would be a daunting task. One of the Umbu members shook his head in disapproval. "We should stay. Let the Night Owl return." Another Umbu drew his kunai, determined to fight. Their plan was simple. Two would remain to stall the enemies while one could escape to complete the mission. In that moment, they were prepared to sacrifice themselves for Konoha. Aoyuki did not refuse the proposal. Facing both Danzo and Orochimaru alone would be overwhelming. and keeping the witnesses alive was already a significant challenge. Moreover, neither was an ordinary shadow-level ninja. They were exceptionally difficult to defeat. One was Danzo, wielding numerous Sharingan, a resurrection tool through Izanagi. The other was Orochimaru, adept in various forbidden techniques, including the snake hand technique. The odds of one individual successfully stalling two such opponents were slim. Having additional allies would extend the time they could delay the enemies. Orochimaru, I leave Aoyuki to you while I handle one of the Umbu, Danzo suggested shamelessly, shifting the threat away from himself. With Fugaka's eyes at his disposal, he could delegate any dirty work without a second thought. He needed to preserve his political career in Konoha to have a chance at leading the village toward a glorious future. Very well. I am indeed eager to experience the Flying Thunder God technique, Orochimaru agreed readily. The promise of Danzo's Sharingan was too enticing to refuse. Moreover, he had long harbored resentment over the third Hokage's choices, a lingering grievance throughout his life. After the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, he had a chance to become Hokage, although he had been enamored with truth and immortality at the time. Aspiring to the Hokage title seemed only natural given his contributions during the two ninja wars. He could have declined, but the third Hokage could not dismiss him. Yet suddenly, Minato Namikaze emerged, becoming renowned in the ninja world through the Flying Thunder God technique and earning the title of the Yellow Flash, ultimately claiming the title of the fourth Hokage, which he found deeply troubling. He felt slighted that Sarutobi Hiruzen had forsaken him in favor of another. Now, facing a new user of the Flying Thunder God technique, he was compelled to engage. Orochimaru leaped forward, appearing before Aoyuki, while the two remaining Umbu faced off against Danzo and Kabuto. In terms of raw strength, they were undoubtedly outmatched. They could only hope to delay the inevitable. As one Umbu departed, battle loomed on the horizon. Chapter 57. The Resurgence against Orochimaru, acquiring the physique of the Uzumaki clan. Without a moment's hesitation, Qingyu swiftly drew the Kusanagi sword. In confronting a master like Orochimaru, a true battle of life and death allowed for no errors. Channeling the Chidori blade, blue lightning chakra enveloped the Kusanagi sword in an instant. Observing this, Orochimaru displayed a look of surprise. The sword emanated an unusual aura. Could it also be the Kusanagi? With a flick of his tongue, a serpent emerged partially from his mouth, revealing another Kusanagi sword extending from its maw. Holding the divine weapon, he remarked nonchalantly, "A duel of Kusanagi against Kusanagi, how intriguing." Qingyu chose not to respond, instead activating his lightning chakra mode. Armed with the Kusanagi sword, he charged at Orochimaru with blinding speed. Leveraging his advantage in velocity, Qingyu unleashed a flurry of taijutsu strikes, leaving his opponent overwhelmed. Despite Orochimaru's versatility in combat, his taijutsu ultimately paled in comparison to ninjutsu. Under the stimulation of the lightning chakra, Qingyu momentarily established a suppression over him. Yet, how could Orochimaru permit himself to exhibit any glaring weaknesses? The flaws stemming from his reincarnation into a corpse were tied to profound aspects of the soul, leaving him temporarily at a loss. However, he had long since developed soft body modification techniques to counter formidable taijutsu opponents. Even against the terrifying strength of Tsunade, he could easily hold his ground. His adversary was as slippery as an eel, causing Qingyu several strikes to yield no damage. Resolutely, he activated the Kusanagi sword's unique ability. Once the automatic attack feature was engaged, combined with his extraordinary speed, Orochimaru's reactions began to falter. Each strike found its mark, leaving Orochimaru momentarily chilled to the core. However, defeating him was no simple feat as his body sustained considerable damage. He expelled yet another version of himself. The Great Snake Substitution Technique. The new body emerged unscathed, and in a hoarse voice, he declared, "Qingyu-kun, your Kusanagi sword possesses impressive capabilities, moving so swiftly that I can hardly perceive it." Once more, Qingyu, Kusanagi sword in hand, charged at Orochimaru. To be praised by the legendary Sannin, I must consider myself fortunate. While his words were courteous, his actions were decisive and efficient. At this moment, Orochimaru lay on the ground, the serpent's infinite array. Countless venomous snakes erupted rapidly from his mouth, surging forward in a dense wave. Qingyu, propelled by his swift advance, was compelled to halt. With hands forming seals, he unleashed fire release, great fire destruction. Intense flames erupted, scorching the venomous serpents. As the multitude of snakes delayed time, Orochimaru also formed seals, summoning technique, impure world reincarnation. A coffin slowly rose beside him. Creak bang. The coffin lid crashed to the ground, revealing the visage of a ninja within. A figure with crimson hair donned in a blue and white patterned cloak. The fourth Kazekage Raza. Once the flames of the fire release dissipated, Qingyu finally discerned the appearance of the reincarnated being. Am I not dead? The freshly revived Raza seemed bewildered. He recalled that during his journey to Konoha to observe the Chunin exams, he had been ambushed by an S-rank rogue ninja and perished in the wilderness. Suddenly, he turned to the person beside him in fury. Orochimaru, it's you. Drawing a sealing kunai, Orochimaru slowly integrated it into Raza's body. There was no need for excessive dialogue. After all, he was already dead. In an instant, the controlled Raza became completely immobile, akin to a puppet. I cannot move. This is impure world reincarnation. Raza was utterly astonished. When Hashirama Senju was still alive, he had employed impure world reincarnation during the early stages of the First Shinobi World War. Thus, other major ninja villages had documented the existence of this technique. As the fourth Kazekage, Raza quickly discerned the situation. As long as you understand, there is no need for you to do anything. Just impede that boy. With that, Orochimaru gestured toward Qingyu in the distance. It mattered not if Raza's speed was lacking. He would use sand for defense, while Orochimaru focused solely on attack. Observing Orochimaru acquiring a new ally, Qingyu felt a surge of difficulty. Should he lose his advantage in speed, vanquishing Orochimaru would become a formidable challenge. The Manjikyu Sharingan indeed possessed the capability for instant annihilation, inherently restraining entities lacking in soul strength. Yet, should he utilize that ability, Orochimaru would undoubtedly deduce that he was the one who had assaulted the Sound Village that day. Currently, harboring animosity against the Snake Sage seemed ill-advised. As a scientist of the shinobi world, Orochimaru possessed a wealth of core technologies. That which others could not achieve, he might very well conjure miracles. Offending him to such an extent could lead to the development of techniques specifically designed to counter his abilities. Should he truly discover a method to counter space-time ninjutsu, it would be a most precarious predicament. Moreover, after being instantaneously defeated by both Itachi Uchiha and Qingyu, no one could ascertain if Orochimaru had devised any countermeasures. Judging from the original narrative, where Sasuke had turned the tables on him, it seemed he had not. Nonetheless, Qingyu's butterfly wings held the potential to alter the trajectory of the future. In any case, he only needed to delay Orochimaru. There was no necessity for a deadly confrontation. Today's target was Danzo, a fact he had not forgotten. Once again, Qingyu surged forward, yet this time his attacks bore no fruit. The magnetic sand defense was impeccable, repeatedly hindering his movements. In light of these obstructions, Qingyu's speed was significantly diminished. Concurrently, Orochimaru initiated a counterattack. He opened his mouth, releasing a serpent, from which yet another Kusanagi sword emerged. This time, the Kusanagi sword was devoid of a visible hilt, revealing only its razor-sharp blade. As Orochimaru's neck elongated, his head and neck transformed into a phosphorescent serpent. The Kusanagi sword in his mouth grew increasingly larger, eventually manifesting as a colossal Kusanagi sword. With a twist of his neck, he swung the gigantic blade toward Qingyu. Accompanied by Raza's magnetic sand interference, Qingyu found himself momentarily immobilized. Recognizing that remaining stationary could lead to complications, he contemplated retreat. However, to flee now would render any future endeavors to uncover evidence against Danzo futile. It was also unfortunate that his chakra reserves were insufficient for a long-distance transfer with the Umbu, leaving him in a passive position. Reflecting on the system's balance, which exceeded 1,000,000, he resolved to initiate a tenfold draw from the high-tier reward pool, determining his course of action based on the outcome. It is time to showcase true fortune. System, grant me a luxurious tenfold draw. As the balance of his personal panel fluctuated, he selected the A-rank ninjutsu, Wind Blade, and the high-tier reward pool began to spin slowly. Results: Wind Blade, A-rank, Military Rations Pills X3, Shuriken X3, Medical Pack X1, Standard Kunai X1. Congratulations to the host for enduring hardships and finally acquiring the physique of the Uzumaki clan. Chapter 58, Danzo's Imminent Escape. What was destined to come has finally arrived. At this moment, Qingyu's heart was remarkably tranquil. After a prolonged hiatus from drawing lots, it seemed that fortune was finally in his favor. He understood the schemes of the system well. However, upon glancing at the system panel detailing the attributes of the Whirlpool physique, his expression immediately soured. Whirlpool physique, inactive, inactive. Qingyu stumbled, nearly struck by Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword. Nevertheless, he swiftly regained his composure and continued to evade. The bloodline limit he had drawn could not possibly be useless. Since it was marked as inactive, there must be a means to activate it. Focusing on that section, detailed information soon emerged. Whirlpool physique, the bloodline limit of the Whirlpool clan, analyzed by the system, categorized into 4 states: primary activation, intermediate activation, advanced activation, and perfect activation. Current state, inactive. Upon primary activation, vitality, including chakra quantity, can be slightly enhanced. Skill points required for primary activation, 500. This. How much is slight enhancement? Qingyu hesitated momentarily, but soon solidified his resolve to activate the Whirlpool physique. After all, a small amount of chakra from the Whirlpool clan would be an immense boon for him. A quick glance at his personal panel revealed that he had only 415 skill points left. Thus, he had no choice but to decompose the Blade of Wind. Ninjutsu obtained through the lottery could not be consulted or utilized until recorded on the personal panel, but they could be dismantled for skill points. Once those jutsus were confirmed as obtained, they could no longer be decomposed. Fortunately, Qingyu had not retained the Blade of Wind. Otherwise, he would have been infuriated. Decomposing the Blade of Wind granted him 500 skill points, which he immediately used to activate the primary Whirlpool physique. In an instant, he felt an unprecedented change within his body. An indescribable vitality surged through him, while a vast reservoir of chakra lay dormant within, allowing him to experience what it truly meant to possess chakra. The chakra quantity section of his personal panel also underwent a subtle transformation. Chakra quantity, 50 cards, note, card. A unit of measurement based on the chakra quantity of Konoha's elite J-Nin, Kakashi. 50 cards of chakra. The astonishing figure momentarily exhilarated Qingyu. It was important to note that this was merely the primary activation. If he were to invest more skill points, to what terrifying extent could his chakra quantity ascend? Soon after, his personal panel revealed several new messages. Current state, primary activation. Upon intermediate activation, vitality, including chakra quantity, can be moderately increased, along with enhanced perception. Skill points required for intermediate activation, 5,000. Intermediate activation requires 5,000 skill points. Would advanced activation then demand 50,000? The mere thought of a subsequent perfect activation left Qingyu questioning the feasibility of such an endeavor. However, a bold hypothesis began to take shape within his mind. The Whirlpool physique presented by the system was evidently distinct from that of the true Whirlpool clan. Naruto, also of the Whirlpool lineage, possessed chakra roughly 100 times that of Kakashi in his normal state. There was no hierarchy of activation. It had essentially been predetermined. Yet, Qingyu's Whirlpool physique was different, with the potential for multiple upgrades. Considering the relationship between the Whirlpool clan and the Senju clan, if his Whirlpool physique were to achieve perfect activation, would it not be possible for him to become a true sage, akin to Hashirama Senju? Contemplating this possibility, Qingyu recognized the trajectory of his future development, a relentless pursuit of skill points. However, the requirement for perfect activation could potentially reach an astronomical 500,000 skill points. Calculating based on the decomposition of an A-rank ninjutsu yielding 500 skill points, he would need to decompose 1,000 A-rank ninjutsu to meet that requirement. I wonder if higher-tier reward pools will be unlocked in the future? Qingyu mused silently. Yet, those concerns were far from his immediate reality. His pressing priority was to retreat swiftly. Having evaded another round of attacks from Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword, Qingyu produced several flying Thunder God Kunai in his hands. Rather than targeting Orochimaru, he hurled them towards Danzo and Kabuto and Appo's location. Simultaneously, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Utilizing the kunai, he appeared beside Danzo and fiercely struck with his Kusanagi sword. Following that, he transported himself to another Umbu member engaged in battle with Danzo through the same technique. After executing these maneuvers, he turned to see Danzo's body dissipate into a cloud of smoke. As expected, it was a shadow clone. Having anticipated this outcome, Qingyu was not particularly surprised. Danzo had indeed been evasive. Without a prime opportunity, it would be challenging to eliminate his true self. However, the fact that he had betrayed the village was undeniable, and he could no longer exploit his position within the Konoha hierarchy for nefarious purposes. Without lingering any longer, he departed with the two Umbu members, returning to Konoha through the Flying Thunder God technique. The battlefield soon fell silent, leaving only Orochimaru, Kabuto, and the reanimated fourth Kazekage, Raza. Upon realizing that Danzo was a mere shadow clone, Orochimaru and Appo's countenance darkened considerably. Truly, the despicable Danzo had once again caught him off guard. After uttering this, he commanded the reanimated Raza to return to the coffin and, alongside Kabuto, slowly vacated the scene. Upon their return to Konoha, Qingyu promptly delivered the two Umbu to the Hokage's office. Fifth Hokage, I have brought them back. They witnessed Danzo's shadow clone colluding with Orochimaru, and we can apprehend him now. One Umbu was still en route back to the village. It would be prudent to dispatch others for support. Upon hearing Qingyu's words, Tsunade nodded. I will personally lead the Umbu to capture Shimura Danzo. She then dispatched a small Umbu team to assist the returning member, while she herself intended to confront Danzo. Where is Danzo now? Qingyu inquired. I'm not certain. We can only search gradually. Tsunade replied with a wry smile. I have only recently taken up the role of Hokage and do not yet have a complete grasp of Konoha, especially since Danzo's hiding place is deeply concealed and arduous to locate. At this, Qingyu inwardly lamented the predicament. Danzo was surely preparing to flee. There might still be an opportunity if they pursued him now. Although the success rate was slim, it was worth attempting. The strategies he had initially devised for dealing with T-Saka Sakura and Mito Minyen were no longer required. With absolute evidence at hand, even the two advisors could not obscure the truth. Moreover, with Qingyu present, as long as he had the backing of Hokage Tsunade, should the two advisors dare to misinterpret the situation, they would not escape the wrath of his Kusanagi sword. Furthermore, Jiraiya had yet to take Naruto away from the village for training. With three powerful figures in place, declaring Danzo a rogue ninja was absolutely assured. I possess space-time ninjutsu. Allow me to handle Danzo. Qingyu, with little time to spare, declared this before vanishing through the Flying Thunder God technique. Seeing this, Tsunade did not oppose him. She could not afford to delay. She comprehended Qingyu's determination to apprehend Danzo, which coincidentally aligned with her own intentions. Nevertheless, it was time for the Shimura clan to exit the stage of history. Chapter 59, The Traitor Danzo in a Temporary Underground Base Within the Leaf Village. The moment the shadow clone dissipated, Danzo was inundated with a plethora of information. Damn that Natsume Aoba, damn Tsunade. He clenched his cane tightly, violently overturning the desk before him. Being caught in the act of trading with Orochimaru, he could foresee dire consequences looming over him. Once declared a criminal of Konoha, everything would be irretrievably lost. His position as Hokage would become an unattainable dream starting today. No, I cannot remain idle. Danzo rose, determined to seek out his old friends, Koharu Udatain and Hamura Mitokado. These two allies shared many common interests, and it was precisely this camaraderie that enabled him to contend with the current Hokage, Tsunade. Yet, before he could take a step, he halted suddenly. It was futile. Tsunade had Natsume Aoba by her side, along with Jiraiya, who remained close to the Jinchuriki. Those two posed insurmountable challenges. Even with Koharu and Hamura, I would be unable to shield myself. At that moment, Danzo and Appo's mind was clear. Though he often professed his loyalty to Konoha, he was not a fool. He understood that such lofty ideals would not be believed by others. For the future of Konoha, I must bide my time. If I can withdraw from the village and lie low for a while, waiting for the opportune moment to return, I still have a chance to redeem myself. Resolute in his decision to leave Konoha, he began to gather his belongings. Outside the village, without its support, ample funds would be essential. He opened a portable safe, revealing stacks of bills, each worth 100,000 ryo, totaling nearly 100 million. This fortune was the result of decades of accumulation. If not for the financial support of Root and the expenses incurred from human experiments, his wealth would have been even greater. Of course, there were also significant fixed assets that he could not take with him. After sealing the safe within a scroll, he prepared for the inevitable confrontations with enemies he would encounter outside. The frequent use of Izanagi would be indispensable. The three-tomo Sharingan was a necessity. His collection of Sharingan was not as extensive as Obito's, but he possessed several usable ones, all contributions from the Uchiha clan during the night of the massacre. He would also take the Mangekyo Sharingan of Fugaku Uchiha. To ensure future growth, he packed away various ninjutsu scrolls, including secret and forbidden techniques. Thus, even outside Konoha, he could establish a new root organization. With new subordinates at his disposal, he could continue to plot within the ninja world. Konoha, I shall return. Having sealed all his possessions within scrolls, Danzo vanished from the temporary root base with a flicker. His agile form belied that of a man leaning on a cane. Meanwhile, Aoi Natsume had exited the Hokage office and began utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to search for Danzo's whereabouts. With the power of the Uzumaki lineage, his vast chakra allowed him to expend it freely, without concern for exhaustion. Whenever he found himself in solitude, he would discreetly activate his Byakugan to scout the area. Unfortunately, he still could not locate Danzo. Then it struck him. Konoha had buried a considerable number of explosive tags. He needed to inform Tsunade of this matter to eliminate the hidden threat as soon as possible. He then made his way to the territory of the Shimura clan without hesitation. At that moment, a member of the Shimura clan spotted him. "Who are you?" The individual barked, drawing the attention of several clan members. Shimura Danzo is suspected of betraying the secrets of Konoha and secretly trading with the S-rank rogue ninja Orochimaru. I am here under the orders of the 5th Hokage to apprehend him. Upon hearing Aoi's words, the nearby Shimura clan members were momentarily stunned. Their first reaction was disbelief. Aoi had only recently made a name for himself during the Chunin Exams, but not many paid him much attention. Naturally, the Shimura clan members found it hard to believe any of his claims. "How dare you slander Elder Danzo?" one of them exclaimed. "You are audacious to speak such words. Do you not fear for your life? Someone, quickly subdue this ninja who has trespassed into our territory and leave him for Elder Danzo's return." A group of Shimura clan ninjas advanced, prepared to use force. Realizing further communication was futile, Aoi lost interest in arguing with them. After all, with Danzo's downfall, they would not fare well either. It seemed Danzo was not present here. Without lingering, he executed the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished from sight. Clearly, they were unaware of Danzo's whereabouts. He would have to search elsewhere. If Konoha could not find him, perhaps he had already left the village. As Aoi disappeared, the Shimura clan members were filled with rage. "Damn it, that brat escaped. What incredible speed. No wonder he dared to provoke us. As long as he remains a ninja of Konoha, once Elder Danzo receives the news, he will surely make him regret it." Just as the Shimura clan members seethed with indignation, the gates of their territory were violently breached. Led by Tsunade, a group of Umbu surrounded the entire clan area. "5th Hokage, what is the meaning of this?" the clan leader inquired, sensing a foreboding feeling after hearing Aoi's earlier words. Indeed, the next moment, Tsunade spoke, confirming his fears. "Shimura Danzo has defected from Konoha. You all will be taken in for interrogation." At this revelation, the faces of the Shimura clan members turned pale. They could scarcely believe the news they had just heard. Elder Danzo truly defected? However, as Hokage, Tsunade would not speak frivolously. To take action against Konoha's high-level officials, her word alone would not suffice. Decisive evidence was necessary. Since Tsunade had openly brought the Umbu with her, the situation was clear. In an instant, the faces of all the Shimura clan members turned ashen. Some were rendered speechless, others trembled in fear, and some even cursed Danzo. Yet, regardless of their reactions, it did not alter their fate of being taken away by the Umbu. Such an outcome left them in utter despair. As a high-ranking official of Konoha, Danzo had committed numerous misdeeds over the years. The Shimura clan had undoubtedly reaped considerable benefits and helped Danzo clean up many messes. Once an investigation commenced, how many of them could claim innocence? During the arrest, some Shimura clan members, aware of their deep-seated guilt, realized that once they entered the interrogation chamber, they would not emerge alive. Thus, they attempted to resist. Yet, with Tsunade present, their struggles were futile. Those who fought back were either gravely injured or killed, before being escorted away by the Umbu. Unsurprisingly, the once mighty Shimura clan would begin to fade from Konoha starting today. After departing the village and discerning Danzo's most probable escape route, Aoi pursued at great speed. Eventually, he caught sight of a familiar, aged figure. At that moment, Danzo stood calmly under a large tree, leaning on his cane, as if waiting for him deliberately. "Natsume Aoi, you have arrived." Chapter 60. The most powerful Genjutsu, Kodoame Tsukimi. Toanzo's gaze was fixed on the elder before him, yet Aya did not shy away from meeting his eyes this time. Should Toanzo wish to invoke Kodoame Tsukimi, his right eye, wrapped in bandages, could still cast illusions through the cloth. This indicated that Au was prepared to confront Konoha Tsukumi directly. His prowess with the Sharingan stemmed from a profound wariness of this very Genjutsu. Thus, the High Heaven had an absolute immunity to Konoha Tsukumi. Naturally, he had a contingency plan in place. If High Heaven could not withstand Konoha Tsukumi, his shadow clone observing from a distance would use the Flying Thunder God technique to whisk him away to safety. The eye Toanzo possessed could only temporarily control others, lacking the capacity to permanently alter their will. As long as safety was assured during the period of control, all would be well once the Genjutsu was dispelled. With a substantial reserve of chakra now available, the Flying Thunder God could be employed with even greater finesse. Au's approach was not superfluous. In the original narrative, Uchiha Itachi, who possessed the Sharingan, had been reincarnated by Kabuto, yet he had managed to break free from Kabuto's control by countering Konoha Tsukumi, demonstrating that the eye's techniques could indeed be manipulated. For Lord Toanzo, for Konoha, Toanzo began to utter nonsensical phrases. Suddenly, the bandages on his face unraveled, revealing a scarlet Sharingan that shimmered with an eerie crimson light. Upon hearing his tone, Aya discerned that the figure before him was not Toanzo. Activating his Byakugan, he perceived the traces of a transformation technique. The chakra fluctuations emanating from the individual were distinctly different from those of the genuine Toanzo. However, the familiar green chakra in the right eye mirrored that of Uchiha Shursui. Transcription seal? Au murmured to himself. The transcription seal was a unique technique of the Uchiha clan, capable of sealing the powers of the Sharingan into one's own or another's eyes. Once the triggering conditions were met, the ocular techniques would automatically activate. According to his recollection, Toanzo had never employed this technique. Nevertheless, in the original tale, Toanzo had rarely engaged in combat. It was entirely plausible for him to have mastered certain jutsu without ever having the opportunity to utilize them. Moreover, following the Uchiha clan's massacre, Toanzo had undoubtedly acquired numerous valuable items, including the transcription seal, which was indeed a possibility. After all, even Fugaku's eyes were secreted away in his possession. Thus, acquiring the transcription seal would not be surprising. At that moment, Toanzo bore a triumphant smile. The true Toanzo had long since laid contingency plans, intending to activate Konoha Tsukumi upon sighting Au. Though the control was merely temporary, it would suffice to execute his commands. Presumably, Au would soon take his own life. Yet, after a brief moment, Toanzo observed that Au continued to stand there unscathed. As the transcription seal's ocular technique approached exhaustion, disbelief washed over the false Toanzo. How is this possible? You are unharmed. It appears Konoha Tsukumi has indeed lost its efficacy against me. Au replied with a satisfied nod. His Byakugan had been deactivated, but the power of the Sharingan had indeed been expended in resisting Konoha Tsukumi. Infuriated, the true body of the root ninja, desperate for a final struggle, attempted to bring Au down with him. His body was ensnared by the four-symbol seal, unleashing a torrent of ink-like sealing symbols that sought to consume everything around him. However, for Au, who had mastered the Flying Thunder God, this technique posed no threat whatsoever, as the root was entirely devoured by the realm of Yomi. Au reluctantly abandoned his pursuit. Indeed, Toanzo was far too cautious, unwilling to reveal himself. With the recent root ninja stalling for time, Toanzo had likely fled to an unknown location. To eliminate him would have to wait. Forcing Toanzo out of Konoha was a commendable result. He would ultimately find himself with nowhere to hide. Bereft of the protection afforded by Konoha's higher-ups, Au was confident he could defeat Toanzo upon their next encounter. Armed with the knowledge of his chakra weaknesses, without further delay, he vanished from the spot. In Konoha, the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, announced a momentous proclamation. The high-ranking Shimura Toanzo had defected and was immediately classified as an S-rank rogue ninja. Upon hearing this news, the first to react were Nara, Shikamaru, and Mido Gate. They promptly approached Tsunade for clarification. However, with Toanzo's prior defection, Konoha had gathered evidence of his dealings with Orochimaru, coupled with Au and Jiraiya's formidable presence. The two advisors had no choice but to accept the reality of the situation. They were astute enough not to jeopardize their own positions to protect Toanzo. The announcement of Toanzo's status as an S-rank rogue ninja elicited widespread astonishment among the Konoha shinobi. The grim-faced elder, rumored to be a disciple of the second Hokage, seemed an unlikely traitor. Those who had suffered under Toanzo's machinations were particularly incensed, some openly condemning him on the streets. Meanwhile, Toanzo's nefarious deeds were disclosed under Tsunade's directive. Ayu's contributions ensured that no semblance of dignity remained for the old man. Collaborating with Orochimaru for inhumane experiments, manipulating public opinion to drive Konoha's White Fang to suicide, and orchestrating the downfall of the Uchiha clan. Each atrocity unveiled showcased the darkness that lurked within the shinobi world. The uproar was palpable. The consensus was that Danzo deserved to be subjected to the most severe retribution, with many branding him a disruptor of Konoha. Witnessing Danzo's reputation plummet, Ayu smiled subtly, content to remain in the shadows. While he could forego fame, he had to claim his reward for the mission. In the Hokage's office, he casually remarked to Tsunade, "Fifth Hokage, it seems you have been rather generous. A rank task, elevated to an S rank, typically warranted around 1 million ryo, yet he had received 2 million. Is it too much?" Tsunade replied with a smile, explaining that gathering evidence against Danzo constituted one S-rank mission, while securing the 2 Umbu who had witnessed Danzo's transaction with Orochimaru counted as a second S-rank mission. "Ah, I see. The 5th Hokage is indeed wise." Ayu promptly tucked away the money. With an additional 1 for million ryo that he had saved, he now possessed a total of 3 for million ryo, more than enough to purchase a residence for Kirui in the capital of the Land of Fire. Of course, he planned to accumulate enough for this month's lottery quota before making the purchase, ensuring he would not find himself short of funds when the time came to gamble. Contemplating that his salary for the month had yet to be disbursed, he utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to appear beside Kirui, presenting her with 400,000 ryo. "Spend this wisely. You should enjoy your time in the capital of the Land of Fire. If any missions arise, I will find you again." Now that he had attained the rank of Jonin, Ayu had access to numerous missions, rendering frequent visits to the underground black market unnecessary. With the ability to freely accept missions in Konoha, he was no longer concerned about earning a living. The following day, news of Danzo's defection and designation as an S-rank rogue ninja spread throughout the entire shinobi world. Chapter 61, Danzo's Betrayal of the Village. A universal outcry for his downfall in the Land of Lightning, within the confines of the Reikage building in Kumogakure. The 4th Reikage's expression was one of disdain upon receiving the news. Konoha had long been a cesspool, and only now were they addressing the malignant presence of Shimura Danzo. Unlike our cloud shinobi, such refuse had no room for growth. Throughout the entire ninja world, it seemed that no strong individual harbored any affection for Danzo. Particularly during the 2 shinobi world wars, his incessant schemes had directly or indirectly offended many. The existing animosities among ninjas due to the wars were exacerbated by Danzo's interference, resulting in greater chaos within the shinobi world. Reflecting on Danzo and Appo's numerous clandestine misdeeds, many of which targeted Kumogakure, the 4th Reikage felt a sense of exhilaration at the thought of his comeuppance. Beside him, his secretary Mabui, with her short silver hair and a stack of documents in hand, shook her head. "Lord Reikage, while Konoha's efforts to eliminate Danzo may not match their previous cunning, it nevertheless indicates a heightened threat from them." Acknowledging her words, the 4th Reikage nodded. Indeed, Konoha has recently unveiled a new user of the Flying Thunder God technique. I wonder how their prowess compares to that of Minato Namikaze. He had not forgotten his encounters with the Yellow Flash, well aware of the terror that a formidable user of the Flying Thunder God could invoke. "At present, we lack extensive intelligence. I urge you, Lord Reikage, to remain composed and avoid impulsive actions," Mabui replied calmly. "I am well aware." The 4th Reikage swiftly redirected the conversation back to Danzo, recognizing that the man likely possessed numerous Konoha secrets. Capturing him would be immensely beneficial for Kumogakure, presenting an opportunity that could not be overlooked. Mabui promptly retrieved Danzo's dossier. As a high-ranking official in Konoha, Danzo is privy to many of its hidden truths. This represents crucial intelligence. Additionally, he surely retains a wealth of knowledge regarding various jutsu and secret techniques, a valuable treasure for Kumogakure. Given this, we must seize Danzo before Konoha does. The 4th Reikage's gaze sharpened. Mabui continued her analysis. "We must also be wary of Konoha's intentions. I suspect that the 3rd Tsuchikage, Anoki, harbors a keen interest in Danzo as well. That old fool is still alive." The 4th Reikage muttered, recalling how the 3rd Reikage had played a significant role in his father and Appo's demise during the 3rd Shinobi World War. A powerful ninja who could grapple with the 8 Tails had been worn down and defeated by countless IWA shinobi. Despite his current status as a Kage, he could not suppress the urge to tear Anoki apart. With a decisive wave of his hand, he commanded, Issue a decree, effective immediately. We shall cooperate with Konoha in the pursuit of the S-rank rogue ninja, Shimura Danzo, in the land of Earth, within the Tsuchikage building in Awagakure. Inoki examined the intelligence at hand and commented, Danzo's methods are exceedingly crude. Though often effective, they invariably sow the seeds of future calamity. It appears his days are numbered. Surrounding him were Akatsuchi, Kuratsuchi, and Awagakure's other elite. Kuratsuchi scoffed, Danzo has committed numerous atrocities. We should eliminate him ourselves to avenge our fallen comrades. No, we cannot assist Konoha, Inoki replied slowly, shaking his head. Why not? Kuratsuchi inquired, perplexed. Having lost comrades to the root organization, he was driven by a desire for vengeance. Hearing Inoki's refusal to engage left him at odds with the Tsuchikage's decision. This is precisely why I have my reservations about you, Inoki sighed. Danzo undoubtedly possesses many of Konoha's secrets. Such a person cannot simply be killed. We must detain him, interrogate him thoroughly, and extract valuable intelligence for Awagakure. Ah, I see. We can always deal with him once he has outlived his usefulness, Kuratsuchi conceded, setting aside his grievances. Inoki reflected on his son's potential. While his abilities were commendable, he lacked political acumen and showed no desire to embrace the mantle of Tsuchikage. Without a worthy successor, when shall I retire? Inoki mused silently before issuing orders. Inform Konoha that we too will pursue the rogue ninja Danzo, who has wrought havoc. Kuratsuchi acknowledged the command and swiftly departed to mobilize shinobi for the task. Akatsuchi, however, wore a worried expression. Third Tsuchikage, with Danzo's downfall. We now face a new threat, the adept user of the Flying Thunder God technique, Aoi Shinomori. His strength may surpass our expectations. How shall we proceed? This was a source of concern for Inoki as well. Recently, he had dispatched agents to engage with the Akatsuki, hoping to commission them to eliminate Aoi. However, they had flatly refused, stating they would not undertake any missions concerning Aoi. With no viable strategy to counter the Flying Thunder God user, Inoki could only allow IWA shinobi to withdraw from missions upon encountering Aoi without facing penalties, much like the treatment afforded to the Yellow Flash in Days of Yore. He lamented, feeling the weight of his predicament. With Aoi's allegiance to Konoha and the support of the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, Inoki felt compelled to tread cautiously. Direct confrontations against Aoi could prove disastrous, as few in Awagakure could withstand the unpredictable assaults of the Flying Thunder God. In light of unresolved tensions, Inoki resolved to redirect focus. There is no need for concern regarding Aoi Shinomori. I will pay a visit to the Raikage and inquire about any potential strategies. After all, he was once capable of matching Minato Namikaze's speed, and I suspect he is even faster now. In Sunagakure, news of Danzo's betrayal reached them as well. However, following the collapse of their plans against Konoha, they found themselves devoid of strength to pursue their ambitions, opting instead to align closely with Konoha. The higher-ups in Sunagakure convened a meeting regarding Danzo's defection. With the fifth Kazekage yet to be appointed, their discussions were disorganized, each member vying for personal gain. Fearing Konoha's wrath, they unanimously agreed to assist in the pursuit of Danzo, though their notion of assistance was likely superficial. Given Sunagakure's current depleted state, they struggled to find anyone capable of threatening Danzo. Surely, they could not send the elderly Chiyo into the fray. Meanwhile, far away in Amigakure, Nagato and Konan learned of Danzo's status as a rogue ninja. Remembering the death of their friend Yahiko, a glint of determination flashed in Nagato's eyes. Danzo, it is time to settle the score with Akatsuki. Chapter 62. The action of Akatsuki through the art of the body flicker technique. A group of Akatsuki members convened. Hey, didn't we just have a meeting? Why are we gathering again? Haiden complained with impatience. Do you have a problem with that, Haiden? Nagato inquired calmly. His Rinnegan eyes fixed on him. Are you seeking death, Haiden? Kakuza remarked, brushing his Akatsuki cloak. While finding a good partner is not an easy task, he preferred to keep trouble at bay. Who are you allied with, Kakuzu? Haiden muttered under his breath. Nevertheless, he dared not continue to argue with Nagato. After all, each member of Akatsuki was an S-rank rogue ninja. Which of them was easy to deal with? They joined Akatsuki and behaved themselves primarily because they could not overpower their leader, Pain Nagato. Could this be a discussion about dealing with Natsume Aoba? The dutiful Kisame inquired, intrigued by the topic. Having lost to Aoi, he had long yearned for revenge but had yet to find an opportunity. I don't think that's the case. Although Natsume Aoba has recently gained notoriety for mastering the Flying Raijin technique, His threat is clearly not significant enough to warrant such a serious response from Akatsuki. Kagaya? The black-clad figure interjected. Is it a new mission we are to execute? Deidara chimed in, invigorated. I've recently collected a considerable amount of rare clay and developed a new C4 explosive. The aftermath will surely be a masterpiece. Acknowledging Deidara and Appo's speculation, Nagato confirmed, indeed, there is a new mission. This revelation disappointed Kisame, who had hoped for an opportunity to confront Aoi. However, being a qualified ninja, he resolved to carry out any task seriously. Itachi's gaze flickered with curiosity. Could it involve that rogue ninja from Konoha? Yes, it's Shimura Danzo. This mission requires that we leave no survivors. Nagato's words dripped with lethal intent. His determination to eliminate Danzo was as resolute as his obsession with killing Hanzo the Salamander. Shimura Danzo, a high-ranking official in Konoha? Kakuza pondered, pulling out a bounty book updated that very day. As a bounty hunter, he needed to be vigilant about the underground market's news. Otherwise, he might lose his target to someone else, wasting both time and money. Flipping through the initial pages, Danzo's name stood out prominently. Shimura Danzo, bounty amount, 200,000,000 Rio. Instantly, Kakuzu's eyes gleamed with excitement. P.S. Quite valuable. Completing this job will allow me to rest for half a year. Stowing the bounty book, he expressed his satisfaction with Nagato's orders. It was a rare and motivating mission. I find the task tedious, yet I shall find a way to manage it, the aloof Sasori replied, preferring to pursue eternal art rather than squander time on meaningless endeavors. Brother Sasori, Danzo seems formidable. Should you take the lead, or shall I? Deidara eagerly proposed. All right, I shall announce the second mission now. Nagato's voice abruptly interrupted the chatter. Is it finally upon us? Black Zetsu chuckled softly, having awaited this moment for quite some time. The others were also curious about the new task. Upon reflection, confronting a single Danzo did not necessitate mobilizing the entire group. From today forth, Akatsuki's objective is to gather the tailed beasts, Nagato proclaimed, articulating the organization's grand goal and plan. Isn't this about making money? Kakuza thought to retort, but his strength was insufficient for such a challenge. Haha. That is certainly better than spending all day with Kakuzu on bounties. Haydn laughed heartily, nearly provoking his partner's wrath. Haydn, it seems you truly have no regard for your life. Where shall I sew your hands next time? This remark rendered Haydn momentarily subdued. Kakuzu, don't joke about my hands. The very thought of his limbs being haphazardly stitched together was unbearable. Subsequently, Nagato elucidated the purpose behind collecting the tailed beasts. If we can harness their power into weapons, a single strike could easily obliterate a nation, inflicting suffering upon those great powers, thus ushering in a genuine era of peace. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, who was conducting research, also learned of Danzo's defection. Interesting, I never expected Danzo to end up like this. I thought he would perish aboard Konoha's decaying ship of war. Orochimaru's raspy voice carried a hint of schadenfreude as he contemplated how to seize Danzo's Sharingan for himself. However, after some consideration, he abandoned this plan. Since frequently employing the impure world reincarnation, the flaws in his soul had become increasingly pronounced. For someone like him, coveting the Sharingan was a self-defeating endeavor. Yet, obtaining what he desired from that old coot Danzo would not be an easy feat, reflecting on his beloved Sasuke. Orochimaru licked his lips with anticipation, ultimately deciding to forego collaboration with Danzo. No matter, having Sasuke-kun is sufficient. He meticulously devised numerous training plans, intent on nurturing Sasuke into a true powerhouse. When the time came, it would be his moment to revel in the fruits of success. Following Danzo's defection, Natsume Aoba's name began to gain prominence within the ninja world. News of his swift elimination of dozens of elite ninjas in the Rain Village using the Flying Raijin technique had spread throughout the entire ninja realm. Chapter 63. The future of Konoha is entrusted to you. From the highest-ranking ninja to the common citizens, many in Konoha have come to recognize Aoi, whose popularity is soaring. After all, Konoha had previously lost its yellow flash, and now, with the emergence of another user of the Flying Thunder God technique, it is indeed a moment of pride. However, Aoi currently lacks any notable titles. His public achievements are scarce, primarily consisting of battles during the Chunin exams. Only through countless battles and the recognition of formidable opponents can one earn such titles over time. Naturally, Aoi is indifferent to these superficial accolades. He prefers to undertake missions for monetary gain. Having received 3 S-rank missions and 5 A-rank missions from Tsunade, he utilized the Flying Thunder God marks scattered throughout the ninja world and completed all these tasks within just half a month. The 3 S-rank missions yielded a total of 4 million Ryo, while the 5 A-rank missions collectively brought in 2 million Ryo. During this period, he also accepted 2 bounties, earning an additional 5 million Ryo. After half a month, his total earnings amounted to 7 million Ryo. Coupled with the 3 million Ryo he had previously saved, he now possesses nearly 10 million Ryo in savings. This substantial sum brings him immense satisfaction, allowing him to fully utilize his lottery chances every month. With this newfound wealth, he plans to visit the capital of the Land of Fire to purchase a house. However, just as he intended to leave using the Flying Thunder God, he spotted a familiar figure. With flowing white hair, a forehead protector emblazoned with the character for oil, and red markings descending from his eyes, it was none other than Jiraiya. Jiraiya-sensei, are you waiting for me? Aoi thought it improbable that he would encounter the legendary Sannin on the bustling streets of Konoha. The perverted sage is perpetually busy, too preoccupied to casually meet others, whether he is gathering information, training Naruto, or indulging in a hot spring. Initially, Aoi assumed Jiraiya was here to take Naruto away from Konoha, but it seemed he had no intention of departing. Indeed, this world is genuine, with each individual harboring their own thoughts, constantly evolving, Aoi mused within. Haha. I wasn't specifically looking for you. I just happened to see you. Shall we sit down and chat? Nearby, a public bench awaited, and the two took their seats. Aoi, it's quite a surprise to see you again, Jiraiya remarked, a hint of astonishment in his voice. Surprised? Aoi responded, puzzled. Jiraiya chuckled and elaborated. Yes, you see. I had never really paid attention to you before. I heard you were merely an ordinary genin, someone who went unnoticed in the village. Our first encounter was purely coincidental, as I was dealing with some trouble from Root. It's only been 2 months since their downfall, and today marks our second meeting. To think you've already become a formidable ninja in Konoha, with strength even I cannot perceive. Upon hearing Jiraiya's praise, Aoi remained modest. I am merely fortunate. Indeed, luck has favored him, as he possesses a built-in system. The ninja world is starkly realistic and brutal. Talent and lineage dictate everything. Had he been an ordinary civilian ninja without a system, he may have only reached the rank of CH Nin in his lifetime, with no chance of becoming AJ Nin. A ninja's aptitude is often predetermined upon entering the ninja academy. Those with talent can aspire to become special J Nin and join elite classes, while those lacking such gifts are confined to the ordinary class, which during wartime is humorously dubbed the cannon fodder class. You're too humble, Jiraiya continued with a smile. Your current prowess has garnered great admiration from Kakashi, the disciple of Minato. Even Tsunade has praised you in my presence, which is no trivial feat for an ordinary ninja. As he spoke, Jiraiya felt a twinge of jealousy. Why would Tsunade commend a junior while neglecting to acknowledge him? After all, he considered himself a wise and valiant man, a rarity in the ninja world. Kakashi is friendly with his comrades, and the 5th Hokage is open-minded. I simply happened to be fortunate to be in Konoha during this prosperous time. Suddenly confronted with Jiraiya's effusive compliments, Aoi sensed something amiss. He felt compelled to articulate trivialities to gauge Jiraiya's true intentions. Sure enough, in the next moment, Jiraiya's tone shifted, imbued with authority. The Flying Thunder God technique was created by the 2nd Hokage, and very few in Konoha can master it. Aside from your connection with Orochimaru, I cannot fathom any other means through which you could acquire it. Natsume Aoba, what is your perspective? Jiraiya's demeanor was serious, devoid of his usual levity. Aoi felt an ominous premonition swell within him. The inevitable had arrived. After expelling Danzo from Konoha, would he too be targeted for his mysterious technique? Yet, fear did not grip him. With the Flying Thunder God at his disposal, he could traverse the ninja world without trepidation. Jiraiya-sensei, I do not understand your implication, he replied, maintaining his composure. He had grown stronger. He was no longer the weakling he once was, and had no reason to fear leaving Konoha. Despite having just established bonds within Konoha and nurturing a long-standing affection for Hinata, recently growing closer to Kakashi and Yamato, receiving Tsunade's trust, and befriending several J-nin, he felt a tumult of emotions within. Just then, Jiraiya suddenly laughed. Haha, never mind. You need not be anxious. Tsunade believes in you, and so I am willing to do the same. He looked solemnly at Aoi, saying, Young man, the future of Konoha is entrusted to you. Chapter 64. Jiraiya's journey to the Rain Village. The three disciples of Sarutobi Hiruzen, in truth, hold little interest in power. Orochimaru, enamored with scientific pursuits and the quest for immortality. Tsunade, who prefers the indulgence of alcohol and gambling, eschewing the Hokage position, and without Naruto's emergence, she would likely remain steadfast in her refusal to assume the mantle of Hokage. In contrast to these two, Jiraiya stands apart. He possesses a profound love for his village and his comrades. Yet, influenced by the teachings of Myobo Kuzan, he has long sought the child of destiny within the ninja world. Aspiring to achieve true peace for ninjas through this figure, he remains indifferent to the identity of Aoi, as long as he poses no threat to the village. Unlike the rigid and antiquated high-ranking officials, Jiraiya does not seek to wield uncontrollable power. With the death of the third Hokage and Danzo labeled a rogue ninja, the remaining advisors have been sidelined. The shadowy machinations that once plagued the village have dissipated, especially with Aoi's remarkable abilities in play. Rather than antagonize him, Jiraiya hopes for amicable relations. Life often presents moments of delightful ignorance. Thank you for your trust, Jiraiya-sensei. Aoi said sincerely. With Danzo's malevolence eliminated, the atmosphere of Konoha has improved. Protecting such a village is indeed a noble endeavor. Ultimately, the village's most precious asset lies within its people, those we cherish, while the dark-hearted like Danzo are merely outliers. Jiraiya reflects on this with deep emotion. It is the few rotten apples that nearly spoiled the entire pot. At its core, this relates to the indulgence of his own teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen. As Hokage, he believed that Konoha required darkness, giving rise to the Umbu and Root. Yet, in wielding such darkness, they faced tremendous backlash. A Konoha devoid of Danzo is the true Konoha. Aoi resonates with the sentiment. His desire for strength stems not only from his curiosity about chakra and jutsu in this world, but also from a fundamental human yearning for power. He wishes to avoid having his fate dictated by others, as the strong in the ninja world often manipulate the weak's destinies at will. He seeks self-preservation and a better living environment. Only by becoming powerful can he assert control over his own fate. This is the fundamental survival principle of a ninja. Shifting the conversation, Jiraiya, satisfied with Aoi's response, broached a new topic. Kakashi has informed me about the events in the Rain Village. Are you implying that Hanzo is dead? Aoi had previously suggested that the leadership in the Rain Village might have changed, a notion not born of mere alarmism but a probable reality. Nagato and Konan, seeking vengeance for Yahiko, would not spare Hanzo. It is even possible that the traitorous Danzo is being pursued by them. I believe there is merit to this theory. Upon my entry into the village, I discovered numerous corpses of Rain ninjas, indicating a fierce battle had transpired. Aoi reminisced about the harrowing scenes he had witnessed recently. Could Hanzo truly be deceased? Jiraiya found it hard to accept. His mind wandered back to the Second Great Ninja War when Konoha's forces clashed with Hanzo's. In the heat of battle, aside from Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, no other survivors were in sight. Despite their valiant resistance, they were no match for Hanzo. It was only due to Hanzo's fear of Konoha that he spared the three and conferred upon them the title of the legendary Three Ninjas. Now, however, Jiraiya's strength has far surpassed those times, and he would not fear Hanzo. Yet, the thought of the legendary demigod of the ninja world possibly meeting an untimely end leaves him pensive. This remains a possibility yet to be confirmed. But both he and Kakashi believe it to be highly likely. In truth, Aoi harbored the belief that Hanzo was indeed dead. With the Flying Thunder God technique at his disposal, he had the means to escape at any moment, emboldening him to venture into the Rain Village. Regardless of Pain's overwhelming power, it would be of no consequence if he couldn't reach him. With you in the village, I feel reassured. I can depart at any time. Jiraiya laughed heartily. His nature makes him reluctant to remain in one place for too long. Leaving the village would also allow him to gather more intelligence. Are you planning to take Naruto for training? Aoi inquired. This journey would likely delay Naruto's return for some time. However, he recalled that in the original narrative, Jiraiya would not take Naruto for training just yet. I do intend to train Naruto, but not at this moment, Jiraiya replied, shaking his head to dismiss Aoi's assumption. What is your intent? Aoi asked, completely in the dark. I initially planned to stay by Naruto's side, but given the uncertain state of the ninja world, I have my reservations, Jiraiya explained with a smile. Are you referring to the Akatsuki? Aoi asked. Indeed, Jiraiya's expression grew serious. You seem to have discussed with Kakashi that the Akatsuki seeks the tailed beasts. I cannot allow such an organization to roam freely while we remain ignorant of their strength and numbers. Aoi felt a sense of unease at Jiraiya and Appo's intentions. With unwavering resolve, Jiraiya declared, "The Rain Country is the birthplace of the Akatsuki. Whether Hanzo is alive or dead remains uncertain. So I intend to visit the Rain Village in hopes of uncovering vital intelligence." Chapter 65, Jiraiya's Manuscript. Senior, are you not planning to take Naruto for training? Aoyu attempted to dissuade him. Good heavens, truly good heavens. He has prematurely revealed intelligence regarding Akatsuki. I never expected Jiraiya to be swayed by the flutter of butterfly wings. Is this a prelude to an untimely demise? I absolutely cannot allow such a situation to unfold. Although he possessed unwavering confidence in the future thanks to the system, Aoyu did not wish to overly interfere in Naruto and Sasuke's affairs. With these two present, even if they were to confront Madara and Kagaya in the future, even if he fell victim to the whims of a lottery and failed to acquire crucial rewards, there would still be others to step up. The consequences of Jiraiya's potential demise were simply unimaginable. Haha, after I return from the Rain Village, I will take Naruto away from the village for training. Jiraiya evidently had the future mapped out. Hearing him set such a flag, Aoyu nearly lost his composure. But you must return first, right? Why not teach Naruto before you go? He pressed on. Jiraiya shook his head. No, that would take too much time. Besides, with you safeguarding Konoha, I am not worried about Naruto's safety. His stance was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Aoyu understood all too well that no amount of persuasion would sway the man before him. Yet, he could not simply stand by and watch Jiraiya march to his death. He could not find solace in such an action, whether for the future of the ninja world or to prevent a tragedy stemming from his own failures. Aoyu could not abstain from intervening in this matter. Perhaps he could accompany him? No, that would be too troublesome. Additionally, during his last encounter with Obito, it was possible that the latter had prepared numerous countermeasures against him, which could lead to unforeseen complications. So what was he to do? After much contemplation, Aoyu finally made up his mind. Senior, if the sole purpose is to gather intelligence, you need not go to the Rain Village. How so? Jiraiya inquired, intrigued. I will prepare a comprehensive report on Akatsuki's intelligence and deliver it to the 5th Hokage later. It will certainly provide more information than your visit to the Rain Village could yield. After all, with Danzo no longer in the village, there is no need to conceal much, especially information. He had gone to great lengths to prevent Jiraiya from embarking on this journey. Are you speaking the truth? You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Jiraiya expressed skepticism. Senior, you may doubt my strength, but you must trust my intelligence. When it comes to information regarding Akatsuki, I am indeed an expert. He had previously refrained from saying much, as it would have been futile at the time. The 5 great shinobi villages could not unite, and Konoha alone could not contend with Akatsuki. Now that Jiraiya was about to walk into danger, he felt compelled to speak up. Ha ha ha, I knew you had intelligence, Aoyu. You are indeed more reliable than this sage. Suddenly, Jiraiya's demeanor shifted, reverting to his whimsical self. Witnessing this transformation, Aoyu realized he had been played. It turned out Jiraiya did not genuinely wish to seek death. He merely sought to extract information from him. Even with a slight filter on his perception of the characters from the original story, Aoyu felt displeased. No one enjoys being toyed with, especially when he had genuinely been considering the other's well-being. Noticing the young man and Appo's altered expression, Jiraiya quickly apologized. I am sorry, Aoyu. I acted inappropriately. I should not have used this matter to test you. As a senior, Jiraiya indeed had no airs about him, and his tone was exceedingly sincere. However, Aoyu was not so easily swayed. If apologies were sufficient, what need would there be for the Konoha guard? He remained silent, prompting Jiraiya to become even more earnest. Producing a scroll, he unrolled it to reveal a stack of papers. This is the original manuscript of the tale of the utterly perverted paradise. I present it to you as a token of apology. Aoyu cast a curious glance at the manuscript. He was not particularly interested in it, but rather curious if it contained illustrations. Yet, accepting such a token would not sway him. Senior Jiraiya, please conduct yourself with decorum. I am still not of age. Haha, Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly. I completely overlooked that aspect. He then put away the manuscript and began explaining his previous intentions. The emergence of Akatsuki poses a grave threat. I am simply overly concerned for Tsunade. She may struggle to face such formidable foes and protect the village. Kakashi mentioned that you seem to have considerable knowledge about Akatsuki, which is why I resorted to such measures. I will soon take Naruto away for training. and I cannot remain in the village." He spoke at length, but Aoyu was not easily deceived. To earn his forgiveness, one would need to offer something of tangible value. Merely a pile of colorful scraps or empty grandiose words would not suffice. Aoyu slowly shook his head. "Senior, these are not valid reasons. We are comrades. We must be sincere with one another, especially in apologies." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya suddenly understood. "I see." Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself and finally declared, "How about I treat you to barbecue? Whatever you wish to eat, I will cover the bill." Seeing him adopt such a generous demeanor, Aoyu chose to forgive him. After all, Jiraiya was rather stingy. Even with his considerable wealth, he still relied on Naruto's wallet. TSK. Is he saving his money to repay Tsunade? Aoyu sensed the sincerity in his senior's offer, but then he suddenly recalled a familiar girl. "If we are going for barbecue, may I bring a friend along?" Chapter 66. Jiraiya's generosity. "Of course, there's no problem. Feel free to bring along a few friends." Jiraiya replied without hesitation to the reasonable request. Young people tend to enjoy lively gatherings, and he could certainly understand that. After all, how many friends could one truly bring? As the esteemed sage of the toads, he was not one to quibble over such trivial matters, especially when he had already committed to treating them. "That's wonderful. Thank you, esteemed senior." Qingyu expressed his heartfelt gratitude, adding, "Please wait for me just a moment. I shall return shortly." With that, he utilized the Flying Thunder God technique and arrived at Hinata's residence. Hyuga Hisashi felt a wave of emotion upon seeing the young man who frequently visited his daughter. This boy had recently become quite the sensation in Konoha, having mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. His future seemed limitless. In truth, Hisashi had been aware of Qingyu long before. As he often interacted with the Hyuga clan, it was impossible not to take notice. Reflecting upon Hinata's timid nature, Hisashi had once felt disappointment. However, as a father, he allowed the occasional interactions with a commoner, hoping it would bring a bit of joy to Hinata's life. Little did he expect that Qingyu would soar to such heights, becoming a prominent figure in Konoha and a trusted ally of the Hokage. "Hello, Hisashi-san. I have come to see Hinata," Qingyu greeted politely. "It is you, Qingyu-kun. Please come in." Hisashi responded with a warm smile. The young man before him was no ordinary individual. As both Hinata's father and the head of the Hyuga clan, he remained courteous. Surprised by Hisashi's warmth, Qingyu reflected on his previous visits to the Hyuga household, where he had often faced disdain from the clan members. It was unexpected that even the clan leader would now treat him with such kindness. The benefits of his elevated status were indeed evident. Without further ado, Qingyu soon found Hinata, who expressed great enthusiasm at the prospect of accompanying him for a barbecue. With another application of the Flying Thunder God, the two soon stood before Jiraiya. "Only one friend?" Jiraiya chuckled heartily. "Feel free to bring along more." "That won't be necessary. Just the two of us is sufficient." "It would be too much trouble for you, esteemed senior." Qingyu sincerely declined the suggestion. "Very well, then. Let the barbecue commence." Under Jiraiya's guidance, the trio quickly made their way to the barbecue restaurant. They chose a private room, and the staff promptly served up raw slices of meat. "Hinata, you may indulge yourself. Today's feast is on me." Qingyu generously encouraged the young girl to eat to her heart's content. "Is that really all right?" Hinata shyly protested. "I can manage with just a little." She worried that if she overindulged, Jiraiya might find himself burdened with the bill. "Rest assured, enjoy your meal without hesitation. This treat also serves as my way of expressing gratitude and an apology to Qingyu, so you need not feel any guilt." Jiraiya laughed heartily. Internally, he mused, how much could a single girl possibly eat? Indeed, Hinata, do not underestimate our esteemed senior. Qingyu, who had every intention of treating Jiraiya to a lavish meal, would not let Hinata go hungry. Jiraiya-sensei is quite affluent. Not only does he earn a significant income from missions, but his novels also yield substantial royalties. So, do not burden yourself with any worries. Feeling reassured by Qingyu's words, Hinata finally nodded. "Well then, thank you for your generosity." Seeing her gratitude, Jiraiya was amused by the young girl's politeness. How delightful it was to witness such manners, even during a meal. To order only simple barbecue would make him appear rather stingy. Now was the time to showcase his extravagance and demonstrate to the young duo what it meant to be truly affluent. With a grand gesture, he summoned a waiter. "Remove these meat slices and bring me the finest Wagyu beef imported from the land of lightning, and replace the pork with the exclusive noble variety." Witnessing such generosity, both Qingyu and Hinata gazed at him with admiration. Jiraiya reveled in their admiration, declaring, Eat to your heart's content. If it is not enough, just let me know. Thus, the three embarked on a joyous culinary adventure, relishing the feast. However, while Qingyu and Hinata's enjoyment lasted until the very end of the meal, Jiraiya's pleasure was somewhat fleeting. Initially, he maintained a carefree demeanor, but as the plates continued to stack higher, reaching a towering height, his expression began to contort with discomfort. Although Qingyu's appetite was quite typical for a young ninja, he was utterly bewildered by Hinata's seemingly insatiable hunger. Had she truly consumed nearly 100 plates of barbecue and still not felt full? At that moment, Jiraiya felt a piece of his spirit shatter within him. With a twitching face, he could not help but inquire, are you still hungry? He asked cautiously, fearing she might request a further 100 plates. However, Hinata, sensing his unease, replied, Thank you, Jiraiya-sama, but I am quite full now. Hearing this, Jiraiya sighed in relief. Haha, that is good, very good. After finishing their meal, Qingyu and Hinata bid farewell to Jiraiya and left the barbecue restaurant. As he pulled out his wallet to settle the bill, Jiraiya silently vowed, never again would he invite that young lad to dine. With a beaming smile, the staff approached, presenting the bill. A mere 2 million ryo. Chapter 67. Acquisition of the bone pulse. Are you jesting? Jiraiya exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Grasping the bill in his hands, he began to tremble as he meticulously checked the figures. Sir, you have ordered only the most expensive cuts of meat. The beef from the land of lightning is scarcely exported, hence its exorbitant price. As for the pork exclusively supplied to nobility, the costs are transparently listed. The proprietor showed no fear towards this formidable member of the legendary Sannin, confident that should he default on payment, he could simply approach the Hokage's office for recompense, trusting that the fifth Hokage would ensure justice. However, it shouldn't amount to such a staggering sum. Gazing at the lengthy string of numbers, Jiraiya felt a pang in his chest, nearly gasping for breath. That was an astounding 2 million ryo. He could scarcely spend that much in an entire year, only to have it vanish in a single meal. Primarily, you ordered far too much. Even the noble lords seldom consume such quantities during their feasts, the shopkeeper chuckled, reveling in the unexpected boon of a day and Appo's earnings equating to a month and Appo's revenue. Very well, I shall settle the bill. Jiraiya lamented, resigned to pay with a heavy heart. Meanwhile, after escorting Hinata home, Qingyu utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at the capital of the Land of Fire. At that moment, Hyuka was wandering through the marketplace, her hands filled with various delicacies. Lord Qingyu, she exclaimed joyfully upon spotting the young man. Hyuka, how have you been enjoying yourself these days? Qingyu inquired with a smile. It is splendid here. I am very happy, she replied, her face beaming with delight. She then shared her recent endeavors, revealing that she had not only mastered the shadow clone technique, but had also successfully learned the Rasengan. Qingyu was taken aback. In just 2 months, Hyuka had acquired 2 ninjutsu techniques, showcasing her extraordinary talent as a ninja. With his encouragement, Hyuka moved to a secluded area and demonstrated her newly acquired skills. Both techniques were executed flawlessly, at least to a proficient level. Hyuka, you have done remarkably well. Qingyu was inspired by her dedication. Such an exceptional apprentice deserved to be rewarded with a home. I shall continue to strive, my lord. Hyuka beamed with joy at the praise. Recognizing her motivation, Qingyu presented her with several ninjutsu scrolls. These scrolls are for you as well. As a ninja, one must learn throughout their life. He had meticulously selected techniques suitable for her, including body flicker technique, water prison technique, earth release, earth spear, earth release, underground navigation, mountain earth technique, and mist shadow technique. Once mastered, these would undoubtedly enhance her self-defense capabilities, particularly the earth spear, which had once been his lifesaver. Yes, Lord Qingyu. I shall remember your teachings. Hyuka solemnly accepted the scrolls, cradling them gently. After exchanging a few more words, Qingyu departed alone, intent on locating a real estate agent in the capital to facilitate the purchase of a home. The profession of a real estate agent may bear different titles across ages and cultures, but its existence is undeniable. It wasn't long before Qingyu successfully found an agent. After some negotiations, he ultimately spent 3.5 million ryo to acquire a house. With this matter resolved, he deposited the remaining funds into the system. In an instant, his personal balance surged to over 6 million ryo, granting him 6 opportunities to draw from the advanced prize pool. Now that his overall strength had reached the level of a Hokage, the ordinary prize pool held little value for him. The advanced prize pool, while potentially disappointing. Offered a chance to acquire formidable abilities. Aside from the fixed S-rank ninjutsu released each period, nothing in the ordinary prize pool was of use to Qingyu at this stage. Without a moment's hesitation, he prepared to draw from the advanced prize pool. The results of his first 10 consecutive draws emerged swiftly. He received Mutual Exploding Tag, A rank. Transcription Seal, Illusion, Binding Technique, B rank. Standard Kunai X1, Shuriken X2, Food Pill X4. Qingyu felt quite satisfied with this initial draw. While he had not obtained an S-rank ninjutsu or a bloodline limit, the results were not disappointing. The Illusion, Binding Technique was a self-selected B-rank ninjutsu that would synergize well with the Sharingan. Within the illusionary realm, he could drive nails into an enemy's body. As for the Mutual Exploding Tag, it was a surprise to him. However, it consumed a considerable number of exploding tags, and unless Konoha reimbursed him, he would refrain from using it. The most remarkable acquisition was the Transcription Seal, which enabled him to seal the ocular techniques of the Sharingan into the target's eyes. With this technique, he could embed the heavenly origin into Hinata's Byakugan, thus alleviating any concerns of being ensnared by illusions. Reflecting on his Manjiki Sharingan techniques, Qingyu felt somewhat outpaced. If only I could draw another pair of Manjiki, he mused. Yet, he did not harbor high hopes at the moment. He then commenced the second wave of draws. The results were Bone Pulse, Bloodline Limit, Dual Blades, Flatfish, Rasengan, A rank, Exploding Tags X2, Smoke Bomb X1, Medical Kits X2, Food Pills X2. This time, the results were equally commendable. The collection of the 7 ninja swordsmen had increased by 1, and he had received the Rasengan, which he had previously overlooked. Qingyu initially believed that having passed it up would preclude future chances of acquisition. Yet he was pleasantly surprised to find he could still select it again. The Bone Pulse Bloodline limit was also within acceptable bounds. He extended his palm, and a bone spike erupted from his hand, resembling a bullet as it shot forward, piercing through a stone. The power of this technique far surpassed that of ordinary kunai and shuriken. With 2 consecutive fortunate draws, Qingyu felt invigorated and was eager to continue drawing. He had a premonition that today would yield bountiful rewards. Chapter 68. Sage Mode. However, he was soon met with disappointment. The results of the 3rd and 4th draws were dismal. Aside from the self-selected fire sealing technique and summoning jutsu, there were no other valuable items. Nevertheless, with the fire sealing technique in hand, he no longer had to fear Itachi's Amaterasu. Should the opponent dare to incinerate him, he could utilize the scroll to seal and defend himself. As for the summoning jutsu, Qingyu could conveniently seek a suitable summoning beast to forge a contract. Although it was challenging to sign a contract with the 3 great sanctuaries, summoning a ninja hawk, much like Sasuke, was still a commendable option. After several rounds of draws, he found himself with just over 2 million left. If he failed to acquire anything worthwhile in the next 2 opportunities, he would incur a significant loss today. To ensure good fortune in the upcoming draws, Qingyu deliberately washed his hands by the riverbank, believing that sometimes a lack of good fortune stemmed from unclean hands. He then resumed the lottery system, purchase a bag of premium soldier pills, and initiate another high-level 10 consecutive draws. The wheel began to spin, and soon the results appeared. Acquired Big Ball Rasengan, A rank, Explosive Tag X1, Dull Blade X1, Shuriken X2, Soldier Pills X3. Congratulations, host, your fortunes have turned, and you have obtained the summoning beast, Cerberus. Congratulations, host, you have been immensely blessed and acquired Sage Mode. Upon reading the last lottery notification, Qingyu's interest was instantly piqued. At the level of a shadow, apart from those with bloodline talents, only Sage Mode could truly captivate him. After all, mastering Sage Mode would grant him the qualification to engage in combat with those of the 6 paths level. Regardless of how formidable ordinary ninjutsu might be, it would be immune to the powers of a 6 paths level expert. Only physical techniques and sage arts could inflict damage upon them. However, he was curious about the type of Sage Mode he had drawn. It is well known that Sage Mode is divided into 3 great sanctuaries. Naruto and Jiraiya's Sage Mode originated from Mount Myaboku, while Orochimaru's Sage Mode came from the Ryuchi Cave. As for Hashirama Senju's Sage Mode, it was said to be derived from the Wetbone Forest. Initially, Qingyu assumed his Sage Mode would also stem from one of the 3 great sanctuaries. Yet upon confirming his acquisition, he realized his Sage Mode was somewhat unique. This was a Sage Mode entirely belonging to ninjas. After successful cultivation, there would be no significant external markers, nor would he transform into a monstrous creature like Orochimaru's cursed seal. Thus, during combat, it would be exceedingly difficult for enemies to detect his entry into Sage mode. Even if his training failed, he would not turn into a snake or a toad statue. He would merely experience a rampage. Moreover, he could integrate all sage arts from the 3 great sanctuaries in his practice. As long as he could draw or learn the relevant sage arts, he could utilize them freely without any restrictions. Techniques such as frog kata, inorganic rebirth, could be used upon acquisition. Of course, with the system, Qingyu needed no training. He could master any ninjutsu and ability simply by drawing it. Apart from Sage mode, his other gains were also satisfactory. He had previously drawn the summoning jutsu and now received a ready-made summoning beast, saving him the trouble of capturing one outside. Furthermore, the Cerberus could infinitely split upon being attacked, making it as formidable as the summoning beasts from the 3 great sanctuaries. The series of 7 ninja swords had gained another member, bringing him closer to completing a full set. However, it seemed of little practical use. He could sell it on the black market, with each sword worth at least several million ryo, excluding the decapitation blade, which might not fetch much. After concluding the lottery, his personal panel began to appear quite bloated. Personal panel name, Natsume Qingyu Balance. 1, 274,000 ryo skill points. For 15 chakra amount. 50 cards, Sage Mode, Bloodline, Sharingan, Kaleidoscope. Whirlpool Physique, Beginner Activated. Byakugan, Corpse Bone Pulse Taijutsu. Advanced Jinjutsu. Enchantment, Tree Binding Death, Mastered. Enchantment, Chain Restraint Technique, Beginner. Enchantment, Hell Sight Technique, Beginner. Ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God Technique, Mastered. Chidori Flow, Mastered. Chidori, Proficient. Rasengan, Beginner. Big Ball Rasengan, Beginner. Mutual Exploding Tag, Beginner. Earth Release, Earth Spear, Mastered. Lightning Release Chakra Mode, Mastered. Chidori Blade, Mastered. Earth Release, Mountain Earth Technique, Mastered. Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation, Mastered. Shadow Clone Technique, Proficient. Expand Sealing Techniques, Transcription Sealing, Fire Sealing Technique, Summoning Beast, Cerberus Items, Kusanagi Sword, Short Blade, Blade of the Shark Skin, Decapitation Blade, Dull Blade, Long Sword Needle. Twin Swords, Flounder Premium Soldier Pills X8. Expand. The addition of the Summoning Beast and Sealing techniques expanded his repertoire of ninjutsu. Experimenting. Qingyu discovered that the personal panel could still be folded further. For instance, he folded the 7 ninja swords into a series, labeled 7 Ninja Swords 5-7. Additionally, he condensed the ninjutsu into Rasengan series and Chidori series. Thus, his panel appeared somewhat more organized. Suddenly, Qingyu noticed that there was no upgrade option for Sage Mode. It seemed that this could only exist in a state of profound stillness, gradually absorbing natural energy, before achieving a suitable ratio with his own chakra to cultivate Sage Chakra. Considering the immense power of Sage Mode, he hesitated not, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique. He swiftly moved to a secluded area and immediately began meditating to absorb natural energy. Before long, Qingyu sensed the presence of natural energy, which filled him with excitement, only to have him promptly exit the mystical state. It appears that even with the system's Sage Mode, one must maintain inner tranquility, otherwise, the absorption of natural energy will be interrupted. If he wished to enter Sage Mode swiftly, he could learn from Naruto, using shadow clones to absorb natural chakra, complemented by the reverse summoning technique. Coincidentally, the principle behind the Flying Thunder God technique was related to the reverse summoning technique, so he need not draw it. Reflecting on this, Qingyu couldn't help but lament the system's lack of humanity, having already mastered the reverse summoning. It was perplexing that he still needed to draw for the summoning jutsu. He felt a twinge of regret. His talent was indeed lacking. It was evident that in the ninja world, success was dictated by innate ability and lineage. Clearing his thoughts and focusing his mind, Qingyu continued his meditation. As time passed, he gradually perceived the existence of Sage Chakra, which continuously filled his being. It was a type of energy far more advanced than chakra, signifying a transformation in essence. Sage Art, Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation. Rising to his feet, he formed hand seals, channeling the Sage Chakra as a torrent of fire erupted forth. The power of this technique rivaled that of Obito and Appo's Great Fire Annihilation. The key was that Qingyu was generous with his chakra. Having absorbed natural energy for only a brief period, He expended it all in one go. The flames surged fiercely, ravaging the forest. In mere moments, a small grove was transformed into desolation. Dusting off his hands, Qingyu was thoroughly satisfied with the might of the sage ninjutsu. Should anyone dare to claim that fire release was incapable of causing fatalities, he would certainly show them otherwise. With 1 million remaining, he decided against continuing the lottery for the time being. He would wait until he accumulated another 300,000, then exhaust this month's lottery quota in one go. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique once more, Qingyu instantly returned to the girl's side. "K-Rin, come, let me take you to see a surprise." Chapter 69. A surprise for Xiangling. The crisis of Konoha. Lord Qingyu. Are we there yet? Xiangling, her eyes covered with a cloth, cautiously explored her surroundings with both hands. Fortunately, her Kagura hard eyes allowed her to follow the boy steadily. However, her superior had been acting strangely today, suddenly announcing a surprise for her and forbidding her from peeking, which piqued her curiosity about what this surprise could be. Regardless of what it was, Xiangling felt she would be delighted. The sensation of being cared for by companions was something she had never experienced before. "Just a little further, and we shall arrive," Qingyu said lightly. He then led Xiangling to their destination. As he lifted the cloth from her eyes, a grand house came into view. "Where's the surprise?" Xiangling wondered. Still perplexed, she had anticipated a small gift, never imagining it would be a house. "This house will be your home from now on," Qingyu declared solemnly, raising his hand. "My home?" Xiangling's gaze went blank, clearly taken aback by his words. In her memories, home was merely the dilapidated straw hut in the village, a temporary refuge for her and her mother, who had passed away. Since then, she had never dared to hope for a home of her own. Now, she had a home. Tears of joy welled in her eyes, not from sorrow, but from happiness. "Yes, this is your home, a place to shield you from the storms and a spacious haven for your relaxation." Qingyu smiled and nodded. He felt a sense of fulfillment, having finally honored his promise. "Thank you so much, Lord." Xiangling bowed deeply to Qingyu, then began to explore her new abode, peering into every corner and even opening and closing the door repeatedly. What was merely an ordinary house appeared to her like a priceless treasure. This was her home. Even if it were just a straw hut, she would not have minded. How could she possibly disdain a beautifully decorated residence? "Are you satisfied?" Qingyu inquired with a smile, though he could already discern the answer from her curious and excited expressions. "I am very satisfied. I never imagined I could have such a large house." Xiangling exclaimed joyfully. "Since you are pleased, perhaps we should discuss your retirement," Qingyu suggested unexpectedly, interrupting her enthusiasm. "Retirement? What do you mean?" she asked, puzzled. "Well, you no longer need to gather intelligence. It is dangerous to be by my side. You may encounter terrifying foes, leaving no chance to escape. Rather than suffer alongside me, it would be better to live a normal life here, enjoying the delicacies you desire and making many friends," Qingyu explained, having deliberated over this decision thoughtfully. As a superior, while he had provided a salary and even bought a house for her, he realized he had not been a suitable leader in other aspects. In the past, when they were still weak, he had put Xiangling in peril, which was unavoidable but still somewhat irresponsible. Now that he had grown stronger, it was unnecessary for her to face danger directly. He envisioned helping her establish a shop in the Land of Fire's capital, providing her with a sustainable livelihood. Surely, she would agree to such conditions, he thought. "Indeed, being by your side is perilous. I have come close to death several times. I just didn't want to trouble you by summoning you with the Flying Thunder God Kanai," Xiangling acknowledged, nodding in agreement. After all, gathering intelligence on black market bounties or seeking out the Sound Ninja Village were not simple tasks. Even with her Kagura hard eyes, she had endured numerous hardships and faced many dangers to acquire information, though she had never spoken of these details. "Is that so? It seems I have not shown you enough concern," Qingyu reflected, feeling a twinge of guilt. He had underestimated the challenges she faced while he remained oblivious. "Indeed, it was the right decision to let you go. You should live your own life and meet many interesting people. Remaining by my side as a mere employee seems to offer little future," he mused, smiling wryly at himself. "I respect your choice. After some time, I will." He began, but Xiangling interrupted loudly. "But, even though I have faced hardships, I have also grown stronger, Haven and Appos. Ti? Indeed, that is true," Qingyu nodded. The girl who had learned Shadow Clone and Rasengan was no longer the fragile porcelain doll she once was, easily manipulated by others. I have been striving to grow stronger precisely to have the ability to confront danger. Being by your side may not be entirely safe, but I do not seek refuge. I simply wish to be beside you," she declared, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Her fiery red hair danced in the gentle breeze, accentuated by the glow of the setting sun. "Is it truly so wonderful to be by my side?" Qingyu asked, perplexed. He had not offered Xiangling much. He merely needed a subordinate at the time. Their interactions were limited, confined to a typical superior-subordinate dynamic. Perhaps it was her first experience of being respected, valued, and surprised. Xiangling shook her head with a smile. "The reasons are no longer important. I just want to be with you. This way, I want to drown in my sorrowful past, and life will feel meaningful." Some thoughts remained unspoken. With her heightened perceptive abilities, she could keenly sense the morality of others. Qingyu had never considered her merely a tool for completing tasks. He had granted her the autonomy to refuse assignments. It was her determination that led her to embrace risks willingly. While dangers of life and death loomed, she approached her missions with a sense of purpose. The fulfillment of completing tasks and the joy of receiving praise from her superior brought her great contentment. At the very least, she was no longer the burden she once was, nor did she have to fear becoming a mere vessel of blood. In many ways, she felt remarkably at ease. To her, this was enough. Qingyu listened, feeling a profound sense of shame. He reflected inwardly, realizing he had provided insufficient employee benefits. After a brief pause to process his emotions, he spoke, "Regardless of the choices you make, I will respect you, Xiangling." With such a loyal subordinate, he felt inspired to start planning ahead. The economy of the ninja world limited his monthly lottery quotas. While the problems may not be immediately apparent, he was certain there existed a higher tier of rewards. However, improving the economy of the ninja world was not an urgent matter. Talents like Kakashi in real estate development and Yamato in construction were rare assets. Furthermore, the technology from the land of snow seemed promising, having already invented trains and tracks. He needed to seize the opportunity to gather these talents to advance the future of the ninja world and achieve economic prosperity. However, he had one crucial task to attend to first. Otherwise, if mishandled, the entire village of Konoha might face catastrophic consequences. Chapter 70. The secret meeting with the rogue ninja of Konoha. Upon returning to Konoha, Au resolved to procure a blank scroll to document all intelligence regarding Akatsuki. He also intended to inform Tsunade about the explosive tags buried for decades beneath Konoha. However, upon arriving home, he discovered something unusual. A kunai was embedded deeply into his dining table, pinning a note firmly to the surface. "Damn it, don't let me uncover your identity." Au felt a pang of distress. This dining table had recently cost him over 1,000 ryo. While the kunai could offset some of that cost, being secondhand, it would undoubtedly depreciate significantly. He withdrew the kunai and unfolded the note. 10 p.m., Uchiha Ruins, in the Grove. Clearly, someone was seeking him. The individual was not a Konoha ninja, at least. Not at present. Let me guess, who could it be? Au contemplated numerous schemes for compensation in his mind. The person could either be an adversary or someone bearing crucial information. It was essential to maintain sincerity. One must not dwell in darkness. Thus, he resolved to send a shadow clone to the meeting while his real self would remain burdened with writing the Akatsuki intelligence. At the Uchiha compound, the night had grown deep and tranquil. Au's figure swiftly traversed to the grove. To guard against potential traps, he donned a Shiba Inu mask. "You've arrived." A voice, both weathered and youthful, greeted him. Au squinted. "It's you, Itachi Uchiha." "Indeed, it is I," Itachi replied, his expression placid as he regarded Au. "Should I refer to you as Au Natsume or Uchiha Au?" Having witnessed the boy's Mangeki Sharingan, Itachi firmly believed the person before him was indeed of his clan. Although he had never met or heard of him, the Sharingan did not deceive. "You may call me Au Natsume. I have no ties to the Uchiha clan." Au replied candidly. "I will use the Uchiha name for unscrupulous deeds, but I prefer not to be misunderstood in other matters." "Very well. The glory of the clan is rather constricting. Your identity as a Konoha ninja suits you better." Itachi nodded in satisfaction. He felt a profound kinship with this fellow clansman who transcended familial constraints. "May I inquire as to the nature of your visit, Mr. Itachi? We are in Konoha, and it could lead to misunderstandings." Prior to this meeting, Au had dispatched another shadow clone to patrol the vicinity. It was not that he mistrusted Itachi. Rather, It was prudent to exercise caution when engaging with someone of ambiguous origins. The man who claims to be Uchiha Madara has likely approached you, Itachi stated with certainty. How would you know? Au countered with a question. Currently, Obito was still lurking in the shadows, thus it was improbable that his movements were widely known. In Konoha, Kakashi and Yamato were tight-lipped and would not casually divulge crucial intelligence. Since the demise of the third Hokage, Itachi likely had no further channels of communication with Konoha's upper echelons. I know because the possibility of your Uchiha lineage was something I told him myself, Itachi replied nonchalantly. In that moment, Au felt a surge of anger. What do you mean by that? However, he understood that Itachi was a highly rational individual when it came to matters not involving Konoha. He decided to forego the confrontation and instead seek an explanation. To put it simply, I wish to gauge your caliber as a Konoha ninja, Itachi elaborated. In your confrontation with Hoshigaki Kisame, I discerned your flying thunder god technique. Thus, even that man could not contend with you. Upon hearing this, Au began to piece together Itachi's intentions. You surmised that upon learning I might be of the Uchiha clan, he would attempt to recruit me, and if I had agreed to join Akatsuki, you would have covertly acted against me? Given Itachi and Appo's commitment to safeguarding Konoha, such reasoning did not seem outlandish. He was the sort who would preemptively arrange countermeasures against his own brother's desire to obliterate Konoha. Such a ruthless individual was best approached with caution, Au mused. Should he truly join Akatsuki, he would likely find himself ensnared in Itachi's machinations. Indeed, I would have provided your intelligence to Konoha, but it seems you are a formidable ninja. My trust was lacking, Itachi explained with a bitter smile. My true identity is that of a Konoha spy embedded within Akatsuki. However, since the third's death and Danzo's defection, I doubt anyone would acknowledge that. He did not expect Au to comprehend. Today, he had deliberately drawn Kisame away, risking much to meet the youth with vital news to impart. Is that so? I am quite astonished, Aya nodded. Do you believe me? Itachi inquired, surprised. Were it not for the knowledge possessed by Konoha and Appo's ninjas, one might assume he twisted the narrative. After all, who would trust the confession of a rogue ninja? The youth before him was evidently unfamiliar with the older generation of Konoha's leaders, making it unlikely he would grasp the genuine insider information. I trust my judgment more, Au replied casually. I can see that you, Mr. Itachi, have a profound love for your village. Knowing the original storyline, he was acutely aware of Itachi's devotion to Konoha. Indeed, you are astute, Au-kun. It appears seeking you out was the most prudent decision. Itachi smiled with relief. Initially, he intended to discreetly relay the information he possessed to Tsunade, the fifth Hokage. However, upon learning of Au's identity, he believed this fellow clansman, unbound by familial constraints, might be more trustworthy. Please, Mr. Itachi, speak candidly. Au was curious as to Itachi's true intentions. You're not about to cast a genjutsu on me, are you? The likelihood seemed slim, given their lack of enmity. Akatsuki is not merely a simple mercenary organization. Not long ago, the leader issued orders to formally commence operations primarily targeting tailed beasts. Itachi disclosed the latest intelligence he had acquired. Upon hearing this news, Au felt a stir within him. The fluttering of his butterfly wings seemed to influence even Akatsuki's movements. Perhaps it was his flying thunder god technique that had instilled a sense of threat in Obito. I understand. I will report this intelligence to the fifth Hokage promptly. Au was not easily deceived. He recognized that Itachi's intention in privately sharing information was to draw him into the fray. However, as a ninja, he could not engage in fruitless endeavors. I hope you, Au-kun, can thwart Akatsuki's plans. They are deranged and may lead to the annihilation of the ninja world. Itachi conveyed the gravity of the situation. You are aware of Akatsuki's formidable strength, Mr. Itachi. While I can certainly protect myself against them, opposing the entire organization is quite a different matter. Politely declining Itachi's request, Au contemplated leaving. Staying further would not lead to an agreement for an offensive against Akatsuki. Although they posed a threat, he still needed to continue enhancing his strength through the lottery system. Noticing Au's intent to depart, Itachi quickly interjected, "Then, how about you first assess my sincerity before you go?" With that, he produced a portable safe. After inputting a code, a click signaled the lid opening. A glance at the safe made Au halt in his tracks. Seeing Au's reaction, Itachi maintained a calm smile. I trust you have sensed my sincerity, Au-kun. Chapter 71, The Supreme Six Paths Prize Pool. Within the suitcase lay a vast expanse of banknotes, each boasting a denomination of 10,000. The entire collection surely amounted to no less than 10 million. Seizing a stack of the currency, Qingyu verified its authenticity. Indeed, it was all genuine. Mr. Itachi, you are exceedingly gracious. In that moment, Qingyu held profound admiration for Itachi's perceptiveness. Despite their second meeting, Itachi had discerned Qingyu's needs with remarkable clarity. Those who understand me know my worries. Those who do not, question my desires. A kindred spirit such as this is worthy of deepening one's connections. In total, there resided 20 million, which would undoubtedly alleviate Qingyu's pressing concerns. Confident in persuading the youth before him, Itachi reverted to his usual aloof demeanor. Naturally, he could not part with more funds, as, being a member of Akatsuki, most of his earnings had been surrendered over the years. Had he not perceived Qingyu's financial distress, he would not have retained even this 20 million. After all, his heart was solely with Konoha, and he held little interest in wealth. Very well, I shall involve myself in Akatsuki's affairs. Taking the suitcase, Qingyu waved his hand in agreement. Ultimately, he would find himself opposing Akatsuki, and while taking action now might seem premature, he indeed required a substantial sum to develop the economy of the ninja world. Initial capital was indispensable. Mere words would not suffice to motivate others into action. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in his mind. Detected that the host's wealth exceeds the system's monthly lottery limit. The Supreme Six Paths prize pool is about to be activated. Current ninja world economy is insufficient. Cannot activate the prize pool. Subsequent activation failed. Prize pool cannot be opened. A series of notifications sent Qingyu's heart racing. However, he also confirmed one thing. To draw from the Six Paths prize pool, at least 10 million was requisite. Otherwise, the pool would not have failed to activate. Truly, what a wretched system. He cursed internally. Consequently, the plan to develop the ninja world's economy must be prioritized. Relying solely on the advanced prize pool, Qingyu believed he could at most ascend to the super shadow tier, requiring the expenditure of considerable skill points. Much like the Uzumaki clan's physical prowess, achieving perfect activation could awaken the sage body, potentially allowing him to reach the caliber of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, when combined with wood release. Yet, before the level of 6 paths, super shadow powers still seemed inadequate. During previous lottery draws, Qingyu had acquired various bloodline abilities. He entertained a bold notion, believing it might hold a kernel of truth. What would transpire if he were to gather the Otsutsuki bloodline and the powers of the nine-tailed beasts? Would he be able to fuse them all, thereby becoming the new progenitor of chakra? While he pondered, Itachi spoke. Qingyu, you must exercise caution regarding the masked man who calls himself Obito. He is the true mastermind behind Akatsuki. I suspect he harbors grand ambitions and has likely deceived the organization as public leader, Pain. Upon hearing Itachi's warning, Qingyu remained unfazed. He was well aware of Obito's secrets, a man driven mad by love, intent on annihilating the ninja world, yet still oblivious to being deceived by Uchiha Madara, a pitiable fool. Worry not, everything is under my control. That masked man will not stir up any significant troubles. Possessing complete knowledge of Obito's plans, Qingyu was determined not to let him fulfill his desires. I trust your judgment. However, it is prudent to remain cautious in the face of such an individual, Itachi expressed. Still somewhat uneasy, he was not Qingyu and lacked insight into Obito's true nature. Thus, his caution was entirely reasonable. Yes, I shall be vigilant, Qingyu reassured him. Not overly troubled. Given Obito's current standing, exercising caution was indeed wise. A man who had manipulated the Mist Village from the shadows for years undoubtedly possessed a plethora of devious tactics. Therefore, he had to continue fortifying his defenses, ensuring that no opportunity for deceit would be afforded to Obito. By the way, I need to address Kakashi's Sharingan. I must prevent Obito from suddenly acquiring it one day. Naturally, Qingyu felt conflicted about the specifics of the operation. The ideal solution would be to silently replace it with a new 3-tomo Sharingan, thus deceiving Obito for an extended period. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that he had no spare 3-tomo Sharingan. He possessed a pair, but removing one would render him blind. Therefore, a replacement was out of the question. Wait, a spark of inspiration ignited in Qingyu's mind. Perhaps exchanging Sharingan could be feasible. His current 2 Manjiki Sharingan abilities included the immunity to illusions granted by the High Heavenly Realm. This ability, while often underutilized, could defend against the divine tree, and might even have a slim chance of countering infinite Tsukuyami. Thus, this eye must be preserved. As for the other Sharingan, its utility had diminished significantly. Even though the ability of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan could enhance Susanoo, Qingyu noted that it had lessened the consumption of ocular power and chakra during use. However, in light of current circumstances, its importance was waning. On one hand, once he obtained the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, he would naturally unlock the complete form of Susanoo, rendering the transitional benefits of the current Sharingan less relevant. On the other hand, Qingyu was not particularly lacking in chakra at this moment, making the energy-saving aspect seem trivial. His only concern was that after exchanging Sharingan, the eye might fall into Obito's hands through Kakashi. Should Obito awaken his eternal eye, he would need to obtain a second pair of Mangeki to achieve fusion. Losing one Mangeki could very well jeopardize his progress. After careful consideration, Qingyu made his decision. He must find a way to acquire a 3-tomo Sharingan. Konoha undoubtedly had none left. Following the Uchiha clan's massacre, those 3-tomo Sharingan had largely been divided between Obito and Danzo. Given that Danzo had defected, locating any would prove challenging. Thus, only one path remained: Orochimaru. Orochimaru was a seeker of truth. Thus, while he harbored grudges, he would surely be willing to trade for the sake of knowledge. Qingyu contemplated what Orochimaru might desire. A 3-tomo Sharingan body was out of the question. Moreover, with Orochimaru having raised Sasuke's father, he could not impose additional burdens. The prospect of superior immortality techniques beyond the reanimation jutsu was also unattainable, as Qingyu himself had yet to achieve immortality. This left only one final item: the training method for Sage Mode. The reason the Sage Modes of the 3 great sanctuaries were so arduous to master was that those techniques were not tailored for humans. The Sage Arts of Mount Myaboku were best suited for toads, the Dragon Cave for snakes, and the Shikatsu Forest for slugs. Across the entire ninja world, only Qingyu possessed the human-centric training method for Sage Mode, specifically designed for humanity. Using this as a bargaining chip, it was likely that Orochimaru would agree to trade a relatively useless 3-tomo Sharingan. As his mind raced through possibilities, only a few breaths had passed in reality. Noticing that Itachi had yet to depart, Qingyu remarked, "All intelligence regarding Akatsuki will soon reach Konoha. Remaining here is futile for you. Would it not be better to make your exit now?" Originally, he intended to persuade Itachi to return to Konoha, but that seemed rather impractical. Having annihilated the entire Uchiha clan, such a stain could never be washed clean. "No, I must continue to stay in Akatsuki." Itachi decisively rejected the proposal. He still needed to exist as a sinner, destined to be slain by his beloved younger brother. However, this detail need not be articulated. After concluding their clandestine meeting, Qingyu and Appo's shadow clone cheerfully carried the suitcase back home with the Flying Thunder God technique. Upon dispelling all shadow clones, Qingyu discovered that he could commence the lottery once more. Chapter 72. The revelation of Akatsuki's intelligence. Realizing that numerous significant matters remained unaddressed, Qingyu resolved to temporarily temper his luck and refrain from drawing any lots. The dog system is notoriously unreliable. Continuous attempts yield a high probability of failure, compelling one to rely solely on the guarantee. Periodic attempts at drawing, on the other hand, may enhance the likelihood of success. With a scroll he had meticulously prepared in hand, he set forth towards the Hokage building. However, before doing so, he activated his Byakugan and unearthed an explosive tag hidden in a corner of Konoha. This was a trap laid by a skilled mechanism expert known as Xiangling. Across the expanse of Konoha, many such explosive tags remain. This situation arose from a conflict between Konoha and the Hidden Sun Village of the Land of Mountains. Following their defeat, the Hidden Sun Village dispatched Xiangling to set explosive traps in Konoha, hoping for a chance to retaliate. Yet, before they could act, the Hidden Sun Village was obliterated by other ninja villages. As a result, these explosive tags have lingered in Konoha for 30 years, untouched. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, Qingyu first presented the scroll. Fifth Hokage, this contains intelligence regarding all members of Akatsuki. I kindly request your review. Hearing this, Tsunade immediately ceased her current tasks and promptly unfurled the scroll. Well done. Upon reviewing its contents, Tsunade beamed. The intelligence was critical and warranted an S-rank mission. However, her smile was short-lived, as the revelations within the scroll were profoundly shocking. No one had anticipated that a mere mercenary organization could wield such formidable power. Each official member of Akatsuki was an S-rank rogue ninja, possessing strength on par with Akage, the immortal duo, Kakuzu and Haiden, both endowed with the ability to evade conventional means of elimination. Kakuzu, a master of the Earth Grudge Fear technique, possessed 5 hearts and had once battled the first Hokage. Qingyu speculated that they might have attempted a surprise attack on Senju Hashirama from a distance, allowing them to escape unscathed. Haiden, a true immortal ninja, could converse and jest even when dismembered. Furthermore, he wielded a terrifying ability, Death Deity's Blood, capable of inflicting lethal curses through blood, which even Tsunade found chilling. If these two were so fearsome, they were merely ordinary members of Akatsuki. There were also the aerial demolition expert Deidara, the puppet master Sasori who had slain the third Kazekage, the space-time manipulator Tobi, the Jinchuriki Kisame, and the intelligence specialist Black Zetsu. Among them, the most astonishing to Tsunade was Uchiha Itachi, as the scroll indicated he might be a spy planted by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, Qingyu did not endorse this claim, merely suggesting it was a possibility. The identities of the remaining 2 members of Akatsuki astonished Tsunade further. Were they mere children at that time? The irony of Jiraiya's disciples becoming members of Akatsuki was palpable. One was Konan, Jiraiya's only female disciple, adept in paper jutsu, and capable of producing numerous explosive tags. The other was even more peculiar, known externally as Pain. His appearance mirrored Jiraiya's disciple Yahiko, but was in fact a puppet. The true identity of this individual was Nagato, another of Jiraiya's disciples, who possessed the Rinnegan. Of course, Qingyu and Appo's intelligence not only documented their identities, but also detailed each member and Appo's capabilities. For instance, the abilities of Pain and Appo's 6 paths, particularly the intricacies of the Deva Path's 5-second cooldown skill. There were also details regarding Tobi's 5-minute limitation during which he must materialize to attack. Even the secrets of Black Zetsu nearly came to light. A creature of yin-yang release, having lived for over 1,000 years. It was the embodiment of the will of Kagaya Otsutsuki. However, after careful consideration, Qingyu ultimately refrained from recording too much intelligence about Black Zetsu. The information was simply too astonishing to be believed, and more importantly, Black Zetsu was a master of conspiracy, having existed in the shinobi world for millennia. Its cunning was unparalleled, having even ensnared Uchiha Obito in a web of deception. In the face of such an adversary, Qingyu was wary of revealing core intelligence, fearing retaliation. Even if he were to eradicate Akatsuki, Black Zetsu would likely remain indifferent. Yet, should he expose its secrets, it would undoubtedly seek retribution against him. For now, it was prudent to eliminate the other members of Akatsuki first. Naturally, he also withheld excessive information about Obito. It wasn't out of fear, but rather concerned that revealing such information might instill a sense of crisis in Obito, prompting him to seek out Kakashi's Sharingan. He had yet to replace Kakashi's eye, and it was best to avoid alarming the snake. Is this intelligence about Akatsuki genuine, Qingyu? Tsunade questioned, torn between belief and skepticism. The details within the scroll were so intricate that even the most skilled spies would find it implausible to gather such comprehensive information. However, given that the scroll had been presented by Qingyu, and that the details matched some of Konoha's existing knowledge, Tsunade found herself compelled to believe. Indeed, this is authentic. Therefore, the threat posed by Akatsuki is undeniable. We can no longer afford to remain passive. Qingyu nodded gravely. It seemed a high-level meeting was necessary. Tsunade, fraught with agitation, ran her fingers through her hair. At that moment, Qingyu spoke again. However, before we convene the meeting, there is another matter of equal gravity to the threat posed by Akatsuki that may pique the 5th Hokage's interest. Chapter 73, The Konoha High-Level Meeting. Qingyu, have you learned to joke as well? Tsunade expressed her exhaustion. It had only been a short while since she assumed the position of the 5th Hokage, yet troubles seemed to cascade one after another. The intelligence she received was as threatening as that from Akatsuki, and she had a foreboding feeling that she would be working late tonight. Since the 5th did not wish to listen, I shall refrain from speaking. Qingyu was perceptive. The matter of Konoha being laden with explosive tags was neither trivial nor monumental. Even if he chose not to intervene, Naruto and the other 11 young ninjas would eventually resolve it. Of course, the most pressing concern for him was that he had yet to purchase a home. Even if Konoha were to explode, he would not suffer losses. If reconstruction ensued, property prices might even dip slightly. After all, Konoha was perceived as a bastion of safety. Any significant mishap would surely cause affluent residents of the Land of Fire to hesitate about settling there. The recent collapse plan of Konoha had already caused property prices to plummet by 20%. Regrettably, Qingyu had been unable to purchase at that time, and now prices had rebounded. One could not deny that Konoha's real estate market was remarkably stable. Go ahead and speak. It seems I am doomed to toil. Tsunade sighed, lamenting the hardships of life. Fortunately, she had Shizune, a reliable assistant, to prevent her from succumbing to exhaustion in the office. Fifth Hokage, please take a look. Qingyu produced the explosive tag he had previously extracted. This is an explosive tag? Tsunade was perplexed. On my way to the Hokage building, I inadvertently discovered a solitary explosive tag, and upon inspection, I found its design quite archaic, likely buried in Konoha long ago. Qingyu's expression turned grave. Using my unique secret technique, I conducted a thorough examination of several locations and discovered numerous buried explosive tags extending from the Ninja Academy. His words left Tsunade with a formidable headache. Are you suggesting that someone once buried a multitude of explosive tags with the intent to obliterate Konoha? She wanted to dismiss the notion as impossible, but Qingyu's intelligence was invariably accurate. Indeed, it appears that an accident prevented those explosive tags from detonating. Yet their mere presence remains a potential hazard. Qingyu subtly revealed the truth. What do you propose? Tsunade inquired, seeking the youth's opinion. She was overwhelmed with tasks and lacked the energy to manage every detail effectively. Since it was Qingyu who had brought this to light, he would likely have a solution. Perhaps we could enlist the assistance of the Hyuga clan's ninjas to help the Umbu swiftly inspect all explosive tags. Qingyu was reluctant to become too entangled, preferring to secure an S-rank mission and leave the rest to others. As expected, Tsunade understood him well. Very well, I shall assign you an additional S-rank mission. The fifth is truly sagacious. With that, Qingyu prepared to depart. He had many matters to attend to and needed to arrange them one by one. He was confident about financial matters, knowing Tsunade would undoubtedly compensate him after resolving her troubles. Wait a moment, Tsunade called. Stay, for I am about to convene a high-level meeting. You are now considered part of the upper echelon, so do not leave. Upon hearing this, Qingyu temporarily abandoned his intention to depart. After all, it signified his formal entry into the heart of Konoha. High-level meetings were not something just anyone could attend. His participation indicated a degree of decision-making power, allowing him to influence Konoha's future direction. Soon, the upper echelons of Konoha gathered. Tsunade, as Hokage, was naturally present, along with her advisors, Koharu Utatane and Hamura Midokado. Also in attendance were Jiraiya, Kakashi, Shizune, Nara Shikaku, and his son Nara Shikamaru. Jiraiya was undoubtedly a senior figure, while Kakashi was a hopeful contender for the position of 6th Hokage. It was no surprise for Shizune, as the Hokage's assistant, to be present. Nara Shikaku served as Konoha's strategist, while Shikamaru was the next-generation strategist, likely brought along to broaden his horizons. Upon seeing Qingyu, Shikamaru was taken aback but quickly came to terms with it. As a recently rising star among Konoha ninjas, Qingyu's presence at the high-level meeting was not entirely unexpected. However, the two had only recently participated in the Chunin exams and ascended to Chunin status. Yet now Qingyu had emerged as a formidable jonin. Even someone as astute as Shikamaru found it hard to believe. In addition to the aforementioned individuals, 2 others attended the meeting, an official dispatched from the Land of Fire to oversee Konoha's affairs, and a representative from the Umbu, whose masked visage rendered Qingyu unable to identify them initially. Upon seeing Koharu and Hamura, he could not help but mutter, aren't these 2 supposed to retire? They are merely symbolic at this point. The rise of Qingyu and the defection of Danzo inevitably led to the disintegration of Konoha's old guard. Currently, the power of the 2 advisors within the village was virtually non-existent. His voice was low, but most present had keen hearing. Koharu shot Qingyu a glare, yet, out of respect for his strength, she ultimately chose to let it go. Hamura added, geniuses are often a bit different. Let us endure this and not follow in Danzo's footsteps. With a sigh, Koharu offered a wry smile. You are correct. Konoha should indeed be entrusted to the younger generation. Once this meeting concludes, we shall resign from our advisory positions. The transition from old to new in Konoha was inevitable. Having come to this realization, Koharu relinquished any thoughts of continued contention. Meanwhile, Tsunade, seated at the head of the table, spoke. Excellent. Since everyone has arrived, we shall commence our meeting concerning the eradication of the Akatsuki organization. Chapter 74. Tsunade calls for a summit of the 5 Kage during the meeting. Tsunade first disclosed all the intelligence she had acquired from Aoi. The attendees were left in utter astonishment upon learning of the formidable strength of the Akatsuki organization. How could a mere mercenary group possess military prowess comparable to that of a major nation? Officials from the Land of Fire found it incomprehensible. The village of Konoha, sustained by the might of a great nation, had yet to produce such an abundance of elite warriors. How had a mercenary organization managed to gather so many powerful individuals? The formal members of Akatsuki were all rogue ninjas from various hidden villages, with Itachi Uchiha being a notorious S-rank rogue ninja sought by Konoha. Tsunade patiently elaborated that Itachi was likely a spy planted by the third Hokage, and Konoha was currently attempting to establish contact with him. Fortunately, Konoha had only one rogue ninja, who might even be an ally. Otherwise, she would have faced humiliation before the officials of the Land of Fire today. It became apparent that the management of ninjas in other villages was rather chaotic, leading to the rampant emergence of rogue ninjas. Hearing this, the officials of the Land of Fire felt somewhat satisfied. Although they had not fared as well as the Land of Lightning, which had no rogue ninjas in Akatsuki, the lone individual from Konoha still had the potential to serve as a source of intelligence. Compared to other great nations, the Land of Fire had already taken significant strides forward. The overwhelming strength of Akatsuki would make it arduous for Konoha alone to eradicate them. After mentally assessing the strengths of each side, Nara Shikaku, the leader of the Jonin, shook his head. The overall strength of Konoha was certainly not inferior to that of Akatsuki. As a great ninja village, Konoha possessed a formidable strategy of overwhelming numbers. It is well known that a ninja's chakra is not infinite, but rather finite. A single ninja may be exceptionally powerful, but unless they have mastered space-time ninjutsu or possess some powerful escape techniques, they will be gradually depleted when faced with an army of ninjas. This depletion encompasses not only chakra, but also the corresponding consumption of mental and physical stamina. The third Raikage of Yur was immensely powerful, capable of clashing with the Eight Tails. Yet, under the attrition of 1,000-strong IWA ninja army, he ultimately succumbed to exhaustion. Of course, if one were to attain the level of strength exemplified by the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the strategy of overwhelming numbers would be rendered ineffective. However, from the intelligence gathered, it appeared that only the leader of Akatsuki might possess strength that transcends the conventional definition of a Kage. Unfortunately, Nagato, the true body of the leader, was not in a condition to engage directly and could only utilize the 6 paths of pain in battle. Thus, with adequate intelligence at their disposal, targeting Akatsuki would not pose significant difficulty. Yet, even so, it would be somewhat imprudent for Konoha, as a single village, to confront Akatsuki, as such an endeavor would be quite costly. It would require an enormous allocation of resources and the sacrifice of many ninjas. Even if they ultimately succeeded in annihilating Akatsuki, Konoha would undoubtedly suffer significant losses. In summary, the conclusion was clear: it simply was not worth it. Indeed, the threat posed by Akatsuki extended across the entire ninja world. Konoha could not act alone, and other ninja villages could not remain idle. Tsunade's advisor, Mitarashi Anko, concurred with Shikaku's assessment. As a senior member of Konoha, she was genuinely concerned about the village's welfare, free from personal interests. It was only logical that the Akatsuki organization be dealt with collectively by the 5 great nations, as this would best serve the interests of all parties involved. Anko's reasoning was sound, and Tsunade could not act unilaterally on this matter. Mito Tobarama also nodded in agreement. Observing the situation, Tsunade voiced her thoughts. I intend to convene a summit of the 5 Kage to discuss a cooperative effort to eliminate the Akatsuki organization. However, Shikaku warned that other ninja villages might not readily agree. Internation collaboration was far from straightforward. In the realm of international relations, there existed no permanent enemies or allies, only enduring interests. Currently, Konoha felt the weight of Akatsuki's threat primarily because its members had repeatedly targeted Konoha ninjas and had even shown covetousness towards the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Moreover, the information provided by Aoi was shockingly extraordinary, which led the high-ranking officials present to regard Akatsuki with caution. In contrast, other ninja villages had yet to witness the dangers posed by Akatsuki. It was a classic case of not my problem, where they remained indifferent until their core interests were threatened. Unless Akatsuki's actions directly impacted their fundamental interests, it would be challenging to unite against them. However, Anko offered a differing perspective. This is not necessarily the case. In the past, those villages may have been reluctant to form alliances. But now, with Konoha in possession of Aoi, who wields the Flying Thunder God technique and demonstrates strength comparable to the fourth Hokage, other villages may be more inclined to cooperate. The terrifying nature of space-time ninjutsu was not to be underestimated by those who had witnessed it. In the past, the legend of the Yellow Flash instilled fear in countless ninjas, particularly among the IWA ninjas, who experienced firsthand what it meant to be powerless to resist. While Aoi's proficiency in the Flying Thunder God technique could not yet rival that of Minato Namikaze, he was fortunate to have drawn the Kusanagi sword, which automatically attacked enemies. This enhanced his efficiency in battle, even surpassing that of Minato. It was precisely due to the Rain Village and Appo's annihilation of numerous root members that the entire ninja world began to regard Konoha with renewed apprehension. I share that sentiment. As long as we, Konoha, demonstrate our formidable strength, we need not fear a lack of cooperation from the other ninja villages, Mito Tobarama concurred, believing that there was no need for excessive worry. Though both were traditionalists, they felt that without the scheming Danzo, Konoha could not afford to remain overly conservative, lest it suffer grave consequences. An official from the Land of Fire interjected, "Indeed, Konoha today should be stronger than it was during the days of the Yellow Flash. We must not appear weak or invite disdain from other great nations." As a representative of the Fire Daimyo, his perspective was distinct, placing great importance on the face of the great nations. The representative from the Umbu remained silent, disinterested in such topics. His role was merely to voice the interests of the Umbu collective, refraining from engaging in disputes between great nations. Kakashi turned his gaze toward Aoi, eager to discern the young man and Appo's thoughts. After all, Konoha and Appo's current strength was bolstered significantly by his presence. In truth, the village harbored hidden strengths. The blue beast of Konoha, Might Guy, possessed immense power upon opening the 8 gates. Once he opened the 8th gate, he could even contend with the likes of Madara Uchiha. However, such power could only be used once in a lifetime, making it a resource not to be squandered lightly. Moreover, Kakashi himself was formidable, capable of holding his own against anyone, representing a different kind of strength, though he remained oblivious to this fact. Only Aoi's visible prowess continued to elude comprehension, growing ever more formidable. The Flying Thunder God technique, popularized by Minato, ensured that any ninja who heard of its wielder would perceive an elevated level of threat. Thus Aoi, as the individual at the center of this matter, held considerable influence. At that moment, noticing Kakashi's gesture, Tsunade turned her attention to the previously reticent youth. "Aoi, what is your perspective?" she inquired, eager to understand the thoughts of the individual directly involved. In an instant, all eyes in the room converged upon Aoi. Chapter 75. Abandoning the alliance. "I have many thoughts on this matter," Qingyu stated calmly. "Feel free to express them. We are all patient listeners," Tsunade replied generously. The other attendees shared a friendly attitude as well. An official from the Land of Fire smiled and remarked, "I have heard of the new genius from Konoha, and seeing you now, it is clear you are indeed a remarkable youth." His demeanor reflected the sentiments of the daimyo and nobility of the Land of Fire. During the reign of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Konoha's strength had diminished repeatedly. Although this decline was partly due to the multiple great ninja wars, the nobles cared little for the reasons, they only desired results. The weakening of Konoha's power had shaken its status as the foremost among the 5 great nations. With the emergence of Qingyu, who had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, there was a strong possibility of him becoming a top-tier ninja and altering the balance of power among the 5 nations, prompting the officials of the Land of Fire to seek a favorable relationship. Kakashi nodded. Qingyu has always possessed keen insight. He may have already perceived the potential for an alliance among the 5 nations. Jiraiya, who had remained silent, chuckled. "That's true, since we have no concrete ideas. It would be beneficial to hear what Qingyu has to say." Even Tka.sh Rin and Mito Menka displayed remarkable patience, refraining from openly dissenting. Seeing such enthusiasm from the group, Qingyu was determined not to dampen their spirits. He summarized the fragmented information he had gleaned from the original storyline. Among the 5 great nations, the one most likely to ally with them was undoubtedly Sunagakure. Furthermore, Kirigakure remained insular, seemingly embroiled in internal strife, and thus unlikely to engage. As for Iwagakure, following the incident where the Akatsuki's subordinate impersonated an IWA ninja, Inoki would likely refuse to ally with them. Moreover, The historical tension between Konoha and Iwagakure, coupled with Qingyu's possession of the Flying Thunder God information, would likely incite their resistance to any alliance. Pausing for a moment, Qingyu finally broached the topic of Kimimaro. The fourth Raikage, though seemingly hot-tempered, was meticulous and far more complex than he appeared. Additionally, Kimimaro had a long-standing reverence for martial prowess and frequently plundered the jutsu and secret techniques of smaller ninja villages. As long as their own interests were not threatened, they would likely refrain from meddling. Upon hearing this, the high-ranking officials present furrowed their brows. Qingyu's reasoning was sound, and they concurred. However, TKSH Rin and Mito Menka still harbored hopes for negotiations and were reluctant to concede easily. If we demonstrate our strength, even if they are unwilling, they should still participate in the Five Kage Summit. At that time, we can convey to them the terror of the Akatsuki, and they may reconsider the possibility of an alliance, TKSH Rin suggested. Mito Menka nodded in agreement. Indeed, the existence of the Akatsuki poses a calamity for the entire ninja world. The other villages' leaders are not so foolish as to ignore the future of the ninja world. At this, Qingyu shook his head and smiled. You are mistaken. You have overlooked a crucial point. What point? TKSH Rin inquired. The Akatsuki's intent to capture the tailed beast has yet to be substantiated. It requires a continuous capture of Jinchuriki to draw the attention of the major ninja villages. Qingyu understood well that, even so, in the original storyline, the alliance among the five nations was still a matter of luck. The two tails Jinchuriki had been killed by the rogue ninja, and the fourth Raikage had acted as if nothing had happened. It was only when Killer Bee went missing that he erupted in fury, but even then, he merely sought vengeance against Sasuke. Inoki had been even more ruthless, using the Akatsuki to his advantage, disregarding the threat they posed. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of Obito, masquerading as the infamous Uchiha Madara and declaring the Fourth Great Ninja War, it was likely that the five nations would have remained disunited for another 3 years. But TKSH Rin attempted to continue, but was interrupted by Tsunade. Qingyu's assertions were indeed valid. It seemed the prospect of an alliance among the five nations was temporarily unfeasible. Sighing, Tsunade recognized the futility of the alliance. As Hokage, she could represent Konoha and trust Qingyu's intelligence. However, the other ninja villages would regard such information with cautious interest but would not mobilize their forces against the Akatsuki solely based on it. Even someone as shrewd as Inoki might view the Akatsuki as a greater asset, perhaps even considering further cooperation. In matters of ninja, no one could predict with certainty. The other major ninja villages would not concern themselves with the Akatsuki's threats until their own interests were jeopardized. The possibility of uniting the five nations would only arise if the other villages suffered significant losses. Otherwise, it was utterly implausible. After delivering his speech, Qingyu fell silent. He had said all that needed to be said, leaving the remaining decisions to others. He had already promised Itachi to thwart the Akatsuki's actions, and when necessary, he would intervene appropriately. As for whether he could unite with other ninja villages, it would depend on how effectively Obito declared war on the five nations. However, at present, such a likelihood appeared slim. Obito's fundamental aim in instigating war was still to hunt the tailed beasts. With none of the 9 tailed beasts currently in the hands of the Akatsuki, he would refrain from acting impulsively. Suddenly, Qingyu discerned a new development. If the current Obito were eager to gather all 9 tailed beasts, it was likely that the 3 tails, Isabu, would be extracted prematurely from the 4th Mizukage, Yagura. Frustrated, Tsunade wrapped her fingers against her temple, feeling a headache coming on. Without the possibility of an alliance, Konoha would have to fight alone, which seemed decidedly unfavorable. After an intense discussion lasting half an hour, a final decision was reached. Firstly, Konoha would strive to gather evidence of the Akatsuki's ambitions, making other ninja villages aware of the threat posed by this organization. Secondly, they would bolster their internal defenses, upgrading the aging barriers of Konoha to prevent any covert infiltration by enemies. Of course, these discussions were led by others, and Qingyu had little interest in them. Finally, as the meeting concluded, Qingyu utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to depart from Konoha. He needed to prepare for the transaction regarding the 3-tomo Sharingan with Orochimaru. Chapter 76. Undercurrents. At the border between the land of lightning and the land of earth lies a desolate wilderness. Typically, this area is devoid of human presence, save for the occasional traces of ninja activity. However, today, a significant assembly of ninjas from 2 major villages has gathered. Inoki, are you seeking death? The 4th Raikage seethed. His father, the third Raikage, had met his demise at the hands of Inoki. This enmity would not easily dissipate. Raikage, you remain unchanged. Your temper could lead to calamity. Inoki retorted, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Thanks to the light-heavy rock technique, he floated above the fourth Raikage, creating a stark contrast in their positions. The two exchanged glances, and the atmosphere was palpably tense. Damn it! The seemingly composed yet provocative words from Inoki further infuriated the fourth Raikage. Fortunately, Darui intervened, preventing an immediate outburst. Lord Raikage, do not act impulsively. Escalating tensions may lead to war, Darui implored, aware that this rugged man was, in reality, quite astute. His display of anger was partly an act, intended to intimidate a Wagakure without sparking an actual conflict. I understand, the fourth Raikage replied, casting a displeased glance at Darui before turning his attention back to Inoki. Today, consider yourself fortunate. As the atmosphere began to ease, Inoki spoke calmly. I have not come to provoke war. Rather, I wish to explore the possibility of an alliance between our two villages. Upon hearing this, the fourth Raikage scoffed derisively. Alliance? Do not indulge in fantasies. Raikage, Konoha now boasts a formidable figure in Shikamaru Ayu, who has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique and eliminated the likes of Danzo, resulting in an unprecedented surge in strength. In his youth, Danzo may have posed a considerable threat to other ninja villages, but as he aged, his obsession with the Hokage position transformed him into a liability, diminishing his influence in the ninja world. If we do not unite now to counterbalance Konoha's power, it will be exceedingly difficult to contend with them. Inoki, having been intimidated by the yellow flash, was anxious due to the lack of successors in a Wagakure. If only Deidara were here. Why am I even thinking of him? How unfortunate. How can a mere Shikamaru Ayu instill fear in you, old man? It appears you are truly losing your edge, the fourth Raikage mocked, continuing, in the past, even the yellow flash, Minato Namikaze, could only achieve a stalemate against me and B. Had it been over a decade ago, he might have been wary of Minato. But so many years have passed. And now, at the height of his prowess, I would relish the opportunity to test my skills against another user of the Flying Thunder God technique. Once he had heard of Minato's fall, he had expressed regret. Now, with the emergence of Shikamaru Ayu, a fellow master of the Flying Thunder God, he felt a surge of eagerness. Nevertheless, he remained cautious. Engaging without sufficient intelligence would be unwise, and as Raikage, he had no interest in senseless skirmishes. It was preferable for matters to remain peaceful as long as no conflict arose. Inoki paid no heed to the fourth Raikage's taunts. As an experienced elder, he was unfazed by verbal insults. Forming an alliance with Kumogakure was his primary concern. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Shikamaru Ayu, he mused, shaking his head. Even if you, Raikage, can contend with one or two of them, how will you handle the rest? In truth, not only had Konoha's strength waned, but other major ninja villages were also experiencing a depletion of talent. In terms of military might, Kumogakure currently stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world, even surpassing Konoha. Yet, under the lightning speed of the Flying Thunder God, even ordinary shinobi, including elite jounin, became mere pawns. The Wagakure was acutely aware of this. The yellow flash's terrifying speed allowed him to annihilate 50 shinobi, including jounin, in the blink of an eye. Even more alarming was the intelligence suggesting that Shikamaru Ayu possessed similar capabilities. For a moment, the Raikage fell silent. After a brief pause, he murmured, "No wonder Konoha sent me intelligence about the Akatsuki. It was to overshadow Shikamaru Ayu's rising influence, hoping we would overlook his formidable potential. After all, from the reports, Ayu's ascent has been astonishingly swift. In just a few months, he has transformed from an obscure genin into a prominent figure in the ninja world." Suddenly, Inoki paused, realizing, wait, why have I not received any information about the Akatsuki? I had heard Tsunade intended to deal with them, but I never took it seriously. A group of rogue ninjas dispatched by a Wagakure for missions is hardly worthy of such attention. Yet, Tsunade sends intelligence to the Raikage while neglecting to inform me that Tsuchikage? What does this imply? Does she look down on me? Could it be a conspiracy, fearing that I, with my cunning, might use the Akatsuki against Konoha? It was indeed ironic that Konoha had received this information while he had not. Inoki found himself intrigued by the Akatsuki. The fourth Raikage, reveling in Inoki's discomfort, felt a sense of satisfaction at witnessing the elder's plight. Even the astute Inoki required a moment to regain his composure. During this time, he had made a slight movement. much to the amusement of the fourth Reikage. Enough talk of the Akatsuki. Inoki's expression grew serious again. We must discuss the potential alliance to counter Konoha and how to deal with the newly emerged user of the Flying Thunder God technique. Chapter 77. The search for Orochimaru. Amidst the surging undercurrents between the villages of Cloud and Rock, the Leaf Village remains blissfully unaware. Even if they were informed, Tsunade would find it utterly exasperating. Rather than uniting against the Akatsuki, they have chosen to collectively oppose Konoha, a clear reflection of their narrow-mindedness. Meanwhile, Alway has located Karen. "My lady, what brings you here?" Karen, who is currently tending to her new abode, is delighted to see the young man. "I seek to find someone and require your abilities. Prepare yourself, we shall depart tomorrow." At present, Alway, despite possessing the physique of the Uzumaki clan, struggles with insufficient skill points, hindering his progress and activation. The requirement of 5,000 skill points for intermediate activation poses a significant challenge. Thus, he must enlist Karen's assistance for this journey. "Understood," the young woman replies with a firm nod. After another swift return using the Flying Thunder God technique, Alway collects the rewards for 2 S-rank missions, amounting to a neat sum of 3 million ryo. Satisfied, he deposits the money into his treasury and requests a leave of absence from Tsunade. "You wish to take leave," Tsunade remarks, her gaze unexpectedly fixed upon the boy. "How long will you be away?" "Indeed, I need to contract a summoning beast, and it may take some time," Alway replies, presenting a well-prepared justification. He has yet to showcase the hellhound he obtained, making this excuse quite reasonable. "Very well, a worthy summoning beast can indeed enhance a ninja's prowess. I shall grant you a 3-month leave," Tsunade generously approves, issuing a lengthy break. After leaving the Hokage building, Alway prepares some provisions. He had managed to acquire basic culinary skills in his previous life. While not exquisite, they are certainly edible, and within the ninja world, his cooking is considered commendable. He prepares several rice balls, generously filled with ingredients: seaweed, fried shrimp, pork cutlet, everything one could desire. However, he does not prepare an excessive amount, knowing he can easily utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to dine in the capital of the Land of Fire whenever he wishes. The capital is bustling with life, offering a plethora of delicacies, ensuring he never has to worry about hunger. Given Alway's current chakra levels, expending some on this matter poses no issue. The following day, Alway arrives at Karen's residence, and the two set off, their bags slung over their shoulders. "My lady, who exactly are we searching for?" Karen inquires curiously during their journey. At this moment, both have transformed their appearances significantly. Alway dons a black cloak, concealing his face with a cat mask that reveals only his eyes. Karen is similarly attired in a gray cloak, her face obscured by a fox mask, her hat even concealing her hair. Their disguises are impeccable, yet such unusual attire attracts astonished glances from passers-by under the bright sun. During their travels, they encounter an inspection by Konoha and Appo's Umbu, dressed like that in broad daylight. They must be up to no good. Fortunately, Alway's speed allows him to whisk Karen away, leaving the Umbu far behind. "The person we seek is Orochimaru, one of the legendary 3 ninjas and the leader of the Sound Village," Alway explains once they have evaded their pursuers. "Ah, so it is him," Karen nods. "Are we to assist in transporting his experimental apparatus for sale?" Reflecting on their last venture to the Sound Village, where Alway earned nearly 10 million ryo, she muses that their superior must be in need of funds. This thought deeply moves Karen. After all, despite his financial constraints, Alway has honored his promise by purchasing a house in the capital of the Land of Fire. This act underscores his regard for her. "It seems I must strive even harder to show my loyalty to my lord," she resolves earnestly to herself. Unbeknownst to the girl, Alway dismisses her speculation. "No, our visit to Orochimaru is for a legitimate transaction. He is a respectable individual. He cannot be perpetually robbing Uncle Snake. This time, we are engaging in a proper exchange to acquire a Sharingan." However, after some contemplation, Alway realizes that trading for a 3-tomo Sharingan in exchange for the Senjutsu training method is a poor deal. If he were to proceed with it, there is no doubt that Orochimaru would perceive his eagerness and would likely raise the price. Instead, he considers adding some extra funds to strengthen his bargaining position. Alway quickly comes to this understanding. He is in dire need of money, for the future of the ninja world awaits his guidance and development. The primary focus of the transaction will be financial, with the Sharingan serving as an additional incentive, and he is confident that Orochimaru will not refuse. The next stretch of their journey is filled with the tedium of searching for the elusive figure. Orochimaru's experimental bases are numerous, scattered throughout the ninja world. The phrase "a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows" hardly suffices to describe the situation. No one can ascertain Orochimaru's current whereabouts. He may still be hiding in the land of rice, or perhaps he has slipped into the land of fire, or even ventured to a remote island in the sea. Ultimately, finding him requires immense patience. Moreover, these secret bases are well concealed, and even with the aid of the Kagura's hard eyes, the search remains inefficient. During this period, they traverse the land of fire, passing through several major and minor nations. Utilizing the marks Aoi had previously inscribed, they travel with remarkable swiftness thanks to the Flying Thunder God technique. After an exhaustive search, they finally locate Orochimaru. Chapter 78. Under the table deal, Orochimaru found himself in a state of distress, as he had become the target of 2 enigmatic individuals. Although their appearances remained shrouded in mystery, his seasoned instincts led him to deduce that one was a youth and the other a maiden. The boy, adorned with a cat-faced mask, evoked a sense of familiarity within him. Long ago, in the Sound Ninja village, there had been another masked boy, cloaked and wielding the Sharingan to unleash illusions that nearly led to his demise. Thus, Orochimaru was nearly certain that these pursuers were none other than that very individual, a potential survivor of the Uchiha clan massacre. In recent times, he had changed locations numerous times. Yet the mysterious masked figures always managed to track him down. It was evident that they were intent on confronting him. While he could evade them momentarily, he knew he could not escape indefinitely. Orochimaru resolved to meet the mysterious individuals to discern their true intentions. "You two have been shadowing me for quite some time. What is it that you seek?" he rasped, gazing across the barren ground. Soon, 2 figures emerged from the earth. Upon finally laying eyes on Orochimaru, Aoyuki let out a sigh of relief. "Orochimaru, you have finally made your appearance. Truly, you are a master of evasion." He and Sakan had searched diligently for a month and a half before locating their target. During this time, Aoyuki, fearing he would forget, had prematurely utilized last month's 4 lottery draws. The results were dire, as he had squandered 3 million ryo deposited into the system, in addition to a previous balance of 1 million ryo. A total of 4 million ryo yielded only worthless items, resulting in a meager 3,000 skill points upon disassembly. Having learned his lesson, he decided to postpone this month's lottery draws until the end of the month. In the interim, Aoyuki had taken on a black market mission, which somewhat compensated for his losses. He successfully eliminated an A-rank rogue ninja and received a bounty of 10 million ryo. It was evident that the disparity between individuals could be more pronounced than that between dogs. An A-rank rogue ninja was typically not far from the strength of an elite jonin, yet the bounty was merely 10 million ryo. In contrast, Asuma, an elite jonin, commanded a staggering bounty of 35 million ryo. However, Aoyuki understood the vast difference in their standings. Asuma was not only an elite jonin but also the son of the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. During the 3rd Hokage's tenure, his policies had fostered animosity among other ninja villages, and internally, he had likely infringed upon the interests of many. Therefore, following Asuma's death, it was entirely reasonable for a high bounty to be placed on the head of the 3rd Hokage's son. Yet, it remained uncertain whether the one who had issued the bounty hailed from Konoha or elsewhere. "Huh, you seek me out. Surely you do not intend to confront me?" Orochimaru's serpent-like gaze locked onto Aoyuki. "I lack the energy to squander on your whims." Those accursed Sharingan had caused him considerable anguish. Engaging in combat would undoubtedly place him at a disadvantage. However, should he choose to flee, he was confident that these 2 peculiar individuals would not be able to impede his escape. "My lord Orochimaru, you are overthinking this. I am here to propose a transaction." Aoyuki replied calmly. "Do you truly believe I would acquiesce to your proposal?" Orochimaru countered, for in this world, there were few things that could sway him. The one thing he desired most, the body of Uchiha Sasuke, was already within his grasp, awaiting the final plucking of its fruit. Aoyuki nodded with confidence. The Sage Mode, which allows for perfect cultivation in humans, possesses far fewer side effects than the training methods of the Dragon Cave. Are you not intrigued? At that moment, Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. "You mean the Sage Mode that surpasses the 3 great holy lands?" Chapter 79. The perfect Sage Mode, one might say. Qingyu inquired with a smile. "I wonder if Lord Orochimaru has any interest?" "Interest? Undoubtedly. Orochimaru could not resist extending his elongated tongue, licking his lips in a 360-degree motion. It was fair to say that he had always held a profound fascination for the sage mode. Whether it was the great toad sage of Myoboko Mountain, the white serpent sage of the Dragon Cave, or the slug sage of Whetbone Forest, all were ancient beings that had lived for several centuries, if not millennia. Should he grasp the secrets of such power, he could prolong the vitality of the bodies he possessed. However, the current vessel he had seized lacked a high degree of compatibility with his soul, compelling him to temporarily set aside this ambition. Little did he expect that in his relentless quest, fortune would smile upon him. Someone had come forth, offering to trade a superior sage mode, which truly delighted him. "My lord, how should I address you?" Orochimaru inquired amiably. "You may call me Uchiha," Chinyu replied with composure. He had not yet settled on a name, so he simply chose not to dwell on it. "Very well, Lord Uchiha. What do you require from me?" Orochimaru expressed his enthusiasm for the truth. He had no intention of seizing it by force. Rather, he sought a patient negotiation. Of course, he was well aware that he could not overpower the Uchiha, who wielded the dreaded Manjiki Sharingan, capable of obliterating him with a mere glance. Thus he opted for a courteous exchange. "Money. I require a substantial sum. Do you possess any?" Such a straightforward demand caught Orochimaru off guard. A sage mode, perfectly aligned with human cultivation, was an invaluable treasure that could hardly be quantified in mere currency. "Indeed, but I must first witness your sage mode," Orochimaru replied with a smile. Money was a welcome proposition. He had recently accumulated a considerable amount, preparing for new experiments. With his funds still intact, he felt remarkably confident. "Agreed." As he spoke, Chinyu assumed a seated position, commencing the absorption of natural energy. In this state, he was completely unguarded. Should Orochimaru choose to strike, no unforeseen events would transpire. Yet, he felt no trepidation, not out of trust in Orochimaru's character, but rather because both he and Xiangling were merely shadow clones. In the world of ninjas, shadow clones were exceedingly useful, especially for those unburdened by a lack of chakra. They were a skill to be wielded with ease. Naturally, Orochimaru had no intentions of ambushing him. The perfect sage mode took precedence over avenging the grievances of the Sound Ninja village. After a time, Chinyu had amassed a sufficient amount of sage chakra. He rose to his feet. "Lord Orochimaru, can you discern any differences in me now?" Orochimaru examined him closely, then shook his head. "I detect no abnormalities." In his view, Chinyu appeared unchanged from before, exactly as it should be. This is the essence of the perfect sage mode unique to humanity. As he spoke, Chinyu directed his focus towards a nearby thicket. Forming hand seals, sage art, fire release, great fire annihilation. A fierce and blazing inferno erupted, surging forth and engulfing the myriad of green foliage, creating a spectacular sea of flames. "Orochimaru, are you satisfied with this result?" Upon witnessing the display, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with fervor. "Indeed, I am exceedingly satisfied. Lord Uchiha, you have not deceived me. Our transaction is thus resolved." Chapter 80, 100 million. Subsequently, the two engaged in a delightful conversation, with a vigorous exchange of bargaining ensued. Ultimately, they reached an agreement at the price of 100 million. However, the transaction was scheduled for 3 days hence. When Chinyu proposed a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan as an added incentive, Orochimaru gazed at him in astonishment. "Lord Uchiha, you already possess a more advanced Sharingan. Why would you desire a mere ordinary one?" Orochimaru remarked, enviously licking his lips. He was currently delving into the intricacies of unlocking the Manjiki Sharingan, convinced that he would soon uncover its secrets. "It seems you remain unaware of the drawbacks associated with the Manjiki Sharingan. I merely seek a standard 3 Tomo." Purely as a precaution, Chinyu replied nonchalantly. He had adequately prepared for Orochimaru's inquiries, ensuring that his true intentions would not be discerned. Initially, he had only wished for a single 3 Tomo Sharingan, but with a more compelling rationale at hand, he opted for a pair instead. "Ah, I see. It appears that prolonged use of the Manjiki Sharingan indeed results in the loss of vision." As a scientist within the ninja realm, and coveting the Uchiha lineage, Orochimaru was well aware of this secret. However, he feigned ignorance to probe Chinyu further. At this juncture, Orochimaru regretfully shook his head. "How fortunate that I have dabbled in methods to maintain the brightness of the Manjiki permanently. Should you require assistance in the future, Lord Uchiha, I would be glad to lend my expertise." Upon hearing this, Chinyu felt a surge of interest. He did not place his hopes solely on Orochimaru. Rather, he sensed that Uncle Snake might have genuinely discovered a solution. In the original narrative, Kabuto, through the reanimation of Uchiha Madara, had demonstrated an understanding of the effectiveness of Hashirama's cells, which enabled the reanimated Madara to wield the power of the Rinnegan. It was likely that Kabuto's information was derived from Orochimaru's research. Thus, Orochimaru might have long ago uncovered a method to sustain the Mangekyou's brilliance through Hashirama's cells. Additionally, Danzo's Sharingan had already proven his involvement in this area. With the terms settled, Orochimaru had no intention of lingering. So it is decided, we shall meet in 3 days. No sooner had he spoken than his form transformed into a small white snake and vanished. Observing this, Qingyu recognized it as Orochimaru's white snake clone. It seemed that both he and his counterpart were equally cautious. Having located Orochimaru, Qingyu was confident that acquiring the 3-tomo Sharingan would be a straightforward endeavor. Moreover, he stood to gain a substantial sum of money, which buoyed his spirits. During the 3 days, he decided to accompany Karui to the land of waterfalls for a hot spring retreat. As a renowned hot spring destination, it had been a long-held aspiration of Qingyu's. Naturally, they indulged in their own separate baths, focusing on relaxation and the enjoyment of life. Throughout their stay, they savored the culinary delights of both the land of fire and the land of waterfalls, relishing an array of exquisite dishes. One must admit, mastering the Flying Thunder God technique proved to be exceedingly convenient. With sufficient Flying Thunder God markers, one could traverse the entirety of the ninja world within a single day. Nonetheless, he did not remain idle. He diligently sought intelligence regarding Danzo's whereabouts. After all, they were sworn enemies, and any opportunity to eliminate him would be seized. Regrettably, Danzo had concealed himself too adeptly. Qingyu even spent a staggering 200,000 ryo in the black market to acquire all information pertaining to Danzo's movements, only to find that every lead was a fabrication. The old rascal was exceptionally skilled at evasion, and it was unlikely that he would be located anytime soon. To find him, it seemed he would have to wait until Danzo revealed himself. Perhaps inquiring with Orochimaru might yield some surprises. Unbeknownst to him, 3 days had quietly slipped by, marking the day of his transaction with Uncle Snake. Chapter 81. Orochimaru's Revenge. On this splendid day, with gentle winds and radiant sunshine, Qingyu arrived at the designated meeting place to find Orochimaru waiting patiently. "Hee, Lord Uchiha, where is that adorable assistant of yours?" Orochimaru teased, his voice raspy yet playful. "Your assistant, Kabuto, is absent as well," Qingyu replied coolly. He had a foreboding sense that today's transaction would not unfold quietly. Coming alone was the wisest choice. "Enough of the pleasantries. I have brought the items for our exchange." As he spoke, Orochimaru formed hand seals, summoning a portable safe. With a vigorous toss, the safe flew forward. Catching the safe with steady hands, Qingyu opened it to reveal stacks of super banknotes, each worth 100,000 ryo. After a meticulous inspection, he confirmed both the quantity and authenticity, nodding in satisfaction. Not a single ryo less, a total of 100 million. After a brief pause, he inquired, "What about the Sharingan I requested?" At this, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with shrewdness. "The money has been delivered. I trust Lord Uchiha will present the scroll for Sage Mode training, and then a pair of Sharingan will be graciously bestowed upon you." Understanding that Orochimaru was not easily deceived, Qingyu tossed a scroll into the air. After all, the money was already secured. If need be, he could always seek a 3-tomo Sharingan on the black market. Upon opening the scroll, Orochimaru and Appo's expression grew increasingly fervent. "Indeed, it is genuine. You have not deceived me." As he spoke, he summoned a summoning snake, which opened its mouth wide and devoured the scroll. With another reverse summoning technique, it vanished before their eyes. Qingyu sensed an ominous shift. The Orochimaru before him was likely just a clone. Otherwise, there would be no need to send a summoning beast to carry the scroll away. Nevertheless, Qingyu was solely focused on the 3-tomo Sharingan. "You can hand over the Sharingan to me now." His intention was to secure the Sharingan and depart swiftly. However, Orochimaru seemed oblivious to his urgency. With a series of hand seals, 3 coffins began to rise from the ground. Summoning technique, Edo Tensei. Then, Orochimaru produced a vial, and with Qingyu's keen eyesight, he discerned that it contained a pair of Sharingan. "What do you mean by this?" His gaze sharpened, instantly adopting a defensive stance. The other party did not appear inclined towards a fair transaction. Orochimaru toyed with the vial, a sinister smile playing on his lips. The Sharingan shall indeed be yours, Lord Uchiha. But, are you attempting to haggle? Huh. No, money is merely a means to an end for me. It holds little significance. As the three coffins toppled, revealing the figures within, Qingyu's heart raced. The third Raikage, the third Kazekage, the fourth Kazekage. However, it seems you have forgotten the incident when I was attacked in the Sound Ninja Village. With a grand gesture, Orochimaru beckoned the three shadows to emerge from their coffins. Ah, I see now, you seek vengeance. Qingyu stored the portable safe into a sealing scroll on his back. The summoning of three shadows indicated that Orochimaru held him in high regard. Simultaneously, he drew his decapitating sword in preparation for battle. It appeared that acquiring the Sharingan today would necessitate a confrontation. Thus, beneath his feline mask, his crimson three-tomo Sharingan began to whirl into motion, rapidly transforming into the kaleidoscope pattern. He instantly fixed his gaze upon Orochimaru. Illusion, binding trees. Chapter 82, Battle with the Three Shadows. A formidable ocular prowess and an adept mastery of illusion. Orochimaru gazed confidently at Au, his expression one of arrogance. But if I do not behold your eyes, what shall you do? As he spoke, Orochimaru tore away a layer of his own skin, revealing a visage with tightly shut eyes. It was a disguise achieved through the technique of facial alteration. Au instantly discerned Orochimaru's ruse. Their earlier eye contact had merely been a charade. The opponent was feigning a gaze, with the real eyes concealed. Knowing that he was about to confront the elite of the Uchiha clan, how could he possibly let his guard down regarding those eyes? At that moment, countless small serpents became his eyes, surveying everything around him. Thus, even with his eyes firmly closed, he could observe his surroundings with clarity. Subsequently, Orochimaru retreated to the rear, closely guarded by three individuals resurrected through the impure world reincarnation technique. It appeared that defeating the three before him was the only course of action. Au murmured to himself. Were it not for the Uchiha disguise he wore, he would not hesitate to reveal his identity. He would have already employed the Flying Thunder God technique to sever Uncle Snake's throat and seize the Sharingan. Hey, young man, your bravado is quite something. The third Raikage chuckled as he regarded the youth before him. Are those eyes a trait of the Uchiha clan? The third Kazekage also inquired. Damn Orochimaru. How dare he control me again? The fourth Kazekage became increasingly agitated, yearning to break free from the restraints of the impure world reincarnation. Having been ambushed by Orochimaru in life, to now serve as his pawn in death was intolerable. Moreover, as a village leader, being manipulated by an enemy was even more humiliating. You are Rasha. The third Kazekage immediately recognized his apprentice's identity. You have become Kazekage? To think you, too, have met an untimely end. It seems being Kazekage truly is a challenging endeavor. Teacher, it is I. How did you vanish? No. How did you meet your demise? As a century-spanning enigma of Sunagakure, Rasha momentarily set aside his grudge against Orochimaru, seeking only the truth. Ah, alas. The third Kazekage sighed deeply. He was about to unveil the truth when Orochimaru interjected. Ladies and gentlemen, I did not bring you back to this world for idle chatter. First, assist me in dispatching the enemy before you, and I shall grant you ample time to converse. As the controller, Orochimaru's command left the three resurrected shadows with no recourse. Despite their reluctance, their bodies refused to heed their wills. Young man, you must proceed with caution. The third Raikage activated his lightning release chakra mode, dashing toward Au like a bolt of lightning. In response, Au similarly initiated his lightning release chakra mode, hoping to outmaneuver him with speed. Fortunately, the third Raikage's swiftness was not on par with the fourth Raikage's. Otherwise, given Au's proficiency in lightning release, he might have found himself at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, the third Raikage, known as the strongest spear and shield, was not to be underestimated. Au remained vigilant, summoning Susanoo. In an instant, a skeletal figure formed from golden chakra materialized around him. Observing this, the third Raikage expressed keen interest. Oh, what technique is this? Could it be the legendary Susanoo once wielded by the Shura of the ninja world? Au offered no reply, for Susanoo was rapidly taking shape. A colossal being, half-formed, brandishing a golden spear, appeared before all. The golden giant, enveloped in lightning, melded with the spear. Soon, a spear of lightning was forged. How intriguing. Let us see whether your lightning spear surpasses my mightiest spear. The third Raikage extended his index finger. lunging toward the golden giant with a fierce strike. Help here, sir. One strike through. In an instant, the lightning spear collided with the third Raikage's finger. Chapter 83, The Lottery. Probability up. The esteemed third Raikage, your formidable spear truly lives up to its reputation. In the clash between the two parties, they astonishingly reached a stalemate. Qingyu and Appo's lightning spear failed to repel the third Raikage, and conversely, the latter and Appo's signature technique could not shatter the lightning spear. Of course, had it been a direct confrontation with the Susanu's physical form, it would have undoubtedly faltered. Only the lightning spear inherently possessed by Qingyu's Susanu could match such might. Youngster, you are quite remarkable to have reached a draw with me. Your potential is limitless. The third Raikage expressed his admiration while observing Qingyu. Regrettably, he was under Orochimaru's control, and thus, they were compelled to continue their battle. Meanwhile, the third Kazekage and Rasha were equally relentless. Be it sand or iron, they had amassed a substantial amount, resembling a merciless tide of sand and iron, engulfing both Qingyu and the third Raikage. Although all three were reincarnated through the impure world reincarnation technique, they bore no camaraderie. Particularly the third Raikage, hailing from the land of lightning, meant that the third Kazekage and Rasha harbored no considerations for such bonds. Seizing a moment's respite, Qingyu's golden Susanu extended a pair of colossal hands. Each hand brandished a spear, albeit ordinary golden spears rather than lightning ones. Targeting each adversary, the two golden spears were swiftly hurled forth. In the blink of an eye, both the third Kazekage and Rasha were pierced like sieves. However, they remained unfazed. As reincarnated beings, they were inherently disinclined to fight for Orochimaru. Therefore, their defenses were practically non-existent. Yet, the very nature of the impure world reincarnation technique rendered them impervious to death's grasp. Mere seconds later, the third Kazekage and Rasha gradually returned to their former states. Utterly unscathed, having already crossed the threshold of death, they could not perish a second time. Indeed, the impure world reincarnation technique is a nuisance. In that moment, Qingyu could not help but lament the troublesome nature of this technique. Not only could they not be killed, but they also possessed an almost inexhaustible reservoir of chakra. Unless he mastered sealing techniques, continuing this battle would merely be a waste of time. While engaging with the three shadows, Qingyu resolved to commence his lottery. It had been a month and a half since he departed from Konoha, and he had yet to initiate his new monthly draw. Initially, he intended to accumulate more luck, but now it was imperative to utilize it. Should he draw a favorable sealing technique, dealing with the impure world reincarnation would become significantly less burdensome. Fortunately, in the realm of the mind, the lottery's passage of time was but a fleeting moment. Otherwise, amidst the onslaught of the three shadows, he would find it quite inconvenient to operate. After all, shadow-level adversaries are not to be underestimated. Even a single misstep could spell disaster. System, grant me a luxurious 10 consecutive draws. With a commanding voice, Qingyu initiated the lottery. His initial luck was favorable. In addition to the 500 skill points acquired from the self-selected ninjutsu decomposition, he also drew a new item, Lucky Buff. Upon acquiring this buff, the probability of drawing exceptional items increases for 1 hour. With a glance, Qingyu recognized the value of this boon. It signified that his subsequent draws would likely yield rewarding results. As this month's lottery opportunities had only just begun, it was akin to striking gold. Lottery, let me continue drawing. At Qingyu's command, the wheel in his mind began to spin anew. He obtained 1A rank and 1B rank ninjutsu, which were instantly decomposed into 600 skill points. Shortly thereafter, a new notification chimed. Congratulations, host. Your luck is extraordinary. You have acquired the power of the two tails. In an instant, a surge of formidable chakra flooded through Qingyu's being. Chapter 84, nearly 10,000 skill points. This chakra is even more potent than that of the Uzumaki clan. Qingyu was profoundly astonished. He had believed himself to possess an ample supply of chakra. Yet in comparison to the chakra of the tailed beasts, he realized he was still lacking significantly. His basic activation of the Uzumaki physique granted him 50 cards of chakra, while the chakra from the two tails was roughly estimated to be several hundred cards at least. What a remarkable treasure! Without hesitation, Qingyu proceeded to draw again. During his third draw, he decomposed a ninjutsu and acquired 500 skill points. The grand prize he obtained was a frog summoning technique that could complement Sage Mode. This technique had been employed by Naruto during his battle with Pain in the original storyline, allowing him to strike opponents down from a distance, effectively rendering them powerless in physical confrontations. It was undeniably a formidable technique. Next, Qingyu continued to the fourth draw. This time, he did not receive anything particularly valuable, but he opted for the decomposition of an A-rank ninjutsu, netting another 500 skill points. The item drawn was the exploding blade splash. Excellent. He had already gathered 6 of the 7 ninja swords from the mist, and only one remained to form the 7 ninja swordsmen. Continuing to draw, during the 5th attempt, Qingyu finally obtained the sealing technique he desired, the 4-symbol seal. He also decomposed the 2 A-rank ninjutsu he had drawn, earning an additional 1,000 skill points. However, he did not pause in his endeavors. Considering the lucky buff lasted only an hour, he promptly utilized his remaining 5 chances. In the 6th draw, Qingyu acquired the chakra of the One Tail, further enriching his chakra reserves. However, in comparison to the chakra of the 2 tails, the amount from the One Tail seemed somewhat meager. No wonder Gaara had never unleashed a tailed beast ball after transforming, Qingyu mused. This time, he only decomposed 1 A-rank self-selected ninjutsu, yielding a mere 500 skill points. He pressed on with the draws. In the 7th attempt, he obtained the lightning blade, Fong, along with 700 skill points from decomposing 1 A-rank and 2 B-rank ninjutsu. The 8th draw yielded something of use as well, an A-rank ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone, a signature technique of the 3rd Hokage, which Orochimaru also happened to know. Upon acquiring this ninjutsu, Qingyu instantly thought of the Flying Thunder God technique. Wouldn't combining the kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God seal with the Shuriken Shadow Clone result in a qualitative leap? Of course. He was acutely aware of his lackluster talent for training. Even with a wealth of techniques and an abundance of chakra, mastering the integration of Shuriken Shadow Clone with Flying Thunder God would undoubtedly require considerable time and effort. The 9th draw brought forth a powerful S-rank forbidden technique, Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken. This technique was perfectly suited for use with his Sage Mode, allowing him to wield it without fear of adverse effects. Had he not possessed Sage Mode, even acquiring this technique would have made it exceedingly difficult to utilize effectively. As he approached the final draw, anticipation swelled within him, and he proceeded without delay. He received Twin Serpent Assault, A-rank, Standard Kunai X1, Shuriken X2, Smoke Bomb X1, Explosive Tag X1, and Food Pill X3. Congratulations to the host for their extraordinary luck in acquiring Lightning Release, Kirin, S-rank. Upon seeing this technique, Qingyu felt no disappointment. Although Kirin was a ninjutsu that utilized natural phenomena, its attack speed was capable of reaching the speed of light, making it immensely useful against ordinary speed-oriented ninjas. After decomposing the Twin Serpent Assault, Qingyu discovered he had amassed an astonishing total of 5,800 skill points. Combined with the 3,415 points he had previously accumulated, he now possessed a grand total of 9,215 skill points. Nearly 10,000 skill points. Excellent. It was time for him to enhance his abilities further. Chapter 85, Sage Mode, Phase 2. Without the slightest hesitation, Qingyu elevated his Whirlpool physique from basic activation to intermediate activation, at the cost of a substantial 5,000 skill points. Whirlpool Clan Physique, Intermediate Activation. Chakra significantly increased, vitality substantially enhanced, gained an augmentation in sensory abilities. Qingyu noticed that the chakra section of his personal panel now displayed a total of 100 units. Of course, the power of the tailed beasts is calculated separately, and thus did not reveal the specific amount of chakra it could provide. If all were accounted for, he might possess well over 1,000 units of chakra. Reflecting on the times when his chakra was often insufficient, Qingyu now found himself devoid of the same troubles that plagued Kakashi. The enhancement in vitality bore numerous advantages, particularly in recovery capabilities, which far surpassed those of an average ninja. However, on the surface, spending 5,000 skill points for such a modest improvement seemed rather unprofitable. Yet, upon discovering that his Sage Mode had also undergone a transformation, he felt entirely justified in his expenditure. Sage Mode, Phase 2. Enhancement Effect. Can enter Sage Mode at will, maintaining it for a brief duration. This meant that whenever Qingyu desired, he could seamlessly enter Sage Mode. No wonder Sage Mode was categorized alongside chakra levels. After all, the ultimate evolution of the Whirlpool physique is the legendary Sage Body, making its connection to Sage Mode unsurprising. Should he continue to elevate his Whirlpool physique to high activation, it was likely he could sustain Sage Mode for extended periods. If he were to achieve perfect activation, could it mean that Sage Mode would become his default state? Such possibilities intrigued Qingyu immensely. Next, the Whirlpool Physique revealed further enhancement options. Whirlpool Physique. Next level requires 50,000 skill points for high activation. High activation offers a significant boost to vitality, greatly enhances sensory abilities, and grants healing capabilities, as anticipated. Advancing to high activation necessitated a staggering 50,000 skill points. Of course, if Qingyu possessed sufficient skill points, he would undoubtedly pursue the upgrade. After all, reinforcing Sage Mode represented its paramount advantage. Mastering Sage techniques would afford him the qualification to engage even the most formidable of six-path level adversaries, whereas lacking Sage Mode would render him a mere target, unable to resist against such titans. Currently, Qingyu had 4,215 skill points remaining, and he intended to continue fortifying his skills. He spent 330 skill points to elevate his proficiency in the A-rank Rasengan to mastery. Subsequently, he invested 550 skill points to elevate his proficiency in the S-rank Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken, to mastery. Qingyu also unearthed a previously overlooked detail. He initially aimed to upgrade Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken, only to discover that he must first enhance the Rasengan. Furthermore, the proficiency level of the Rasengan dictated the upgrade potential of its derivative techniques. Otherwise, advancement was impossible. Fortunately, Sage Arts and Sealing techniques did not require proficiency upgrades. Once acquired, they could be employed immediately, without concern for inadequate mastery impeding their use. With 3,335 skill points remaining, Qingyu resolved not to pursue further upgrades for now, opting to reserve these points for future necessities. Upon successfully enhancing his skills, Qingyu exited the realm of consciousness. Although it appeared he had spent considerable time on lotteries and skill upgrades, in reality, merely a breath had passed. Skillfully evading an assault from the third Raikage and two Wind Shadows, Qingyu prepared to launch his counterattack. Chapter 86, Sage Art, Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken. In the blink of an eye, Qingyu entered Sage Mode. It must be said that the second stage of Sage Mode is remarkably effective. There is no need to spend time meditating. One can enter this state at will, significantly enhancing combat capabilities. Shadow Clone Technique. Qingyu formed hand seals, and soon two shadow clones appeared beside him. Subsequently, both the original and the two clones swiftly conjured spiraling spheres with a single hand. The azure chakra orbs gleamed like exquisite crystal spheres. Before long, the spiraling spheres conjured by the two clones began to transform. After infusing them with wind attribute chakra, they morphed into spiraling shurikens. Sage Art, Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken. Whoosh, whoosh. Two spiraling shurikens were hurled by the shadow clones, racing towards the third Kazekage and Raza with astonishing speed. In an instant, they sliced through all in their path, cleaving the two adversaries in twain. Neither the dark iron sand nor the radiant gold sand offered any semblance of defense against the S-rank Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken. Both were utterly obliterated in an instant. Following this, the two shadow clones charged towards the recovering figures, producing pre-prepared sealing scrolls to initiate the four-symbol seal, completely binding the two reincarnated wind shadows. Upon witnessing this, Orochimaru was left dumbfounded. The technique he had painstakingly studied, the reanimation jutsu, was so effortlessly countered. Such a technique is truly formidable. Orochimaru and Appo's gaze intensified with fervor. Having acquired the training methods for Sage Mode, he believed that he would eventually master such powerful ninjutsu. No, he would even develop even more potent Sage Arts. However, Orochimaru remained oblivious to the fact that the Sage Mode he had obtained had been subtly altered by Qingyu. After all, Qingyu was not a paragon of virtue. He had already established enmity with Orochimaru and deliberately sought to enhance his adversary's abilities. In several crucial aspects of the Sage Mode training method, Qingyu had intentionally modified certain details, embedding errors that were difficult to detect. Thus, even with Orochimaru's intellect, mastering Sage Mode would require considerable time. By the time a year and a half had passed, even if Orochimaru succeeded in learning Sage Mode, Qingyu would not be concerned. With his continual enhancements through the lottery and the ongoing improvement of his Uzumaki lineage, overpowering Orochimaru would demand little effort. Moreover, Orochimaru was destined to face a calamity. Qingyu had not significantly altered the fates of certain individuals. Hence, some events were predictable. In 2.5 years, It was likely that Orochimaru would still meet his end at the hands of Sasuke. After sealing the two wind shadows, the only adversary remaining before Qingyu was the third Raikage. Although this opponent appeared formidable, he bore a critical weakness. During the previous rampage of the Eight Tails, the third Raikage had engaged in battle and, after 3 days and nights of combat, had not sustained injuries from the Eight Tails. Instead, he had accidentally pierced his own chest with the finger of his strongest spear. Thus, Qingyu planned to exploit this vulnerability to defeat the third Raikage. Quickly, repel that masked man and unseal the other two reincarnated beings. Orochimaru was quite invested in the combat capabilities of the two wind shadows. Even if they were not as powerful as he had imagined, they were still formidable assets. Now that two had been sealed simultaneously, he was certainly unwilling to let this matter rest. Had it not been for his hands being sealed during the Konoha collapse plan, which delayed his recovery for an extended period, he would have likely acquired more materials for the reanimation jutsu by now. Upon receiving the command, the third Raikage charged towards Qingyu without hesitation. Simultaneously, Qingyu, armed with the spiraling sphere, surged toward the third Raikage. Boom! The ground was enveloped in dust as the two figures collided with tremendous force. Chapter 87. The third Raikage defeated. How audacious to engage the third Raikage in a direct clash of bodies. Should one deem you naive or foolish? Licking his lips, Orochimaru concluded that the outcome was already decided. The third Raikage was a being capable of grappling with tailed beasts. Not even the tailed beast bomb could inflict harm upon him. A mere imitation of the tailed beast bomb, the Sharingan, would likely serve only to tickle. As Orochimaru reveled in his triumph, the smoke gradually dissipated. However, upon discerning the epicenter of the collision, his eyes widened in disbelief. How could it be possible? Someone had actually managed to vanquish the third Raikage in direct combat. Before him, the reanimated form of the third Raikage began to crumble like sand, his body disintegrating inch by inch. What a remarkable youth! To identify my weakness so swiftly, truly, a testament to the prowess of the Uchiha clan. The third Raikage regarded Au with admiration. He was finally on the verge of escaping the disgraceful predicament of being controlled by that accursed individual. As a leader of a village, to be exhumed posthumously and summoned as a mere pawn was indeed a profound humiliation, was it not? Fortunately, Orochimaru proved ineffective, and liberation was imminent. For symbol seal, nodding at the third Raikage, Au produced a sealing scroll and without hesitation, successfully enacted the seal. He then stowed the scroll away. In that brief moment of confrontation, Au's Sharingan struck the third Raikage's arm, causing his own technique to ricochet back onto a pre-existing wound, an injury sustained during a clash with the Eight Tails, which had rendered him unconscious. That was his sole vulnerability. After all, as a reanimated body, he lacked the strength and agility of his original form. Coupled with the third Raikage's unwillingness to be controlled by Orochimaru, his will constantly rebelled, rendering him incapable of engaging in serious combat, thus providing Au with an opportunity. Having dealt with 3 reanimated corpses, the next task was to confront Orochimaru. It was now clear that the individual before him was not the original, and thus posed little threat. Noticing Au's gaze, Orochimaru grew anxious. It was not fear that gripped him. Rather, he lamented the loss of 3 formidable subordinates, feeling the sting of their absence keenly. In recent times, Orochimaru had become engrossed in his research. While inherently powerful, he had neglected personal growth, remaining stagnant at the level of a Kage, relying heavily on reanimation for combat. During the plan to dismantle Konoha, he had suffered the sealing of the first and second Hokage's reanimated forms by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Now, losing 3 more left him with a profound sense of loss. Lord Uchiha, I offer you my Sharingan in exchange for the return of my toys. What say you? Orochimaru inquired tentatively. After all, the Sharingan was initially part of their transaction, and retrieving the 3 reanimated bodies would be ideal. However, Au was disinclined to pursue further negotiations. Do not trouble yourself, Orochimaru. My belongings shall be reclaimed by my own hand. With that, under the stimulation of his lightning release chakra mode, he vanished in an instant, appearing directly before Orochimaru. The swiftness of his movement left Orochimaru no time to react. With a sweeping motion of his blade, he effortlessly dispatched Orochimaru's clone. With a resounding thud, a plume of white smoke erupted as Orochimaru's clone was severed in 2, its lifeless body collapsing to the ground, motionless. Reaching out to retrieve the fallen test tube, Au examined its contents and confirmed it to be a genuine three-tomo Sharingan, untainted and authentic. It was likely that Orochimaru's confidence in his 3 Kaga-level reanimated warriors led him to underestimate the necessity of a backup plan. Otherwise, Au would have faced a considerable dilemma. Stowing the test tube away, he vanished from sight, now poised to procure a new eye for Kakashi. Chapter 88. The night raid on Kakashi by Obito in the tranquil depths of night in Konoha village. Kakashi Hitaki lay in peaceful slumber within the expansive abode of the Hitaki family. Following the demise of the legendary White Fang of Konoha, the Hitaki clan had begun its gradual decline. With the loss of several relatives during the Third Shinobi World War, Kakashi found himself utterly alone. In a hazy dreamscape, Kakashi perceived the presence of his deceased comrade, Obito Uchiha. "Is that you, Obito?" he involuntarily inquired. The figure before him was not that of a youthful friend, yet it bore remnants of the past. One side of his face, crushed beneath a boulder, was grotesque and distorted, while the other half, despite the passage of time, retained the visage of his old companion. With a single crimson Sharingan eye unveiled, Obito slowly fixed his gaze upon Kakashi. "It is time for you to return what has been entrusted to you for so long, Kakashi." His voice, though raspy, conveyed an underlying calm. Yet Kakashi discerned a note of reproach. He recognized his own failings, his failure to protect Rin and to uphold the promises made long ago. "I am sorry, Obito, Kakashi's expression fell into despondency. "No need for apologies," Obito replied with a cold smirk. "You, who failed to protect Rin, have long since lost your significance to me. I am here solely to reclaim what is mine." "Is it this Sharingan?" Kakashi offered a bitter smile. "If it belongs to you, then it shall indeed return to its rightful owner." With a disdainful grunt, Obito reached for Kakashi's left eye. A sudden gush of blood ensued, and Kakashi felt a sharp pang of pain. Following that, his memory faded into darkness. After an indeterminate period, Kakashi gradually regained consciousness, the dawn's light gently illuminating his surroundings. "Ah, my eye." Instinctively, he clutched his left eye, acutely aware of the pain radiating from it. Had Obito truly extracted his Sharingan? No, the Sharingan remained. Upon opening his left eye, he discovered his vision was intact, allowing him to perceive the world around him clearly. The Sharingan's field of vision was also normal, confirming it had not been replaced by mere ordinary sight. Yet, he sensed something amiss. The techniques he had once effortlessly summoned now lay dormant and unresponsive. Someone must have cast a genjutsu on me while I was in that semi-conscious state. Reflecting deeply, Kakashi swiftly pieced together the events of the previous night. Moreover, this individual must possess eyes as formidable as Itachi Uchiha's. After all, his own Mangeki Sharingan was not to be underestimated. Years of use had endowed him with formidable genjutsu capabilities. The face of Obito, now an adult, was hauntingly familiar, as if it were truly him and not a mere illusion. Was it truly Obito who had acted? Was he still alive? Kakashi pondered for an extended period. Yet clarity eluded him. Deep down, he harbored hope that Obito yet lived. However, he had witnessed with his own eyes the tragic fate of his dear friend, buried beneath the rubble. Such a scenario left little room for survival. Furthermore, if Obito were indeed alive, why had he not made an appearance? No matter how he contemplated, Kakashi could not unveil the truth. Very well, he resolved. I shall report this to the 5th Hokage shortly. Whether Obito lives or dies, I shall seek the answers in due time. Outside Konoha village, Obito held a test tube containing Kakashi's Mangeki Sharingan. With a swift puff of smoke, the transformation technique dissipated, revealing the original form of the man who had been smiling all along. Chapter 89. The plan for developing the economy of the ninja world. The individual who acquired Kakashi's eye was, of course, his transformation into Obito was primarily to enhance the probability of success. Kakashi had always harbored guilt towards Obito, which led to a perpetual sense of self-reproach. By adopting Obito's form, Kakashi's psychological defenses would significantly weaken. As anticipated, Au effortlessly obtained the eye. To preempt any potential interference, Obito had already swapped out the eye beforehand. Au even utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to locate Kaguya and, with her assistance, replaced one of his own eyes. Upon opening his new eye, Au activated the ocular technique, Kimui. Amidst a distortion of space, a large tree was gradually warped and ultimately vanished into the Kimui dimension. This eye was indeed genuine. Compared to Kakashi, Au currently possessed a far greater reservoir of chakra. he need not worry about entering a state of weakness after utilizing Kamui due to insufficient stamina. However, frequent usage remained a concern. The special ocular power of the Mangeki Sharingan is finite, without evolving to the eternal Mangeki or transplanting Hashirama's cells. Prolonged use would inevitably lead to blindness. After confirming that the Sharingan had not been tampered with, Au replaced his eye back to its original state. Ultimately, one's own eye is preferable to another's. Once his travel plans were concluded, Au accepted several bounties from the black market, amassing a total of 2 million ryo. Recently, the black market's conditions appeared unfavorable and easier tasks were scarce. Au reluctantly abandoned the notion of pursuing further bounties. Compared to the missions from the various ninja villages, the earnings from the black market remained minimal. While some tasks might be lucrative, the overall volume of bounties fell short of what the major ninja villages offered. Otherwise, the black market would have dominated the entire ninja world by now. After escorting Kaguya back to the capital of the Land of Fire, Au returned to Konoha using the Flying Thunder God technique. He first returned to his residence, promptly paying 2 months' rent. Next, he needed to contemplate the development of the ninja world's economy. The advanced prize pool might still hold numerous enticing rewards awaiting his selection. Yet it would only elevate his prowess to the level of a Kage at best, if he could unlock the top-tier prize pool ahead of time. Aspiring to reach the 6 paths level would no longer be a mere dream. Thus, he produced a new scroll, fervently drafting a development plan. Chakra, a miraculous energy existing within the ninja world, unfortunately, has been predominantly employed for combat rather than for advancement. Logically, with such a superior energy source, the ninja world should have already entered an era of rapid development. Yet, this was not the case. Ninja practitioners remained utterly inept in matters beyond battle. Ironically, the 5 great ninja villages engaged in 3 wars for their own gain. With ample energy, could they not have integrated chakra with technology much sooner? Therefore, the civilian utilization of chakra is undoubtedly urgent. Of course, achieving this comprehensively will present numerous challenges. Establishing a chakra research department is, without question, a pressing necessity. If they can develop more scientific ninja tools that bolster agriculture and industry within the ninja world, it would be exceedingly difficult for the world not to thrive. The second critical point is to establish sound trade channels. Ensuring the safety of merchants and constructing railways and other transportation routes is essential for enhancing trade efficiency, propelling the ninja world into a phase of rapid development. As for whether these developments will induce other changes within the ninja world, Au remained indifferent. After all, his sole ambition was to unlock the top-tier prize pool at the 6 paths level. Only then could he completely dismantle the Akatsuki organization and thwart the conspiracies of Obito and Madara, ushering in a genuine peace for the ninja world. Meanwhile, Au also conceived a method for generating substantial wealth that far surpassed his previous arduous tasks. Chapter 90. Technology as the primary productive force. In addition to this, various commercial circles could be developed. After pinning numerous plans for an entire afternoon, Xingyu finally felt satisfied and rolled up the scroll. He then sought out Tsunade. Upon entering the Hokage's office, Tsunade was taken aback to see him. "Aren't you on a 3-month leave? Why are you back so soon?" Xingyu replied, "The summoning beasts have been located. I have more pressing matters to discuss with the 5th Hokage. Is it new intelligence regarding the Akatsuki?" Tsunade's interest was piqued immediately. Shaking his head, Xingyu presented the scroll, saying, "No, it pertains to a plan for developing the economy of the ninja world." Upon hearing this, Tsunade was momentarily speechless. Although she was the Hokage, she was essentially the leader of a ninja village. Her daily responsibilities revolved around commanding the umbu and mediating conflicts among villagers. To hear someone propose the development of the ninja world's economy was a topic she had never encountered before. "Your aspirations are grand, but relying solely on Konoha, it would be quite challenging to propel the economy of the entire ninja world. This is not a task that can be accomplished by a single village or nation." After perusing the proposal, Tsunade shook her head, utterly perplexed by Xingyu's intentions. As an open-minded Hokage, she recognized that if the plan was beneficial, it warranted exploration. "As long as Konoha and the Land of Fire support my initiative, once we become strong through economic development, I believe other great nations and ninja villages will have no choice but to advance as well, unless they wish to be left far behind by the Land of Fire." Xingyu was completely untroubled by this notion. In this world, people bustle about for profit. This principle holds true even in the ninja realm. Presently, the Land of Fire was quite prosperous, but that prosperity was built upon a favorable environment. Other areas within the ninja world were far from suitable for habitation. The land of lightning was riddled with cliffs, often beset by thunderstorms. The land of earth was characterized by rocky deserts, making agriculture a daunting endeavor. The land of wind was suffocated by vast expanses of sand, with scarce oases, creating a largely desertified living environment. The land of rain endured perpetual rainfall, rendering agricultural development impossible. The land of snow was battered by fierce winds and snow, relying entirely on imports for sustenance. It was precisely because of these circumstances that other great nations and ninja villages constantly focused their attention on the land of fire. Thus, it was no surprise that Konoha was often drawn into the whirlpool during the outbreaks of ninja world wars. Of course, altering the predicament of the ninja world was not without its solutions. The key lay in developing industry and agriculture. How could one transform a desert into flourishing oases? Through technology. How could barren land be converted into arable fields? Again, through technology. How could the vast electrical resources of the land of lightning be harnessed? Once more, through technology. At this moment, Qingyu finally comprehended why it was said that technology was the primary productive force. The fusion of chakra and scientific innovation truly promised boundless possibilities. He meticulously inscribed all these concepts into the scroll. Consequently, Tsunade found it worthy of exploration. Although the contents surpassed her wildest imagination, if realized, it could indeed usher in a new transformation for the ninja world. As Hokage, I wholeheartedly support your vision. Your insight surpasses that of even the 5 Kage. I am naturally inclined to assist you. Tsunade had great faith in Qingyu and, after a moment of contemplation, consented to his plan. However, she expressed concern that the daimyo and nobility might not acquiesce. You know the state of affairs in the ninja world. The Hokage's authority is not as expansive as you might think. Upon hearing this, Qingyu wholeheartedly agreed. The structure of the ninja world was indeed peculiar. Powerful ninjas were still beholden to the daimyo. The noble class, led by the daimyo, wielded considerable influence within the land of fire. Even though ninjas did not engage in production, this relationship left Qingyu utterly perplexed. He even pondered, if those nobles remain obstinate, should the land of fire undergo a transformation? Chapter 91. To prosper, one must first build the roads. I shall endeavor to persuade the daime. After some contemplation, Qingyu resolved to inquire first. If the daime possesses discernment, there would be no need for superfluous efforts. After all, he harbors no interest in altering the dynamics of the ninja world. His sole desire is to unlock the 6 paths level reward pool at the earliest opportunity. Very well, I shall arrange for you to meet the Minister of the Land of Fire, who will relay your message to the daime. This should facilitate our success, Tsunade affirmed, dispatching an umbu to locate the minister. Shortly thereafter, the Minister of the Land of Fire entered the Hokage's office. Qingyu had braced himself for a frosty reception. As nobility often exudes haughtiness, and even some merchants disdain ninjas, though the rationale behind such audacity eludes him. However, upon witnessing the minister's demeanor, Qingyu was taken aback. Qingyu-kun, you may call me Takeshita Mitoku. I understand you wish to discuss something with me? Takeshita Mitoku's demeanor was exceedingly warm, devoid of any aristocratic arrogance. It is noteworthy that he had never shown such cordiality, even in the presence of the Hokage. Takeshita-san, all my proposals are detailed in this plan, Qingyu stated, handing over the scroll previously obtained from Tsunade to the minister. In response to Qingyu's request, Takeshita Mitoku exhibited considerable seriousness. The young man before him was no ordinary individual. He was a genius and a formidable force, possessing mastery over spatio-temporal abilities. Such an entity is one that even the daime would seek to befriend. To offend him would be an imprudent course of action. Should the daime and nobility find themselves in peril, the speed of the Flying Thunder God technique would provide them with a greater sense of security. Conversely, should they alienate a practitioner of such techniques, their lives could be at stake. While the nobility may be proud, they are not foolish. Some ninjas may provoke little consequence, but certain powerful individuals must not be trifled with. Those ninjas indoctrinated by the will of fire are indeed not worthy of concern. But who is Qingyu? He is a formidable individual, unafraid even of Danzo. Previously, the daime's greatest fear was Danzo. Now, it is Qingyu. Furthermore, to the nobility, Qingyu poses an even greater threat than Danzo. Therefore, cultivating a favorable relationship with him is the only prudent choice. After reviewing the proposal, Takeshita Mitoku spoke with evident concern. Qingyu-kun, I must admit, your ideas are remarkably innovative and audacious, an achievement I have not witnessed in decades. However, the Land of Fire cannot afford to take risks. His meaning was clear. Overly radical approaches may not find favor with the daimyo and the nobility. Qingyu understood this perspective well. The Land of Fire stands as the economic leader among the 5 great nations, blessed with abundant resources and a flourishing population. As long as they maintain their foundation, there is little need for high-risk alterations. Should they fail, the losses would be insurmountable. But if my plan succeeds, it will yield substantial profits, Qingyu asserted with calm confidence. Casting a tempting proposition. Despite their conservative stance, their limited vision was the root of their reluctance. However, if they were made aware of the benefits of advancing the economy of the ninja world, they would undoubtedly be inclined to reconsider. How so? Takeshita Mitoku inquired, clearly intrigued. Consider the profits from trade in the Land of Fire each year. Are they not substantial? Qingyu countered. Indeed, they are. Takeshita Mitoku replied, without hesitation. If trade profits were meager, there would not be so many merchants traversing perilous paths, risking their lives for profit. What if we were to develop the economy of the ninja world and construct a railway traversing the Land of Fire, potentially connecting all 5 great nations? With ninjas from the great ninja villages ensuring its safety? Would not such efficiency be unparalleled? Qingyu posed another question. That is indeed the case. However, is the railway not a project akin to what the Land of Snow has attempted? Can it truly be realized? Takeshita Mitoku seemed to grasp Qingyu's intent. Transporting goods via traditional methods is exceedingly inefficient. Yet, should we employ more effective means of transit, the resulting profits would be unimaginable. It is entirely feasible, Qingyu affirmed with confidence. With sufficient support and the utilization of ninja efficiency, he could rejuvenate the ninja world in the shortest possible time. Chapter 92. The Akatsuki Organization Attacks Sunagakure. Under the influence of Qingyu's contemporary knowledge, Takeshita Mitsuki had completely submitted, promising to report truthfully to the daimyo upon returning to the capital. Pleased with his compliance, Qingyu felt a sense of satisfaction. Had he been disobedient, Qingyu would have had no choice but to act ruthlessly for the sake of Konoha's future. Wait, that phrase sounds rather familiar, Qingyu pondered momentarily. It immediately reminded him of the long-absent, now defected Shimura Danzo. Unfortunately, during the transaction with Orochimaru, they had ended up in a confrontation, forgetting even the location where Danzo was hiding. However, Tsunade had dispatched the Umbu to meticulously search throughout the Land of Fire, and they would inform him at the first sign of any news. Yet, given Danzo's formidable skills, it would undoubtedly be challenging for the Umbu to locate him. After all, he had once been the head of Root, the leader of the Umbu training program. How could he be easily found by them? Furthermore, Danzo might not even be hiding within the Land of Fire, potentially having fled to other nations, complicating the Umbu's efforts. If a major country were to shelter Danzo, finding him would be akin to chasing phantoms. No wonder Madara favored using white Zetsu. Intelligence is indeed paramount, Qingyu silently mused. Perhaps even now, despite not being able to contend against a Kaga-level opponent, he could depart unhindered. Even a sage of 6 paths would find it difficult to apprehend a master of space-time ninjutsu. However, when it came to gathering intelligence, Qingyu found himself lacking in resources. Though the Umbu, under Tsunade's directive, would assist him in locating Danzo, they were merely a collection of skilled yet ordinary ninjas, incomparable to the prowess of white Zetsu in information gathering. Just as Qingyu was about to send off the minister from the Land of Fire and prepare to leave, an Umbu member rushed into the Hokage's office. Sensing the urgency, he paused, suspecting that significant events were unfolding. Rather than departing only to be summoned back later, he decided to observe the situation. As anticipated, it was Nandapo's. Long before Tsunade and Appo's bold voice echoed from the Hokage and Appo's office. Qingyu-kun, I know you haven't and Appo's left yet. Please come in and have a seat. Upon entering the office, Qingyu noticed Tsunade's troubled expression and furrowed his brow, inquiring, what has transpired? Tsunade handed him a scroll directly. Take a look. The details are clearly outlined within. The gist of the matter was that the Akatsuki had made their move, targeting the one-tailed Jinchuriki, Gaara of Sunagakure, and had succeeded, even injuring the 2 elder Chiyo. The situation was dire. Upon opening the scroll, Qingyu confirmed his suspicions. The assailants were none other than Deidara and Sasori. Tsunade had already provided intelligence on these two to Sunagekure, allowing for their identities to be recognized promptly. Unfortunately, Sunagekure had proven ineffective. Their village leader was lost, and they had failed to elect a fifth Kazekage, instead engaging in internal strife. With the one-tailed Jinchuriki captured, they had no choice but to rely on the elderly Chiyo and Ebizo to take action. Closing the scroll, Qingyu remarked, Sunagekure's strength is woefully inadequate. They cannot even safeguard a one-tailed Jinchuriki, truly a source of trouble for us. He had still been contemplating the railway construction when he realized that the Akatsuki had acted prematurely. This was a significant deviation from the original timeline. Gaara had yet to mature, lacking even the capacity to resist. Tsunade sighed. In the entire shinobi world, you are the only one capable of reclaiming the one-tailed Jinchuriki. I must trouble you, Qingyu. Chapter 93, S-Rank Mission, Retrieve the One-Tailed Jinchuriki. Of course, this mission is classified as S-Rank, and I will negotiate the compensation with the Sand Ninja to ensure you do not suffer any losses, Tsunade added. All right, I accept this mission. Qingyu responded without hesitation. With the promise of reward, he certainly would not decline. Moreover, this task involved confronting the Akatsuki and reclaiming the Jinchuriki. Even without compensation, he would not allow the Akatsuki to achieve their goals. Currently, he found it manageable to contend with shadow-level foes. But should the Akatsuki gather all seven-tailed beasts, the initiative would slip from his grasp. In the original narrative, Obito utilized the seven-tailed beasts, along with portions of the eight tails and nine tails chakra, to transform into a mini 10 tails Jinchuriki, thus ascending to the ranks of the six paths level. Such power was beyond Qingyu's current capabilities. Since he could not overpower them, he must prevent Obito from acquiring the tailed beasts. Only in this manner could he retain control of the situation. After accepting the mission, Qingyu wasted no time, departing Konoha with the Flying Thunder God technique without even bringing along others. He had previously set up Flying Thunder God seals near the Sand Village, allowing him to reach Sunagekure swiftly. Stop! Who are you? The sentry ninja of Sunagekure became instantly alert upon the boy's sudden appearance. The invasion of the Akatsuki had instilled fear throughout the village, leading to heightened vigilance. I am Konoha's Shikamaru Qingyu, here to assist you, Sand Ninja, Qingyu declared, revealing his identity. The sentry ninja immediately believed him. In the current ninja world, few were unfamiliar with Qingyu's renowned name. The formidable nature of the Flying Thunder God technique had ensured that all ninjas regarded him with due respect, and his information was widely disseminated. Initially, the Sand Ninja had instinctively been on guard and had not taken the time to scrutinize Qingyu's appearance. Upon hearing his self-introduction and verifying his visage, along with the elusive nature of the Flying Thunder God, it would be foolish not to recognize the young man. Ah, it is Lord Qingyu from Konoha. Please come in. With that, the Sand Ninja guided Qingyu into the village. Upon entering the core area of Sunagekure, Qingyu immediately spotted the injured Chiyo and Eyes. Both were elderly, their hair entirely white and wrapped in thick bandages, clearly sustaining serious injuries. Their strength was formidable, at least at the shadow level. But encountering formidable foes like Deidara and Sasori in their prime rendered defeat inevitable. Lord Qingyu, welcome to Sunagekure. However, this is not the time for hospitality. I implore you to retrieve my son Gaara. He is of great importance to us, I said politely upon seeing Qingyu. Very well. Please provide me with the escape routes of the two Akatsuki members, along with any relevant intelligence for my pursuit. Without first-hand information, it would not be easy to locate individuals in the ninja world. After all, the enemy was not a tortoise waiting idly to be found. Qingyu wasted no time. Retrieving Gaara, or at the very least, reclaiming Shikaku, was paramount. Upon hearing this, Eyes waved his hand, and a Sand Ninja promptly delivered a freshly prepared scroll to him. This scroll contains the latest information regarding the two Akatsuki members, dated no more than an hour ago, Eyes explained. Upon receiving the intelligence and committing its contents to memory, Qingyu tucked the scroll away. All right, leave the rest to me, he declared, and with that, he vanished from the spot using the Flying Thunder God technique. Chapter 94, Qingyu vs. Scorpion of Red Sand. Upon the back of an unsightly white avian-like contraption stood a man alongside a puppet. At the rear of the creature lay a comatose youth, his crimson hair and the blood-red love symbol etched upon his visage unmistakably identifying him as Gaara. Scorpion, I never anticipated this mission would be so effortless. The Sand Ninja village offered no resistance whatsoever, making it surprisingly easy, Deidara remarked. His demeanor relaxed as he engaged Scorpion in conversation. Humph, those obstinate fools are stagnant, showing no advancement in puppet techniques. It is quite natural for them to be subdued by aerial prowess. Scorpion, encased within the puppet Rin, retorted coldly, devoid of any sentimentality. It appears the hidden sand truly is the weakest of the 5 great countries. I may as well frequent this place to experiment with new art, as those sand ninjas. Crawling on the ground, pose no threat to me. Deidara's eyes glimmered with excitement, unable to contain his enthusiasm. Huh, do you wish to meet your end, Deidara? Scorpion shot him a frosty glance. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Deidara hurriedly waved his hands. I was merely jesting, Scorpion. Please don't take action. Let us complete our task first. Afterwards, I shall leave your affairs to you. Scorpion replied in a nonchalant tone. Yet Deidara dared not jest about the Sand Ninja village any further. Who could truly discern whether Scorpion was indifferent or otherwise? After a brief silence, Scorpion suddenly spoke. Someone is pursuing us. You must take the Jinchuriki away. I will confront this individual. With that, he leaped from the white bird, descending swiftly through the air. Now hovering above a forest, Scorpion skillfully released several chakra threads, elegantly ensnaring tree branches before landing gracefully on the ground. Are you Qingyu? He inquired. The youth before him was indeed the determined Qingyu, who had exerted considerable effort to catch up to the duo. However, even then, he failed to intercept them within the borders of the land of Earth. My target is Gaara. Do not obstruct me, and I may yet spare your life. Qingyu replied icily. Regarding the Akatsuki, his greatest adversary was Obito, and he held no interest in slaying others. Yet, should someone come forward to meet their demise, he would not show mercy. It would be foolish to cling to past affections for characters portrayed in the original narrative when they were now adversaries. Thus, Qingyu harbored no sentiments for his enemies. He would kill or bury them without hesitation. You speak quite boldly, fitting for one who has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. I too am eager to witness your prowess, Scorpion remarked, his face betraying no fear as he swiftly produced a puppet scroll, transformed into a puppet himself. He was incapable of displaying any emotion, his voice as cold as ice. With a resounding bang, the scroll detonated, releasing a cloud of white smoke, within which Qingyu beheld a familiar figure. Was it not the 3rd Kazekage he had encountered during his battle with Orochimaru? However, the Kazekage he faced then was a reanimated corpse, whereas the one before him now was a lifeless puppet. You are formidable, not a weakling. Therefore, I shall employ my finest masterpiece to contend with you, Scorpion stated with a hint of detachment. Qingyu recognized the intensity of Scorpion's murderous intent. Despite his pursuit of eternal artistry, having attained an ageless puppet form, he had simultaneously forfeited human emotions, teetering on the brink of indifference toward life and death. He might have comprehended that he was no match for the youth before him, yet he had ceased to care. Drawing his Kusanagi sword, Qingyu declared, Since you seek death, allow me to fulfill your wish. Chapter 95. The Demise of the Scorpion of the Red Sand. Enveloped in an overwhelming aura of lightning chakra, Qingyu surged towards the Scorpion with a speed reminiscent of a phantom. When it comes to confronting the Sand Shinobi, the legendary Konoha White Fang had already imparted his wisdom. One must possess unparalleled speed. In times past, the White Fang was the embodiment of terror for the Sand Shinobi, compelling their village to issue orders that any encounter with him would warrant the forfeiture of their mission without punishment. Although Qingyu could not match the White Fang's swiftness without employing the Flying Thunder God technique, he possessed a myriad of tactics, rendering him more than capable of dealing with a single scorpion. Today, Qingyu's prowess in every aspect had reached an extraordinary level, attaining strength equivalent to that of a Kage. Even without the Flying Thunder God, his speed was astonishing. While the Flying Thunder God is known for its divine swiftness, it necessitates a marked coordinate. If one's inherent speed is lacking, mobility becomes compromised. Yet, Qingyu not only mastered the Flying Thunder God but also exhibited impeccable speed, presenting no vulnerabilities. Regardless of how the Scorpion commanded the 3rd Kazekage's puppet to strike, not even the hem of Qingyu's garment could be grazed. Observing this, the Scorpion emerged from the body of the puppet tiger, deploying his true puppet to exert full control over the iron sand assault of the 3rd Kazekage. Under his guidance, the iron sand coalesced into a dense web of area attacks, launching a relentless barrage. For ordinary ninjas, even the slightest contact with the iron sand could lead to dire consequences. However, Qingyu's speed and agility allowed him to evade the iron sand with remarkable finesse, often skimming perilously close to it. As long as there was even half a foot of space, he maneuvered effortlessly, remaining unscathed. "You are indeed formidable," the scorpion remarked, continuing to unfurl puppet scrolls. Yet, it was too late. Qingyu had already closed the distance between them. In a flash, the blade of the Kusanagi severed the scorpion at the waist. For an ordinary ninja, this would be a fatal blow, leaving them incapacitated. However, the scorpion remained unfazed, promptly reassembling his body with chakra threads. As a living puppet, he felt no pain nor faced death unless his core was pierced. Moreover, many puppets disassemble into several pieces for the sake of offense and ambush, sustaining no detriment unless subjected to catastrophic damage. During the earlier ninja world wars, the Sand Village initially posed challenges for Konoha due to the enigma of their puppets. Qingyu had aimed for the scorpion's core, but the scorpion, being resilient, absorbed the impact with other parts of his body, thwarting Qingyu and Appo's attempt. Despite this setback, Qingyu persevered. As the scorpion summoned over 100 armored puppets from his scroll, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique. "If one puppet was inadequate, let us see how my 100 machine manipulation fares." Just as the words escaped his lips, he glanced down in disbelief at his chest. A blade had pierced through, with several drops of blood trickling down. It became evident that their previous skirmish was merely a ruse, a smokescreen for the true lethal maneuver that followed the marking of the Flying Thunder God technique. Even on the brink of death, the scorpion remained composed. "You must have researched my profile and anticipated this move, yet you chose not to evade," Qingyu spoke calmly. He was aware that if the scorpion had intended to dodge, landing a hit would not have been so effortless. After all, he was a powerhouse of Kage caliber. Qingyu could not simply eliminate him without difficulty. The true reason he could effortlessly target the scorpion's weakness lay in the fact that the latter had no desire to evade. Who can say? The scorpion's puppet bore a rare, faint smile before its features drooped in surrender. Member of the Akatsuki organization, the scorpion of the red sand, has met his end. Chapter 96, Pursuing Deidara. After vanquishing Scorpion, Qingyu collected several valuable items, primarily those puppet scrolls, with the most prized possession being the puppet of the third Kazekage. Selling this to Sunagakure would undoubtedly yield a fortune, potentially hundreds of millions. However, Qingyu, being a benevolent soul, decided to bury Scorpion's original puppet in a proper place. After all, Scorpion was a person of dignity in life, and leaving his corpse exposed was rather undignified. Moreover, utilizing earth release to dig a grave was quite convenient and did not require much time or effort. Once these matters were swiftly attended to, Qingyu resumed his pursuit of Deidara. Deidara's ability to fly was not favorable news for Qingyu. Currently, he lacked the capacity for flight, as did his summoning beast, the Hellhound. Without the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, he could not activate the complete body of Susanoo either. Thus, he was left to rely solely on ranged attacks to confront Deidara. Fortunately, he had mastered wind release, spiraling shuriken, making long-range assaults a feasible option. However, precision was crucial. Otherwise, he risked inadvertently eliminating Gaara as well. Lost in thought while employing the Flying Thunder God technique for swift movement, Qingyu hesitated. He contemplated that perhaps eliminating Gaara wouldn't be such a bad idea. The death of a Jinchuriki would lead to the demise of their tailed beast. Yet the beast could be resurrected. If Gaara were to be disposed of, Shikaku would take years to revive, significantly delaying Akatsuki's plan to gather tailed beasts. With several years at his disposal, Qingyu could robustly develop the economy of the ninja world and initiate the Six Paths reward pool, rendering him truly invincible. Of course, given the relationship between Konoha and Sunagakure, acting too ruthlessly would not be prudent. Qingyu needed the cooperation of Sunagakure and the Land of Wind for his future endeavors. Killing Gaara would undoubtedly provoke their wrath, making collaboration with Konoha implausible. It would be a blessing if they refrained from causing trouble. Thus, Qingyu resolved to do his utmost to save Gaara, leaving the outcome to fate. As for the plan to eliminate tailed beasts, he could find other Jinchuriki to execute it. The Mizukige's Yagura and the two Jinchuriki of Iwagakure were all rogue ninjas. Even if Qingyu were to eliminate them, no one would dare to condemn him. Having made his decision, Qingyu refocused on his pursuit of Deidara. Soon enough, he spotted Deidara in the sky, who was muttering to himself in frustration. Scorpion's pace is far too slow. Has he yet to deal with the enemy? It's no wonder, considering that the opponent is the adept Sakamaki Qingyu. Scorpion can't possibly perish at his hands, can he? With this thought, a fleeting sense of sadness washed over Deidara. However, it was merely a momentary feeling, quickly dissipating. His true passion lay solely in the art of explosions. Although he had spent a few years with Scorpion, their bond was not particularly deep, as they were both rogue ninjas of Akatsuki. Pondering, Deidara stroked his chin. If Scorpion were truly to meet his end, I wonder who the leader would assign as my new partner? Ideally, they should be someone more entertaining. Not as dull as Scorpion. That would be dreadfully tedious. Suddenly, Deidara glanced toward a shadow below him, his expression tinged with regret. It seemed Scorpion's fate was grim. For Sakamaki Chingyu was remarkably swift. With that realization, he ascended higher into the sky. He understood that if even Scorpion could be so easily defeated, he, who was ill-equipped to handle speed-oriented ninjas, would undoubtedly struggle to prevail. Relying on his aerial advantage was his greatest asset. Observing Deidara's movements, Chingyu amplified his voice using chakra. Deidara, surrender the one-tailed Jinchuriki, or face death. Chapter 97. The Arrogant Deidara. Haha, I must say, Natsume Aoba, you possess the audacity to be so presumptuous. Deidara remarked with conviction. But I shall not engage you. You strike me. Come on, ha ha ha. Deidara laughed heartily, though deep within. He yearned for a grand confrontation with Aoba to showcase the ephemeral beauty of his art. However, the leader of Akatsuki was a formidable individual. If he did not fulfill his mission first, even death would not guarantee his safety. Contemplating the leader's unpredictable methods, Deidara straightened his expression and resolved to first return Gaara before proceeding with his plans. All right, you said it, Aoi proclaimed, as the chakra within him began to stir. He first entered Sage mode, then, with a single hand seal, the wind release, spiraling shuriken materialized in an instant. The sound of the blade slicing through the air was sharp and ominous, sending shivers down one's spine. Deidara, with his keen eyesight from the skies, noticed this and was taken aback. Oh no, my earlier words have surely offended Natsume Aoba. I better ascend higher for safety. As he maneuvered his white clay bird to climb, Aoba unleashed his spiraling shuriken. Whoosh! The shuriken flew forth with astonishing speed. Seeing it approach, Deidara steeled his resolve, grabbing Gaara and leaping off the white bird. Yet, halfway down, he crafted another white bird, securing Gaara safely atop it. That technique must consume quite a bit of chakra, doesn't it? Deidara analyzed carefully. As long as I focus on evading your attack and maintain my flying mount, you surely cannot sustain this for long. Simultaneously, Aoi sensed the predicament. With his current chakra reserves, he could certainly unleash the wind release, spiraling shuriken more than once. However, as Deidara suggested, if both parties continued to expend their energy, Aoi would ultimately be the one forced to retreat. In a direct confrontation, with the Flying Thunder God technique at his disposal, all of Deidara's attacks would be rendered futile. Yet, Deidara was no fool. Instead of recklessly seeking a fight, he sought to escape. With the advantage of altitude, Aoi found himself at a disadvantage. Indeed, my inability to fly is my greatest weakness at present. He chided himself internally. He had previously believed himself to be the epitome of perfection, devoid of any flaws, only to be swiftly proven wrong. Of course, the ability to fly was not inherently difficult. It was merely that he lacked the time to pursue Deidara. The simplest method of flight involved summoning a flying spirit beast, a feat achievable by many ninjas. The challenge lay in subduing such a creature. Given Aoi's strength, this should be well within his capabilities. Other methods included acquiring flight-related jutsu, such as the earth release, light and heavy rock technique. Another possibility was to reach the Six Paths level, where one inherently possessed the ability to fly without concern. Yet, Aoi had no time to spare. A moment's lapse could allow Deidara to escape. Give it up, Natsume Aoba. I do not wish to be your enemy. I merely seek to complete the mission assigned by our leader. You would be wise to retreat swiftly, lest you invoke the ire of the leader. For even with the Flying Thunder God technique, your life may still be at risk. In response, Aoi dismissed the warning entirely. Nagato's pain, while powerful, had 6 divided abilities, and with detailed intelligence at his disposal, he was not as formidable as he appeared. Moreover, Aoi was not entirely incapable of dealing with Deidara. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, he could simulate flight. Chapter 98. Art is an explosion. With a swift motion, Chingyu seized the opportunity while Deidara was distracted, hurling a set of Flying Thunder God kunai into the air. As the kunai soared, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique. instantly ascending to the heights above. Subsequently, he continued to throw kunai in Deidara's direction while utilizing the technique to teleport. In mere moments, the distance between them shrank to less than 100 meters, and it seemed he was about to be overtaken. What? Is this even possible? Deidara, who had initially been smug, was now utterly astonished. His understanding of the Flying Thunder God technique was confined to the cold, rigid documentation he possessed. Although he had detailed accounts of the fourth Hokage, he had never witnessed such a method employed by Minato Namikaze. However, as a formidable shinobi, Deidara was not one to sit idly by. He fervently chewed on the clay in his mouth, rapidly crafting a small bird bomb. Even if you catch up to me, getting close is not so simple, he declared confidently. With that, he unleashed a flurry of small bird bombs, which took to the air, flapping their clay wings and encircling the large white clay bird, effectively surrounding Deidara. Should you dare approach, you shall experience the explosion of art, Deidara thought with unwavering confidence as he watched Qingyu rapidly close the distance. He believed that if Qingyu were bold enough to charge in, he would surely face dire consequences. These bombs were specially crafted, far more potent than ordinary explosives. Perhaps in a direct confrontation, he might not match Qingyu's Flying Thunder God technique, but at this moment, he needed only to defend, with the advantage firmly in his grasp. Undeterred by Deidara's explosive threats, Qingyu continued his swift advance. In the blink of an eye, he teleported into the vicinity of the impending explosions. Seizing the moment, Deidara quickly formed a hand seal. Go! Explosions erupted around him at his command, rapidly approaching Qingyu. Just as Deidara believed victory was assured, he was met with a scene he could scarcely believe. What? Lightning release. In that instant, Deidara was left utterly helpless. He witnessed Qingyu enveloped in a shroud of lightning, rendering the bombs that approached him utterly ineffective. The lightning release had a pronounced advantage over Deidara's clay bombs. If asked who in the Akatsuki was the most easily dealt with, Deidara would undoubtedly rank among the top three. His clay bombs, while formidable, had glaring weaknesses. Qingyu recalled the original timeline of the Fourth Great Ninja War, where Deidara had perished and was later resurrected by Orochimaru's Edo Tensei, only to be countered by a simple battery. If a mere battery's charge could subdue Deidara's clay, it was no wonder that Qingyu's mastery of lightning release rendered him helpless. Curse it, this is infuriating. Deidara found himself cornered. The only strategy that came to mind was self-detonation. Otherwise, he could not contend with a lightning release user. Wait, don't self-destruct. Hand over Gaara to me, and you may leave, Qingyu hastily interjected. His intent was not to eliminate Deidara, as he had done with Sasori. Rather, he sought a more amicable resolution. How could you possibly discern my thoughts? Deidara asked, a hint of astonishment in his voice. His grand art had been a recent development, one even Sasori was unaware of, let alone anyone else. After all, to you, art is an explosion, and self-detonation is merely the elevation of that art. It is only natural that I could surmise such, Qingyu replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Deidara visibly agreed. Indeed, art is an explosion. Yes, he continued. Qingyu, you are quite remarkable for recognizing my artistry. We certainly have much to discuss. Chapter 99. Deidara, your understanding of art is too superficial. Deidara perceives himself as a solitary artist, believing that no one has ever comprehended his artistic vision since he became enamored with art. The rock ninjas failed to grasp his essence, and the Tsuchikage, Inoki, even relegated him to a remote area, merely because his art instilled fear in the hearts of the villagers. Yet, he had shown remarkable restraint, having only destroyed a few buildings with minimal injury to others. Moreover, those who sacrifice for art should feel joy rather than fear and trepidation. The Akatsuki organization, too, fails to understand him, merely seeking to exploit his talents. Even his predecessor, Sasori, found himself at odds with Deidara in matters of artistic interpretation. However, to his surprise, the adversary he encountered today, Natsume Aoba, seemed to grasp his art profoundly, declaring that art is, in essence, an explosion. Speak freely. How would you like to discuss it? Deidara inquired once more. I can assure you that I will facilitate your artistic expression legally, Aoba responded with a smile. How can I truly express my art? Even that old man Inoki does not recognize my artistry. Do you really think those from Konoha will? Deidara appeared more invested in the discourse on art than the fate of Gaara, wishing to delve deeper into the subject before addressing that matter. Of course, your art is not merely destructive, it is also creative. Your art has the potential to bring hope and beauty to humanity. Aoi lifted his hands, as if envisioning an infinitely beautiful future. His demeanor intrigued Deidara, prompting him to ask, "Pray tell, what does this beautiful future entail? How come I am unaware of it?" Deidara, a master of explosives, believed that the fleeting nature of an explosion represented the pinnacle of beauty in art. However, deep down, he acknowledged that explosions only wrought destruction. Yet, he reveled in this destruction, despite the frustration stemming from a lack of recognition. Consequently, Aoi's assertion that explosions could also create beauty piqued his curiosity. Deidara, you are too shallow. There is no such thing as useless art. Only those who fail to recognize its value. Aoi shook his head, displaying his disappointment in Deidara. How dare you call me shallow? Deidara seethed with indignation. He could tolerate much, but not the implication that he lacked depth. After all, he was willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of art, so how could he possibly be shallow? Patience, allow me to elaborate, and you will comprehend why. Aoi remained unfazed by Deidara's fury. Having finally encountered a talent, he was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Indeed, you possess an understanding of art. In light of this, I shall grant you the opportunity to explain. Deidara admired Aoi, recognizing that few truly understood him, nearly none at all. He was reluctant to jeopardize this budding rapport. However, if Aoi failed to provide a satisfactory explanation, he would not hesitate to self-destruct. Do not fixate on self-detonation. I have mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, rendering that tactic ineffective. As for the Jinchuriki of Shikaku, to be frank, whether he lives or dies is equally advantageous for me, Aoi said with a calm smile. Deidara's thoughts were transparent, evident in his expression. Aoi could easily discern his intentions with a mere glance. You are indeed a formidable opponent, both in strength and negotiation. Let us return to the discussion of art. I am indifferent to the Jinchuriki. Were it not for the leader's explicit orders, I would hardly concern myself with him. Deidara regained his composure, eager to hear Aoi's explanation. It felt as though ants were crawling in his chest, and the uncertainty gnawed at him. Discovering how to let art shine, create a beautiful future, and gain societal acceptance was a pursuit Deidara had long sought. With someone who seemed to possess the answer before him, he was determined not to let this chance slip away. Aoi smiled and nodded. Very well. In light of your sincerity, I shall reveal the answer directly. Chapter 100. Deidara's self-detonation. Firstly, explosions are not solely instruments of destruction. I had the notion of persuading the daimyo of the Land of Fire to construct a railway, which would inevitably face the obstacles of mountains and rivers. Deidara, your explosive artistry would be perfectly suited for such a task. Upon hearing Qingyu's words, Deidara was immediately incensed. How dare you, Natsume Qingyu, suggest that I work for you? This is an affront to my very being, an insult to my artistry. Deidara was far from foolish. He swiftly grasped Qingyu's intentions. As an S-rank rogue ninja, his prowess was indisputable, and the notion of serving others was utterly unacceptable to him. Moreover, prior to his defection, he had been a disciple of the third Suchikage, Inoki, a distinction that set him apart from ordinary shinobi. His rebellion against the Iwagakure was driven by a quest for freedom. Now, with Qingyu attempting to manipulate him, did he truly believe Deidara could be so easily swayed? Labor is the noblest pursuit, Qingyu implored. I merely wish for you to apply your extraordinary talents in a more worthy direction. As it became evident that his attempts to sway Deidara were failing, Qingyu resolved to seize Gaara first. After all, enlisting Deidara was merely a secondary objective. His primary aim was to retrieve the one-tailed Jinchuriki. If he could not bring Gaara back, it would be preferable for him to perish than to fall into the clutches of the Akatsuki. Humph, Natsume Qingyu, abandon this futile endeavor. It appears we are destined to be adversaries. Deidara fumed, initially believing he had found a kindred spirit who appreciated artistry, only to realize he was merely being deceived. As the harbinger of explosive artistry, how could he possibly stoop to serving another? At that moment, a flash of golden light revealed that Gaara had vanished. Cursed Natsume Qingyu, I shall kill you. After utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to reclaim Gaara, Qingyu wasted no time in summoning a shadow clone to flee with him. His original self remained behind, intent on eliminating Deidara. With negotiations failed, they were now enemies, and Qingyu would not show mercy in the face of opposition. Thus, the two engaged in an intense battle. In terms of ability, Deidara was utterly confounded by Qingyu. His mastery lay in explosions, various forms of them. Yet, no matter how potent his blasts, they were rendered ineffective against the elusive nature of the Flying Thunder God technique. What did it matter how powerful your explosion was? As soon as Qingyu activated the technique, Deidara could only rail against the empty air, his countless bombs merely obliterating trees and earth, unable to harm their intended target. Natsume Qingyu, you have forced my hand. Witness my ultimate explosion. Driven to desperation, Deidara opted for self-detonation. In an instant, a colossal explosion resembling a starburst engulfed the sky, obliterating a vast expanse of the forest. Having anticipated Deidara's capabilities, Qingyu chose to withdraw using the Flying Thunder God technique at the very moment of the explosion, emerging unscathed. With Deidara's demise, Qingyu breathed a sigh of relief. Although his attempt to persuade the rogue into labor had failed, he had successfully completed his mission to rescue Gaara. Furthermore, with the elimination of both Scorpion and Deidara, the strength of the Akatsuki had undeniably diminished. However, Qingyu was acutely aware that even S-rank rogue ninjas like Scorpion and Deidara held relatively low status within the Akatsuki. His true adversaries were Pain of the Six Paths, also known as Nagato, and Uchiha Obito. Beyond them loomed the greatest puppet master, Kagaya's manifestation, Black Zetsu. Chapter 101. The wise decision of Hinata Hizashi after confirming the demise of Deidara. Aoi chose to return to Konohagakure. As for his clone, it opted for self-destruction after successfully escorting Gaara back to Sunagakure. The ninja of the Sand Village treated Aoi with utmost respect, for his current prowess was indeed on par with that of the Kage. The might of the Flying Thunder God technique had long been ingrained in the hearts of many. Some speculated that Aoi's strength might even surpass that of the fifth Hokage, Tsunade. Upon returning to the Hidden Leaf Village, Aoi made his way to the Hokage's office to submit his mission report. Tsunade smiled and remarked, "For this mission, you are awarded an S rank, with a remuneration of 5 million ryo from the Sand Village." Hearing this, Aoi furrowed his brow. Only 5 million? Is that not rather meager? It was not that he was ungrateful. Rather, the task of rescuing a Jinchuriki should rightfully merit a reward in the tens of millions. Clearly, the Sand Village had shortchanged him. The Sand Village was impoverished, especially following the death of the fourth Kazekage, leaving them in dire straits. They had initially hoped that the Hidden Leaf would lend assistance for free in this rescue mission, which Aoi adamantly refused. Noticing Aoi's puzzled expression, Tsunade quickly offered an explanation. Upon hearing her words, Aoi did not dwell on it further, as he was relatively well informed about the circumstances of the Sand Village. The feudal lord of the Land of Wind had been consistently cutting their military budget, rendering the Sand Village increasingly weaker. In the past, under the fourth Kazekage Raza, the village managed to scrape by, extracting gold from the desert. Even so, they were still exceedingly poor. With Raza's demise, their plight had only worsened. Additionally, the higher-ups in the Sand Village did not pay much heed to Gaara's well-being. Some even harbored thoughts of eliminating him, thus they were unlikely to allocate funds for him. Were it not for the survival of the elders Chiyo and Eulalie, the Sand Village would undoubtedly have dwindled into obscurity. It was sheer fortune that such a destitute and internally divided village still maintained its status as one of the 5 great shinobi villages. The surrounding smaller villages had yet to rise, allowing the Sand Village to cling to its position. Had it been before the Second Shinobi World War, the Rain Village might have supplanted them. However, the current Rain Village, under the oppressive rule of Pain, had no opportunity to contest for a place among the greats. After discussing various matters concerning Konohagakure with Tsunade, Aoi returned to his residence. With some leisure time on his hands, he decided to take a break and spend more time with Hinata, as he had promised to help her enhance her skills. As a formidable figure of Kage caliber, his personal training would undoubtedly yield significant results. Hinata Hyuga was particularly delighted by Aoi's frequent visits. Reflecting on his past decision not to prevent Aoi from befriending Hinata, Hizashi felt it was indeed one of his wisest choices. He often took pride in his sagacious judgment. Aoi had once been a rather weak genin with mediocre talent, and there were those within the clan who suggested expelling him to prevent the heiress from associating with a talentless ninja. Hizashi had declined that notion, perhaps due to his disappointment in his elder daughter, already preparing for an alternative path, since he did not wish to burden his eldest daughter. Allowing Hinata a happier childhood was a commendable choice. Thus, Hizashi did not obstruct Aoi's interactions with Hinata. Ironically, the seeds he had sown with such indifference had blossomed unexpectedly, as Aoi had transformed into a formidable Kage-level ninja, a pillar of Konohagakure. Consequently, Hizashi would no longer hinder their relationship. On the contrary, Many elders within the Hyuga clan hoped for a union between Aoi and Hinata to elevate their standing within the village. Chapter 102. Intelligence on the Six Tails Jinchuriki. Thus, Qingyu spent another half-month in the company of Hinata. The bond between them blossomed, much to the delight of the Hyuga clan. With Qingyu as a prospective son-in-law, the Hyuga clan's standing in Konoha became even more secure. After all, Qingyu was a favored individual in the eyes of the fifth Hokage, possessing formidable strength. As long as he did not fall, his position in Konoha would remain unassailable. Those well-informed understood that even Danzo, an elder of Konoha, met his downfall by opposing Qingyu. Who could possibly challenge him? On this day, Qingyu received a message from Karui. Ever since he had become a powerful figure, he had frequently accepted missions within the village, seldom venturing into the black market for tasks. The message from Karui was certainly not of ordinary significance. Indeed, upon inquiring about the matter, Qingyu was filled with excitement. "My lord, we have intelligence on the Six Tails Jinchuriki, Yutaka." Hearing this, Qingyu smiled. "Excellent. The intelligence on the Six Tails Jinchuriki is truly splendid news." Currently, the bounty for capturing Yutaka had reached nearly 100 million ryo. This was indicative that the internal strife in the Land of Water had almost concluded. With internal troubles resolved, Kirigakure was eager to reclaim the Six Tails Jinchuriki. However, Qingyu was not particularly concerned about the bounty. His current strength allowed him to amass vast wealth effortlessly through missions each month. Earning money was not an issue for him at this stage. What thrilled him was that the Six Tails Jinchuriki, Yutaka, was a rogue ninja. In the shinobi world, rogue ninjas were universally hunted, and anyone who eliminated a rogue ninja would face no repercussions. This meant that even if Qingyu were to kill Yutaka, Kirigakure would not dare to protest. The act would simply be seen as a matter of personal judgment, completely detached from diplomatic concerns of the ninja villages. Such a fortuitous opportunity was not one he could afford to miss. It was worth noting that the Akatsuki's plans had already accelerated, as they had long set their sights on the tailed beasts. If Obito were to collect all 7 tailed beasts, he could swiftly ascend to the level of the Sage of Six Paths. Such a powerful adversary would be far beyond Qingyu's current capabilities. Therefore, to thwart the Eye of the Moon plan and prevent the onset of the infinite Tsukuyami, the most prudent course of action was to eliminate the tailed beasts in advance. Although tailed beasts could be resurrected after death, the revival process required time, 2 to 3 years at a minimum, and sometimes even longer. During this interval, Qingyu could steadily develop his own strength. If he were to enhance the economy of the shinobi world and unlock the rewards of the Sage of Six Paths, everything would eventually fall into place. Of course, another method would be to eliminate the Akatsuki beforehand. However, executing this plan flawlessly would be quite challenging. Not to mention that Nagato possessed the strength of a Kaguya. Even Obito's space-time ninjutsu posed a significant challenge. Previously, Qingyu had managed to outmaneuver Obito using intelligence. But having learned from his mistakes, Obito would not grant Qingyu another opportunity. Both parties wielded space-time ninjutsu, but Obito's Kimui was evidently of a superior caliber. The prospect of Qingyu killing Obito seemed nearly impossible, especially considering Obito was from the Uchiha clan and adept at using the forbidden technique Izanagi. This extraordinary ability, akin to a resurrection coin, combined with Kamui's space-time ninjutsu, constituted an almost invincible combination. Let us set forth to hunt the Six Tails Jinchuriki. Without hesitation, Qingyu activated the Flying Thunder God technique and departed from Konoha. His elevated status within the village permitted him to leave freely without facing penalties. This privilege was granted by Tsunade and earned through Qingyu's own strength. In the world of shinobi, power dictated respect, and possessing strength exempted Qingyu from the constraints imposed on ordinary ninjas. Half a day later, Qingyu and Karui pinpointed Yutaka's exact location. Chapter 103. Qingyu vs. Yutaka. Greetings. Six Tails Jinchuriki Yutaka. Soon, Qingyu and Xiangling positioned themselves before Yutaka. He was a young man, strikingly handsome, evidently the target of their pursuit. "Who are you?" Yutaka inquired, furrowing his brow in confusion at the unfamiliar faces before him. He was acutely aware that he did not recognize the young man and woman standing before him. Both donned cat-faced masks, not the attire of the Mist Esambu, suggesting that they were agents of a rival faction specifically targeting him. Yutaka was well aware of his precarious situation. As a Jinchuriki, he often found himself in the crosshairs of various ninjas, the Umbu of the Mist, the rogue ninjas seeking black bounties, and ninjas from other villages. However, Yutaka remained untroubled. His ability to evade capture by the Mist Village was attributed to his formidable strength. Against a Jinchuriki, those lacking the power of a Kage were no match. And in the entirety of the ninja realm, how many Kage-level warriors existed? Thus, in Yutaka's eyes, the two before him were utterly presumptuous. Who we are is of little consequence. What matters is that you shall soon meet your demise. Qingyu declared coldly, heralding Yutaka's impending death. Humph, such arrogant words. Yutaka was not easily intimidated and dismissed Qingyu's proclamation. Enough of this idle chatter. Qingyu gestured for Xiangling to step aside. He was ready to unleash a massacre. Although he bore no personal grudge against Yutaka, he had to eliminate him to thwart the Akatsuki's plans. In the ninja world, killing was devoid of moral distinction. The strong slaying the weak was a commonplace occurrence. Some ninjas lacked humanity altogether, indiscriminately slaughtering innocents among civilians. However, those who disrupted the fragile peace of the ninja world were typically hunted by the 5 great ninja villages. While the 5 villages concealed their own share of corruption, they exerted considerable effort to maintain order within the ninja realm. At the very least, the establishment of great ninja villages allowed many civilians to live in peace. Conversely, rogue ninjas often descended into banditry, showing no hesitation in murdering the innocent. Meanwhile, Yutaka expelled a multitude of bubbles. Qingyu recognized this as Yutaka's signature technique. The bubbles would transform into explosions, posing a grave threat to any ninja who came into contact with them. Weaker ninjas would be obliterated at the slightest touch. Yet, Qingyu was no ordinary ninja. His speed was exceptional, allowing him to evade the bubbles effortlessly. After a series of agile maneuvers, Qingyu closed the distance to Yutaka. Observing this, Yutaka murmured, "A formidable strength. Your identity is certainly intriguing. I shall have to engage you in my tailed beast form." In an instant, Yutaka's body underwent a dramatic transformation. Red-tailed beast chakra enveloped him, searing his skin to a fiery crimson. His appearance morphed into that of a monstrous entity, embodying the chakra cloak of a tailed beast. Clearly, Yutaka recognized Qingyu's prowess, opting to utilize his second form rather than the first. The initial form merely cloaked him in translucent red chakra, enhancing his chakra reserves to a degree. However, the second form rendered him monstrous, significantly amplifying both his speed and power. It was evident that Yutaka understood that only by unleashing his full potential could he hope to vanquish the masked young man before him. In response, Qingyu smiled, "Excellent. Let the battle commence." With that, the two surged towards one another at breakneck speed. Chapter 104. Susanoo, subduing Yutaka with a single strike. Due to the concealment of his identity, it could not employ the Flying Thunder God technique or the Kusanagi blade. After all, these were his signature moves as Natsume Aoba. Once utilized, even with a mask, it would be evident to others who he was. However, the lightning release chakra mode did not require such discretion. Although it was an esoteric technique of the Cloud Village, many ninjas in the ninja world could harness the power of lightning release to activate their internal cells. As long as he refrained from employing overly conspicuous accompanying techniques, none would discern it as a unique art of the Cloud Village. Thus, Aoba immediately activated his Susanoo. Against the formidable tailed beasts, manifesting Susanoo was the most effective approach. The sudden emergence of the golden chakra giant left Yutaka utterly astonished. As a member of the Mist Village and a Jinchuriki long kept isolated, he was unfamiliar with the Uchiha Susanoo. Nonetheless, he recognized the pair of crimson eyes that Aoba had revealed. Those eyes were the Sharingan. "You are one of the Uchiha?" Having defected from the Mist Village for several years, Yutaka was well aware of the notorious reputation of the Sharingan. Despite the Uchiha clan's annihilation, news that had spread throughout the ninja world, how could a Uchiha powerhouse still exist? You shall perish. Aoba, with his ruthless demeanor and minimal words, had no interest in engaging Yutaka in idle chatter. He commanded Susanoo to summon a spear, merging it with lightning to create a lightning spear. The spear struck Yutaka with tremendous force, pinning him to the ground, rendering him immobile. Even though Yutaka had transformed into the second form of his tailed beast mode, boasting formidable defenses, he was still pierced by the spear. This demonstrated the overwhelming power of Aoba's lightning spear. "Curse it, I cannot move. I never anticipated you would be this formidable." Anger surged through Yutaka's usually calm visage. He merely desired a tranquil existence. Yet he was perpetually targeted by those with malicious intent. Sensing Yutaka's inner turmoil, Aoba remarked coolly, "You can only blame your identity as a Jinchuriki." With that, he swung the lightning spear once more, prepared to slay Yutaka. In truth, Ayu's ability to subdue Yutaka so effortlessly did not stem from a massive disparity in strength. Rather, it was the considerable difference in intelligence between the two. Ayu was fully aware of Yutaka's capabilities, while Yutaka had no comprehension of Ayu's powers. The sudden manifestation of Susanoo caught Yutaka completely off guard. Additionally, as a Jinchuriki of the Six Tails, Yutaka was overconfident in his beastly transformation. He had never lost in a direct confrontation with such overwhelming strength. Ironically, this very confidence led to his swift defeat. For Ayu, Susanoo was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Coupled with the might of the lightning spear, it was no wonder Yutaka fell so easily. Moreover, Yutaka's inherent strength was a factor. Had he not been a Jinchuriki, he would have barely reached the level of an elite Jonin. Such power only barely allowed him to attain a shadow-level status due to the presence of the tailed beast. Once the beast was subdued, Yutaka was no match for Ayu. Am I to die? How utterly disheartening. Faced with the impending specter of death, Yutaka despairingly closed his eyes. He yearned for survival. Yet his foe was far too powerful, and he could only resign himself to fate. Or rather, what could defiance achieve? At that moment, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. The lightning spear, poised to pierce Yutaka's heart, was suddenly repelled by an overwhelmingly terrifying force. Even Ayu's Susanoo was thrust back several meters. Chapter 105, The Six Paths of Pain. Shinra Tensei. A voice, cold to the extreme, resonated through the air as a figure clad in an Akatsuki cloak, with black rods piercing his face and nose, emerged. It was none other than Pain. Qingyu could hardly believe that today's mission to hunt down the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails involved Pain's participation. The man before him was unmistakably the Deva Path, controlled by Nagato. Mysterious masked figure, your existence has become a hindrance to the Akatsuki. To harbor the delusion of eliminating the Six Tails Jinchuriki. It seems I must personally deal with you. The Deva Path's voice was devoid of warmth, as a mere puppet. It could only convey Nagato's words without any hint of emotion. Soon, 5 more figures appeared behind the Deva Path. Qingyu recognized them as the other 5 members of the Six Paths of Pain. Thus, the Six Paths of Pain had assembled: the Deva Path, the Animal Path, the Azura Path, the Hungry Ghost Path, the Human Path, and the Naraka Path. Qingyu would never forget the notorious name of the Six Paths of Pain. Each of these 6 puppets possessed unique and formidable abilities. The Deva Path wielded gravitational and repulsive forces. The Animal Path summoned a multitude of beasts. The Naraka Path could resurrect. The Human Path extracted souls. The Hungry Ghost Path unleashed projectiles. And the Azura Path absorbed chakra from ninjutsu. When combined, the Six Paths of Pain certainly could unleash power surpassing that of an elite ninja. In the original narrative, although Naruto managed to defeat the Deva Path, it was merely a stroke of luck coupled with perfect timing. Prior to confronting Naruto, Nagato had unleashed a massive Shinra Tensei, depleting significant chakra. Then, during the battle with the tailed beast-empowered Naruto, the Deva Path was further exhausted. Ultimately, it was the Deva Path, weakened and vulnerable, that fell to Naruto's Rasengan and Shadow Clone Jutsu. Without these preceding fatigues, Naruto would have had no chance of victory. Now, however, Qingyu faced the fully potent Six Paths of Pain, making the prospect of defeating them nearly impossible. He understood that in order to overcome the 6 paths, he must first eliminate the Naraka Path. If the Naraka Path remained, even if he conquered the other 5, they would be resurrected. Among the remaining 5, aside from the most formidable Deva Path, the Azura Path's ability to absorb ninjutsu posed a significant challenge. This meant that as long as the Azura Path existed, Qingyu's long-range ninjutsu would be rendered ineffective. His spiraling shuriken would be instantly absorbed, yielding no effect whatsoever. Moreover, in terms of ranged combat, the projectiles of the Hungry Ghost Path were also troublesome. Notably, the Hungry Ghost Path possessed auto-tracking missiles, making it exceedingly difficult for Qingyu to evade them, regardless of his speed. Given that he was currently concealing his identity and unable to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique, evading missile attacks would require a considerable expenditure of energy. Next was the Animal Path, whose ability was particularly vexing. While Qingyu was unconcerned about ordinary summoned beasts, the Animal Path could summon hellhounds, which posed a genuine threat. Nevertheless, Qingyu remained composed, as he too possessed a summoning of a hellhound. In such a scenario, should the Animal Path summon hellhounds, he could counter by summoning his own to restrain the enemy. Lastly, there was the Human Path. In terms of combat prowess, the Human Path was relatively weak, hardly reaching the level of an elite shinobi. However, its lethal ability to forcibly extract souls upon contact with the head presented a dire challenge. Such a power was insurmountable for ordinary ninjas, and since Qingyu had not mastered any formidable soul-related ninjutsu, confronting the human path would prove to be quite troublesome. With the 6 paths of pain fully gathered, both sides stood in a tense standoff, on the brink of an explosive confrontation. Chapter 106, Summoning, the Hellhound, an enigmatic figure from the Uchiha clan, along with the Six Tails, was graciously accepted by the Akatsuki organization. At this moment, Pain spoke. His expression was devoid of emotion, cold as if he were a lifeless corpse. Qingyu understood that the 6 individuals before him were indeed corpses. "Did you consult me about your intention to take the Jinchuriki?" he inquired, undeterred even in the presence of Pain and Appo's formidable strength. Perhaps it would be wise to retreat without revealing his identity, but he could not withdraw. His ambitions regarding the tailed beasts had already come to the attention of the Akatsuki's apparent leader. To thwart his interference with the Moon-Eye plan, the members of Akatsuki would undoubtedly mobilize to hasten the collection of tailed beasts. Even if the others possessed power on par with the Kage, Qingyu remained untroubled. He was confident in his invincibility among the Kage ranks. However, the presence of Uchiha Obito and Kagaya will compelled him to prepare for the worst. When it came to space-time ninjutsu, the Flying Thunder God technique paled in comparison to Kamui. Initially, Obito would not personally engage in the pursuit of the tailed beasts, likely to avoid alarming the major ninja villages into hiding them. Should Qingyu's intent to slay the tailed beasts be exposed, Obito might recklessly hunt them down, placing Qingyu in a precarious position. Moreover, the elusive Kagaya, alongside White Zetsu's intelligence network, instilled considerable trepidation in Qingyu. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to eliminate the Six Tails Jinchuriki at this very moment. Once Yugao perished, the tailed beast within him would also perish, requiring several years for the Six Tails to resurrect. With this interval, Qingyu believed he could successfully unlock the 6 paths level reward pool. "You seek death, and we shall oblige," Pain remarked coldly, dismissing the masked figure before him. He was Pain, he was a god. Before divinity, any ordinary individual's defiance could only culminate in one fate: death. Simultaneously, the animal path stepped forward. This incarnation of the animal path was the male corpse that had previously been slain by Jiraiya, not the later iteration that attacked Konoha. Summoning technique. With a swift motion, the animal path summoned forth a fearsome hellhound. Owu. The hellhound, with its grotesque visage, charged ferociously at Qingyu. Indeed, this formidable summoning beast was troublesome, but "I have one too." Qingyu smiled faintly, performing the summoning gesture. Summoning technique. A beast identical to the hellhound emerged at his command. Since the last occasion he drew the hellhound, Qingyu had yet to summon it, and today, he finally had the opportunity. How could this be? Even Nagato, with his composure, felt a flicker of astonishment upon witnessing the hellhound. However, the pain controlled by Nagato was merely a corpse, unable to convey any emotions of its original self. "Are you surprised?" Qingyu inquired. He felt a tinge of regret for not witnessing any reaction on Pain's face. Yet, upon realizing they were all corpses, he quickly reconciled with the situation. Seeking a response from a corpse was a futile endeavor. What he remained unaware of was that, from a distance, Nagato was exclaiming in disbelief, "Impossible! There should not be a second hellhound summoning." Chapter 107. Fierce Battle. The spirit beast he sought was an extraordinarily formidable entity, rivaling even those of the 3 great sanctuaries. Particularly, this hellhound, though lacking in intelligence, possessed unparalleled combat prowess and a unique ability for division. However, Nagato had endured too much and, though momentarily flustered, quickly regained his composure. The Deva path spoke slowly. "Even if you are able to summon this hellhound, the capabilities of the animal path far surpass yours." As he spoke, the animal path clapped his hands, summoning a lizard and a strange bird. "In terms of summoning techniques, I indeed fall short of your Rinnegan's power," Qingyu admitted candidly. He possessed only one spirit beast, while Pain's animal path could summon several at once. In this regard, he felt a sense of inferiority. This was the unique ability of the Rinnegan, a feat unattainable by ordinary individuals. After all, the Rinnegan is the most powerful eye in the ninja world, and those who truly understand its terrifying potential consider the ability to summon multiple spirit beasts rather trivial. It is only because Nagato is not the true master of the Rinnegan that he could only exert a fraction of its power. Yet even so, he already possessed strength surpassing that of a Kage. Nagato was not overly surprised that Qingyu recognized the Rinnegan, despite its enigmatic nature. Many powerful figures had heard various rumors about it, making recognition not particularly astonishing. Both Hanzo the Salamander and Jiraiya had previously identified this pair of eyes. It was only natural that the masked Uchiha before him could recognize it as well. To perish beneath the power of these eyes is an honor, the Deva Path proclaimed, and simultaneously, the six paths of pain launched their assault on Qingyu from all angles, catching him off guard. Unwilling to reveal his identity just yet, he refrained from utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique or the Kusanagi sword, instead opting to wield a decapitating blade for defense. However, after a brief skirmish, it became apparent that the spirit beasts of the animal path were manageable, and while the human path's abilities posed a danger, they were not overly formidable. Yet, when combined with the simultaneous display of these abilities and the long-range bombardment from the Azura path, along with the perfect defensive techniques of the Hungry Ghost path, Qingyu began to appreciate the Rinnegan's intricacies. He found himself compelled to activate Susanoo to effectively counter their onslaught. Against the powers of the six paths of pain, ordinary taijutsu and ninjutsu were utterly ineffective. Only strategic tactics could pose a substantial threat. In the original narrative, Kakashi nearly defeated Pain's Deva Path solely through an exceptional battle plan. Meanwhile, Naruto, in his Nine-Tails form, found himself ensnared by Pain's planetary devastation, ultimately overcoming his opponent through tactical prowess. Regrettably, Qingyu could not utilize the Flying Thunder God in battle, had he possessed that advantage. Defeating the six paths of pain under the premise of having intelligence would not have been difficult. In fact, Pain was the only Super Kage who could be outmaneuvered through intelligence alone. The subsequent figures, such as Madara and Hashirama, along with even stronger six paths level masters, could not be bested merely by information. Thus, while Qingyu felt some pressure in confronting the six paths of pain, he realized that unleashing his full strength would significantly increase his chances of victory. However, without the ability to employ the Flying Thunder God and relying solely on his Manjiki Sharingan, vanquishing the six paths of pain would not prove to be a simple task. Susanoo, the Deva Path murmured upon witnessing the majestic golden energy giant. Nagato was well aware of Susanoo. The Uchiha he had encountered, whether Itachi or Obito, were elite, and thus he had inadvertently gained knowledge of Susanoo's existence. Chapter 108, Nagato's Apprehension. The ocular prowess of the kaleidoscope Sharingan pales in comparison to the might of my eyes. Nagato holds an unwavering confidence in his Rinnegan. He dismisses the words of his mentor, Jiraiya, who declared him to be the savior of this world. The true savior should have been Yahiko, but alas, he has perished. Nevertheless, Nagato believes that his Rinnegan is the most formidable eye in existence, elevating him to the status of a deity. Shinra Tensei, Pain's Deva Path, without hesitation, launched an attack against Aoi's Susanoo. The repulsive force was indeed formidable, nearly causing Aoi to falter in maintaining the Susanoo state. Yet he persevered. Susanoo is no ordinary ability. Its complete form has been known to contend with the 10 tails in the hands of the Sage of Six Paths. Although this is attributed to the Sage's immense strength, it nonetheless attests to the high potential of Susanoo. Under the influence of Aoi's ocular power, his Susanoo could even reach the level of a super shadow, capable of sprouting legs to engage in combat, perfectly compensating for the mobility limitations typically faced by the Uchiha when utilizing Susanoo. However, his Susanoo had yet to sprout wings, and Pain's Rinnegan was not in its original state, thus unable to unleash its full might. Could it be withstood? Seeing Aoi's Susanoo remain steadfast, the eyes of Nagato, who controlled Pain, revealed surprise. He had heard of Susanoo, but this was his first encounter in battle. He initially believed that the ocular power of the Rinnegan far surpassed that of the kaleidoscope, yet this confrontation compelled him to regard the Uchiha with newfound seriousness. He realized he must heighten his vigilance towards Itachi and Obito within the Akatsuki. Only through such caution could he truly fulfill Yahiko's aspirations. Thus, the fierce battle between the two parties continued. The combined strength of Pain's six paths was formidable, capable of easily annihilating typical shadows. Yet, Aoi's strength was equally impressive, even while concealing the Flying Thunder God technique. In this clash, Aoi held a significant advantage in intelligence and strategy. He had thoroughly analyzed the capabilities of Pain's six paths. As for tactics, Aoi's strategic acumen largely stemmed from the unpredictable amalgamation of the Flying Thunder God and Shadow clones. However, even without the Flying Thunder God, He possessed an array of strategies at his disposal, primarily due to his familiarity with the original narrative and the tactics employed by Kakashi and other shinobi, which he recalled vividly. Particularly, the tactical genius, Kakashi Hitaki, whose strategies remained effective even against formidable opponents. Thus, the two engaged in combat for several hours. Eventually, Aoi recognized that his chakra reserves were still inferior to Nagato's. Being a member of the Uzumaki clan, and among the most exceptional, Nagato's chakra was undeniably vast, augmented by years of Rinnegan exploitation. Although Aoi had acquired the Uzumaki physiology and tailed beast chakra, he was far behind in terms of development. As the battle progressed, Nagato's heart was filled with astonishment. He had initially believed that with his godlike strength, all schemes and resistance would be futile. However, today he realized his grave miscalculation. It seemed that upon returning, he would need to reassess both the masked man and Konoha. Nagato reflected to himself. He had originally planned to gather the tailed beasts and then seize an opportunity to personally invade Konoha, allowing them to experience true suffering. Yet, upon recognizing the hidden talents within the shinobi world, he felt that he could not be overly aggressive and needed to proceed with caution. Especially with the two Uchiha within the Akatsuki, Nagato found himself increasingly wary. Now, with one mysterious Uchiha donning a cat-faced mask exhibiting such power, he pondered whether the masked man claiming to be Uchiha Madara possessed similar strength, or perhaps even something more terrifying. Chapter 109. Refusal of Nagato's invitation. Both sides found themselves in a stalemate, and Xingyu was already contemplating retreat. It seemed that the plan to eliminate the tailed beasts in their infancy was destined for failure. However, even in light of this setback, Xingyu was far from out of options. He still had alternative strategies, such as exacerbating the discord between the Akatsuki and the five great nations, or subtly inciting internal strife within the Akatsuki through Itachi. After all, he was aware of the chaos within the organization, with multiple factions vying for power. On the surface, Nagato was the leader of the Akatsuki, but the true puppet master was Obito, who pretended to represent Madara while actually acting on the will of Kagaya Otsutsuki through Black Zetsu. Additionally, there was the Konoha spy, Uchiha Itachi. If the Akatsuki fell into disarray, their plans to capture the tailed beasts would inevitably falter. At that moment, Pain's Devapath spoke, delivering words that took Xingyu by surprise. "Could you repeat that?" Xingyu asked, slightly astonished. "I mean," the Devapath said coldly, "we wish for you to join the Akatsuki, thus erasing the grudges between us." Upon receiving Nagato's invitation, Xingyu felt it was somewhat predictable. The strength he exhibited surpassed that of many within the Akatsuki, nearly rivaling that of the leader, Pain. For Nagato, recruiting him held considerable value. As for past grievances, whether with Sasori or Deidara, they were merely tools for the Akatsuki to gather tailed beasts. Would Nagato truly care if a tool perished? Of course, Xingyu would never join the Akatsuki. His stance was inherently opposed to theirs. The Akatsuki's Moon Eye plan made it impossible for them to become allies. Firstly, Xingyu had no desire to spend his life ensnared in illusions. Especially knowing the truth, those ensnared by the infinite Tsukuyomi would be transformed into white Zetsu, a repugnant existence. Secondly, even if Xingyu were to become a six-path level powerhouse in